At Delphine Pruitt's funeral, a will forced enemies to marry or lose everything. Adaeze hated Lazarev, the man she had to share her life with to save the valley. Their fake marriage sparked real heat, but a buried truth threatened to unravel it all. What happens when the person you despise turns out to be your family? Where the Red Mercy Runs, a web novel, Enemies to Lovers. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The air inside Mercy Crossing Community Church was cold enough to raise the hair on Adaze's arms, but that could have been the company. She stood in the fourth pew, shoulder to shoulder with people who had spent years hoping the Balogun name would wash out with the spring melt. Old men in polished boots, women in black dresses that cost more than her monthly feed bill. The Pruitt cousins, Celia among them, arranged in the front row like a grief tableau someone had choreographed for maximum sympathy. The county watched everything. Adaeze kept her hands still at her sides and her jaw set. She had come because not coming would have been noted. Another mark in the ledger of Balogun pride. Another reason for the bank to whisper about stability. 11 families depended on her making the right calculations, and sometimes the right calculation was standing in a cold church while a dead woman's relatives pretended she was invisible. She was good at invisible. She had been practicing since she was 12 years old, when Lazarev Pruitt had beaten her across the Red Mercy shallows and left her with a chipped tooth and a bleeding knee, while his grandmother's lawyer settled the dispute with a single phone call. The Baloguns lost water access that year. The Pruitts never mentioned the race again. Adaze's tongue found the sharp edge of the chip now, a habit she had never broken. The coffin was walnut, heavy, polished to a gloss that caught the stained glass light. Delphine Pruitt had been dead 6 days. The county had been in mourning for exactly 2 of them, long enough for the respectable sorrow to curdle into curiosity about what the will would say. Wendell Tasker stood at the pulpit with a sealed envelope in his liver-spotted hands. He adjusted his glasses, took his time, let the silence stretch until every cough and foot shift had been absorbed into the fabric of the room. Adaeze had never liked him. He was too good at theater. "Before we conclude," Tasker said, voice carrying to the back pews, "there is a codicil to Delphine's last testament that requires reading while the family and witnesses are assembled." A ripple moved through the congregation. Celia Pruitt's spine straightened. Senator Reese Cormack, seated 3 rows behind the family, folded his hands over the head of his cane. Adaeze did not move. She had no stake in Pruitt inheritance games. She was here to be seen, to prove the Balogun lad could afford the decency of attendance, and to leave before the reception forced her to explain to anyone why her family had not sold out during the drought years like sensible people. Tasker broke the seal. The paper made a sound like a blade drawn from a sheath. "I, Delphine Marie Pruitt, being of sound mind and unyielding purpose, do hereby add this codicil to my last will and testament, executed this 10th day of April, in the year of our Lord." "We know what year it is, Wendell." Celia's voice cut clean, annoyed, the voice of a woman who had already calculated her share. Tasker did not look up. He read on. The terms arrived in plain language, and for the first 3 sentences, Adaeze let them slide past her like water off a wax coat. Lazarev Pruitt inherits the Pruitt Ranch, the family bank, and all associated water holdings contingent upon marriage to Adaeze Balogun within 90 days of the reading of this instrument, remaining married for a period of no fewer than 9 consecutive days. The word stopped meaning English and became a sound, a frequency, a pressure behind her eyes. Adaeze went still in a way that had nothing to do with composure. It was the stillness of a trap closing, the moment before the teeth seat. She turned her head. Lazarev Pruitt sat in the front row, profile sharp against the candlelight, both hands flat on his thighs. He had not moved either. His face was marble, smooth and unreadable, but she saw the muscle jump in his jaw, the only tell he could not suppress. He had not known her either. That should not have satisfied her. It did. If the terms are rejected by either party, Tasker continued, voice gaining weight, the entirety of the Pruitt estate shall be liquidated within 120 days. All assets, properties, water rights, and holdings shall be sold at fair market value, with proceeds distributed per the original trust provisions. The silence that followed was not respectful. It was predatory. Someone's phone camera came up, then another. Adaeze felt the shift like a change in wind. The county was recalculating. The Balogun girl, the Pruitt heir. The wedding that would make or break the valley's water future, and every rancher in this room knew exactly which side of the river they would fight for if the estate shattered. Celia Pruitt rose from her seat like a woman who had been slapped and wanted witnesses. This is not legal. It is fully executed and witnessed, Tasker said. Delphine filed it with the county clerk 18 months ago. I have the original signature verification. She was old. She was confused. She was neither. Tasker folded the codicil with deliberate care. She was, however, your grandmother, and she made her choices with the same clarity she applied to every other decision in her life. Adaeze heard the words, but she was watching Lazarev. He stood now, taller than she remembered from the last time she had been forced within speaking distance of him, 3 years ago at a water board meeting, where his side had voted to restrict Balogun irrigation access to 4 hours a day. He had not looked at her then either. He was looking at her now. Gray eyes, lighter than hers, colder by habit, fixed on her face with an intensity that made the rest of the church fall away. He did not speak. He did not need to. The question was written in the set of his shoulders, the slight forward tilt of his body. What did you do? The accusation in it, the assumption that she had somehow engineered this, snapped something loose in her chest. She took a step toward the aisle. And then Gunnar Veitch was there, appearing from the side pew with the easy timing of a man who had been waiting for his cue. Sandy hair, pale eyes, crooked nose, the scar along his jaw white against his tan. He looked almost sorry. Well, he said, loud enough for the camera phones to catch. That settles the question of who's going to keep the red mercy flowing. Adaeze stopped. Gunnar smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Because if the estate liquidates, Front Range buys the water rights within 60 days. You know that, right? The whole valley knows it. He tilted his head, considering her like she was a heifer he might or might not bid on. Unless you two figure out how to stop hating each other long enough to say I do. The cameras swung toward her. The county held its breath. And Adaeze Balogun stood in the cold church with Delphine Pruitt's walnut coffin at her back and a marriage contract she had never asked for, burning a hole in the air between her and the only man in Montana she would rather bleed than need. She did not look away from Gunnar. She did not give him the satisfaction. But in the corner of her vision, Lazarev Pruitt was still watching her. And she knew with the same certainty she knew the smell of hay and iron and thawing earth that they were going to have to speak. And that whatever they said next would decide whether Mercy Crossing survived the winter or whether Front Range infrastructure took the river and left the county to dry. Chapter 2. The cold hit Adaeze the moment she stepped through the church doors, sharp and wet with the smell of mud and thawing graves oil. She did not shiver. She had learned at 12 that shivering looked like weakness, and the county was still watching. They had spilled out of Mercy Crossing Community Church like floodwater, pooling on the steps and spreading across the lawn, voices rising in that particular pitch that meant news was being passed before it had time to cool. Adaeze caught fragments as she walked, the words sticking to her like burdock. She must have known. Delphine always played the long game. You think they'll actually do it? She kept moving, boots steady on the gravel, heading for the far side of the parking lot where her truck sat alone. She did not get far. You cannot walk away from this. The voice came from behind her, sharp and controlled, carrying that Pruitt polish that had always grated on her nerves like sand in a boot. Adaeze stopped. She did not turn. Watch me. I have watched you. Lazarev Pruitt came around to face her, and she had to lock her knees to keep from stepping back. He was too close. Close enough that she could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the shadow along his jaw where he had shaved that morning expecting a funeral, not an ambush. You were in that church. You heard every word. I heard a dead woman trying to run lives she had no business touching. She was my grandmother, and she was my enemy. Adaeze let the word hang between them, old and familiar as a fence line. She spent 40 years making sure the Balogun spread barely survived. Every water hearing, every grazing lease, every county vote, she was there, on the other side, smiling while her lawyers bled us dry. Lazarev's jaw tightened. I know what she did. Do you? Because you were in Chicago. You were building whatever life you built while I was burying my father and negotiating feed prices and watching 11 families wonder if they would have to pack up and leave the only ground they had ever worked. The words came out harder than she intended. She did not take them back. Lazarev held her gaze. His eyes were lighter than hers, almost silver in the gray afternoon, and she hated how steady they were, how unblinking. I did not write the Codicil, he said. I did not ask for this. And I sure as hell did not expect to walk into my grandmother's funeral and leave with a marriage contract attached to her coffin. Then refuse it. Refuse it and watch Front Range take the river. He said it flat, like a fact he had already weighed. Gunnar was not bluffing in there. He has the investors lined up. He has the county commission leaning his way. If the estate liquidates, the water rights go to the highest bidder within 16 days, and you know who that bidder will be. Adaeze knew. She had known it since the moment Tasker read the terms, since the cameras had come up, since Gunnar had stepped forward with his easy smile and his hard eyes. Front Range Infrastructure. The same developer that had tried to buy her out 3 years ago, that had offered her a price per acre that would have cleared her debt and left her with nothing to do but watch someone else decide what happened to the river. She had said no then. She had said it with her boots planted in the dust of the Balogun yard and Marta standing beside her, silent and solid as a fence post. She had not expected to face the same choice in a church parking lot, with Lazarev Pruitt's gray eyes burning a hole through her pride. It is not my job to save the Pruitt name, she said. It is not your job to save anything. Lazarev stepped closer, and she caught the scent of wool and cedar and something clean she did not want to name. But if you walk away, you are not just letting my grandmother's estate burn. You are letting the Balogun spread go with it. I know what I am risking. Do you? He tilted his head, studying her the way he had studied her in the church, like she was a problem he was trying to solve. Because I have had your operation. I know your debt load. I know your water allocation. I know what happens to a ranch that size when the river gets sold out from under it. Adaeze's hands curled into fists at her sides. You have been digging through my books. I have been doing my job. His voice was calm, infuriatingly calm, the calm of a man who had never had to fight for anything with his own hands. I flew back from Chicago expecting to settle an estate, not to be handed a marriage clause and a deadline. I needed to understand the stakes. And now you understand them? I understand that if we do not do this, we both lose. He said it like a verdict. The ranch, the bank, the water, every family that depends on either of us. All of it gone by spring. Adaeze stared at him. The wind pulled at her blade, cold against her neck, and she felt the weight of the church still pressing against her back, the weight of every eye that had watched her stand in that aisle and refuse to break. You are asking me to marry you. I am asking you to consider it. He held her gaze. There is a difference. Is there? One involves choice, the other involves surrender. He paused, and something flickered in his eyes, something she could not read. I do not surrender, and I do not believe you do either. The words landed somewhere deep, somewhere she had been keeping closed for years. She opened her mouth to answer, to tell him exactly what he could do with his consideration and his calculus and his Pruitt polish, when footsteps crunched on the gravel behind her brogaff. Oh, Gunnar Vaich said, appearing at her elbow with that same practiced timing. I see the half the couple is already discussing logistics. Adaeze turned. Gunnar stood with his hands in his coat pockets, shoulders relaxed, expression almost friendly. Almost. Gunnar, Adaeze. He nodded at her, then at Lazarev. Lazarev, I figured I would save you the walk. You are going to need to talk to me eventually, and I prefer to do business on my feet rather than over a phone." "We have nothing to discuss," Lazarev said. "Sure you do." Gunnar's smile widened. "You have a decision to make, and I have an offer that will still be on the table if you decide that marriage is not worth the trouble." Adaeze felt her stomach tighten. "You are enjoying this." "I am enjoying watching the county finally face reality." Gunnar spread his hands, the gesture of a man who believed he was being reasonable. "The valley cannot survive on spite and memory." Delphine knew that. She spent her whole life fighting to keep the Pruitt name above water, and look where it got her. He nodded toward the church. "A coffin and a codicil that proves she was desperate enough to marry off her own grandson to a woman she spent 40 years trying to destroy." Lazarev went still. "Watch your mouth. I am watching everything." Gunnar met his eyes without flinching. "And I am telling you both the same thing I have been telling every rancher in this county for the past 3 years. The river is not going to save itself. Either you consolidate, modernize, and sour access on your own terms, or someone else will come in and take it for you." Adaeze stepped forward. "Is that what Front Range is paying you to say?" "Front Range is paying me to be practical." Gunnar's smile thinned. "I am not the enemy here. I am the only one willing to tell you the truth while there is still time to act on it." He turned, revel crunching under his boots, and walked back toward the church steps where a cluster of county commissioners waited, their faces turned toward the parking lot like they were watching a negotiation they had already bet on. Adaeze stood in the cold with Lazarev Pruitt at her side, and the weight of the codicil pressing down on both of them. "He is not wrong," Lazarev said quietly. "I know. The liquidation timeline is aggressive. If we refuse, Front Range moves before the ground thaws. I know. And if we agree—" He stopped, ran a hand over his jaw, the gesture rough, unpolished, nothing like the controlled man she had been arguing with moments ago. "If we agree, we are bound to each other for 90 days. 90 days of living in the same house, running the same operation, pretending to the county that we are something we are not." Adaeze looked at him, really looked, for the first time since she had walked into that church and seen him sitting in the front row with his grandmother's coffin at his back. He looked tired. Not the tired of a long flight or a difficult funeral, but the tired of a man who had been carrying something heavy for years and had just discovered it was about to get heavier. "I know what I am asking," he said. "I know what I am risking." "Do you?" "I told you, I have read your books." "That is not what I mean," he frowned. "Then what do you mean?" Adaeze did not answer. She could not find the words, could not find the shape of what she was feeling, the way the codicil had cracked something open that she had sealed shut since she was 12 years old and bleeding in the shallows of the Red Mercy. She had spent half her life hating Lazarev Pruitt. She did not know what to do with the possibility that hatred might not be enough to save what mattered. "I need time," she said. "You have 90 days. I need time to think." Lazarev studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, slow and deliberate, like he was agreeing to terms he did not like but could not refuse. "Tomorrow," he said. "The bank, 9 o'clock. We talk terms." "Terms." "Property control, public appearances, separate bedrooms." His voice flattened. "If we are going to do this, we are going to do it with a contract that protects both of us." Adaeze felt something twist in her chest, something that might have been relief or might have been fear. 9 o'clock, she said. He turned and walked toward the church where the Pruitt cousins were still gathered on the steps, their faces tight with anger and shock. Celia Pruitt did not even pretend to look away when she saw him coming. Adaeze stood alone in the parking lot with the wind at her back and the weight of the codicil still pressing down on her lungs. She had 90 days to decide whether she would rather lose everything or marry the man she had sworn to hate forever. And she did not know which answer would break her first. Chapter 3. The Pruitt bank smelled like old money and stale coffee. Adaeze pushed through the glass doors at 5 minutes to 9 and found the lobby empty, the teller stations dark, the fluorescent lights humming over polished wood and brass fixtures that had not been updated since her father was a boy. A single desk sat near the back, its surface bare except for a leather blotter, 2 folders, and a pitcher of water sweating in the cold air. Lazarev stood at the window with his back to her, hands in his pockets, watching the street where Mercy Crossing was already waking up to a day full of gossip about the Codicil. He turned when he heard her boots. "You came. You told me we had 90 days. She dropped her bag onto the chair opposite the desk. "That means I have at least one meeting before I decide whether to burn this whole thing down." The corner of his mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. "Sit." She did not sit. She stood with her arms crossed and watched him cross the room to the desk. Watched him pull out the chair on his side and settle into it like a man who owned the building. Which he did, technically, until the estate was settled or liquidated or married off. "I had Wendell draw up a preliminary document." He slid the first folder across the leather blotter. "Read it before you argue." Adaeze opened the folder. Her eyes moved fast, scanning paragraphs about property control, asset management, public appearances, and living arrangements. The language was clean, clinical, and utterly ruthless in its precision. Separate bedrooms, separate finances, joint management authority during the marriage term only, with Adaeze retaining full operational control of the Balogun spread and Lazarev retaining full authority over the Pruitt ranch and bank. "You want me to sign over management of the Balogun water allocation to a joint trust. I want the county to see a unified entity when the creditor inspections start. The trust dissolves when the marriage dissolves. Your water returns to your name. And if you decide to keep it," he met her eyes, "then you sue me. And you win, because the trust document I drafted uses the exact language Delphine's estate lawyers used in the Codicil. If I break the terms, I lose everything anyway." She read the next clause. Her jaw tightened. "Page 7, she said. "Public appearances. We will be seen in Mercy Crossing at least twice a week. Church, the diner, the feed store, the county commission meetings. Enough to stop the speculation that we are waiting for the deadline to expire so we can divorce. And the hand-holding? Optional, but recommended." She looked up. "I am not going to pretend to be in love with you, Pruitt. I am not asking you to pretend to be in love with me." His voice stayed flat. "I'm asking you to pretend to be in a marriage. That is a lower bars." "Lower. Let me put this in terms you will understand," he said. "If the county thinks this marriage is a sham, the creditor pressure increases. Gunnar Veitch gains leverage. Front Range starts courting the minority water holders on both spreads. If the county thinks this marriage is real, we buy time. Enough time to stabilize the debt and restructure before any challenge can take hold." Adaeze closed the folder and set it down. "You have thought about this. I have not slept since Wendell read the Codicil. You do the math. And the end date? 91 days after the marriage is registered. Day 92, we file for dissolution unless both parties agree otherwise." "Both parties?" "Yes." She studied him across the desk. The controlled surface, the careful words, the muscle in his jaw that kept jumping no matter how still he held the rest of his body. He was tired and hiding it. He was angry and hiding that too. She understood the instinct perfectly. "I want one more clause," she said. "Name it." "Full access to the Pruitt Ranch books. Not just the summary statements you give the board, the real books. Payroll, equipment leases, the water usage reports, the debt schedules, everything." He went still. "Why?" "Because I am not walking into a marriage with a man whose finances I do not understand. If this goes forward, my ranch is tied to his ranch, and if his ranch is drowning, I need to know how deep the water is before I agree to jump in." Lazarev leaned back in his chair. The leather creaked. "I have the same condition," he said. "What?" "Full access to your ranch books. The real ones, not the tax filing you show the county assessor." She stared at him. "Marta will kill you if you step 1 foot into her office. Then Marta will have to learn to tolerate me." He pulled the second folder across the desk and opened it. "I already have a preliminary assessment of your operation. Debt-to-equity ratio, livestock valuation, water allocation history, outstanding loans. I had it prepared before I left Chicago." Adaeze's hands tightened on the edge of the desk. "You spied on me. I researched a business partner I was about to be legally bound to." His voice did not waver. "If that offends your pride, I accept the offense, but I do not apologize for it. The silence stretched. Adaeze could feel the pulse beating at her throat, the heat climbing up the back of her neck. She wanted to walk out. She wanted to tell him exactly what he could do with his contract and his research and his Pruitt arrogance. But the balloon gun spread was bleeding money. 11 families were waiting for her to come back from Reg County with news that did not end in liquidation. And the Red Mercy was still running cold and fast outside the window, carrying water that belonged to no one and everyone. She sat down. "Let me see the research." Lazarev slid the second folder across the desk. She read. The numbers were accurate, painfully accurate. Debt schedules she had barely admitted to herself, water allocations that had been shrinking for 3 consecutive years, equipment leases that were coming due with no clear payment plan. The report was not kind, but it was not cruel either. It was clinical, the work of a man who had looked at her operation and seen a problem to be solved instead of a failure to be mocked. She closed the folder. "You missed the spring calf count," I estimated. "You underestimated by about 40 head. The Balogun herd is recovering faster than the county averages suggest." "I will adjust." She pushed the folders back toward him. "What else?" "Living arrangements. You wrote separate bedrooms. That covers it." "It does not cover mornings." He folded his hands on the desk. "I wake at 5. I have coffee before I work. If you do the same, we will be in the same kitchen at the same time. I need to know how you want to handle that." Adaeze opened her mouth, closed it. The question was so mundane, so domestic, that it threw her entirely. "I make coffee at 5, she said slowly. "I do not talk until I have finished the first cup." "That works? And I am not making you breakfast." "I did not ask you to." She looked at him. The controlled surface cracked, just slightly, and she saw something beneath it that might have been amusement, or might have been exhaustion. "We are really doing this," she said. "We are negotiating terms for doing this." He corrected her without heat. "There is a difference." Wendell Tasker appeared in the doorway, liver-spotted hands gripping a manila envelope, his glasses catching the fluorescent light. "I thought I would find you both here." He crossed to the desk and set the envelope beside the folders. "There is one more item I need to bring to your attention before you finalize any terms." Adaeze watched him pull a single sheet of paper from the envelope. "The Codicil includes a performance clause I did not read aloud during the service," Wendell said. Delphine was thorough. She always was. He placed the sheet on the blotter. "If the marriage is registered, you have 7 business days to complete the initial property transfer and assume joint management authority. If either of you fails to meet that deadline, the estate immediately enters liquidation proceedings." The floor tilted under Adana's feet. 7 business days, she repeated. "Starting from the date of the marriage registration. Not from the funeral. Not from today." Wendell adjusted his glasses. "I advised Delphine that the timeline was aggressive. She advised me that aggression was the point." Lazarev stared at the paper like it had just bitten him. "So if we decide to do this," he said slowly, "we have 1 week to combine 2 ranches, 2 sets of books, a bank, a set of water holdings, and several $1,000,000 in outstanding debt into a single operating structure." "Roughly, yes. And if we fail, the estate liquidates. Front Range acquires the water rights. Gunnar Veitch walks onto both spreads with a checkbook and a demolition crew." Adaeze picked up the paper and read the clause herself. Delphine's handwriting. Small, tight, precise. A woman who had spent her whole life knowing exactly what she wanted and exactly how to get it. She set the paper down. "When can we register the marriage?" Lazarev turned to look at her. Gray eyes, lighter than hers, catching the light in a way that made him look older than he was. "You are agreeing." "I am asking when we can register. That is not the same thing. The courthouse opens at 9 tomorrow. Then we need to finish the contract before we walk in." She pulled the first folder back across the desk and opened it to page 1. "Let me see it again," she said. "From the top." Lazarev watched her for a moment, something shifting in his expression. A door opening somewhere she could not see. Then he pulled his own copy from the desk and turned to page 1. They read in silence, side by side, as the bank's fluorescent lights hummed overhead and Mercy Crossing stirred to life outside the glass. Wendell remained in the doorway, watching them with an expression Adaeze could not read. She did not have time to read it. She had 7 days to build a marriage out of legal terms and county optics, and if she made one wrong move, the Red Mercy would run through someone else's land before the snow melted. Chapter 4. The Mercantile parking lot was full when she drove through Mercy Crossing. 3 pickups she recognized, 2 she did not. A cluster of men outside the feed store who stopped talking when her truck rolled past and did not start again until she was through the junction. News traveled fast in a county where the only thing faster was the river. Adaeze kept her eyes forward, hands steady on the wheel, the contract folder on the passenger seat beside her like a bomb she had not yet decided to defuse. She had left the bank at noon with a draft agreement, a throbbing headache, and the strange, hollow certainty of someone who had just volunteered to jump and had not yet hit the water. The Balogun gate came into view 3 miles out. She hit the gravel, turning too fast, dust clouding behind her as the truck bounced up the track toward the main house. The barn roof needed patching. The corral fence had a sagging section she had been meaning to fix since August. The winter wheat was coming in thin on the south field. All the ordinary wounds of a ranch that survived by refusing to die. She parked beside Marta's truck and killed the engine before the dust settled. The house was quiet. Too quiet. She stepped into the kitchen and found Marta at the table with a cup of coffee, the pot still half full, her flint-gray eyes tracking every inch of Adaeze's arrival. "You look like someone who signed something," Marta said. "I look like someone who read something. Same thing in this county." Adaeze set the contract folder on the table but did not open it. She poured herself coffee from the pot, took a long drink, and leaned against the counter. "It is happening," she said. "We register tomorrow at 9. Marta did not flinch. She had been running the Balogun spread for 17 years, and flinching was not in her repertoire. "The Pruitt boy." "Lazarev. I know his name. I was hoping you would not have to use it in that sentence." Adaeze drank more coffee. The bitterness helped. "He has already commissioned a financial assessment of our operation. He knows the debt schedules. He knows the water allocation. He came prepared." "And that makes him dangerous or useful?" "Both." Marta turned her cup in her hands, the ceramic scraping against the pine tabletop. The sound was small and deliberate, like a woman counting seconds before she spoke. 11 families depend on this spread, Adaeze. You know that better than I do. If this goes wrong, if he walks after 90 days or the estate collapses under the terms, those families do not have a fallback." "I know. And if you do not do it, Front Range takes the water by summer and the ranch is worth nothing but the dirt under the barn." "I know." "Then you are doing the right thing." Marta said it flat, almost bored, as if she had run the same calculation herself and arrived at the same miserable answer. "That does not mean I have to like it." Adaeze set her cup down. "I am not asking you to like it. I am asking you to stay." Marta looked up at her. Something passed between them that did not note words. A woman who had watched Adaeze grow from a scraped-kneed kid into the only thing standing between the ranch and oblivion, and who had never once looked away. "I am not going anywhere," Marta said, "but I am not making the Pruitt boy coffee. He makes his own." "Good, then we have an understanding." The back door slammed. Zuri burst into the kitchen with the force of a small storm, her braids half undone, and a phone clutched in one hand like a weapon. "Is it true?" Adaeze did not turn around. "Is what true?" "The entire county is saying you are marrying Lazarev Pruitt. Lena Hargrove's mother posted it on the county Facebook page. 47 comments in the last hour. 47 comments in the last hour. 47. Zuri's voice pitched somewhere between horror and glee. "Brenda Tolliver said you probably forged the Codicil yourself to steal the Pruitt money. Gerald Marsh said no Balogun would ever set foot in the Pruitt house without a weapon. Someone named Gary Flats said he would transfer his accounts out of the Pruitt bank if a Balogun touched the books." Adaeze closed her eyes. "And my personal favorite," Zuri continued, scrolling, Linda Pargeter said, and I quote, "That poor Pruitt boy has no idea what he is getting into." Marta snorted into her coffee. "I am marrying him tomorrow," Adaeze said. "For the ranch, for the water, for 90 days, and then it is over." Zuri lowered the phone. Her eyes, sharp and too knowing for 15, studied Adaeze with an attention that made the kitchen feel smaller. 90 days, she repeated. "That is a long time to share a house with a man you hate. We have separate bedrooms. That makes it better? It makes it survivable." Zuri tilted her head, something shifting behind her expression. "He told you he makes his own coffee at 5 in the morning. He wakes the same hour you do. He reads the same books. He knows you underestimated the spring calf count." "How do you know that?" "I have ears. And a Wi-Fi connection. And Lena Hargrove's mother is not the only person in this county who talks." Zuri stepped closer. "You spent 3 hours in a bank lobby with him. 3 hours. You have not spent 3 consecutive minutes with anyone outside this ranch in the past year." Adaze's jaw tightened. "That is different." "Is it?" "Zuri, I am just saying." Zuri held up both hands, the phone still glowing in her right palm. "If you are going to marry the enemy for 90 days, at least make it interesting. The county is already writing the ending. You might as well surprise them." She disappeared back through the door before Adaeze could answer, the screen slapping shut behind her. The kitchen fell quiet again. Marta stirred, carried her cup to the sink, and rinsed it with the methodical patience of a woman who had seen every ranch crisis in 17 years and knew this one was only beginning. "She is right, you know." "About what?" "The county is writing the ending." Marta dried her hands on a towel and hung it on the hook. "But you are the one holding the pen." She walked out. Adaeze stood alone in the kitchen, the contract folder on the table, the coffee growing cold in her cup, the weight of the decision tussing down like the thaw before a spring flood. Her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. No greeting, no name. "The courthouse opens at 9. I will be there at 8:45. She stared at the screen. Then she typed back, slow, deliberate, each letter a stone laid on the path she could no longer turn from. "So will I." The reply came in seconds. "Then we do this." She set the phone down. The red Mercy ran in the darkness beyond the window, cold and indifferent, waiting for whatever came next. Chapter 5. She dressed like she was going to a war. Jeans, boots, the gray blazer she only wore for creditor meetings, the one with the shoulder seam Marta had mended twice, hair braided tight against her scalp, no loose strands for the county to read as nerves. Adaeze checked the mirror and saw a stranger wearing her face. The Balogun truck coughed to life at 7:45. Frost still clung to the windshield in thin feathers, and she scraped it clean with the side of her hand because the scraper had been missing since November. The sky was the color of old bone, cold enough that breath hung visible. She did not think about Lazarev Pruitt. She thought about water, about the red Mercy running low through July, about the 11 families and the calf count and the debt schedule that sat in a folder on her passenger seat like a loaded weapon. By the time she reached Mercy Crossing, the sun had burned the frost off the courthouse roof. The crowd was already there. Not a crowd, a collection, a cluster of bodies arranged on the courthouse steps and the sidewalk beyond, coffee cups in hand, phones angled like paparazzi at a crash site. Lena Hargrove's mother stood near the door with a thermos and a patent leather purse, the same purse she had carried to every county function since Adaeze was old enough to recognize it as a prop. Adaeze parked. She stepped out. The whispers started before her boots hit the pavement. "Cannot believe she actually showed, has so covered, heard he was crying in the bank. 90 days, Linda, 90 days. That is all the time it takes for—" She walked up the steps without looking at them. The courthouse lobby smelled of floor wax and old paper. A fluorescent hum filled the air, steady and indifferent. The clerk's desk sat to the left, and beside it, half leaning against the counter like he owned the building, stood Lazarev Pruitt. He wore a dark suit, no tie. The collar of his shirt was open at the throat, and his jaw looked like it had been carved from something harder than bone. He looked at her. "You are early," he said. "So are you. I wanted to make sure the paperwork was in order. And was it?" "It is now." He held out a hand. She did not take it. "We are about to sign our names on a document that ties us to each other," he said. "You can shake my hand, Adaeze. It will not kill you." "You do not know that." But she took his hand. His palm was dry, warm. His grip was firm without being performative, and he let go the second she pulled back. The clerk, a woman with glasses on a chain and a nameplate that read, Mrs. Evelyn Keene, watched them with the expression of someone who had processed marriages, divorces, and at least 3 estate probates involving livestock. She did not smile. "License is approved," she said. "You will need 2 witnesses." "We have one," Lazarev said. Adaeze turned. Wendell Tasker stood near the hallway to the county offices, liver-spotted hands folded over the handle of a leather briefcase, glasses catching the fluorescent light. "I volunteered," he said. "Someone needs to certify the document, and I wanted to see the show." "You are enjoying this," Adaeze said. "I am an estate lawyer, Miss Balogun. This is the most entertainment I have had in a decade." "We need a second witness," Lazarev said. "We can use a deputy clerk," Mrs. Keene said. "Or the janitor if you prefer. He has witnessed 3 of these this year and does not gossip. The deputy clerk will be fine." The ceremony took 4 minutes. Mrs. Keene read the vows from a laminated card, her voice flat and administrative, as if she were reciting a seed catalog. Adaeze repeated the words. Lazarev repeated the words. They did not look at each other. "I take you, to have and to hold, for better or worse." Adaeze heard her own voice speaking, and felt like she was watching from somewhere above her own body, a floaty disconnection that made the words sound like they belonged to someone else. Then Mrs. Keene said, "You may kiss." The room went quiet. Adaeze's stomach tightened. Lazarev turned to face her. His eyes were lighter than hers, gray as river ice, and they held hers with an expression she could not read. He leaned in. His mouth brushed her cheek. Barely a contact. The kind of kiss a cousin gave at a funeral. But his hand found her wrist beneath the counter. His thumb pressed against her pulse, light and deliberate, and she felt it like a brand. He pulled back. "Done," he said. Mrs. Keene stamped the certificate. "Congratulations," she said, without inflection. "You are married. Next." The crowd outside had grown. Adaeze walked through the courthouse doors and into a wall of phone lenses and sharpened smiles. The sun was higher now, cold and white, casting long shadows across the steps. She saw Zuri at the edge of the crowd, braids tucked under a beanie, phone already raised. Marta stood beside her, arms crossed, face unreadable. Then the crowd parted. Senator Reese Cormack stepped forward. He was older than Adaeze remembered, the skin around his eyes mapped with fine lines, his hands folded over the head of a polished cane. He wore a wool coat and the expression of a man who had been waiting for this moment longer than anyone else in the square. "Lazarev," he said. His voice was low, graveled. It carried the weight of decades. Lazarev's hand tightened at his side. "Senator." Coingeck did not look at Adaeze. He looked only at Lazarev, and the look was not a congratulations. "Your grandmother left instructions," Cormack said. "I expect you know what they are." Lazarev's jaw muscle jumped. "I know what the Codicil says." "The Codicil is public. The instructions I am referring to are not." Cormac's eyes slid to Adaeze for the first time, and the assessment in them was cold enough to make her spine straighten. Delphine expected certain obligations to be honored. Obligations that extend beyond a marriage certificate and a cattle spread. The senator leaned in. "We will talk," he said, soft enough that only Lazarev and Adaeze could hear. "Tomorrow. The bank. 9 in the morning." He straightened, nodded, turned and walked down the steps, the tap of his cane echoing against the courthouse stone. The crowd watched him go. Adaeze stood frozen on the courthouse steps, the marriage certificate warm in her coat pocket, the weight of Cormac's words pressing down like the first crack in ice before the river breaks. Beside her, Lazarev had gone still. She turned to look at him. His face was blank, controlled. But his hand, the one she could not see from the crowd, the one closest to her, had opened and closed into a fist. He did not say anything, neither did she. The county watched, and the red mercy ran cold in the distance, indifferent to everything it carried. Chapter 6. The drive from the courthouse passed in silence. Lazarev drove. Adaeze sat in the passenger seat of his sedan, the leather interior smelling unfamiliar and expensive, her knees pressed together, the marriage certificate folded in her coat pocket like a hot coal. The heater hummed. The windshield wipers streaked dust across the glass. Neither spoke. She watched the road turn from pavement to gravel to the long Pruitt drive, the house rising at the end of it like a monument to money her family never had. 2 stories. White siding, a porch that wrapped around 3 sides, the red Mercy barn beyond it, visible through the bare cottonwoods. Lazarev pulled the sedan into the gravel lot beside the kitchen entrance and cut the engine. The silence rushed in. "Here," he said. Not a question. Adaeze opened the door before he could say anything else. The cold hit her first, dry, biting, carrying the smell of straw, frozen earth, and the river. The house blocked the western wind, but the chill found every seam in her blazer. She stood on the gravel and looked at the building that would be her home for 9 days. Lazarev walked past her with a duffel bag slung over one shoulder. He did not wait to see if she followed. She followed. He unlocked the kitchen door, the deadbolt clicking loud in the frozen air. "There's a key under the second stone by the rain barrel," he said, pushing the door open. "If you need to come back before I am here." "I will not need to." He looked at her. Gray eyes, lighter than hers, and tired. "You might." The kitchen was warm, a wood stove glowing at the far end. The counters were clean, the dishes put away. A single coffee mug sat in the drying rack, waiting for morning. Adaeze stood in the center of the room and tried to feel nothing. Lazarev dropped his duffel by the hall door. "I will show you the guest room." "I know where the guest room is." He stopped. The silence stretched. "Right," he said. "You have been here before." She had been here before. County meetings, estate consultations after Delphine's death, standing in this kitchen 3 years ago while Delphine refused to negotiate water sharing. She had never stayed the night. Lazarev turned and walked down the hall. Adaeze followed. The guest room was at the end of the hall, opposite the master bedroom, with a window facing the barn. The bed was made, a quilt folded at the foot, a lamp on the nightstand. The curtains were drawn. "The bathroom is across the hall," he said. "There are towels in the linen closet. The water takes a minute to heat." "I do not need to tour." "You are getting one anyway." He opened the closet. Empty hangers. "There is space in the hall wardrobe if you know more." "I do not." He turned to face her. They stood 3 feet apart in the narrow hall, the house creaking around them, the wood stove ticking as it settled. "We should talk about tomorrow," Lazarev said. "We should talk about what Cormack wants." His jaw tightened. "That is tomorrow. It is 9 hours from now. It will still be tomorrow." Adaeze crossed her arms. "You knew he would be there." "I knew Delphine had political ties. I did not know she left him instructions." "But you were not surprised." Lazarev's eyes held hers. He did not look away. "I was surprised," he said, quiet. "I am learning that I did not know Delphine as well as I thought." The admission landed between them, unexpected and heavy. Adaeze did not know what to do with it. She turned and walked into the guest room. The door clicked shut behind her. She stood in the center of the empty room, breathing. The house settled around her. She heard Lazarev move down the hall. A door opened, closed, the creak of floorboards. Then silence. She pulled off her blazer and hung it over the chair by the window. Her boots came off. She sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her palms into her knees and tried to slow her pulse. Through the wall, she heard him. The scrape of a drawer, the soft thud of something set on a dresser, the groan of bed springs as he sat down. She could hear him breathe if she held still. She held still. The house made sounds she did not know, the wood contracting in the cold, the water heater humming in the basement. a branch scraping against a window she could not see. She lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The quilt smelled like lavender and dust. She closed her eyes. She heard him move again, the creak of the floor outside her door. A pause. Her body went still. 3 seconds. 4. His footsteps continued down the hall. The bathroom door clicked shut. Water ran. Adaeze pressed her palm flat against the mattress and did not move. The water stopped. Footsteps returned. His door closed. The house went quiet. She lay in the dark and listened to the silence and hated how much space a single wall could hold between two people. She did not sleep. Neither, she suspected, did he. The clock on the nightstand read 11:47 when she finally heard the floorboards creak again, soft and careful, as if he was trying not to wake her. She heard the kitchen faucet run. The refrigerator door opened and closed. Then footsteps returned, slower this time, and stopped outside her door. She held her breath. The silence stretched, then the footsteps moved on. The bedroom door across the hall opened and closed. Adaeze stared at the ceiling and listened to the house breathe around her and wished she could hate him well enough to stop noticing every sound he made. She could not. Chapter. One of the Lendy calls, Farmer, back to comments. Adaeze had not slept. She had lain still for hours, tracking every creak and shift in the house, feeling the shape of the man across the hall through the wall between them. She had heard him turn, heard him breathe, heard him stop breathing and start again, as if he too was listening for something he could not name. At 4:47, the floorboards outside her door creaked. Adaeze did not move. The footsteps continued down the hall. The bathroom door clicked. Water ran. She sat up and pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes until light swam behind the lids. She had married Lazarev Pruitt. She was lying in his grandmother's guest room in the house she had spent her whole life treating as enemy territory, and in 6 hours she would sit across a bank table from Senator Reese Cormack and learn what buried instructions a dead woman had left to control the living. She pulled on her jeans from yesterday, the same blazer, because she had not brought a change of clothes. She had not thought that far ahead. She had walked into a courthouse and walked out married, and driven to a house that was not hers with a man she did not trust. And she had not packed a single goddamn thing beyond her phone and her keys. By the time she reached the kitchen, Lazarev was already there. He stood at the counter with his back to her, pouring coffee into 2 mugs, a dark sweater, jeans, bare feet. His hair was still damp at the ends. He did not turn around. "The water takes a minute to heat," he said. "I started the kettle." Adaeze stopped in the doorway. The kitchen smelled like grounds and old wood and something clean she could not place. The wood stove had been fed. The single mug from last night was gone. "You made coffee?" she said. "I made coffee. You do not talk before your first cup. I remember." She did not know what to do with that. She crossed the room and took the mug he held out. Their fingers did not touch. She drank. The coffee was strong, hot, made the way she made it. Black, no sugar, pulled before the second boil turned it bitter. She drank again and did not thank him. They stood on opposite sides of the counter and drank their coffee in the gray kitchen light, and the silence was not hostile the way it should have been. It was careful, weighted. The silence of 2 people learning the shape of a room they had to share. "The meeting with Cormack," she said, "is at 9? What does he want?" Lazarev set his mug down. He looked at her directly and she saw the same guarded exhaustion she felt in her own bones. "I do not know. You knew he would be there. I knew Delphine had allies I did not know about. I did not know he was one of them." Adaeze turned the mug in her hands. "You said you did not know her well." "I said I was learning I did not know her as well as I thought. There is a difference." "Is there?" He held her gaze. "Yes." The house phone rang. They both looked at it. Lazarev crossed the room and picked it up from the wall mount. "Pruitt residence." A pause. "Hold, please." He covered the receiver and looked at Adaeze. "It is for you. Marta Yelich." Adaeze took the phone. "Speak." Marta's voice came flat and unhurried. County feed is awake. 47 comments became 92 overnight. Someone posted a photo of the courthouse steps. You look like you are attending a funeral. I was. Zuri is already defending you in the comments. She is using emojis. I do not know what some of them mean. Adaeze pressed her thumb into her temple. Anything I need to know? One of the hands asked if Lazarev would let you keep your name. What did you tell him? I told him to ask you himself. He did not ask. Adaeze almost smiled. The inspection is still on for Thursday. It is. They want to see both spreads. The bank sent a rider saying they expect evidence of integrated management before the end of the 7-day window. Adaeze's grip tightened on the phone. She had forgotten. The performance clause. 7 business days to complete the property transfer and assume joint management. We will handle it, she said. Together? Together. Marta was quiet for a beat. I will believe that when I see it. The line went dead. Adaeze hung up and stood with her hand on the receiver. Lazarev is watching her. The inspection is Thursday. Thursday. They want to see joint management. They want to see we are not going to tear each other apart before the ink dries. He picked up his coffee. Then we should give them something to see. He walked past her into the hall. Adaeze followed. He stopped at the foot of the stairs and turned. The books are in the study. Delphine's office. I have been through the estate summaries, but I have not touched the operational ledgers. If I am going to be joint management, I need to see what we are working with. You want to read the books? I want to know what we are walking into before Thursday. She studied his face. He was not performing. There was no polish in his stance, no practiced ease. He was tired, and he was serious, and he was asking her a question that felt more honest than anything he had said since the church. Why now? Because I did not ask for this marriage either, he said. But I am in it. And I would rather be in it with my eyes open than pretend I can afford to wait. Adaeze held still. The house settled around them. She thought about the 11 families. She thought about the water rights and the debt schedules and the equipment leases that were bleeding her dry. She thought about Delphine's empty coffin and the secret instructions a senator was carrying like a blade. She thought about the man standing in front of her, barefoot in his grandmother's house, asking to see the damage before he decided whether to fight. Follow me. She led him to the study. The room was small, paneled in dark wood, with a desk facing the window and bookshelves crammed with ledgers and binders and loose papers held together with rubber bands. A single readout lamp cast a circle of yellow light across the blotter. Adaeze pulled 2 ledgers from the shelf and dropped them on the desk. These are the active operation accounts. The red binder is the water allocation records. The green binder is the debt schedule. She opened the first ledger to a page flagged with a folded receipt. The Balogun spread is carrying $240,000 in equipment leases. The interest is variable. I have been pulling from operating cash to cover the payments because the bank would not reornitize. How much is the operating draw? All of it. He did not flinch. He pulled out the chair and sat down. Show me the water allocation. She showed him. She showed him the diversion rights, the seniority schedule, the dry year provisions that reduced the Balogun draw by 30% when the Red Mercy dropped below a certain flow. She showed him the letter from Gunnar Vache's attorney, dated 3 months ago, offering to buy the Balogun allocation at a price that would have covered the debt and nothing else. He read every page. He asked questions that showed he had studied the assessment he commissioned before he left Chicago. He asked about the calf count she had corrected him on. He asked about the feed contracts and the hay yields and the rotation schedule she had been running since her father died. By the time the clock on the desk read 8:12, Adaeze had stopped watching him for tells. She was watching him think, and that was worse. Because arrogance she could fight, Polish she could distrust, but competence, quiet and careful and relentless, was the thing she had not prepared for. He looked up from the last page. The inspection is Thursday. We have 3 days to produce a joint management plan that the bank will accept and the hands will not laugh at. I know. Draft it this afternoon, review together tonight, present tomorrow to Marta and the Pruitt foreman for vetting before the inspection. That is aggressive. Delphine was aggressive. I inherited the timeline, not the patience. Adaeze stood in the doorway and looked at him. He was still in the chair, his hands resting on the open ledgers, his eyes on the columns of numbers that held everything she had built and everything she was about to lose. He was not looking at her like an enemy. He was looking at her like a partner she had not agreed to need. She did not know which was worse. 8 o'clock, she said. The kitchen. He nodded. She turned and left the study. She walked down the hall and stopped at the front door and pressed her palm against the wood and felt the cold seep into her skin. The house was full of someone else's silence, and she was starting to wonder if the most dangerous thing Lazarev Pruitt could do was prove that she could trust him. Chapter 8. The sky was still dark when Adaeze heard Lazarev's boots on the stairs. She was already in the kitchen, her hair braided tight, the joint management plan spread across the table in 3 columns: operations, finance, public appearance. She had meant up since 4, running the numbers again, testing every vulnerable edge. He stopped in the doorway. You could have woken me. I had nothing to say yet. He poured coffee and sat across from her, the same chair he had taken in the study last night, and pulled the operations column toward him. They worked in silence for 40 minutes. By the time the sun pulled gray light across the kitchen floor, they had a document that would survive inspection. Not because it was perfect, but because it was defensible. Every water right accounted for, every debt schedule matched to a payment plan, every operational decision tagged to a signature. His signature. Hers. Joint. Who arrives first? Lazarev asked. Harper from the bank, then the county assessor, then a state water board representative who will ask about diversion records and watch how long it takes you to find them. Where do you need me first? The question stopped her. Not where do I go, not what do you want me to do. Where do you need me? She looked at him. He was not testing her. He was asking, genuinely asking, where his presence would do the least damage. The barns, she said. Harper will want to see the Pruitt herd first. You know those cattle. I know the books. Split the territory. He nodded and stood. Meet at the waterboard station at noon. If one of us is drowning, the other picks up. That is not in the plan. It is now. He was gone before she could answer. Harper arrived at 7:45. He was a thin man with rimless glasses and a clipboard he treated like a weapon. He shook Lazarev's hand on the porch, then Adaeze's, and did not hide the way his gaze traveled between them, measuring the distance they stood apart. Congratulations are in order, I hear. Thank you, Lazarev said. The flatness of his voice could have meant anything. Harper let it hang. Shall we? The tour took 2 hours. Harper walked the Pruitt barns, the feed shed, the equipment lot. He asked about rotation schedules, winter feed reserves, the condition of the irrigation pump that Delphine had refused to replace for 3 years. Lazarev answered each question with precise, unhurried detail. He did not look at notes. He did not look at Adaeze. But when Harper asked about the Balogun herd's recovery rates, Lazarev turned to her with the ease of a man who knew when to let the expert speak. Adaeze. She stepped forward and gave the numbers. 82 head above last year's count. Calf survival rate up 14%. Rotation schedule adjusted out their late thaw. Harper wrote it down. You two operate differently. We operate effectively, Lazarev said. The methods are secondary. Harper's pen stopped. He looked up. The bank prefers consistent management, not effective, consistent. The bank prefers collateral that holds value, Lazarev said. Consistency without competence is just slow failure. Adaeze watched Harper's face shift. Not anger, interest. That sounds like something Delphine would have said. I will take that as a compliment. It was not offered as one. Lazarev smiled. It was not a warm smile. Shall we continue? The waterboard station was a converted feed store on the county road, where a woman named Torres sat behind a metal desk with the division records spread in front of her like a trap waiting to spring. She looked up when they walked in. Mr. Pruitt, Ms. Balogun, or is it Mrs. Pruitt now? Balogun, Adaeze said. Ms. Balogun. Torres pulled a file from the stack. I have the Balogun diversion records here, and the Pruitt records. They are not consistent. No, Adaeze said. They were managed separately. They will be managed jointly going forward. Torres raised an eyebrow. Jointly means one allocation schedule, one reporting system, one set of penalties if the flow drops below the trigger. I understand. Can you make that work in 90 days? Adaeze felt Lazarev shift beside her. Not a warning, a signal. We can make it work in 7, he said. Torres looked at him. That is aggressive. Delphine was aggressive. I inherited the timeline. The echo of his own words from last night hit Adaeze in the chest. Torres studied him for a long moment. Then she pulled a form from the bottom of the stack. If you can file a unified divulsion plan by Friday, I will approve the combined allocation. If you miss the deadline, the county splits the rights between 2 operating entities, and you lose the seniority advantage of the Pruitt claim. She slid the form across the desk. Your move. Lazarev took it without looking away from her face. Friday. I will believe it when I see it. She stood and extended her hand. He shook it. Adaeze shook it. They walked out into the cold noon light with the form between them and the clock ticking louder than it had that morning. The assessor arrived at the Pruitt bank at 2. He was younger than Harper, softer, the kind of man who asked questions to fill silence rather than to find answers. He walked through the lobby, the back offices, the storage room where property deeds were filed in cabinets older than anyone working there. Joint management requires joint authority, he said, reading from a printed sheet. Who holds the final signature on operational decisions? Either of us, Adaeze said. That is not what the contract says. The contract says joint management. Joint means either. The assessor looked at Lazarev. He gave nothing. The assessor looked back at Adaeze. If the bank needs a single point of contact for emergency decisions, who do they call? Adaeze felt the trap. If she said herself, she undermined the marriage's credibility. If she said Lazarev, she handed him authority she was not ready to yield. Lazarev answered before she could. They call the number that picks up. We both carry the same phone. We both respond to the same calls. If the bank wants a hierarchy, the bank can submit a formal request, and we will consider it. The assessor blinked. That is not standard procedure. Neither is marrying your grandmother's enemy to stop a liquidation. We are improvising. The bank can improvise with us. The assessor closed his folder. I will note the arrangement. You do that. He left. Adaeze stood in the bank lobby with the fluorescent lights humming overhead, and Lazarev 3 feet away, his hand still resting on the counter where the assessor's folder had been. That was fast, she said. That was obvious. He did not want answers. He wanted to see if we argued. Did we? He looked at her. No. The word sat between them. She did not know what it meant, but she felt it settle into her chest like a stone she could not put down. They drove back to the ranch in separate trucks. It was practical. He had a meeting with the Pruitt foreman. She had to check the herd before dark. But when she pulled into the yard and saw his truck already parked, his boots already on her porch, she felt something shift in the architecture of the day. Not partnership, not trust, something between. She stepped out of the cab and the wind hit her face, cold and clean, carrying the smell of hay and river mud and the last light of the sun falling behind the barn. He was waiting on the porch. Harper called. Already? He wanted to confirm the unified diversion filing. Torres told him we picked up the form. And he said the bank is watching. If we file on time, the performance clause stays on schedule. If we miss it, they will consider the marriage non-functional and start the liquidation countdown. Adaeze climbed the steps. We are not missing it. I know. He stood in her way, not blocking, waiting. When I said the other picks up, he said, I meant it. She looked at him. The gray light in his eyes was lighter than hers, colder, but it held steady. I know, she said. He nodded. He stepped aside. She walked past him into the house, and she did not lock the guest room door that night. Chapter 9. The Pruitt dining room had not been used for company in at least a decade. Adaeze knew this because the china still had price tags on the bottom. The crystal stemware sat in a cabinet with a key that did not fit any lock she had seen, and the table had been extended with a leaf that left a line of dust across the middle where the two halves had not been joined in years. 8 places, crystal, silver that had been polished that morning by the same woman who cleaned the Pruitt bank lobby. Adaeze had watched her work through the window while Lazarev fielded phone calls about the filing deadline. She stood at the sideboard now, wearing the only dress she owned, a black wool thing Zuri had talked her into buying for county meetings 2 years ago. The sleeves were too long, the collar sat wrong, but it was the only garment in her closet that did not smell of hay or diesel or the inside of a horse trailer. Lazarev appeared in the doorway. He had changed into a jacket, dark gray, tie. The same careful polish he had worn at the courthouse, but the knot was slightly off, pulled to one side as if he had tied it in the dark. "Your sleeve is caught on the button." She looked down. He was right. The left cuff had snagged on the top button of her dress, pulling the fabric tight across her wrist. She freed it. "Better? Turn." She turned. He did not touch her. He looked. His eyes moved from the collar to the hem, and whatever he saw, he kept to himself. "You will do. Charming as always. I meant the dress. You do it more justice than the hanger." She did not know what to do with that, so she ignored it. "Who is coming?" "Wendell, 2 members of the estate board, Delphine's cousin from Billings, the county trust officer, Celia." "Celia." She RSVP'd yes before I finished the invitation. "Did she RSVP with a lawyer?" "Not visibly." The doorbell rang. Adaeze felt her spine lock into place, the same way it did before a bad negotiation or a veterinary call she knew would end poorly. "Showtime," she said. He almost smiled. "Try to look happy to see me. I am a rancher. I can fake anything for 3 hours. That is the longest you have gone without insulting me today. Do not get used to it." She walked past him into the hall. The first hour was wine and small talk. Wendell arrived with a bottle of something expensive and a look that said he was here for the entertainment. The estate board members were 2 men in their 60s who shook Adaeze's hand with the brief, dismissive grip of men who did not expect to remember her name. The Billings cousin, a woman named Helena Pruitt with silver hair and a voice like gravel, sat in the corner and watched everyone with the flat attention of someone who had already made up her mind. The county trust officer, a man named Darrow, asked polite questions about the filing deadline and nodded at Adaeze's answers without listening to them. Celia arrived last. She wore cream silk and a smile that did not reach her eyes. Her hair was swept back, her jewelry understated, her posture perfect. She kissed Lazarev on the cheek like family and turned to Adaeze with the same warmth. "Adaeze, how brave of you to host in Delphine's home. The home is part of the estate. It belongs to both of us now." "Does it?" The question hung in the air. Adaeze put his hand on the small of Adaeze's back, light enough to be a suggestion, firm enough to be a claim. "The table is ready. Shall we?" Dinner was served at 7. The food was catered from the Mercy Crossing diner, which meant it was heavy on potatoes and light on presentation. But the plate settings and the silver and the candles made it look like something grander than it was. The room was warm. The wine was good. The conversation circled the table like a current avoiding rocks. Then Helena Pruitt set down her fork. "Lazarev, I have a question about the ranch management." "Ask it." "Who is making the decisions on the ground?" "The decisions are joint. Adaeze and I file together on operational matters." "Joint." Helene said the word like she was testing its weight. "And when there is a disagreement?" "We discuss it until we agree." "And if you cannot agree?" Lazarev opened his mouth. Adaeze spoke first. "Then one of us is wrong, and the data proves wits." Helen turned to her. The silver-haired gaze was not hostile exactly, but it was assessing, the way a buyer assesses livestock before naming a price. "You have a background in estate management, Miss Balogun." "I have a background in keeping a ranch alive through drought, debt, and county politics, while Lynn, like your grandson's estate board, assumed I was waiting to fail." Silence. The table went still. Adaeze felt the weight of 7 pairs of eyes on her, and she knew, with the cold clarity of someone who had done this before, that she had just made the room dangerous. Celia smiled. "I believe what my cousin is trying to say," she said, her voice smooth as oil, "is that we are all curious how a Balogun ends up managing Pruitt assets. It is a significant leap, from drought survival to dynasty management." One wonders if the learning curve is steep enough to endanger the timeline. The words were polite. The lining was not. Adaeze felt the insult land in her chest, hot and sharp, the same dismissal she had been swallowing for 15 years, the same assumption that her competence was a temporary condition, a lucky streak, a loan that would inevitably be called. She opened her mouth. Lazarev moved before she could speak. He did not raise his voice. He did not stand. He simply turned his head and looked at Celia with a stillness that made the air in the room contract. "Celia, you are my cousin. I value family enough to host this dinner before the filing deadline. But if you speak to my wife like she has hired help again, I will ask you to leave, and I will not invite you back." The room held its breath. Celia's smile did not waver. "I was only asking a question. You were asserting a premise. The premise is false." He let the words sit. Then he picked up his wineglass and turned back to the table as if nothing had happened. Adaeze watched him. The muscle in his jaw was jumping. He had just defended her in front of the people whose opinion he needed most. He had drawn a line. He had made it clear that the marriage was not a performance he would let them direct. She should have felt grateful. Instead, she felt something colder, because she knew exactly what the room was thinking now. They were watching her to see if she would thank him. They were watching to see if she would fold into the role of the grateful wife, the rescued woman, the one who needed a Pruitt man to speak for her. She could not let that stand. So she reached across the table and laid her hand over his wrist. The touch was light. The gesture was deliberate. She turned her body toward him, let her voice drop to something private, something that carried to the table without being aimed at them. "Darling, they do not need to understand that arrangement. They only need to see that it works." His eyes met hers. The room shifted. She did not know if the word darling had ever left her mouth in her life. It felt foreign from her tongue, but it landed the way she needed it to, soft and confident and absolutely unreachable. He turned his hand over beneath hers and let his fingers rest against her palm. "Then show them, sweetheart." The word was a return, a gift, a claim, and a dare all at once. She felt the heat of his touch travel up her arm and settle somewhere beneath her ribs. The dinner continued, but her hand stayed on his woodrooted beak longer than the performance required. And when she finally pulled away, she felt the ghost of his warmth against her skin for the rest of the meal, through the dessert course, through the coffee, through the long guys on the porch while the guests filed out into the cold Montana night. Celia left without looking at her. Helen shook her hand and said nothing. Wendell winked. And when the last taillight disappeared down the drive, Adaeze stood on the porch with Lazarev beside her, the wind pulling at her braid, the warmth of the house behind them, and his hand still close enough to reach. "That was convincing," he said. "It was necessary. It was also true." She turned to look at him. The porch light caught his face, the sharp profile, the gray eyes lighter than hers, the muscle in his jaw finally still.
"What was?"
"The part about it working." She did not answer. She did not know how. So she walked back inside and left him on the porch with the wind and the dark and the weight of a word she had not meant to use and could not unuse now. She was halfway up the stairs when her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Celia is meeting with Gunnar Veitch at the Front Range office tomorrow morning. Do not trust the dinner. The war is just beginning." Adaeze read it twice. Then she turned around and walked back down the stairs to tell Lazarev. Chapter 10. The phone was still warm in her hand when she found him on the porch. The screen dark now, but the words burned behind her eyes. "Celia is meeting with Gunnar Veitch at the Front Range office tomorrow morning." Lazarev read the text over her shoulder, his breath warm against her temple. "Do not trust the dinner. The war is just beginning." He straightened. The porch light caught the sharp edge of his jaw, the stillness settling into his shoulders like a coat he knew how to wear. "Do you know who sent it?" "No." "But you believe it." She looked at him. The wind pulled at her braid, cold and insistent. "I believe Celia left here angry enough to burn the house down if she thought she could get away with it." Lazarev did not argue. He pulled out his phone, typed something, and pocketed it without showing her the screen. "Then we go to the bank tomorrow and we do not let them see us react." "That's your strategy?" That is the first move. He stepped past her, back toward the door. At the threshold, he paused. Also, if Celia is meeting Gunner at the Front Range office, she is not just angry. She is shopping for allies. That means tomorrow is not about the estate review. Tomorrow is about whether the board believes we are stable enough to keep. Adaeze followed him inside. The house settled around them, creaking and warm, the remains of the dinner still in the kitchen. She did not sleep. Neither did he. She heard him pacing, the floorboards groaning beneath his weight, the same restlessness she felt flailing in her own chest. There was no pretending tonight, no thin-wall performance. They were two people staring at the same trap, wondering which of them would flinch first. By the time the gray light bled through the curtains, she was already dressed. The Pruitt Bank building stood at the corner of Mercy Crossing's Main Street, 3 stories of pale brick and dock windows that had watched the valley's money move for 70 years. Adaeze had been inside exactly 4 times in her life. Each time she had left feeling smaller than when she arrived. This time, she walked in beside Lazarev. The lobby smelled of old carpet and cold coffee. A receptionist glanced up, did a double take, and fumbled for the phone. "Mr. Pruitt, the board is assembled. Senator Cormack arrived early." Lazarev nodded without slowing. "Good, we are on time." The conference room was on the 2nd floor. The door was walnut, heavy, the kind of door that announced itself before you touched it. Adaeze opened it first. The room held 8 people, board members in dark suits, the county trust officer Darrow nursing a cup of black coffee, Wendell Tasker at the far end with his glasses perched on his nose, and Senator Reese Cormack at the head of the table, polished cane hooked over the arm of his chair, fine lines around his eyes deepening as he watched them enter. No smile, no greetings. Adaeze took the chair across from Cormack before anyone could assign her a seat. Lazarev sat beside her. The room adjusted. A man at the far end cleared his throat, silver hair, heavy jaw, the kind of face that had spent 30 years telling other people what to think. His nameplate read, Drummond. "Mr. Pruitt, we were not expecting Mrs. Balogun to attend this session." "Mrs. Pruitt," Lazarev said. Drummond blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "Her name is Mrs. Pruitt, legally, publicly, and for the purposes of this board she is Adaeze Pruitt. If you are going to discuss the estate, she will be present." Drummond's mouth flattened. "I was merely observing that the operational briefing typically involves the managing heir." "Then you will find this briefing includes the managing heir and the person who has kept a ranch operational through 3 drought seasons, 2 debt crises, and a county water board that has tried to starve her out since she was 23. Adaeze did not move. She did not thank him. She held Drummond's gaze and waited. Wendell's pen scratched across a notepad. Cormack said nothing. Drummond tried again. "With respect, Mr. Pruitt, the Balogun operation is not the Pruitt operation. The board's concern is the consolidated estate. The marriage does not automatically transfer operational authority to someone who has spent her entire career on the other side of the fence." Lazarev leaned forward. "Then let me clarify the premise you are asserting." His voice was quiet. The room went still. The Balogun spread carries debt, so does the Pruitt spread. The difference is that her herd is recovering faster than county averages, her feed contract is 3 points under market, and her water allocation has been managed so tightly that she has never lost a season to drought. I have seen the books, have you? Drummond's jaw tightened. I have seen summaries. Then you know the summaries understate the calf count by 40 head. You know the equipment leases are the primary cash drain, not mismanagement. And you know that if this board treats her like hired help, you are dismissing the only person in this valley who has kept an operation alive without a single bailout from the Pruitt Bank. Silence. Cormack shifted in his chair. "Drummond, the marriage is legal. The codicil is binding. The question before us is whether the unified filing will be completed by Friday. That is the only question that matters today." Drummond nodded slowly, but his eyes stayed on Lazarev, and there was something new in them now. Resentment, maybe, or recognition. Adaeze watched us settle and said nothing. She had not needed Lazarev to fight for her, but she was not going to pretend she had not noticed how well he did it. The meeting moved through the motions. Darrow presented the filing requirements. Wendell confirmed the timeline. Two board members asked technical questions about waterboard jurisdiction, which Adaeze answered without looking at notes. By the time the clock reached 10, the room was ready to release them. Then Cormack stood, the cane hooked over his arm. The pale light from the window taught the silver in his hair. "Lazarev, a word." It was not a request. Lazarev's hand paused mid-motion, reaching for his coat. "I will join you in the hall." Cormac's smile did not reach his eyes. "I meant in private, the senator's office across the street." The room went still. Adaeze felt the temperature drop. Lazarev did not move. "Anything that concerns the estate can be discussed in front of my wife." Cormack tilted his head. "This does not concern the estate." The words landed like a blade. Adaeze watched Lazarev's jaw tighten, the muscle jumping once before he controlled it. "Then it can wait until after the filing deadline." "It cannot." 2 words. Final. Lazarev stood very still, and for the first time since the funeral, Adaeze saw something flicker behind his eyes that was not anger or control. It was fear. The kind that came from knowing exactly what waited behind a door he did not want to open. He turned to her. His voice was low. "I will be 10 minutes." She wanted to say no. She wanted to grab his wrist the way she had at dinner, pull him back, remind him that they were supposed to be partners now, that secrets between them were the same as weapons handed to their enemies. But the room was watching. Cormack was watching. So she nodded, and let him walk out with the man who held a dead woman's leverage like a leash. The door closed. The silence stretched. Drummond cleared his throat and began gathering his papers. Adaeze stayed seated, staring at the empty chair where Lazarev had been, the warmth of the room gone cold around her. The war was just beginning, and she had just realized she did not know the full map of the battlefield. Chapter 11. The door stayed closed for 12 minutes. Adaeze did not count them. She knew exactly how long it took for a man to walk across the street, climb 1 flight of stairs, hear what he had been dreading, and walk by. 12 minutes was too long for a warning. 12 minutes was a negotiation. When Lazarev returned, his face told her nothing. He picked up his coat, nodded toward the door. "We should go." She followed him out past Drummond's narrowed eyes and Wendell's unreadable watchfulness, past the front desks where the receptionist pretended not to stare, into the March wind that cut across the courthouse lawn and pulled at her braid. He did not speak until they reached the truck. "Church supper tonight." Adaeze stopped with her hand on the passenger door. "What?" "Mercy Crossing Community Church, 7 o'clock. The Women's Auxiliary hosts a Wednesday supper. Delphine always attended. If we skip it, the county will read it as trouble." She studied his profile, the set of his jaw, the careful blankness in his eyes. "That is what Cormack wanted to discuss, supper scheduling." He did not answer for a long moment. "He wanted to remind me of obligations." "Obligations to what?" He turned the key. The engine coughed and caught. "To the people who built the Pruitt name before I was born." The church basement smelled like coffee, baked ham, and 60 years of county potlucks. Fluorescent lights hummed over folding tables covered in checked cloths. Women in quilted vests moved between casserole dishes. Men in pressed wranglers stood in clusters near the coffee urn, copes in hand, voices low. Adaeze walked in with Lazarev at her side and felt the room shift. Not silence, something worse. The precise continuation of conversations that had paused just long enough to register their entrance, then resumed at a carefully normal volume. She saw it in the way June Cordell's eyes tracked them while she refilled the green beans, in the way Bill Haskins turned his back a fraction too slowly, in the way the table near the far wall, where 4 ranchers sat with their jackets still on, went quiet for 1 beat, then 2, then picked up like nothing had happened. "Ruth Ann put you at Delphine's regular table." Lazarev's voice was low, his hand light at her back. "Corner by the window. Good view of the room." That was Delphine's reason too. They sat. The chairs were the same metal folding kind that had been in this basement since before Adaeze was born. The window behind her reflected the room back at her. Pale faces, bent heads, the occasional sharp glance that ricocheted off the glass. Ruth Ann Tolliver arrived with 2 plates before anyone else could pretend not to see them. Well now. She set the plates down with a matriarch's precision. Married life looks good on you, Lazarev. You too, Adaeze. Delphine would have loved the drama of it all. Adaeze met her eyes. I am sure she planned it that way. Ruthanne's mouth twitched. She always did like a good entrance. She leaned in, voice dropping. Fair warning, the Haskins table has a pool going on how long you last. The over-under is 53 days. Who took the over? Donna May. Adaeze almost smiled. Put me down for 60. Ruthanne laughed, sharp and genuine, and moved on to the next table. Lazarev picked up his fork. That was well handled. Delphine trained me. 18 months of county dinners while you were in Chicago. He went still. I did not know she invited you. She did not tell you a lot of things. It came out sharper than she intended. She saw the flicker cross his face there and gone before he reached for the water pitcher. Apparently not. By the time the peach cobbler made its rounds, Adaeze had shaken 6 hands, accepted 4 backhanded congratulations, and endured 2 variations of, well, you sure surprised us all, delivered like accusations. She had also watched Gunnar Veitch enter. He came in alone, no coat, sandy hair catching the fluorescent light as he stopped at the coffee urn like he owned it. Someone slid a cup toward him without being asked. He took it with the easy nod of a man who knew exactly where he stood in every room he entered. He did not approach their table. He did not need to. His presence was enough. The way 3 men drifted toward him within 60 seconds. The way the conversation at the Haskins table picked up. The way June Cordell carried a plate of pie to his corner without being asked. Adaeze watched him settle into the far end of the room like a spider testing the web, and understood that this was how he worked. Not by shouting, by being the most reasonable man in the room, the one everyone trusted because he never seemed to want anything he was not willing to share. Lazarev's voice came low beside her. He is going to approach you before we leave. You sound sure. Because he knows I am watching. He will want to prove he can talk to you anyway. She set down her coffee. Let him. Gunnar made his move at 7:45, when the crowd had thinned and the auxiliary ladies were stacking chairs. He appeared at her elbow with the same practiced friendliness he had worn at the funeral, at the bank, at every public intersection of their lives since she was old enough to understand he was not on her side. Adaeze, walk with me a minute. It was not a question. She glanced toward Lazarev, who was pinned in conversation with Ruthanne and the church treasurer. Caught her eye. Held it. She nodded once. Then she followed Gunnar into the empty Sunday school hallway, where the fluorescent lights buzzed and the bulletin board still carried announcements from last month's potluck. He stopped near the window that looked out onto Mercy Crossing's main street. Dark storefronts. One pickup rolling slow past the feed store. I am not going to insult you by pretending I am happy about the marriage, he said. You know where I stand. But I am also not going to pretend I think you are stupid enough to stay in it out of sentiment. Adaeze folded her arms. Then say what you came to say. He turned to face her, and for a moment the practiced friendliness slipped just enough to show the calculation beneath. You have 11 families depending on the Balogun spread. You have debt schedules that your current water allocation cannot sustain past next season. And you are married to a man whose grandmother left him a political minefield and a bank he does not know how to run. You forgot the pot where I keep my ranch. I am not trying to take your ranch. His voice stayed quiet, almost gentle. I am trying to keep it from bleeding out while you play county politics with a Pruitt who has no stake in this valley. For the first time, she was not sure she knew which side had the better ground. Chapter 12. They drove home from the church supper in the kind of silence that had teeth. Adaeze stared through the passenger window at the dark pasture scrolling past, Gunnar's offer still burning in her chest like a coal she could not spit out. Lazarev kept both hands on the wheel, knuckles white, jaw set hard enough to cast shadow. The house felt smaller when they walked in. She went for the kitchen instinctively, needing something to do with her hands. Filled the kettle, set it on the stove, heard him hang his coat in the hallway, the deliberate weight of each step. I am not tired, she said it to the stove, to the steam starting to curl from the spout. Neither am I. He appeared in the kitchen doorway, shirt untucked, tie gone, gray eyes tracking her with the same wariness she felt pulling at her own spine. She turned. The pool has us at 53 days. Optimistic. Pessimistic, depending on who is betting. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. You talked to Gunnar. I walked with him. There is a difference. Is there? The kettle began to whistle. She lifted it off the heat, poured water over the cheap tea bags she had found in the back of Delphine's cabinet, and did not offer him one. He made you an offer. He made me a suggestion. Same thing. She set the mug down without drinking. You do not know what he said. I know what he wants. Lazarev's voice stayed flat, controlled, the same voice he used in boardrooms. He wants you to see him as the reasonable option. He has been running that place since before the funeral. Then you know he is reasonable. The words came out sharper than she intended. Lazarev's head tilted. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Reasonable does not mean safe. It was the wrong thing to say, or maybe it was the exact right thing, because it opened a door she had been leaning against for 15 years. Safe. She heard her own voice go cold. You want to talk about safe? You, who left this valley the minute you could and only came back because a dead woman forced you to. I did not leave. I was sent. Same thing. He pushed off the doorframe and walked to the table, pulling out a chair but not sitting. You think you know why I left? You do not. How could I? I was bleeding in the river while you were already on the far bank. The words fell between them. She saw the memory land in his face, the flicker of something that was not guilt, but close. He righted his jaw, straightened. You fell. You pushed me. I was ahead. You grabbed my ankle. You are lying. I am telling you what happened. She was standing now, hands flat on the table, and she could feel the old wound pulsing at the edge of her mouth, the chipped tooth she had run her tongue over 1,000 times like a rosary of grievance. The water was fast. You knew it was fast. You took the deeper crossing because you knew I would follow, and when I did, you turned, and I went under. Lazarev's face tightened. I did not turn. I did not see you go under until I was already across. When I looked back, you were on the bank with your face bleeding and your father was pulling you away. Because you won. Because you would not stop coming. Silence. The kitchen clock ticked, the kettle cooled. She could hear her own breath, shallow and loud. You remember it that way because you have to, she said. Because if you remember it differently, if you were the one who caused it, then you are not just a Pruitt who left. You are a Pruitt who ran. Something broke in his stillness. He pulled the chair out fully and sat, elbows on knees, head dropping forward for just a second before he lifted it again. I remember a girl who never slowed down, he said quietly, who came at me like I was the only thing in the world worth destroying. I remember thinking if I stopped, I would have to carry her, and I was 12 and I did not know how to carry anyone. She looked at his hands, loose between his knees. You do not get to make yourself the victim of that story. I am not making myself anything. I am telling you what I remember. Then one of us is wrong. Maybe both of us. The admission caught her off guard. He stood, walked to the window, and stared out at the dark yard where the corral fence caught the porch light in thin silver lines. I have spent 16 years not thinking about that day, he said. I told myself it was just a race, just a stupid fight between children whose families had already decided they hated each other. Then why did your grandmother train me for county dinners for 18 months while you stayed in Chicago? He turned. Because she knew what she was building. She always knew. The accusation hung between them, and she realized he was not accusing her of anything. He was accusing Delphine and himself for not seeing it sooner. Wendell called, he said, while you were walking with Gunnar. He said there are locked estate materials Delphine left for me to review. Letters, diaries, a separate probate file he is not allowed to open without me present. She felt the shift in the room, the weight of something larger than their argument pressing in from the edges. When? Tomorrow. Dawn. Then go. He looked at her, and for a moment his guard dropped. When I come back, he said, We are going to have to decide what we actually believe about each other." She did not answer. He left the kitchen. She stood alone in the silence, the steam from the untouched tea curling into nothing, and realized she's not sure she knew the truth of that river anymore. And if the river was wrong, what else was? Chapter 13. The Pruitt house stood gray in the dawn, frost silvering the porch boards, and Lazarev climbed the steps alone. He had left Adaeze at the kitchen table with her coffee gone cold, the argument still hanging between them like smoke that had nowhere to vent. She had not offered to come. He had not asked. Wendell Tasker waited at the front door, liver-spotted hands folded over a leather satchel, breath clouding in the cold air. He wore the same dark suit from the funeral, as if he had not been home in the days between. "You are early," Wendell said. "I want this over with." Wendell pulled a brass key from his vest pocket, the metal catching the weak light. So did she. The lock turned with a scrape that echoed through the empty foyer. Lazarev followed Wendell past the grandfather clock, past the photograph of Delphine at 40 with her hand on a heifer's flank, past the staircase where he had sat as a boy counting the days until he could leave. The study door was closed. Wendell stopped. "She left instructions. I am to open the seal in your presence, inventory the contents, and leave you alone with them for exactly 1 hour. Then I return and we decide what enters the probate record." Decide? Some of these materials may never see the courthouse. That was her condition. Lazarev stared at the door. The oak was dark, the brass handle tarnished, and he realized he had never been inside this room. Delphine had kept it locked his entire childhood. He had imagined it full of ledgers and legal files, the machinery of empire. Now he imagined it full of her. "Open it." Wendell fitted the key. The lock released with a sound like a held breath. The study was smaller than he expected. A walnut desk faced the window, the curtains drawn. A single lamp cast a circle of yellow light over stacked folders, 3 leather-bound diaries, and a cardboard box sealed with wax. The air smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint cedar of Delphine's hand cream. Wendell set his satchel on the desk and began the inventory without ceremony. He lifted each folder, read the label aloud, noted it in a small book. Lazarev stood in the doorway and watched. Personal correspondence, 2018 through 2023. Ranch operational summaries, same period. Bank correspondence flagged. Wendell paused. She kept copies of everything. Why? Because she knew someone would come looking after she was gone. Lazarev moved to the desk. The top diary was bound in dark leather, the pages edged with age. He opened it at random and saw Delphine's handwriting, sharp and slanted, filling every margin. May 12. The Balogun girl asked about the river today. She does not remember the crossing the way he does. I did not correct her. Some truths must wait until the ground is ready. He read the line again, then again. Wendell. Yes. Did you know what was in these? Wendell did not look up from his inventory. I knew she left instructions. I did not read the contents. That was the agreement. Lazarev turned the page. June 3, Celia called again. She wants the bank. She wants the ranch. She wants everything I built without earning any of it. Blood is not merit. But try telling that to a woman who has never been hungry. He closed the diary and set it down. The cardboard box was sealed with red wax, a single impression pressed into it. He recognized the pattern. Delphine's ring. The one she had worn on her right hand, a signet with the Pruitt crest, the same ring that was now in a velvet box in Wendell's safe. Break the seal, Wendell said. She wanted you to see it first. Lazarev slid his thumb under the wax. It cracked cleanly, falling in 2 pieces on desktop. He lifted the lid. Inside lay a stack of envelopes tied with twine, a folded certificate, and a faded photograph. He picked up the photograph first. It showed a man in his late 20s, dark-skinned, with a smile that felt familiar in a way Lazarev could not place. He stood beside a woman with the same features, her hand on the belly of a pregnancy that was beginning to show. They were standing in front of a red barn he recognized. The Balogun barn. His throat tightened. What is this? Wendell crossed to his side and looked at the photograph. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he removed his glasses and polished them with a handkerchief. That is, Imani Balogun and his wife Maria, my grandmother's sister. Lazarev's hand went still. Adaeze's uncle, Wendell continued, was Delphine's nephew by marriage. He was the son of Delphine's younger sister, who died in childbirth. Imani was raised on the Balogun spread. He married Maria Balogun when she was 19. They had one child together. A child. The child was taken at birth. Maria died during delivery. Imani was told the baby did not survive. Lazarev looked down at the photograph. The man's smile, the woman's hand on her belly, the barn he had seen 100 times from the county road. Where is the child? Wendell put his glasses back on. Delphine took him. She had an arrangement with a doctor in Billings who kept no records. She raised the child as her own grandson and never told anyone the truth. The room tilted. Lazarev gripped the edge of the desk. Me. Wendell did not answer. He did not need to. Lazarev set the photograph down and opened the folded certificate. It was a birth record from Billings General Hospital, dated 34 years ago. The mother field read Maria Balogun. The father field read Imani Balogun. The child field read male, unnamed. His hands were shaking. How long have you known? Delphine told me the week she filed the Codicil. She said if the marriage failed, the truth had to come out. If it succeeded, it might never need to. But you showed me anyway. Because you are in that study alone with me, and Celia Pruitt is driving up the lane as we speak. Lazarev looked up. Through the curtained window, he saw headlights sweep across the frost, and a cream-colored sedan pull to a stop beside Wendell's truck. She does not know, Wendell said. She suspects. She was Delphine's cousin, not her confidant. But she has been digging through county records for weeks, looking for any irregularity that would void the codicil. Lazarev stared at the photograph, at the man who should have been his father, at the woman who should have been his mother, at the barn that meant Adaeze was not his enemy by blood. She was his kin, and the feud that had shaped his entire life was built on a lie. Celia's footsteps out on the porch. Wendell touched his arm. You have 1 minute to decide what stays in this room and what goes with you. She will ask questions. You do not have to answer them. Lazarev looked at the open box, the diaries, the letters, the photograph of the parents he had never known. He thought of Adaeze standing in the kitchen last night, her face raw with the effort of memory. If the river was wrong, what else was? He slipped the photograph into his coat pocket. Then he turned to face the door as Celia knocked, her voice carrying through the wood like a blade she had been sharpening all morning. Cousin, I thought I might find you here. We need to talk about grandmother's true intentions. Lazarev looked at Wendell. The old lawyer said nothing, and the war that had only just begun was already rewriting every battle that had come before. Chapter 14. The morning came cold and gray, frost smoking off the pasture grass, as Adaeze crossed the yard before full light. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Lazarev's face across the study threshold, the way he had looked at her before turning to face Celia's knock. She had not asked what he found in Delphine's locked room. He had not offered. Now he was standing at the back of the Balogun barn, running a hand along the tack rail, studying the operation with the same quiet attention he had given her ledgers. His coat was the same one from yesterday. He had not gone home. The feed schedule, he said. You run it on a 3-day rotation. I know what I run. I am not questioning it, that I am learning it. She wanted to snap at him. The reflex was there, hot and ready. But the memory of his voice in the study hallway, low and steady while Celia hammered at the door, kept the words lodged behind her teeth. You do not have to be here, she said instead. I know. He picked up a hoof pick and moved toward the nearest stall. The gelding inside pinned its ears, but Lazarev waited, letting the animal scent him before he touched its neck. The gesture was patient, familiar. Where did you learn to handle horses? Chicago, he said, not looking up. There is this place on the north side, a stable that takes city kids who have never touched a living thing. I went every Saturday for 3 years. The image was wrong. Lazarev Pruitt in a city stable, learning to calm an animal that did not know his name. She tried to fit it with the polished man from the boardroom, and could not. "The tack needs restitching on the offside girth," he said. "The leather is dry, rotting at the buckle." She stepped closer and saw he was right. The girth strap had a hairline crack running along the fold, invisible unless you knew where to look. "I would have caught it." "Of course you would have, but I caught it first." He straightened and met her eyes. There was no triumph in his voice, only the plain statement of a fact that cost him nothing to say. "You were good at this," he said. "The operation, the people, the daily decisions that keep a spread breathing. I spent 3 years learning to handle horses. You have spent your entire life learning to handle a county." The praise landed wrong. It felt like an opening she did not know how to close. "What do you want, Lazarev?" "I want to know if we can work together without treating every exchange as a fight." "Can you?" "I am asking you." She looked at his hands. They were bare in the cold, the knuckles reddened. He had not worn gloves. A Chicago man who forgot that Montana frost did not carry god polish. She pulled her own gloves off and tossed them at him. He caught them, stared at them, then pulled them on. "Thank you. Do not make it a thing." They worked through the morning in a rhythm that felt wrong and right at the same time. He watched her check the water troughs, and we don't ask why she tested the flow with her bare hand instead of reading the gauge. She watched him repair a split rail on the west fence line, working with the focused patience of a man who had handled precision in a different world and was learning to apply it here. When Marta arrived at 10, she stopped at the barn door and stared. "Did he fall in the trough?" "Asked to come," Adaeze said. "Huh?" Marta did not comment further. She handed Adaeze the morning sheed sheets and stood in the yard, watching Lazarev walk the fence line with the gelding trailing behind him like a dog. "Gate flow is off," Marta said. "Lower section by the Red Mercy, the one we had trouble with last Ian." "How off?" 2 inches below grade when I checked at 8. Could be debris, could be someone playing games." Adaeze felt the words settle in her chest like a stone. The anonymous text. Celia meeting Gunner. The warning that the war was just beginning. "Have you looked at the head gate?" "Not yet. Wanted to tell you first." "Do not go alone." Marta raised an eyebrow. "Since when do I need a chaperone to check a gate on my own ranch?" "Since someone sent a warning that I am still trying to understand." The older woman studied her with flat gray eyes. Then she nodded once and walked back toward the truck. Adaeze stood in the yard, watching Lazarev work the fence line. He had stripped off his coat and hung it on a post, moving in shirt sleeves that clung to the lean muscle of his back. The gelding followed him step for step, calm in a way it had never been with strangers. He looked up and caught her watching. "Someone opened the bypass," she said. "On purpose?" "On purpose." She looked at Lazarev. His face was unreadable, but his hands were still, waiting. "What do you need?" he asked. The question landed differently than it had at the board meeting. Here, with the river running cold and the evidence of sabotage at their feet, it sounded like something more than strategy. "I need to know whose side you are on." He looked at the gate, the disturbed earth, the slow, bleeding water. "The same side I have been on since I found out Delphine lied to me," he said. "The one you choose to stand on." The answer did not satisfy, but it did not lie either. She straightened and pulled out her phone. "I need Marta to bring the welding kit and a replacement bolt assembly. If the bypass was tampered with, the seal is compromised. We have to pull the gate and reset before the night freeze locks it open." "Do it. I will stay with the gate." "You do not know how to hold a gate in a freeze." "Then teach me." She stared at him. The wind pulled at her braid. The river ran its cold, indifferent course. She dialed Marta, and somewhere behind them, on the county road she could not see from this angle, a cream-colored sedan turned south toward Front Range infrastructure, and the man who was already planning the next move. Chapter 15. The afternoon repair bought them 6 hours. Adaeze had reset the gate herself, working waist-deep in the channel while Lazarev handed her tools and held the replacement bolt assembly steady. The water had numbed her legs by the time she finished, but the seal held. The flow returned to grade. She had stood in the cold mud watching the river feed back into the spread and told herself it was enough. Now the dark had settled, and she could not stop seeing the disturbed sediment. She lay in the guest room with the thin walls pressing in, listening to the house settle around her. Lazarev had gone to bed an hour ago. The floorboards had stopped creaking. The silence felt like a held breath. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. The gate was fine. She had checked it herself. The bypass was sealed, the bolts torqued, the flow steady. But the disturbed earth kept returning. Freshly turned, packed back in place by someone who knew the ground. She sat up. The clock read 11:47 p.m. She pulled on her boots without lighting the lamp, grabbed her coat from the hook, and slipped out the back door into a night so cold the air hurt to breathe. The moon was thin and high, throwing just enough light to follow the access road without a flashlight. She told herself she would walk the line, confirm the gate, and be back before anyone noticed. The river sound grew as she approached the lower pasture. Running at the right volume, not sluggish, not starving. She let herself breathe. Then she reached the third cottonwood stand and saw the glow. Not moonlight. A headlamp, swinging low near the diversion line. She stopped. Her pulse kicked hard. The light moved in a slow arc, checking something at the base of the headgate. A figure crouched in the dark, shoulders broad, movements deliberate. Adaeze did not call out. She stepped off the access road and moved through the grass at an angle, keeping the cottonwoods between her and the light. The frost crackled under her boots. She slowed, placed each step with care. The figure stood. The headlamp swept the channel, and she saw the tool in their hand. A pry bars. Her blood went cold. The bypass was not being checked, it was being opened. She broke into a run. The figure heard her. The headlamp swung hard, blinding her for a second, and then they were moving, crashing through the underbrush toward the county road where a truck engine was already turning over. Adaeze hit the gate at full stride. The pry bars was wedged into the bypass seal, levered halfway open. Water was already pushing through the gap, thin and fast, cutting a new channel into the pasture below. The runoff would deepen fast. In 20 minutes, the ground would turn to kill mud. In an hour, the lower stock would be standing in flood. She grabbed the pry bars and pulled. It did not move. The leverage was wrong, jammed at an angle that fought her. She braced her boot against the gate frame and pulled again. The bars shifted, then stuck. Water was climbing past her ankles now, cold enough to burn. She threw her weight into a third pull and the bars came free. She stumbled back into the current, caught herself, and turned to slam the bypass closed. The seal was gone. The bolt assembly she had replaced that afternoon was lying in the mud. Someone had unseated it, dropped it into the dark, and let the river decide. She crouched and felt for it. Her fingers numbed immediately, scraping against rock and silt. The water kept rising, pushing past her knees, dragging at her coat. She found the bolt, wedged under the anchor post, half buried in the sediment that had been packed and repacked all day. She grabbed it and straightened, and then the ground beneath her left boat gave way. The runoff had undercut the bank. She felt it go soft, then fall, and she went with it, sliding into the deeper channel where the current had teeth. Her shoulder hit something hard. Rock or metal, she could not tell. The bolt flew out of her hand. She caught the gate frame with her right arm and held. The water pulled at her, cold and insistent, trying to sweep her downstream toward the shallows where she had bled only moments before. She tightened her grip on the gate frame, her right arm screaming. Chapter 16. The current ripped at her boots, dragging, insistent. She held the gate frame with both hands now, the metal cold enough to burn through her gloves, and the water kept climbing. Her shoulder screamed where she had hit something on the way in. Rock or metal, she could not tell. The pain was bright and deep. She tried to find footing. The channel floor had dropped away completely, the undercut bank still crumbling behind her. Nothing solid. Just current and cold, and the rising panic that she knew better than to feed. The shallows where she had bled were 50 yards downstream. She knew every rock in that stretch, knew how the current grabbed and held. Do not think about it. She pulled herself forward along the gate frame, hand over hand, the water fighting her the whole way. Her right arm gave a warning flash of pain, and she nearly lost grip. She bit down on the inside of her cheek and kept moving. The bank rose again ahead, solid ground where the runoff had none reached. 8 feet. 6. She could see the frost on the grass. Something caught her coat from behind. She twisted, ready to fight, and found Lazarev. He was standing in the channel up to his chest, one hand locked on her collar, the other braced against the gate frame. His face was white with cold and something else. Fear. Real fear. "You are not going down that river," he said. She opened her mouth to tell him she was fine. She had it under control. She did not need to be rescued like some. He pulled. The current released her, and she slammed into his chest, water surging between them. His arm closed around her back, and he hauled her toward the bank, half carrying, half dragging, until her boots found solid ground, and she stood dripping and shaking in the frost. She pulled away. Her teeth were chattering. "I had it." "You were about to go under." "I said I had it." He stood there, water streaming off him, his coat ruined, his hands red with cold. He did not argue. He just looked at her with those light gray eyes that she had spent 16 years hating, and saw something in them now that she could not name. "You're bleeding," he said. She looked down. Her right sleeve was torn, and dark blood was soaking through the fabric, diluted by river water but unmistakable. The shoulder. She must have cut it on the rock or the metal when she fell. "It's fine." "It's not fine." He stepped toward her, and she stepped back. The motion made her dizzy. The cold was getting into her bones now, shaking her from the inside out. "You're going into shock," he said. "We need to get you inside. The gate. I'll come back for the gate. You cannot fix it if you're dead." She wanted to argue. She had a dozen arguments ready, sharp and defensive, lined up like ammunition. But her teeth were chattering too hard to form words, and her shoulder was starting to burn in a way that meant the cut was deeper than she wanted to admit. He took off his coat. It was soaked through, but he wrapped it around her anyway, pulling it tight across her shoulders. The weight of it was heavy and uselessly wet, but the gesture undid something in her chest that she had been holding closed for years. "Can you walk?" he asked. She nodded. She took a step and her knee buckled. He caught her before she hit the ground, one arm under her knees, the other behind her back, and lifted. She weighed nothing to him. She was lean and strong, but the cold had taken her muscles, and she hung in his arms like a child, dripping river water onto his chest. "Put me down." "No, I can walk." "You cannot. Stop talking." She wanted to fight. Every instinct told her to fight, but her body had stopped listening, and the shaking had moved from her teeth to her bones, and the dark was pressing in at the edges of her vision. She closed her eyes. The walk back took forever. She felt every step, the jolt of his boots on the frozen ground, the way he shifted her weight when she started to slip. He was breathing hard by the time they reached the porch, but he did not put her down. He carried her through the back door, past the kitchen, into the bathroom, where the light was too bright and the tiles were cold against her back as he sat her on the edge of the tub. He crouched in front of her. "I need to see the shoulder." "It's fine." "You said that already. It's not fine." She looked at him. His hair was plastered to his forehead. His shirt was soaked through, clinging to his chest, and he was shivering too, though he did not seem to notice. His hands were steady. She pulled the coat off. The torn sleeve came with it, and she hissed when the fabric pulled away from the wound. He leaned in. His fingers were gentle, surprisingly warm against her skin as he peeled the rest of the sleeve away. The cut ran from her collarbone to the top of her shoulder, deep enough to still be bleeding, but not deep enough to need stitches. She had seen worse. "It's going to need cleaning," he said, "and pressure. I know how to clean a wound. I know you do. But you're shaking too hard to do it yourself, and if I let you try, you'll rip it open worse and pretend it's fine until you pass out." She did not have an answer for that. He reached for the first aid kit under the sink without asking. His movements were careful, deliberate. He laid out gauze, antiseptic, tape, and a clean cloth. He ran the water until it was warm, then soaked the cloth and wrung it out. "This is going to hurt," he said. "I know." He pressed the cloth to the cut, and she bit down on her lip so hard she tasted blood. The pain was bright and clean and honest, and she wanted it. It was easier than the other thing rising in her chest, the thing that had no name and no defense. She started humming. It came out before she could stop it. A hymn, the one they sang at Mercy Crossing when the drought broke 3 summers ago. There is a fountain filled with blood. She did not know why she chose that one. It was the first one that came. He did not ask her to stop. He worked through the hymn, and through the next one, and through the one after that. He cleaned the wound with steady hands, applied pressure until the bleeding slowed, then dressed it with gauze and tape, his fingers brushing her skin with a gentleness that made her chest ache. "I need you to take off the wet clothes," he said. "Dry clothes, warmth, or you'll keep shaking." She nodded. He stood. He hesitated at the door, his hand on the frame, his back to her. "Adaeze." She waited. "I found something in Delphine's study." The words hung in the air between them. She felt the weight of them, the shape of something coming that she was not ready for. "Tell me tomorrow," she said. He turned. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were raw in a way she had never seen. "Tomorrow," he agreed. Then his phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket, glanced at the screen. His expression changed. "Wendell," he answered, listened. His jaw tightened. "What do you mean it complicates the review?" Adaeze watched his face change, watched the color drain from his cheeks as Wendell's voice came through the line, tinny and urgent. He met her eyes. "The gate sabotage," he said slowly. "Wendell says that it looks like internal failure, like we couldn't maintain the infrastructure. The estate review board can cite negligence. It could trigger the liquidation clause before the 90 days. The room went very still. "Who knows about it?" she asked. "Wendell says someone already filed a report. Anonymous. County Water Board received it an hour ago." The cold that ran through her had nothing to do with the river. Chapter 17. She woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of someone moving in the kitchen. The clock read 6:17. She had slept 4 hours, maybe less. Her shoulder throbbed when she pushed herself upright, the dressing pulling against the wound, and she sat there for a long moment, letting the room settle. The house was warm. That was wrong. The Pruitt house was always cold in the morning, the wood stove banked overnight, the floors like ice until someone fed the fire. But the floor was warm under her bare feet when she stood, and the radiator in the hall was ticking. He had built a fire while she was still unconscious. She pulled on a clean shirt, moving carefully, and walked toward the kitchen. The light was gray through the windows, the kind of low dawn that made everything look underwater. He was at the stove, his back to her, pouring coffee into 2 mugs. He did not turn around. "You should still be in bed." "I should be at the gate." He set the pot down and turned. His eyes swept over her, checking the shoulder, the color in her face, the way she was holding her weight. She saw him catalog the data and file it. "Coffee's ready," he said. "There's aspirin on the counter." She sat at the table without arguing. That scared her more than the river had. The mug was warm in her hands, black, no sugar. He had remembered. She drank and let the heat spread through her chest and tried not to think about what it meant that he had remembered. He sat across from her with his own mug and did not speak. The silence was different from the one they had shared yesterday. It was not hostile. It was not even careful. It was the silence of 2 people who had run out of reasons to pretend the other was a stranger. She heard footsteps on the porch before the knock came. Heavy boots, no hesitation, the kind of knock that expected entry. Lazarev stood. "I'll get it." But the door opened before he reached it, and Zuri's voice cut through the kitchen like a blade. "County line's on fire. Ruth Ann Tolliver just posted the whole thing." She stopped in the doorway, her braids half done, her phone raised like evidence. She saw Adaeze at the table. She saw Lazarev halfway across the room. She saw the mug in Adaze's hands and the bandage visible at her collar, and the way neither of them had moved apart fast enough. Her eyes narrowed. "Something happened." "Nothing happened," Adaeze said. "Bull, you're wearing the same shirt as yesterday and you flinched when you said it." Zuri stepped into the kitchen, circling the table like a prosecutor. "He's standing between you and the door like he's guarding something. You're holding your coffee with both hands. And you," she pointed at Lazarev, "you look like you haven't slept and you're still wearing the clothes you were in last night." Lazarev's jaw tightened. "Astute," he said. "I know when adults are lying." Zuri dropped her phone on the table. "Ruth Ann says the gate failure was sabotage. She says someone filed a report with the county board and that Gunnar Veitch is already using it in the water meeting comments. She says the marriage is falling apart and the valley is going to end up owned by Front Range before the snow melts. Adaeze looked at the phone. The screen showed a county forum thread, comments stacking faster than she could read. Her name. Lazarev's name. The word negligence in 4 different posts. None of them know what happened, she said. Doesn't matter. They know enough. Zuri's voice softened. They know you went in the river. They know he carried you out. The betting pool just shifted under. Lazarev's head came up. The what? Betting pool, Zuri said, not looking away from Adaeze. Haskins family. Over-under on how long the marriage lasts. It was 53 days. Now it's down to 40. Adaeze set her mug down. I need to see the gate. You need to rest, Lazarev said. I need to see the gate before Gunnar Veitch gets there first and photographs the damage from the best angle. He did not argue. He grabbed his coat from the hook by the door and held it out to her. Then we go together. She took the coat. The wool was still damp from last night, but she pulled it on anyway, the weight of it settling over her shoulders like armor. Zuri watched them with an expression that was too knowing for 15. You're different, she said. Adaeze paused at the door. What? This morning, both of you. You look like you actually know each other now. Zuri's voice was quiet. It's not fake anymore, is it? It was not a question. Adaeze did not answer. She stepped onto the porch and let the cold air hit her face and tried to remember when the line between performance and truth had started to blur. The lower pasture was quiet when they reached it. The gate held, the seal intact, the water running at the right level. Someone had been here before them. The pry bars was gone. The sediment around the anchor posts had been smoothed flat, and the boot prints from last night had been raked clean. Adaeze crouched at the edge of the bank and stared at the erased ground. They're covering their tracks. Lazarev stood behind her, scanning the tree line. Or someone else is. She looked up at him. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were raw. Raw in the same way they had been last night when he carried her through the dark and told her he had found something. What are you saying? He did not look away. I'm saying the feud between our families was built on Delphine taking a child that was not hers. I'm saying she stole me from the Balogun bloodline and raised me as a Pruitt so the valley would never know the truth. The photograph turned in hers. I'm saying that I am not a Pruitt by blood. I am Imani Balogun's son, and that makes me your cousin. The cold that ran through her was worse than the river. It was worse than the wound, worse than the fall, worse than the moment she thought she would drown. She looked down at the photograph again. Imani's face, the barn she knew, the land under her feet. And she started to understand that everything she had built her life on, every hatred, every boundary, every wall she had ever raised, had been built on a lie that was never hers to choose. To trips is techended into the stray trill the fanic. Courier Mercy smelled wool, old coffee, and the particular desperation that only came when people gathered to discuss water they could not afford to lose. Adaeze stood at the back of the room with Lazarev beside her, the photograph still burning in her coat pocket, the truth of his blood still sitting like a stone in her chest. She had not spoken to him since the pasture. She had not known what to say. The room was full. Ranchers in worn Carhartts sat shoulder to shoulder with investors in pressed shirts, and the fluorescent lights made everyone look gray and tired. The waterboard table at the front held stacked reports, drought models, a pitcher of water no one touched. Gunnar Veitch was already there. He stood near the board table, hands in his coat pockets, shoulders relaxed, that practiced friendly smile in place. He was not speaking yet, but he did not need to. Every eye in the room kept cutting to him, measuring, wondering which way the wind would blow. Adaeze had known this meeting was coming. She had known Gunnar would use it. She had not known how much it would cost to stand here with Lazarev at her side, pretending the ground under them was solid. The board chair called the meeting to order. A woman with steel gray hair and reading glasses pushed down to the bridge of her nose introduced the agenda. Drought projections, allocation adjustments, and a presentation from Front Range Infrastructure on the proposed pipeline partnership. Gunnar waited until his name was called before he moved to the front of the room. He walked like a man who owned the floor, not because he was arrogant, but because he had earned the right to stand there through years of meetings, handshakes, and patient work. He began with numbers, not threats, not promises, numbers. He pulled up a slide showing Red Mercy flow rates over the past decade. The line sloped downward like a wound that would not stop bleeding. He showed drought models that projected another 15% reduction in summer allocation within 5 years. He showed projections for feed costs, cattle prices, and the crushing weight of debt that every ranch in the room was carrying. "These are not opinions," Gunnar said. "These are the conditions we are living in. The question is not whether we adapt. The question is whether we adapt together or let ourselves be picked apart, one ranch at a time." His voice was calm, reasonable, the voice of a man who had done the math and found the rest of them clinging to sentiment. Adaeze watched the room shift. She saw ranchers she had known her whole life exchange glances. She saw men who had fought beside her father in county battles nod slowly, because Gunnar was not wrong about the numbers. He was only wrong about what the numbers meant. "The pipeline partnership with Front Range guarantees stable water access for 30 years, Gunnar continued. "It pays out immediately. It covers debt. It lets families stay on land they are currently one bad season away from losing." He let that land. "One bad season," he repeated. "And some of you are already past that." Adaeze felt the room tilt. She stepped forward before she knew she was going to speak. "Gunnar," her voice cut through the murmur. The room quieted. She felt Lazarev move up beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "The numbers you're showing are real," she said. "No one here is arguing with drought projections. But what you're not showing is what happens after the pipeline is built." Gunnar's smile did not waver. "What happens is the water keeps flowing." "What happens," Adaeze said, "is that Front Range controls the price. They control the allocation. They control who stays and who sells. And if you think a 30-year contract survives the first change of ownership in a Denver boardroom, you haven't read the fine print." "Neither of you," Gunnar said, mildly. "You've been busy." The room went still. Adaeze felt the jab land exactly where he meant it to land. She had been busy. Busy marrying a Pruitt. Busy fighting a feud that had turned out to be a lie. Busy bleeding into the Red Mercy while someone sabotaged her gate. She did not flinch. "I've been busy keeping a spread afloat that this county has been writing off for a decade," she said. "The same spread that turned more beef than county estimates last season. The same spread that is carrying 40 head above what anyone thought we could sustain. Tell me again how I'm the one who hasn't read the numbers." She heard a few murmurs of agreement. Not many, but enough. Gunnar tilted his head, acknowledging the hit. "That's fair," he said. "You've done good work, Adaeze. No one is denying that. But good work does not change hydrology, and good work does not erase $240,000 in variable interest equipment leases that are eating your operating cash right now." The number landed. Adaeze felt the air leave the room. She had not told anyone outside the ranch about those leases. She had not told Lazarev until he saw the books himself. Gunnar knew. Of course Gunnar knew. He had an attorney. He had a file. He had been preparing for this war longer than she's been married. Before she could answer, Lazarev spoke. "240,000 in leases that are being serviced," he said. His voice was even, unhurried. "On time, without missed payments, without the bank calling in collateral." Gunnar's eyes shifted to him. "Serviced with what, Lazarev?" "Revenue," Lazarev said. "Same as every other operation in this room. Revenue that depends on water you don't have guaranteed past next season. Revenue that depends on water we have held for 3 generations, Lazarev said. The same water the Balogun spread has been drawing since before the county was chartered. Seniority means something in this valley. Or it used to." The room went quiet again. Different this time. Not the silence of people being convinced, but the silence of people being forced to choose. Gunnar let the pause stretch. Then he smiled. Not his friendly smile, something thinner. Seniority matters, he agreed. So does infrastructure, so does title. And I have to say, I have been watching the last few days with interest. He turned to face the room, opening his hands as if inviting them to see the obvious. The Scream shops as degrees a stable water access for 30 years, Gunnar continued. It pays out immediately. It covers debt. It lets families stay on land they are currently one bad season away from losing. He let that land. One bad season, he repeated. And some of you are already past that. Adaeze felt the room tilt. The water board received a report this morning, Gunnar continued. An anonymous report, filed about a gate failure on the lower Red Mercy section. The board has not ruled on it yet, but I think everyone in this room understands what it means when a major piece of water infrastructure fails on a ranch that is already under financial pressure and legal scrutiny. He let the implications sit. Unstable heirs, failing infrastructure, a marriage no one asked for and no one believes in. He shook his head, almost regretful. That is not stewardship. That is collapse in slow motion. Adaeze heard the whispers start. She felt Lazarev's hand brush hers. Not a grab, not a gesture, just contact, a single point of warmth in a room that had gone cold. Gunnar had not won, but he had planted something in the room, a seed of doubt that would grow if she and Lazarev could not prove the marriage was real and the stewardship was sound, and the gate sabotage was still an open wound. She looked at Lazarev. His face was calm, but his jaw was tight, the muscle jumping beneath his skin. We need to find out who filed that report, she said quietly. We need to find out who filed it, he agreed. And we need to find out who cleaned up the tracks before we got there. The meeting continued. Other ranchers spoke. The board took comments. But the room had already made its judgment. The marriage was on trial, and the evidence was not in their favor. As the crowd began to thin, Gunnar approached them. He moved like a man with nothing to hide, easy and unhurried. Adaeze, Lazarev. Gunnar, I meant what I said. He looked at her directly. I am not your enemy. I am trying to save what can be saved. It won't be part of that. The door is open. And if we do not? He smiled again. The thin one. Then I hope you are ready to prove that you can hold this together. Because the county is watching, and the window is closing. He walked away, hands in his pockets, shoulders relaxed, a reasonable man in a room full of people who were starting to believe him. Adaeze watched him go. Lazarev stood beside her, his hand still close enough to touch. He's not wrong about the numbers, Lazarev said quietly. I know. He's wrong about everything else. I know that too. She turned to face him. The photograph was still in her coat pocket, heavy as a stone. The truth of his blood was still sitting between them, unspoken, unresolved. But for this moment, in this room, with the county watching and Gunnar Vaich walking away with half the room in his pocket, they were on the same side. That would have to be enough. So now, Chapter 19. Celia arrived at 9 in the morning, driving a cream-colored sedan that looked nothing like the one Adaeze had seen turning toward Front Range. She parked in the circle drive like she owned the gravel, stepped out in tailored jeans and a cream sweater, hair swept back, sunglasses pushed up like she was visiting a property she might soon inherit. Adaeze met her on the porch. Celia. Adaeze? The smile was practiced, museum quality. I thought we should talk, woman to woman, without the audience. About what? Celia tilted her head, considering the house behind Adaeze. About how this works. The estate review, the timeline. What happens when Delphine's paperwork turns out to be as selective as her memory? Adaeze felt Lazarev appear behind her before she heard him. The creak of the screen door, the weight of his presence at her shoulder. Celia, his voice was flat. Lazarev, good, you're here. Saves me having to repeat myself. She stepped past them both, into the house, as if she had been invited. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. His jaw was already tight. They followed her inside. Celia stood in the center of the kitchen, turning in a slow circle, taking in the mud-caked boots by the door, the coffee cups on the counter, the faint smell of wood smoke and hay. You two have made it cozy, she said. That's good. Optics matter. What do you want, Celia? She turned to face them, folding her arms. I want to know how serious you are about this. The marriage, the estate, the fight with Gunnar. You were meeting with Gunnar yesterday morning, Adaeze said. Celia's smile flickered, just for a moment. I was having coffee with an old family acquaintance. That's not a crime. It's not a coincidence either. No, Celia agreed. It's not, but I'm not here to argue about Gunnar. I'm here because I have a right to know what Delphine left in that locked study. The one Wendell Tasker opened for you, Lazarev, at dawn, without anyone else present. Lazarev's expression did not change. That was a legal matter between the estate council and the named heir. Named heir. Celia's voice went sharp around the edges. You mean the one who showed up from Chicago 6 years ago and never once visited? The one who didn't know Delphine had a sealed codicil? The one who married her because a dead woman wrote it into a will? I'm still the heir. For now. Celia reached into her bag and pulled out a folded document. I've been through the counter records, every file, every deed, every trust instrument Delphine touched in the last 20 years. And you know what I found? She placed the document on the kitchen table. Nothing. Nothing that ties you to this family by blood. Adaeze felt the air in the room change, not the temperature, the pressure. I have a birth certificate, Lazarev said. I have a driver's license. I have a social security number that has been mine for 34 years. Those are documents. Delphine was very good at documents. Celia tapped the folded paper. This is a record of the Pruitt family trust as it stood in 1989. Every beneficiary is listed by name, birth dates, blood relationships. You are not in it. I was born in 1990. Exactly. Celia smiled again, wider this time. Convenient, isn't it? Delphine restructured the trust the year after you were born, added a new category, heirs by adoption or designation. She did not need to prove blood, she just had to write your name in. Adaze's throat went dry. She knew what Celia was implying. She knew it was true, and Lazarev knew it too, because the photograph in Adaeze's pocket was heavy as a rock, and neither of them had spoken the words out loud since the moment he showed it to her. You're reaching, Lazarev said. Am I? Celia picked up the document. I'm saying that if someone wanted to challenge the Codicil, there is a path that goes straight through Delphine's selective memory and her convenient paperwork. She looked at Adaeze. I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to offer you a way out before it gets ugly. What kind of way out? The kind that lets you keep the Balogun water rights without being tied to a man whose claim to the Pruitt name may not hold. Celia's gaze shifted to Lazarev. And the kind that lets you walk away with enough capital to start over somewhere that isn't this dying valley. Adaeze felt the offer land like a hook in her chest. It was reasonable. It was generous. It was the same shape as Gunnar's offer, dressed in different clothes. I'll think about it, she said. Celia nodded, as if she had expected nothing else. That's all I ask. She folded the document, tucked it back into her bag, and walked to the door. You have my number. She drove away without looking back. The kitchen went silent. Adaeze stood at the table, staring at the spot where the document had rested. She could feel Lazarev watching her. Are you going to take it? She turned. Are you going to tell me what Wendell showed you in that study, the part you're still keeping from me? Lazarev's face tightened. I told you. I found evidence that Delphine lied about my parentage. You found that photograph. You showed it to me. But there is more. Adaeze stepped closer. I can see it. Every time you look at me, there is something you're not saying. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he looked away. Wendell gave me a letter, he said. Delphine's handwriting, dated 18 months ago. It listed 3 things: the Codicil terms, the Balogun bloodline connection, and a name. What name? Lazarev's voice dropped. Maria Balogun. He looked up. My birth mother. The letter said she went to Billings to have me. It said she died in childbirth. It said Delphine made an arrangement with the doctor to take me and told Imani the baby did not survive. Adaeze's stomach turned. That's what I told you already. That's not all. Lazarev's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the table. The letter also said Maria knew, before she went into labor. She knew Delphine was planning to take the child, and she agreed to it. The words hung in the air like smoke. She agreed? Adaeze repeated. Your mother agreed to let Delphine steal you? Not steal, Lazarev's voice cracked. That's the part I can't reconcile. The letter does not say steal, it says entrust. Adaeze felt the room tilt. Not stolen, entrusted. Which meant Maria Balogun had handed her child to Delphine Pruitt on purpose. Which meant the theft was not a theft at all, but a transaction. A decision made by a dying woman who had chosen the Pruitt name over the Balogun one. Why? She heard herself ask. Lazarev shook his head. That's what the letter does not say. He looked at her, and in his gray eyes she saw something she had never seen before. Not fear, not grief. Doubt. Doubt about who he was. Doubt about whether the identity he had built, the life he had chosen, was his at all. And in that doubt, she saw a crack between them that had not been there before. Because if Maria had chosen the Pruitts, then the feud, the marriage, the 90-day deadline, all of it, was not Delphine's betrayal of the Baloguns. It was Maria's. And Adaeze did not know how to reconcile that with the photograph of a woman whose face she had been taught to mourn. Chapter 20. The sky woke the color of a bad bruise. Adaeze felt it before she saw it, that pressure drop behind the eyes, the way the air went still and wrong, like the whole valley was holding its breath. She stood on the porch with her coffee cold in her hand and watched the clouds stack over the reader roots, dark and heavy and moving faster than the wind that pushed them. The Red Mercy was already talking. Not the normal sound, not the spring murmur she had heard every year since she was old enough to walk its banks. This was a low, hollow rumble, like something shifting underground, and she had heard that sound exactly twice before. Once when she was 12 and the river took the lower pasture for 3 days. Once when Delphine Pruitt was still alive and they had worked the same sandbag line without speaking, because the water did not care whose ranch it drowned. She set the coffee down and pulled out her phone. Marta answered on the second ring. I see it. How bad? North Fork is already running brown. If the rain hits before the ground thaws all the way, we will have water over the county road by nightfall. Adaeze calculated the supplies in her head. Sandbags stacked behind the implement shed. 2 pallets of gravel diverted from the spring gravel order. The stock route along the east ridge that would need clearing before the cattle could be moved. I will be there in 20 minutes, she said. You bring the Pruitt? The question hung. Adaeze looked back at the house. Through the kitchen window she could see Lazarev standing at the counter, phone pressed to his ear, his free hand pressed flat against the countertop the way he did when he was running calculations. I will bring who I need to bring, she said. Marta grunted and hung up. Adaeze stepped back inside. The warmth hit her face, the smell of coffee and wood smoke, and the particular domestic quiet that still felt borrowed, like she was a guest in her own life. Lazarev looked up. That was Wendell. The county opened the emergency operations center an hour ago. They are calling for voluntary evacuation of the low-lying parcels along the South Bend. There are 11 families on that route. I know. He said it without hesitation, without the careful distance he had been wearing since the letter. Just the flat acknowledgement of fact, the way 2 people who understood the same arithmetic spoke. What did you tell Wendell? That we would handle our own. He set the phone down. Both spreads. The Pruitt stock route connects to yours at the ridge line. If the water comes over the county road, we will need that passage clear or the cattle will be trapped against the fence line. Adaeze stared at him. You have already run the route. I looked at the topo maps last night. He said it like it was nothing. Could not sleep. The channel narrows at the South Bend, and there is a culvert that has been undersized since the 70s. If it backs up, the water will spill west before it spills east, which means your lower pasture goes under before mine does. You are telling me your cattle are safer than mine. I am telling you we need to clear that culvert before the rain hits, or neither of us will have a pasture worth saving. She should have hated the calculation in his voice, the way he turned disaster into data. But he was right, and she knew it, and the resentment she reached for was not there. Fine, she said. I will take the East Ridge, you clear the culvert, we meet at the county road crossing in 2 hours. He nodded and reached for his coat. They moved through the next hour like a team that had been running the same drills for years. Adaeze called Marta and gave her the new stock route plan. Lazarev pulled sandbags from the implement shed while she checked the tractor fuel. They loaded the truck in silence, but it was not the hostile silence of the first days. It was the silence of two people who did not need to talk because the work was already decided. The first drops hit as they reached the ridge, fat, cold, and vertical, the kind of rain that did not stop, the kind that turned the ground to grease and sent the river over its banks before the sandbags were laid. Adaeze stood on the bed of the truck and watched the red Mersey surge below. It had risen 6 inches since dawn. The water was the color of old rust, carrying branches and debris, and it moved with a purpose that made her stomach tighten. Lazarev climbed up beside her. 2 hours, she said. The line of his jaw tightened. I know. They split at the culvert, Lazarev jumping down into the ditch with the pry bars, while Adaeze drove the tractor along the fence line, pulling debris from the stock route. The rain came harder. It slicked her braid, soaked through her coat, and ran down her collar in cold streams. She did not stop. The cattle were already gathering at the high ground, which meant they knew before she did. She could see them pressing against the fence, heads low, eyes rolling white at the edges, the way animals looked when they smelled trouble coming. She cleared the last of the fallen branches and turned the tractor back toward the ridge. Below her, the river was still rising. She found Lazarev at the county road crossing, standing knee-deep in the ditch with the pry bars still in his hand. The culvert was clear. Water was running through it fast, but not backing up, and the road surface was still dry. They did not speak. He just nodded, and she nodded back. They loaded the last of the sandbags into the truck together, and for a moment, standing in the rain with her hands blistered and her coat soaked through, Adaeze forgot that she was supposed to be keeping score, forgot that they were supposed to be enemies, forgot that the marriage was a contract and the blood between them was a wound neither of them knew how to close. She looked at him, water dripping from his jaw, the sharp line of his profile against the bruised sky, gray eyes that were not cold anymore, just tired and steady, and watching her the same way she was watching him. The lower crossing, she said. We need to check it before the road goes under. He was already moving. Her phone rang as they reached the truck. Marta. Adaeze answered and put it on speaker. Where are you? Marta's voice was sharp, clipped, the sound of someone running. County road crossing, heading to the lower crossing now. Do not bother. It is already gone. Adaeze stopped. Gone? Water came over the bank 20 minutes ago. The crossing is under 3 feet and rising. I have got the hands pulling the stock back to the high pasture, but that puts them on the wrong side of the fence line. Lazarev's head came up. Which fence line? Yours. Marta's voice was flat. The Balogun herd is moving onto Pruitt ground whether anybody likes it or not. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. The rain was coming harder now, and the river was still rising. Chains of beat stood up to the kark. Adaeze shit the gas. The truck lurched through the standing water on the county road, spray fanning out in brown sheets. Beside her, Lazarev braced one hand against the dashboard and watched the river through the passenger window. The Red Mersey had eaten another foot of bank since Marta's call. It was no longer a river, it was a moving wall the color of old iron, carrying whole trees and the carcass of a deer, spinning it end over end like straw. There, Lazarev said. She saw it. The lower pasture fence, half submerged, the top wire strung with debris, and a single calf trapped against the far side, bawling into the dark. Adaeze pulled the truck onto the shoulder and killed the engine. If I go in there alone, you will not. He was already out of the truck, pulling his coat tighter. That calf is 50 yards from the channel. One wrong step and you are in the main current. And you know the current better than me. I know the culvert layout. The water pulls hard left past the old stone wall. If you go in at the fence post and angle toward the rise, you can reach the calf before the undertow catches you. She stared at him. Water streamed down his face. His gray eyes were steady, and he was not asking permission. Fine, she said. We go together. They waded in at the fence post. The water hit her thighs and then her waist, cold enough to steal breath, moving with a pull that tried to lift her boots off the bottom. Lazarev was beside her, one hand on her elbow, the other gripping the fence wire. The calf had stopped bawling. It stood with its head low, flank heaving, too exhausted to fight. Adaeze reached it first. She grabbed the calf by the scruff and hauled it toward the rise, Lazarev bracing her back as the current tugged at her legs. The animal stumbled, found footing, and lunged on the high ground. They did not stop. They found Marta at the east ridge, directing the hands with a flashlight and a voice that cut through the rain. The herd was mostly on Pruitt ground now, pressed against the high fence, and the water was still coming. "The south barn," Marta shouted over the wind. "It is taking water. I pulled the tack and the feed, but the structure will not hold another hour." Lazarev was already moving. "I will get the tractor. If we brace the north wall with sandbags, it'll not be enough," Adaeze said. He stopped, turned. "It will buy time," he said. "And then what?" "Then we figure out the next thing." She looked at him. Rain plastered his hair to his skull. His shirt was soaked through, clinging to the line of his shoulders. He was not pretending to have answers. He was just refusing to stop moving. "Fine," she said. "I will take the east pens. If the water comes over the ridge, the cattle will funnel into the wash and we will lose half of them." "Then do not let it come over the ridge." It was not a challenge. It was a statement of faith, and she heard it. They split again. The next 2 hours passed in a blur of cold, mud, and mussel. Adaeze worked the east pens with Marta and 2 hands, cutting fence lines to give the cattle escape routes, rolling debris from the drainage ditches, firing the tractor into the rising water to push a wall of sandbags into the gap where the ridge was washing away. The rain did not stop. The river kept rising. At the worst moment, with the water lapping at the tractor tires and the cattle pressing against the high fence in a wall of terrified noise, Adaeze looked up and saw Lazarev standing on the roof of the south barn. He had a pry bars in one hand and a coil of rope over his shoulder. He was trying to climb the debris jammed against the barn's north wall, where the current was piling whole trees against the structure, threatening to collapse it into the flood. She shouted his name. He did not hear her. The barn groaned. Wood splintered. The wall buckled. Adaeze watched Lazarev jump. He landed in the water on the far side of the debris jam, disappearing for a long moment before surfacing with the pry bars still in his hand. He grabbed the nearest tree trunk and pulled, using the current to lever it free. The whole mass shifted, groaned, and slid past the barn. The structure held. Lazarev swam for the bank. She found him 20 minutes later, shivering under a tarp in the back of the truck, a thermos of coffee between his hands. His lips were blue. His hands were shaking so hard he could barely hold the cup. Adaeze climbed into the truck bed beside him. "You are an idiot," she said. He laughed. A raw, cracked sound that had nothing to do with humor. "Probably," he said, "but the barn is still standing." She pulled the tarp over both of them and sat just enough to feel the cold radiating off his skin. The rain groaned against the canvas. The river roared below them. She could hear Marta's voice followed down, that east ridge. "The water is coming over. If it breaks through, the whole herd goes into the wash." Adaeze was on her feet before she finished the sentence. Lazarev stirred behind her. "I am coming." "No." She turned, looked at him. Gray eyes, tired face. The man who had cleared the culvert, saved the barn, pulled a hand from the river, and was still refusing to stop. "You stay," she said. "You rest. I will handle the ridge." His jaw tightened. "You cannot do it alone." "I am not alone." She nodded toward Marta. "I have her, and I have the tractor, and I have 10 minutes before the water takes the ridge." She climbed out of the truck. The rain hit her full in the face. She walked toward the ridge, Marta beside her, the flashlight cutting a narrow path through the dark. Behind her, the river kept rising, and she did not look back. Chapter 22. The east ridge was a wall of churning brown water spilling over the top, cutting new channels through the mud with every pulse of rain. Adaeze hit the tractor seat without thinking, the key already in her pocket, the diesel engine coughing to life on the second crank. She drove straight at the ridge, the tractor's bald tires losing grip on the slick grass, the steering wheel bucking in her hands. Marta ran beside her, flashlight beam bouncing off the wall of water. "The wash is already filling," Marta shouted. "If that ridge goes, the calves are gone." Adaeze did not answer. She was calculating the angle, the depth of the cut, the weight of water already gathered behind the ridge's spine. The tractor could trench a diversion channel if she punched through at the right spot, give the water a path that missed the wash entirely. If she guessed wrong, the tractor would sink and she would drown in a steel coffin. She did not slow down. The first pass ripped a trench 6 feet wide, the plow blades screaming against rock and root. Water poured into the cut, finding the new path, but the ridge was still holding, still forcing most of the flood over the top and toward the wash where the herd was pressed against the high ground. She turned the tractor, felt the left rear wheel lose purchase, and gave it more throttle. The second pass was deeper. The blade hit something solid, a buried stone or a section of old fence, and the tractor lurched sideways, nearly tipping. Adaeze held the wheel, muscles screaming, and the tractor came back down, the plow tearing through the obstruction with a sound like breaking bone. Water surged through the gap. She watched it run, brown and fast, cutting a new channel away from the wash, away from the cattle, down toward the low ground where the river had already claimed everything it wanted. The ridge was still spilling, but slower now, the pressure bleeding off through the diversion. She killed the engine. The silence was louder than the rain. She sat in the tractor cab, hands shaking on the wheel, breath coming in ragged gasps. Her shoulder was burning. Her legs were numb. She could not feel her fingers. The door opened. Marta stood there, flashlight aimed at the ground, face unreadable. "It is holding," Marta said. "The herd is safe." Adaeze nodded. She could not speak. Marta looked at her for a long moment, then nodded once and walked away, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark, leaving Adaeze alone in the tractor with the rain hammering the roof and the river still roaring below. She sat there until the shaking stopped. Then she climbed down, her boots hitting the mud with a wet sound, and walked back toward the truck. The rain was easing, not stopping but softening, the hard sheets giving way to a steady, exhausted drizzle. The sky was still dark, but there was a lightness at the edge of the horizon, a gray thinning that promised dawn was coming. She found Lazarev still in the truck bed, the tarp pulled over him, the thermos empty beside him. He was awake. His eyes were open, watching her approach. "The ridge is holding," she said. He nodded. "I heard." "How?" "Marta came by. Told me you drove the tractor like you were trying to kill it." "I was trying to kill the ridge." "Same thing." She stood at the edge of the truck, rain running down her face, her clothes soaked through, her body aching in places she did not know she had. She should go check the herd. She should make sure the diversion was holding. She should do a dozen things that needed doing. Instead, she stood there, looking at him. He looked back, and then, without thinking, she laughed. It was not a pretty laugh. It was raw, cracked, half hysterical, the sound of someone who had nearly drowned, nearly lost everything, and was standing in the rain with a man who had jumped into a flood to save a hand she barely knew. He stared at her. "What?" he said. "Nothing," she said. "Everything." She laughed again, and this time it was real, the kind of laughter that came from somewhere deeper than humor, from the place where relief and exhaustion and the sheer absurdity of survival all met. And then he was laughing too. A low, rough sound, like gravel grinding, like a man who had forgotten how to laugh and was remembering in the dark. They stood there in the rain, filthy and shaking and covered in mud, laughing like they had lost their minds, like the flood had taken everything except this one stupid, impossible thing. And then the laughter faded, and they were looking at each other. Adaeze did not know who moved first. She did not know if she stepped forward or if he reached for her, or if the ground shifted under both of them. All she knew was that suddenly he was close, close enough that she could feel the heat of his skin through the cold, close enough that she could see the exhaustion in his gray eyes and the tension in his jaw, and something else, something softer, something she had never seen before. He touched her face. His hand was cold, still shaking from the hypothermia, but his palm was warm against her cheek, his fingers tracing the line of her jaw like he was memorizing it. "Adaeze," he said. Just her name, just the sound of it, like it meant something, like it was the only word that mattered. She kissed him. It was not gentle, it was not careful. It was harder and faster and more desperate than she had ever planned. Her hands fisting in his wet coat, pulling him toward her, his arms wrapping around her waist and pulling her into the truck bed, into the tark, into the shelter of his body. The rain kept falling, the river kept rising, but for a moment, none of it mattered. They broke apart, breathing hard, foreheads pressed together, the tarp dripping water between them. "That was not strategy," he said. "No," she said. "It was not." He kissed her again, slower this time, and she let herself fall into it, let herself forget the score, the contract, the deadline, the county watching. She let herself want him without measuring the cost. When they pulled apart, his hand was still on her face, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. "What happens now?" he said. She did not have an answer. She kissed him again instead. The sky was lightening, dawn was coming, and she had no idea what she was going to do about any of it. Chapter 23. The rain stopped sometime before noon. Adaeze did not remember falling asleep. She remembered the tarp, the cold, the weight of Lazarev's arm across her back. She remembered his heartbeat under her ear, steady and slow, like the river finding its banks again. She woke in his bed, his room, his sheets, the smell of him on the pillow, soap and rain and something darker, something that had no name. She sat up fast. The room was empty. Gray light filtered through the window, soft and exhausted. The kind of light that came after a storm had spent itself. Her clothes were gone. A folded flannel lay on the chair by the door, clean, pressed, not hers. She pulled it on. It hung past her hips, the sleeves rolled twice, the collar carrying the same smell as the pillow. The house was quiet. She found him in the kitchen. He stood at the stove, his back to her, a pan in his hand. Eggs, bacon, the smell of coffee already filling the room. He had showered. His hair was still damp, curling at the ends, and he wore a gray Henley she had not seen before. He turned when he heard her. "Morning." His voice was careful, not cold, not warm, careful, like he was testing the ground. "Morning," she said. She stood in the doorway, his flannel hanging off her, her feet bare on the cold wood floor. She did not know what to do with her hands. She did not know what to do with any of it. He slid a plate onto the table. "Eat." "I should check the herd." "They're fine," Marta called. The diversion held. "She called you?" "She called the house phone," I answered. Adaeze stared at him. "You answered the house phone?" "It was ringing." "We don't answer the house phone." "We do now." He said it like it was simple, like the world had not shifted under both of them, like she had not kissed him in the truck bed with the rain pouring down and the river trying to swallow everything they had. She sat down. She ate. He sat across from her and watched. The eggs were good. The bacon was crisp. The coffee was exactly how she liked it. Black, no sugar, hot enough to burn. She did not ask how he knew. She was afraid of the answer. The day passed in the rhythm of cleanup. Mud, debris, fence lines to check, livestock to count. The river had left its mark on everything. A high water line of trash and silt and broken branches that marked where the flood had reached. They worked side by side, not talking much, talking when it mattered. "Post needs replacing here." "I'll get the auger." "The gate at the lower crossing is gone." "I saw. We can brace it until the hardware store opens." She handed him fence staples and he drove them in with 3 clean hits. He lifted the heavy end of a soaked timber without being asked. He found the break in the East Ridge fence before she did, the wire buried under mud, and pulled it free with his bare hands. She watched him. She could not stop watching him. He caught her looking once, twice, and said nothing. But his mouth curved, just slightly, just enough, and she looked away before she did something stupid like smile back. By late afternoon, they were both filthy again. They drove back to the house in the truck, the heater cranked, mud drying on their clothes, the sun breaking through the clouds for the first time in days. She showered in the guest bathroom. She tried not to think about the fact that her clothes were now in his closet. Supper was leftovers from the diner. They ate at the kitchen table, the same table where they had signed the contract, where they had drawn lines and set terms and agreed to hate each other for 90 days. It felt like a different room now. The mud on the floor, the dishes in the sink, the way he reached past her for the salt and did not flinch when their shoulders touched. "Thank you," she said. He looked up. "For the flannel and the food and—" she gestured vaguely at everything, not making it weird. "It's very weird." "I know, but I'm trying not to make it weirder." She laughed. A small laugh, rusty, like she had forgotten how. He smiled, a real smile, not the polished one he used for the county, not the sharp one he used for Gunner, just his mouth, curving, like he could not help it. She wanted to kiss him again. She did not. She was still too afraid of what it meant. The call came at 8:47 p.m. Lazarev's phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the screen, and something in his face changed. The warmth drained out. The careful mask slid back into place. "I have to take this." He stood and walked into the living room, his voice low, too low for her to hear. She sat at the table. She listened to the murmur of his voice, the pauses, the tension threading through every word. When he came back, his face was stone. "Cormack," he said. "He wants to meet." "Now?" "Tomorrow, at the bank." Adaeze set her fork down. "What does he want?" Lazarev did not sit down. He stood at the counter, his hands braced on the edge, his shoulders tight. "He wants me to make a public statement at the county meeting next week, honoring Delphine's political commitments, confirming the Pruitt estate will continue supporting his coalition." "Is that a problem?" He turned. His eyes were gray and empty, the color of the river before the flood. "The problem," he said, "is that Cormack knows about the Balogun bloodline. He has known since before the Codicil was read." The room went cold. Adaeze stood up slowly. "He knows," she repeated. "He told me tonight. Said Delphine shared the truth with him 5 years ago. As insurance." "Insurance for what?" Lazarev's jaw tightened. "Insurance that I would not walk away from the political machine she built. Insurance that the Pruitt name would keep serving its purpose, even after she was gone. Even if I was not really a Pruitt." Adaeze felt the ground shift under her feet again. The marriage, the contract, the codicil, the bloodline. All of it had been arranged, not just by Delphine, but by Cormack. The senator had known the truth for years and done nothing, because he was waiting. Waiting for the moment when Lazarev's identity became a lever. And now, with the county meeting next week, he was pulling it. Chapter 24. Adaeze stood at the counter because sitting felt too permanent. Lazarev had not moved from where he braced himself, his hands still gripping the edge like he might pull the whole house down if he let go. "So Cormack has known for 5 years," she said. "Yes, and Delphine told him deliberately, as insurance." "Yes." She turned the words over, feeling their edges. The marriage, the codicil, the bloodline secret, all of it laid out on a board Adaeze had not even known existed until 90 minutes ago. "Why now?" Lazarev's jaw worked. "Because he needs me. The county meeting next week. There is a vote on the pipeline easement, and if the Pruitt estate does not publicly support his coalition, he loses the county commission." "So he is threatening you?" "He is reminding me that I exist because Delphine decided I should. That the name I carry, the identity I built my whole life on, is a legal fiction he can expose whenever he chooses." Adaeze heard the fury beneath his voice. Not at Cormack, at himself, at the trap he had walked onto without knowing the walls were already closing. She wanted to say something that would help. She did not know what that word sounded like. They did not go to bed. They sat in the living room, her in the armchair, him on the couch, the space between them filled with the weight of Cormack's call and the low burn of the fire. She watched the shadows move across his face. He stared at nothing. "I should have known," he said finally. "The way she trained me, the way she controlled every decision, the way she never let me get close to anyone in the county. You were a child. I was a tool. She wanted to argue, but she had seen Delphine's study, the locked boxes, the diaries, the photograph of a woman who had given her child away to keep him safe from something, or someone, Adaeze still did not fully understand. Maria chose this, she said. Your mother. She chose Delphine. Lazarev's head came up. Does that make it better or worse? She did not have an answer. At some point she moved to the couch, not because she planned to, because the chair felt too far away, and the cold from the kitchen had seeped into her bones, and he was sitting in the firelight with his hands hanging between his knees, looking more alone than she had ever seen him. She sat down beside him. He did not look at her. She did not speak. The fire popped. The wind rattled the windows. The house settled around them, old timbers adjusting to the cold. After a long time, he reached over and took her hand. Not carefully, not like he was asking permission, like he was drowning and she was the only solid thing left. She held on. The kiss started without preamble. One moment they were sitting in the firelight, hands tangled, breath slow. The next, he turned and his mouth found hers, and there was nothing careful about it. Hunger. That was the word that came to her as she kissed him back. Not the polished hunger he showed the county, not the controlled hunger he used in negotiations. Raw, honest want that tasted like desperation and relief. Her hands found his shirt. His found her waist, her ribs, the curve of her hip. The fire crackled. The couch cushions gave beneath their weight. She felt his heartbeat against her palm, fast and real, and something in her chest cracked open. This was not performance. This was not strategy. This was just him and her, and the terrifying truth that she wanted this more than she had ever wanted anything. They moved to the bedroom because the couch was too narrow and the floor was too hard, and neither of them wanted to stop. His hands were steady on her, not rushed, not demanding. He touched her like he was learning the shape of her, the way his fingers traced her collarbone, the curve of her shoulder, the small white scar at her hip. Where did you get this? Barbed wire, when I was 16. He kissed it. She closed her eyes. His mouth was warm on her skin, and his hands were sure, and when she pulled him down to her, he came willingly, without hesitation, without the careful distance he had worn since the letter. It was not perfect. It was better than perfect. It was real. She felt his breath catch when she touched his face, his jaw, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. She felt him shiver when she said his name. She felt the weight of him, the warmth of him, the way he held her like she mattered more than the contract, more than the deadline, more than the trap Delphine had built. When he moved inside her, she did not think about the county, or Cormack, or the 90 days. She thought about how his hands trembled against her ribs. She thought about how he said her name, not like a tactic, not like a performance, but like a prayer. Afterward, they lay tangled in the sheets, the firelight from the living room casting shadows on the ceiling. She felt his breath on her shoulder, slow and even. She felt his hand resting on her hip, heavy and warm. She felt her own heartbeat, still fast, still raw, and she felt the panic rising beneath it. Because this was not supposed to happen. The marriage was supposed to be a contract, a performance, a trap she could walk out of in 90 days. But she had kissed him like she meant it. She had held him like he was hers. She had let him see the scar she never showed anyone, and he had kissed it without flinching. She did not know how to take that back. She did not know if she wanted to. I love you. The words hung in the dark. She froze. Lazarev's voice was quiet, raw. Chapter 25. The gray light came through the curtains like a bruise, still healing. Adaeze pulled on her jeans without looking at the bed. The sheets were cold on his side. He had been gone before she woke, and she told herself that was a relief. She found him in the kitchen, coffee already made, a plate covered with a towel on the counter. He stood at the sink with his back to her, shoulders set in that careful line he wore when he was holding something back. I have to check the lower fence, she said. I know. She took the coffee. Black. No sugar. He had not asked how she took it since that first morning, and that was what undid her. Not the intimacy of the night, the intimacy of remembering. The day passed in careful distance. She worked the fence line alone, pounding staples into wet cedar, letting the hammer jar her arm numb. The river still ran high and brown, carrying debris from the flood, but the sky had cleared to a hard winter blue that offered nothing. At noon, she saw his truck on the county road, heading toward the south pasture. She did not wave. He did not stop. Marta found her at the east ridge, coiling barbed wire with her bare hands. "Frostbite waiting to happen," Marta said. "I am fine." "You are bleeding." Adaeze looked down. The wire had opened her palm in a clean line, blood welling along the crease. "I will wrap it." Marta stood there, flat eyes unreadable. "Tasker is at the house, says he needs to see both of you." "Both of us?" "He is in the kitchen." Adaeze wiped her hand on her jeans and started walking. Wendell Tasker sat at the kitchen table with a leather-bound diary open in front of him. His liver-spotted hands rested on either side of the page, steady and deliberate. He looked up when she walked in, and his face carried something she had not seen before. Not showmanship, not relish, something heavier. Lazarev was already there, standing by the counter, arms crossed, watching Wendell like he was waiting for a blow. "I found something," Wendell said. "You found a lot of things," Adaeze said. "That study keeps giving. This one is different." He turned the diary around. The handwriting was Delphine's, sharp, slanted, the letters pressed deep into the paper like she had been angry at the page. The date in the margin read February 17th, 1989. Adaeze read the first line. "Imani Balogun came to the house today." Her stomach went cold. He does not suspect. He asked about the funeral arrangements, the plot at Mercy Crossing, whether Maria would be buried in the Balogun family ground. I told him everything was handled. I told him there was nothing left to decide. He trusts me. He has no idea the child is still breathing. Adaeze stopped reading. The room had gone quiet. She could hear the clock on the mantel, the drip of the faucet Lazarev had not tightened, her own blood moving through her ears. "There is more," Wendell said. "I know." She forced herself to read on. "I have arranged the Billings transfer. The doctor will file the record as a stillbirth. By the time Imani asks to see the body, there will be nothing to show but a certificate and a closed coffin. I have already told the county the child did not survive. Grief makes people believe what they are told. Maria gave him to me. She knew what she was doing. She knew the Balogun name would drown him in debt and dust before he turned 10. She wanted better. I gave her better. Imani does not know she chose this. He never will." Adaze's hand came down on the page. "What did she mean?" she said, her voice flat. "Maria chose this?" Wendell's glasses caught the light. "We believe Maria Balogun signed a letter of entrustment before going into labor. Delphine had it witnessed." "Witnessed by who?" "The doctor in Billings, and a nurse whose name Delphine did not record." Lazarev had not moved. He stood against the counter like stone, his face unreadable, his hands gripping the edge of the granite. "She planned it," he said. Wendell nodded slowly. "She planned everything." Adaeze sat down, not because she was tired, because her legs forgot to hold her. The kitchen tilted, the clock kept ticking, the diary lay open between them like a wound that would not close. She thought about Imani Balogun, her uncle, the man her father spoke of in fragments, grief and silence, the kind of loss that became a shape a family grew around. He had buried an empty coffin. He had spent 30 years believing his son died before taking a single breath. And Delphine had sat across from him, poured him coffee, told him everything was handled, watched him walk out of her house with nothing but a grave he would never fill. "What else is in that diary?" Adaeze said. "More entries," Wendell said. "Dates, names, records of meetings Delphine held with county officials, bank directors, water board members, all of them arranged after she took the child." "Insurance," Lazarev said. "Yes." Adaeze looked at him. His face was stone, but his hands were shaking. She wanted to go to him. She wanted to cross the kitchen and take his hand and say something that would make this hurt less. But she did not move, because the diary was still open, because the truth was still crawling up out of the paper like something buried too shallow, because she had spent her whole life hating the Pruitt name, and now she knew that name had stolen from her family. not the other way around, and Lazarev was a Pruitt. Even if the blood was Balogun, the name was Pruitt. The money was Pruitt. The life he had lived was Pruitt. She did not know how to separate him from that. She did not know if she wanted to. "What do we do with it?" she said. Wendell closed the diary. "That depends on what you want to protect. The ranch. The marriage?" She did not answer. The silence stretched. Lazarev let out a breath, slow and deliberate, like he was forcing himself to stay in the room. "Read the rest," he said. Wendell looked at him. "Read the rest of the diary," Lazarev said. "All of it. Before Celia finds it, before Cormack burns it, before anyone else decides what we are allowed to know." Wendell nodded. Adaeze watched him fold the diary into his coat, watched his liver-spotted hands press the leather flat, watched him stand, and had got to his glasses. "I will be back tonight," he said. The door closed behind him. She was alone in the kitchen with a man she had loved in the dark and did not know how to touch in the light. The clock ticked, the faucet dripped, and somewhere in the county, Celia Pruitt was already digging. Chapter 26. She did not know how long they stood there. The kitchen clock said 20 past the hour, then 20 past again, and still neither of them moved. Lazarev had not left the counter. His hands had gone white against the granite, knuckles sharp as fence wire, and she watched the muscle in his jaw fire and release like he was counting seconds to keep himself from breaking something. She should say something. She had nothing. The diary was gone with Wendell, but the words were still in the room, still crawling under her skin. Imani does not know she chose this. He never will. "Tell me about him." Lazarev's voice came rough, scraped clean of anything she recognized. She looked up. His eyes were fixed on the window above the sink, on the dark pressing against the glass, on anything but her. "Who?" "Imani." The name landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Adaeze's throat closed. She thought about her uncle, the way her father said his name, always in the past tense, always with a pause after it like a second silence. The way he had disappeared from family gatherings before she was old enough to ask why. The way her mother had told her, "Your uncle lost something he never got back," and never explained what. "He was my father's younger brother," she said, "by 4 years. They worked the spread together until—" She stopped. "Until Maria died. And then he left." "Left where?" "Nowhere. Everywhere. He stayed in the county, but he stopped coming to the house, stopped branding with us, stopped sitting at the table. My father said grief made him strange, but it was more than that. It was like someone had hollowed him out and the shell kept walking around." Lazarev's jaw tightened. "He buried an empty coffin," Adaeze said. "He spent 30 years believing his son died in a room he never saw. And Delphine knew. She knew." The words came out hot, and she did not try to cool them. Lazarev took them. He stood there and let her burn. The knock came at 8:12. Adaeze opened the door to Wendell Tasker. Rain beaded on his glasses, the leather diary tucked under his arm like something precious and dangerous. "Faster than I expected," she said. "I drove." He stepped past her into the kitchen, already pulling the diary from his coat. "There is more. You need to hear it before I finish reading because it changes what the first entry means." Lazarev had not moved from the counter. His eyes tracked the diary like a man watching a fire move toward dry grass. Wendell set it on the table and opened to a marked page. "July 9th, 1989, he read. "The boy is thriving in Billings. The doctor reports no complications. I have paid the foster arrangement through December with instructions to continue until I can bring him home. The county knows nothing. Imani has stopped asking questions." He turned the page. August 3, 1989. "I visited the child today. He has Maria's eyes, dark and watchful, as if he already knows the world will need to be met with suspicion. I told the foster woman he is a foundling from a cousin in Wyoming. She believed me. They always believe me." Adaeze's hands were cold. October 17th, 1989. "The Billings arrangement is secure, but I cannot bring him home until the estate documents are restructured. A grandson appearing from nowhere would raise questions I cannot afford. I will amend the trust to include heirs by adoption or designation. That will cover the legal gap. That is what Celia found, Adaeze said. Wendell nodded. The 1990 restructuring. She was following Delphine's paper trail without knowing what it hid. Lazarev spoke without moving. When did she bring me home? Wendell turned 3 pages. April 2, 1990. The child comes home today. I have prepared the county, the bank, and the church. I have told them he is the orphaned son of a distant cousin. A story that costs nothing to maintain because no one in Mercy Crossing has ever questioned a Pruitt's right to claim a child. His name is Lazarev. I chose it myself. The room went still. Adaeze watched Lazarev's face, watched the stone crack, just barely, at the edges. I chose it myself. Not I named him after his father. Not I honored Maria's wish. I chose it myself. She had not just stolen him, she had branded him. He never knew, Adaeze said. Wendell looked up. Imani, he never knew his son was alive. She heard her own voice, flat and distant. He died 5 years ago. He died thinking the child was dead. He died with an empty grave. Lazarev made a sound, not a word, something broken that did not make it past his throat. She looked at him, and for the first time since Wendell had opened the diary, she saw not the Pruitt name, not the stolen heir, not the man Delphine had built. She saw him, the boy who had been taken from a family he never got to know, the man who had spent 34 years carrying a name that was never his, believing a story that was written by a woman who treated him like property. I'm sorry, she said. His eyes came up to hers. I'm sorry she did this to you. He held her gaze for a long moment, then he nodded, once, and looked away. Wendell's phone rang at 8:47. He looked at the screen, and something in his face changed. I need to take this. He stepped into the hallway. His voice came low and clipped, words she could not make out through the wall. Lazarev straightened. Adaze's chest tightened. When Wendell came back, he was already putting his coat on. That was Celia's attorney. His voice was different, harder. She filed a motion for a temporary restraining order against the estate transfer. She is arguing that the Codicil was executed under undue influence and that Lazarev is not a legitimate Pruitt heir. When? Tonight. The court accepted it for filing at 8:40. Adaze's blood went cold. What does that mean? Lazarev said. It means the probate is frozen until the challenge is heard. Wendell's glasses caught the light. And it means she knows. She does not have the full picture yet, but she knows enough to stop the clock. How long do we have? 48 hours. The hearing is Thursday morning. The kitchen ticked. The rain kept falling. And somewhere in the county, Celia Pruitt had just drawn first blood. Adaeze looked at Lazarev, at the man who had been stolen, branded, and now legally erased, and she did not know if the marriage would survive the night, let alone the hearing. But she knew one thing. She was not letting Celia have the last word. Chapter 27. The Pruitt bank lobby had never felt smaller. Adaeze stood at the edge of the conference room, watching the crowd pack in. County commissioners, water board members, 3 attorneys she recognized from probate filings, and at least 6 Pruitt cousins she had never seen in the same room before. The air smelled of old coffee, wet wool, and the particular tension of people who had come to watch a family bleed. Celia stood at the head of the table. She had dressed for war. Cream silk blouse, tailored jacket, hair swept back so tight it pulled the skin at her temples. No jewelry, no softness. She looked like she had been rehearsing this moment for weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, Celia said, I am here to do what Delphine Pruitt should have done before she died. I am here to protect this family from a codicil that was executed under influence, manipulation, and concealment of material facts. She let the words hang. Beside Adaeze, Lazarev stood motionless. His face had gone still in that particular way she was learning to recognize, the mask he wore when everything inside him was breaking. Adaeze knew what it cost him to stand here, exposed to the county's eyes, with a woman who had already proven she knew the weakest point of his armor. The 1990 trust restructuring speaks for itself, Celia said. She slid a document across the table. Delphine added the category heirs by adoption or designation 7 months after a Billings foster arrangement was established. 7 months after she began paying for a child whose origins she refused to document. Because she was manipulating the estate. Because she chose. You do not know what she chose. You only know what she left written, and written words can be edited, fabricated, and buried. Adaeze stepped forward before she knew she was moving. Celia. Celia's eyes slid to her. You dug through county records for weeks, Adaeze said. You found the trust restructuring. You found the billings arrangement. But did you find any document that named Lazarev as anything other than a Pruitt heir? Celia's jaw tightened. I found the absence of a document. That is the same thing in probate. It is not the same thing in a family. The room went quiet again. Adaeze held Celia's gaze. She did not look at Gunnar. She did not look at the attorneys, the commissioners, the cousins who had come to watch them bleed. She looked at the woman who had filed a TOA at 8:40 p.m. on a Wednesday night, and she did not let herself blink. This marriage is legal, Adaeze said. The codicil is signed. The performance clause is running. You can freeze probate, but you cannot undo what Delphine set in motion. Celia smiled. I do not need to undo it. I only need to delay it long enough for the truth to surface. She turned and walked out of the room. The door closed behind her with a soft click. Adaeze stood in the silence, her hands cold, her chest tight, and watched the crowd begin to disperse. Gunnar caught her eye from across the room, noted once, and followed Celia out. They drove home in the dark. Lazarev had not said a word since the bank. He sat in the passenger seat, hands loose in his lap, watching the county road slide past the windshield. Adaeze did not push. She drove past the Pruitt ranch house, past the turnoff to the spread, and pulled onto a gravel track that led nowhere. Cut the engine. The silence pressed in. She is right, Lazarev said. Adaeze turned. I am not a Pruitt. I never was. The diaries made that clear enough, but standing in that room, with her saying it in front of everyone, I realized I have no ground under my own name. He paused. I've no name. Adaeze watched his profile in the darkness, watched the muscle jump in his jaw. Delphine named you Lazarev, she said softly. That does not mean you have to keep it. Then what do I call myself? She had no answer. They sat in the truck, the windows fogging, the county dark around them, and she reached across the seat without thinking. Took his hand. His fingers closed around hers. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then he turned, and his eyes met hers in the dim light. I do not know who I am, he said, but I know I am not walking away from this. From you. From the fight. Adaeze squeezed his hand. Then we figure it out together. He held her gaze, nodded, and in the dark, with the county sleeping around them, she felt something shift. Not repaired, not healed, but real. The headlights of a county sheriff's cruiser swept across the windshield. Adaeze tensed. The cruiser stopped behind their truck, engine idling. A figure stepped out. Wendell Tasker. He walked to the driver's side window. His face was grim. I just got a call from the courthouse, he said through the glass. Celia filed a supplemental motion. She has a witness. Adaeze's blood went cold. What kind of witness? Wendell's eyes met hers through the glass. Someone who claims they were present when Delphine signed the codicil. Someone who says she was not in her right mind when she did it. The truck ticked in the cold. Lazarev's hand went rigid in hers, and Adaeze realized, with a clarity that cut through everything, that the war had just taken a turn she had not seen coming. Chapter 28. Wendell's face through the glass told Adaeze everything before he spoke. A witness, she repeated. Someone who claims they were present when Delphine signed. Says she was confused, that she did not understand what she was putting her name to. Lazarev released her hand, opened the truck door. Who? Wendell did not answer. They followed him into the house. The kitchen still held the ghost of supper, plates in the sink, coffee cold in the pot. Adaeze sat at the table, and Lazarev sat across from her, and Wendell stood at the counter with his liver-spotted hands braced against the edge. I have been going through the rest of the diary, he said. And? Delphine was meticulous. She kept records of everything. The foster payments, the doctor's name in billings, the nurse who witnessed the entrustment. Wendell reached into his coat. He pulled out a small evidence envelope. These were at the bottom of the sealed box, beneath the diaries, beneath the letters. He slid the envelope across the table. Adaeze did not reach for it. Lazarev did. His fingers were steady as he opened the flap. He tipped the contents onto the table. A hospital bracelet. The plastic had yellowed, the print was faded, but the date was still legible. 7/12/1989. And a name. Adaeze Balogun. Adaze's breast stopped. "That is not possible," she whispered. Wendell did not answer. Lazarev turned the bracelet over in his hands. His face had gone pale. The muscle in his jaw worked once, twice, and then stopped. "There is more," Wendell said. He placed a folded document on the table, a birth record, State of Montana, stamped, field. Adaeze read the mother's name, Maria Balogun. Father's name, Adaeze Balogun. Infant's name, blank. She stared at the line where a name should have been, where Delphine had chosen not to write one, where the medical record had been left open, waiting for a decision that was never made in a delivery room. "The doctor filed a stillbirth certificate the same day," Wendell said. "Delphine paid him. The nurse who witnessed the entrustment signed a non-disclosure." Adaze's hands were on the table. She did not remember putting them there. The child was transferred to Billings foster care in July of 1989. Delphine brought him home on April 12, 1990. Lazarev had not moved. He sat with the bracelet in his palm and staring at the name, Adaeze Balogun. The ink faded. The plastic cracked at the seam where it had been cut off. "Imani Balogun," he said. His voice was empty. "He was your uncle, Adaeze. He buried an empty coffin." She could not speak. "He believed his son died in a room he never saw. He spent 30 years thinking that." Lazarev set the bracelet down. "I was that child." The words hung in the kitchen air. Adaeze looked at him across the table, at the man she had married, the man she had kissed in the mud, the man she had let into her body and her bed and the small, guarded spaces she had never shown anyone. And she saw, with a clarity that cut through everything, that he was Balogun, that the feud she had been raised on, the hatred she had carried since childhood, the accident on the river that had left her bleeding and humiliated, all of it had been built on a theft. Delphine had stolen him, not just from the family, from the name, Mile for the land, from Roar. "You are Balogun," she said. Lazarev looked at her. Delphine knew. She knew when she wrote the Codicil. She knew when she stood at the altar and watched us sign the contract. She knew that she was forcing a Balogun heir to marry a Balogun heir so that the property would stay in the bloodline without the county ever knowing. Adaze's stomach turned. "She engineered us." Yes, the word was flat, finished. Wendell cleared his throat. Delphine restructured the trust in 1990 to include heirs by adoption or designation. That is how she made Lazarev Adaeze Pruitt. But the birth record, the bracelet, and the diary entries established biological kinship beyond any reasonable challenge. Then why did she not tell anyone? Wendell's eyes met hers. Because she wanted to control the reveal. She left instructions with me. If the marriage succeeded, the evidence was to be destroyed. If it failed, the evidence was to be released. Adaeze stared at him. She planned for both outcomes. Delphine always planned for both outcomes. Lazarev stood. He walked to the window, stood with his back to the room, hands braced against the sill, shoulders tight. "No one in the county knows," he said. "Not Celia, not Cormack, not the board. Only the three of us," Wendell said, "and the nurse, if she is still alive, and the doctor, if he kept records." "The doctor is dead," Adaeze said. Both men turned. "He died 3 years ago. I remember because Marta mentioned it. He was the only physician in Billings who handled complicated births in the county referral network." Wendell nodded slowly. "Then the nurse is the only living witness besides Delphine." "Unless Delphine told someone else." Lazarev turned from the window. "She told Cormack," he said. "She told him as insurance. She made sure the senator knew the truth so that if the estate was ever challenged, there was a political ally who could not get bought off." Adaze's mind raced. Cormack has known for 5 years. He has known, and he has been waiting for the codicil to trigger. Yes, and now Celia has a witness. Lazarev's jaw tightened. We do not know who the witness is. It could be someone from the nursing home, someone who visited Delphine while she was drafting the codicil, someone who saw her sign. Or it could be someone who wants to hurt her, to undermine the codicil. Or it could be someone telling the truth. The words landed hard. Adaeze looked at the bracelet on the table, at the faded ink, at the name that should have been a Balogun son. She thought of Imani, of the empty coffin, of the photograph Lazarev had shown her. Maria, pregnant, smiling. A woman who had known she was giving her child away to a woman who would raise him as a weapon. If we prove the bloodline, Adaeze said slowly, then Lazarev is a Balogun heir. The marriage is between 2 Balogun spouses. The property stays in the bloodline. Lazarev watched her. But if we prove the bloodline, she continued, then Delphine's theft becomes public. The county will know that the Pruitt dynasty was built on a stolen child. The bank board will know. The water board will know. And Gunnar will use it, Lazarev finished. Yes. Adaeze looked at him across the table. Gunnar will say the marriage is tainted, that the codicil was executed under false pretenses, that Delphine concealed the bloodline to force a union that would consolidate 2 properties and 2 water rights under one roots. He will say it was fraud. It was fraud. The word hung between them. Adaeze watched his face, watched the cracks that had been spreading since the diary, since the photograph, since the moment in the truck when he had admitted he did not know who he was. He was Balogun. He was her blood. And she had married him, kissed him, let him love her, without knowing that the hatred she had carried her whole life had been fed by the same woman who stole him from her uncle's arms. Adaeze. His voice was low. I do not know what to do with any of this. I do not know how to hold a name that was taken from a man who died believing I did not exist. She rose, crossed the kitchen, took his hand. His fingers closed around hers, and she felt the tremor he was trying to suppress. Then we do not hold it alone. She looked at Wendell. Who is the witness? Wendell's face was grim. I do not know yet. Celia has not filed the name. She is holding it as leverage. Then we need to find out before Thursday. And if we cannot? Adaeze looked at Lazarev. Then we walk into that hearing with the truth. All of it. The diaries, the bracelet, the birth record. And we let the county decide who deserves this valley. Lazarev held her gaze. You would do that? It is the only way we win. He did not speak, but he did not let go of her hand. And in the quiet of the kitchen, with the bracelet lying on the table, and the weight of a 30-year theft settling around them, she felt something shift again. Not fear, not anger, something harder to name, something that felt like the beginning of a choice she had not known she was already making. Chapter 29. The kitchen clock ticked past midnight. Adaeze still held his hand. His fingers had gone cold in hers, and she could feel the fine tremor running through his arm, the muscle jumping beneath the Pruitt wool of his sleeve. Lazarev. He did not answer. She watched his face, the way his jaw worked, the way his gaze stayed fixed on the bracelet on the table, that yellowed band with the faded ink and the name that was not his, and the date that had split his life into before and after. Lazarev, say something. His voice came rough. What is there to say? That you are still here, that you are still you. He pulled his hand free. Am I? The question landed flat. Adaeze felt the loss of his fingers against hers like a small death. You are the same man you were before Wendell opened that box. Am I? He turned to face her. Before that box, I was Lazarev Pruitt, grandson, heir, the man who returned to settle an estate and was trapped by a codicil. I was the enemy you were raised to hate. His voice did not rise. That made it worse. Now I am what? The stolen son of a man who buried an empty coffin? A Balogun who was raised to destroy Baloguns, a name Delphine chose because she needed an heir who would never question where he came from. Then shed it. The words were out before she could stop them. Lazarev looked at her. Shed it, he repeated. Claim Balogun. Claim Imani's name. Claim what should have been yours. Do you think it is that easy? I think nothing about this is easy. She could hear the heat rising in her own voice. But I also think that you cannot spend the rest of your life caught between two graves. Delphine is dead. Imani is dead. The only thing left is the living. Meaning you. Meaning us. He stared at her. For a long moment the kitchen held its breath. Then he shook his head. You do not understand. Then help me. He moved past her to the window. The glass was dark. His reflection hung in it, sharp and hollow, a man caught in a room that had never belonged to him. All my life, I believed I was a Pruitt. I believed my grandmother chose me because I was capable, because I was the best option. I believed I earned the estate. His voice dropped. I earned nothing. I was selected. Before I could walk, before I could speak, Delphine looked at a Balogun elephant and decided he would be her instrument. She did not choose you because you were useful. Do not. The word cut. She chose me because I was Balogun, because taking Imani's son was the final victory in a war he did not even know he was losing. She did not raise me as an heir. She raised me as a trophy. Adaeze felt the words hit her chest. That is not. She made me the enemy of my own blood. He turned. She put me in this valley, across the river from a family I should have belonged to, and she let me hate them. She let me hate Baloguns. She let me hate the name she had stolen from me. She fed me every lie about the feud, every story about your father, every grievance against your uncle, and I believed her because she was the only family I had. His voice cracked. She turned me into a weapon aimed at my own people. Adaeze felt the silence stretch. She thought of Imani, of the photograph, of Maria, smiling, pregnant, knowing she was giving her child to a woman who would raise him as a predator. She did not win, Adaeze said. She has been dead 18 months and she is still winning. Lazarev, she is still winning because I am standing in her kitchen, wearing her name, holding her estate, married to the woman she chose for me as part of the same theft. The words landed like a slap. Adaeze felt them settle in her chest. You think the marriage was part of it? I know it was. He crossed the kitchen, stopped in front of the table, looked down at the bracelet, the faded ink, the name that was not his, and the date that had erased him. She did not choose me for you because we would make a good alliance. She did not choose me because she thought we would be effective stewards of the valley. She chose me because I am Balogun. She made sure the property stayed in the bloodline without the county ever knowing. His voice was flat. I am not Lazarev Pruitt. I am a legal mechanism, a way for Delphine to consolidate 2 ranches, 2 water rights, 2 bank accounts under one roof without triggering a bloodline challenge. Adaeze felt his throat tighten. You believe that? I know it. Then what was the kiss? He flinched. What was the night? What was the confession? Was that part of the mechanism too? Adaeze. Was it? She heard her own voice rising. Because I need to know, Lazarev. I need to know if every moment between us was engineered by a dead woman or if some of it was real. He looked at her. The silence stretched until it felt like coming apart. I do not know. The words broke something in her chest. You do not know. I do not know what I feel. I do not know what I am allowed to feel. I do not know if the man who kissed you, who held you, who told you he loved you, was a Pruitt or a Balogun or something Delphine invented. Lazarev. I do not know who I am. His voice coke on the last word. He stood in the center of the kitchen, in the house that had raised him, surrounded by the land that should have been his inheritance and the name that had never belonged to him. And he looked more lost than Adaeze had ever seen a man look. And she could not reach him. She wanted to. She wanted to cross the kitchen and take his face in her hands and tell him that it did not matter, that the blood did not matter, that the name did not matter, that the only thing that mattered was standing in front of her. But she could not move, because she did not know if the woman who wanted to comfort him was the woman who had hated him or the woman who had loved him, or the woman who had been chosen for him by a corpse. The kitchen clock ticked. The bracelet lay on the table, and Lazarev stood alone in the center of his own life, holding nothing. Chapter 30. She drove into Mercy Crossing alone. Lazarev had not come down when she left. He had stayed in the kitchen with the bracelet, the diary, the weight of a name that had never belonged to him, and she had not gone back up to try again. She could not. Every time she imagined crossing the threshold, she heard his voice. I do not know. The words had settled in her chest like shards. She pulled into the gravel lot outside the feed store and killed the engine. Sat a moment, watched a pickup with a front-range decal roll past, heading south toward the county road. The sun was barely up. She had not slept. She had lain in the guest room, staring at the ceiling, feeling the silence of the house pressed down like a hand. No footsteps, no movement from the kitchen, no sound of coffee being made at an hour that no longer belonged to either of them. She had wanted to go to him. She had stayed exactly where she was, because she did not know if the woman who crossed that hall would be choosing love or choosing the role Delphine had written for her. The feed store door chimed when she pushed through. Two men near the counter looked up, then looked away too fast. One of them picked up his phone. By the time she reached the counter, Ruth Ann Tolliver was already watching from the register with the kind of look that meant she had heard. "Saw you at the bank yesterday," Ruth Ann said. Adaeze did not answer. Word travels. Word always travels. Ruth Ann rang up the order without another word, but her eyes lingered. The silence in the store felt heavier than any question. Adaeze paid, took the receipt, walked out with the county's attention still prickling across her shoulders. By noon, it had spread. She stopped at the post office for the mail and caught 3 women in the parking lot who went quiet when she walked past. At the gas station, a man she had known since high school looked at her like she was a stranger. She drove home with the truck bed loaded and the county's verdict already written. The marriage is failing. The codicil will break. The valley will get what it deserves. She pulled into the yard at 12:40. Lazarev's truck was gone. She stood in the kitchen, holding the mail, looking at the empty counter where the bracelet had been. The diary was still there. The box was still open. But the bracelet was gone. He had taken it. She did not know if that was good or bad. She did not know if he was keeping proof or keeping a wound. She put the mail down, picked up the diary, read the entry Wendell had marked with a slip of paper, the one dated August 1989, where Delphine had written, "The child adjusts well. I have selected a name. The county will believe he is a cousin. I will tell no one the truth, not even him. It is safer to bury the origin than to explain it. The Baloguns will never know what was taken from them." The words blurred. She closed the diary. She heard the truck before she saw it. She did not know what she would say to him when he came through the door. She was not ready to look at his face and see the question that had hollowed him out. What is real? The truck door slammed, footsteps on the gravel, heavier than usual, slower. The kitchen door opened. He stood in the frame, the bracelet in one hand, his face blank in a way that looked worse than grief. "I went to the river," he said. She waited. "I was going to throw it in." "Lazarev." "I could not." He stepped into the kitchen and set the bracelet on the table between them, not dropping it, placing it, like he was laying down evidence for a trial. "You asked if the kiss was real." She felt her throat tighten. "I do not know the answer," he said, "but I know I could not let the bracelet go. I do not know if that means I am holding on to proof or holding on to something I do not want to lose." "You are allowed to not know." "Are you?" The question hit her exactly where he went it to. She opened her mouth, closed it. He waited, and she realized she did not have an answer. She did not know if she was allowed to not know. She did not know if she was standing in this kitchen because she loved him, or because Delphine had built a cage shaped exactly like her own desire. "I need time," she said. He nodded. No argument, no reaching for her. Just the nod of a man who had been told his whole life what to do and had learned to accept instructions without protest. Gunnar called, he said. She flinched. He left a message on the house line. Said he has a proposal that would protect your spread regardless of the estate outcome. Said he would be at the county building tomorrow at 9 if you wanted to discuss it. You checked my messages? His voice came through the speaker. I was sitting in the hall. I was not trying. She believed him. It made it worse. Are you going? She looked at the bracelet on the table, looked at the man who had worn a limb that was never his. Adaeze, I do not know. The silence stretched. I do not know, she said again. And I do not know if I am allowed to say that without it meaning something I cannot take back. He did not answer. He stood on the other side of the table, separated by the width of a dead woman's evidence, and he looked at her like she was already deciding. The kitchen door opened. Zuri stepped in, phone in hand, braids half undone. Her face was flushed. Did you know there are already 47 comments on the Townie forum about the bank thing yesterday? Adaeze did not answer. Zuri looked between them, felt the crack in the air. Something else happened, she said. Something else happened, Adaeze said. Zuri waited. Neither of them filled the silence. Gunnar H is in the county building conference room right now, Zuri said. Ruth Ann's daughter posted it. He is meeting with 3 water board members and someone from Front Range. Adaeze felt the words settle in her stomach like cold water. He is moving fast, Lazarev said. He has been moving fast since the funeral, Adaeze said. She looked at him. Will you come with me tomorrow? He hesitated. 1 second. 2. I do not know if that would help you or hurt you. She wanted to say it did not matter. She wanted to say she needed him standing beside her even if nothing else was real. But she did not know if she was talking to Lazarev or the mechanism. She did not know if the woman asking was Adaeze or the role. So she said nothing. And the door between them stayed closed. Chapter 31. She drove to the county building alone. Lazarev had not asked again if she wanted him there. She had not offered. The hesitation from the night before still hung between them, a door she had closed and did not know how to reopen. The parking lot held 3 trucks she recognized, waterboard plates, a sedan with Front Range decals on the doors. She cut the engine and sat. The morning was cold for spring. The wind pushed across the gravel lot, carrying the smell of wet earth and diesel. The red Mercy was still running high somewhere behind the trees, a sound she had learned to read like a second pulse. She had not told Lazarev she was coming. She had not told him she was not coming. She had left the house before he woke, her boots finding the floorboards she knew would not creak, her hand finding the truck door handle without a sound. A skill she had learned at 12, sneaking out to check fences before her father could beat her to it. The county building waited. She got out. The conference room was on the 2nd floor, a long, windowless space with a table that seated 12 and fluorescent lights that made everyone look tired. Gunnar sat at the head, a leather folder open in front of him, a cup of coffee cooling at his elbow. He stood when she entered. Adaeze. Gunnar. He did not offer his hand. She did not extend hers. They understood each other well enough to skip the theater. The water board members were there. Schuler from the county commission. A woman in a dark suit with a Front Range badge clipped to her lapel. Gunnar's attorney, a man in his 60s with rimless glasses and a face that had learned to wait. She took the chair across from Gunnar. I have 15 minutes, she said. You have as long as you need. I have 15 minutes. He nodded. Respect. She saw it in the careful way he set down his coffee. The estate fight is going to get uglier before it gets clear, he said. Celia has standing. The TOO has teeth. Even if the marriage holds, the probate challenge could tie up the Pruitt assets for months. Years, if she drags it through appeals. She said nothing. You know your numbers better than anyone in this county. You know the Balogun spread cannot survive another season at full drought allocation with the current debt service. You know the equipment leases are bleeding you dry. You know Marta is worth 3 hands, but you can only pay her for 1.5. She knew. The marriage was supposed to solve that, he said. It was supposed to consolidate the water rights, stabilize the bank's exposure, and give you enough operating capital to make it through the next 18 months. That was Delphine's arithmetic. Delphine's arithmetic cost me a lot of sleep. I am not defending Delphine. I am reading the balance sheet. He slid a single sheet across the table. She did not touch it. Front Range is willing to guarantee your water allocation for the next 10 years at the current seniority rate. No escalation. No volumetric reduction except under mandatory statewide restrictions. In exchange, you sign a right of first refusal on any future sale of water rights to any third party. Which means I can only sell to Front Range. Which means you do not have to sell at all. You stay on your land. You run your herd. You pay your hands. The water stays in the ground in the Red Mercy until you decide otherwise. But if you ever do decide to sell, Front Range gets the first look. She read the sheet. It was clean, professionally drafted, no hidden triggers she could find in a first pass. You are offering me stability, she said. I am offering you a floor. The marriage may hold, or it may not. Lazarev may win the probate fight or lose it. The Pruitt Bank may survive Celia's challenge or fold, but your spread does not have to ride on the outcome. You are asking me to separate my future from his. I am asking you to protect the 11 families on your payroll. They do not care about Delphine's secrets or Lazarev's bloodline. They care about whether the checks clear. She looked at him. His pale blue eyes held hers. No triumph in them, no satisfaction. He was not enjoying this. That made it worse. You spent months gathering intelligence on my leases, she said. You knew about the debt before I told anyone. You positioned yourself at the water board meeting to look like the only adult in the room. You aligned with Celia at the bank. I did. And now you sit here offering me a lifeline. Because I believe the valley needs consolidation to survive. But I also believe you are the best steward of your own land. I do not want to take the Balogun spread. I want it to stay Balogun. But I want it to exist in a county that still has water in 20 years. Do you hear yourself? I hear of a man who has been called a predator so often he stopped flinching at it. He leaned back. The marriage was engineered by a dead woman who lied to everyone. You do not know if the feelings are real. He does not know who he is. That is not a foundation for a ranch that feeds 11 families. She looked at the sheet again. Clean, fair, painful. The offer is open until the end of the week, he said. After the TRO hearing, the terms may change depending on how the estate shakes out. She stood. I will think about it. That is all I ask. She wiped out. The hallway was empty. The stairs creaked under her boots. The parking lot looked the same, except a pickup she recognized was parked 2 spaces from hers. Zuri's truck. She stopped. The passenger door opened. Zuri stepped out, phone in hand, braids pulled tight, face unreadable. How much did you hear? Enough. Zuri's voice was flat. The conference room door does not latch right. County building has bad hinges. Adaeze closed her eyes. Are you going to take it? Zuri. Because if you take it, you are saying his future does not matter. You are saying the last month was a business expense. You are saying he can drown in that estate fight alone while you walk away with a piece of paper guaranteeing your water. I am protecting the ranch. You are protecting yourself. Zuri's voice cracked. You are so scared of needing him that you are letting a man who has been working against you since the funeral hand you an exit ramp. Zuri, do you love him? The question hit like a fall. I do not know. Yes, you do. Zuri stepped closer. You are just too scared to say it because if you say it out loud, then it is real. And if it is real, then Delphine did not engineer it. And if she did not engineer it, then you have no excuse to walk away. Adaeze stared at her. You are 15. I am old enough to see that you are running. The wind pulled at her braid. She looked at the paper in her hand, looked at Zuri's face, looked at the counted building where Gunnar Vaich was probably already packing his leather folder, satisfied with the seed he had planted. Take me home, she said. Are you going to sign it? I said, take me home. Zuri held her gaze for a long moment. Then she turned and got back in the truck. Adaeze followed. She did not look at the counted building again, but she felt the paper in her hand the whole drive back, felt the weight of a door that was still open, felt the shape of a choice she was not ready to make and could not afford to refuse. The ranch house came into view. Lazarev's truck was still there. She pulled in beside it and sat in the cab, engine running, hands on the wheel. Zuri did not say anything. She just got out and walked inside, leaving Adaeze alone with the sheet of paper and the sound of the red Mercy running high beyond the trees. Chapter 32. The county road curved south, and Adaeze saw the silver sedan parked in front of the ranch house before she reached the turn. Cormack's car. She pulled in beside it and killed the engine. The paper from Gunner's office was still on the passenger seat, folded once, clean edges. She left it there. The front door was cracked. She pushed it open. Cormack sat at the kitchen table in his wool coat, polished cane hooked over the chair back, both hands flat on a leather folder. Lazarev stood across from him, back to the counter, arms crossed, face unreadable. "You should sit," Cormack said to her without turning. "This concerns you too." "I will stand." He tilted his head, and the fine lines around his eyes deepened. "Suit yourself." Lazarev did not look at her. His jaw was set, the muscle jumping along the bone. Cormack opened the folder. Inside were papers, photocopies, statements, a spreadsheet with columns of dates and amounts going back 20 years. "Delphine funded my first Senate campaign in 1998, he said. "Not with a check from the Pruitt bank account, with cash from a trust even Wendell did not know about. She told me it was clean. I believed her because I wanted to." He turned a page. By 2002, she had financed 2 county commissioner races, a water board appointment, and the renovation of Mercy Crossing's municipal building. Every dollar routed through entities with names like Red Willow Holdings and Mercy Partners. Nothing traceable, nothing illegal on its face. Adaeze felt the shape of where this was going. By 2010, Cormack continued, she owned loyalty from the county planning office, the diversion board, and the district judge's chambers. She never asked for favors. She just made sure the right people owed her. Lazarev's voice came low. "Why are you showing us this?" "Because the folder in my hand is the only copy of the full ledger, and I am giving it to you." He pushed it across the table. Neither of them moved. "I know about the Balogun infant," Cormack said. "Delphine told me 5 years ago. I did not ask for the information. She gave it to me as insurance, because she wanted me to know that if her estate ever came under threat, the people who needed to protect it would have a reason to." "Blackmail," Adaeze said. "Leverage, there is a difference." Cormack leaned back. The chair creaked. "The people named in that ledger," he said, "are still in office, still afraid of exposure. If you walk into that hearing with the truth about the bloodline and Delphine's papers, they will bury Celia's challenge under procedural delays until the deadline passes. You will keep the estate. The marriage will hold. Front Range gets nothing." "And in chains?" Lazarev asked. Cormack's eyes met his. "You make a public statement that the Pruitt estate remains committed to the Valley's political future. You confirm that the pipeline easement vote happens as scheduled. You do not name me. You do not name the ledger. You let Delphine's system keep running." The silence stretched. Adaeze watched Lazarev. He did not move, did not blink. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. "Delphine stole me from my father's grave. She raised me to hate my own blood. She built an empire on lies and bought you with them. And now you want me to keep it running? I want you to survive. I do not want to survive the way she did." Cormack's face hardened. "Then you will lose. Not just the ranch, not just the bank. You will lose a fight that reaches further than you understand. The people in that ledger do not forgive embarrassment. They will make sure the hearing goes Celia's way, and they will make sure the marriage collapses, and they will make sure you leave that county with nothing. Let them." Adaeze stepped forward before she knew she had moved. "Lazarev." He looked at her then. His gray eyes were flat, not cold, empty. "I will not trade one prison for another," he said. "She built this cage. I will not live in it just because someone gilded the bars." Cormack stood. The cane came off the chair back with a clean sound. "Think carefully. The hearing is tomorrow. The ledger does not leave this county. If you want it, you know where to find me." He walked out. The front door closed. The sedan started, pulled away. Adaeze stood in the kitchen with Lazarev and the leather folder that neither of them had touched. "He is afraid," she said. "Good. If he is afraid, He will make sure we lose. Lazarev looked at the folder. Then we lose. No. No reached past him and pulled the folder open. The top sheet was a loan record from Tuya 1, Willow Holdings to the county planning office, signed by a man whose name she recognized from the water board. She looked up. If we walk into that hearing with Delphine's truth and Cormack's ledger, we burn every bridge in this county. Yes. Then we burn them. His eyes moved over her face. You would do that? What else is left? She stepped closer. The marriage was engineered. The feud was built on theft. The water rights were designed to trap us both. But the people on my payroll, the ones who need the checks to clear, they are not part of her machine. The families on your land, the hands who worked the flood beside us, they are not part of her ledger. She touched his hand. We do not have to choose between her cage and Gunner's deal. We can take the truth and Cormac's leverage and boom them together. He looked at her hand, looked at the folder. You do not know if you love me. Neither you. She held his gaze. But I know I will not let her win by making me afraid of what comes next. His fingers closed around hers. Behind them, the front door opened. Zuri's voice came sharp. There is a car turning onto the county road, dark sedan, slowing down. Adaeze's pulse jumped. Lazarev released her hand, moved to the window, and pulled the curtain aside. His body went still. It is not Cormack. Then who? He turned. The look on his face made her chest tighten. It is Celia's attorney. The sedan stopped at the end of the drive and did not move. Chapter 33. The kitchen clock read 2:47 a.m. Adaeze sat at the table with Delphine's diaries spread in a loose arc, the leather folder from Cormac's visit pushed to one side. Lazarev had gone to bed an hour ago, or she assumed he had. She had not looked up when his footsteps receded. She was on the third diary now, November 1989. The handwriting had not changed. Delphine's script stayed sharp, looped clean, every stroke deliberate even in private. No hesitation, no softened confession. The Balogun boy is in Billings. The foster arrangement is adequate for the remaining months. I will collect him when the Pruitt Trust Amendment clears probate. Maria's letters have stopped arriving. I assume she is dead or has accepted the necessity of silence. Either result serves the same purpose. Adaeze's hands were flat on the table. She turned the page. I have named Lazarev. The name carries weight. It suggests resurrection, and that is precisely what this is. A child pulled from a dying bloodline and given purpose. The Baloguns will bury their grief. Imani will drink himself into an early grave believing his son died with Maria. That is acceptable. The living require direction, not sentiment. The words blurred. Adaeze blinked hard. She had expected anger. She had braced for guilt, denial, even self-justifying grief. What she had not expected was the absence of anything human in the prose. Delphine had written about Lazarev the way a contractor wrote about material. He is alert. The foster mother reports he cries less than other infants, which I consider favorable. A child who learns stillness early will adapt to instruction. The Balogun temperament, if it surfaces, must be trained out before language acquisition solidifies. I have made arrangements with a pediatrician in Billings who understands discretion. Adaeze's jaw ached. She realized she had been grinding her teeth. She reached for the next diary, 1990. Lazarev arrived at the house on April 2. He is walking. I had not anticipated walking. The foster mother sent a box of his things, a blanket, a cloth rabbit, nothing with the Balogun name. I burned the box in the yard furnace before he woke from the car ride. He does not yet understand who he is. That is the gift of taking them young. He'll know only what I tell him. He will be a Pruitt because I say he is a Pruitt, and the county will believe because I have given them no reason to doubt. Adaeze stopped reading. Her hands were shaking, not from cold. She looked at the diary in her lap. Delphine's voice was still there, 70 years dead and 3 months buried, speaking from the page with the same certainty she had carried into every room she ever occupied. The county requires order. Families like the Baloguns produce sentiment, debt, and failure of nerve. I have spent 30 years building the scaffolding this valley needs to survive drought, consolidation, and the slow death of the independent operation. If I must take one child to secure that future, I will. I have. Adaeze closed the diary. Her breath came shallow. She looked at the stack. There were 6 more diaries. 6 more years of Delphine's voice, cool and procedural, cataloging the theft of a human life as infrastructure maintenance. She stood. The chair scraped the floor. She walked down the hall to Lazarev's room, the one he had claimed when they first arrived, before the flood had pushed them into the same bed. The door was cracked open. She pushed it. The bed was empty. She looked at the bathroom. Door open. Dark. She checked the kitchen, the living room, the front porch. Nothing. She stood in the yard, the cold wind pulling at her braid, and called his name. No answer. The red Mercy ran dark beyond the trees. The county road was empty. She went back inside and picked up the telephone, then put it down. She knew where he had gone. The river house. Delphine's private meeting place, a mile upstream on the Pruitt side, set back in the cottonwoods where no one went unless invited. Lazarev had mentioned it once, the night he found her bleeding at the head gate. He had said Delphine used it for conversations she did not want recorded. Adaeze pulled on her boots. She did not leave a note. She drove the ranch truck hard along the river road, the headlights cutting through the dark, the ruts pulling at the wheels. The river house appeared through the trees, a low building with a metal roof and a single light burning in the front window. She parked. She walked to the door. It was unlocked. She pushed it open. Lazarev sat at a wooden table in the center of the room, a single lamp burning beside him. The rest of the house was bare. No furniture beyond the table and a chair. No decoration. No warmth. He did not look up. He had a diary in front of him, a different one, earlier. Adaeze stepped inside. "I found the justification," she said. His eyes did not move. "She wrote about you like you were livestock, like you were an investment in county stability." He turned a page. "I found the letter." He slid a sheet of paper across the table. Adaeze picked it up. It was dated March 1990, addressed to Maria Balogun, Delphine's handwriting. "Your son is healthy. He will want for nothing. In exchange, you will sign the enclosed document surrendering any claim to his person or lineage. You will never contact me or any member of the Pruitt household. You will tell your husband the child did not survive. If you comply, I will ensure the Balogun spread is not pressed for the debts your marriage incurred. If you do not, I will destroy your family's name in this county and every county within 200 miles. The letter was signed with a single word, Delphine. Adaeze looked up. Lazarev was reading her face. "My mother did not entrust me," he said. "She was blackmailed." Chapter 34. The paper trembled in Adaeze's hand. She read the letter again. Delphine's cursive, neat and brutal, each line a bead in a garrote. "If you do not, I will destroy your family's name in this county and every county within 200 miles. She set it down. Lazarev had not moved. His hands rested flat on the table, palms down, fingers spread, as if he were holding the surface in place so it would not fly apart. "Where did you find this?" 1990. His voice was dry, no water in it. "She kept copies, filled them with the trust documents. Wendell never opened that folder. Neither would I have if I had not been looking for something else." "Looking for what?" He looked up. Gray eyes, lighter than hers, the same color as the river before rain. The moment she decided. Adaeze pulled the other chair. It scraped the floor. She sat. "Did you find it?" "I found the year she bought the pediatrician, the year she paid the foster family's mortgage, the year she told Senator Cormack she had secured the succession." He paused. "I did not find the moment she decided. I think there was not one. I think she woke up one morning and saw a world that needed organizing, and I was one of the objects on her list." The lamp flickered. Outside, the red Mercy ran full and cold, its voice a constant low hum through the cottonwoods. Adaeze looked at the letter. "She was your mother," Lazarev said. Adaeze's throat tightened. "Maria." "Yes. She was my uncle's wife. She was Balogun. She carried Balogun blood. and Delphine put a gun to her head and made her give it away. Lazarev's hands curled. I have been trying to find a version of this where I was wanted. The foster mother was paid, the pediatrician was paid, Maria was blackmailed. There is no one who held me and meant it. Adaeze reached across the table. She did not take his hand. She placed her palm flat next to his, close enough that the sides of their fingers touched. He went still. She held you, Adaeze said. He looked at her. Maria held you. She carried you for 9 months. She named you probably before she knew Delphine would rename you. She held you and she let you go because she was trying to protect everyone else. That does not make it better. No, it makes it worse. He stared at her. But it makes it real, Adaeze said. She did not give you away because she did not want you. She gave you away because Delphine had more power than she did. That is not the same thing. The wind pushed at the river house walls. Lazarev's jaw worked. I do not know what to do with that. You do not have to know tonight. When will I know? Adaeze thought about the diaries on her kitchen table, Delphine's voice cool and endless, cataloging a human life as infrastructure. She thought about the ledger still sitting in Cormack's folder, the names of everyone Delphine had bought. I do not know, she said, but I do not think you find it by sitting alone in a room that smells like her. His eyes flickered. I come here because no one else does. She kept this place separate. No county meetings, no ranch business, just her and the people she needed to talk to without witnesses. I sat in that house for 2 hours reading her write about you like you were a culvert. Lazarev looked at her. Then you know. I know she was wrong. He waited. About you, Adaeze said. About what she built, about everything. The silence stretched. Lazarev reached into his coat. He pulled out a photograph, creased, the edges soft from handling. He slid it across. Adaeze picked it up. Imani and Maria Balogun stood in front of a smaller house, the one that had burned before Adaeze was born. Imani's arm around Maria's waist, Maria's hand on her own belly, rounded, full. Maria was laughing. Not a posed smile, a real one, her head tipped back, her teeth showing, her fingers spread over the life she was carrying. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. He was watching her. Delphine took that too, he said. The house, the land, the water, the child, everything that made Maria laugh. Adaeze handed the photograph back. You kept it. I found it in the study, behind Delphine's desk, in a frame face down. Of course she did. Adaeze looked at the river house walls, the bare floor, the single lamp. She is still in every room, Lazarev said. Every time I find something, I find her fingerprints on it. I do not know if there is a single choice I have ever made that she did not reach for first. Adaeze thought about the way she had learned to hate Pruitts before she could tie her on Boos, the way her father's voice had hardened every time he said the name, the way the feud had shaped her like a fence line shapes a field, invisible until you tried to walk past it. Neither do I. Lazarev looked at her. I was raised to hate you, she said. I was raised to believe your family took everything mine had, and the only way to survive was to never give them anything. I did not choose that. It was given to me, the same way Delphine gave you the name Lazarev. He did not answer. But I did choose to marry you. His eyes held hers. I chose to stay. I chose to cross the river in the dark to look for you. I chose to stand in that bank and tell Celia she would have to go through me. Adaeze's voice did not waver. Those choices were mine. She did not make them for me. The lamp flickered again. Lazarev's hand moved. He turned his palm up. She took it. His fingers closed around hers hard enough to hurt. I do not know who I am without her, he said. I do not know if there is a Lazarev Pruitt who exists outside of what she built. Then build one. He stared at her. You have a bloodline. You have a name that was stolen from you. You have a father who buried an empty coffin and a mother who signed away her son to keep a family alive. You have the ledger and the diaries and the truth. Adaeze squeezed his hand. You have more to start from than most people ever get. Lazarev's breath came slow. You would let me claim Balogun. I would let you claim whatever name you choose, but Balogun is yours. It was always yours. Delphine could not take that, no matter how hard she tried. He looked at their hands. What if I do? I know how. Then you learn. The warrant hung between them. Lazarev lifted his head. His eyes were wet, but he was not crying. Not yet. I want to, he said. You want to learn. Adaeze nodded. Then start tonight. She stood, still holding his hand. He rose. They stood in the bare room, the red mercy running outside, the lamp casting their shadows long across the floor. Lazarev looked at the diary on the table. I do not want to leave it here. Then bring it. He picked it up. They walked to the door together. Adaeze's truck sat in the dark, the engine still running, the headlights cutting two white paths through the cottonwoods. Lazarev stopped. Adaeze. She turned. The kiss. Her chest went tight. I do not know if Delphine engineered it, he said, but I know I meant it. I know that when your mouth touched mine, I was not thinking about her. I was thinking about you. Only you. Adaeze's breath caught. I do not know if that is enough, he said, but it is the truest thing I have. She stepped forward. She kissed him. Not hard, not hungry. A press of lips, deliberate, unhurried, her hand finding the side of his face. She pulled back. That is mine, she said. Not hers, mine. Lazarev's hand came up to cover hers. Something in his face shifted, not healed, not fixed, but alive. He nodded. They walked to the truck. The drive back was silent, but the silence was different. Not the dead air of two people who had nothing left to say. The quiet of two people who had said the thing that mattered and needed time to hold it. The ranch house lights were on when they pulled in. Adaeze parked. They walked inside together. The kitchen table still held the diaries, the ledger, the bracelet, the letter. Lazarev looked at them. Then he reached for the diaries and began to stack them. What are you doing? I am building something without her in it. He carried the stack to the stove. He opened the door. Adaeze watched. He did not burl them. He set them on the floor beside the stove, out of sight but preserved. I am not ready, he said, but I will be. The phone rang. Adaeze picked it up. Wendell's voice tight, urgent. Celia has new support, someone with standing and money. She is filing an amended motion tonight. Adaeze's hand tightened on the receiver. When is the hearing? Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. The judge moved it up. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. He was watching her, the photograph of Maria and Imani in his hand. Who? She said. Wendell paused. I do not know yet. But the attorney who filed it, he does not work for Celia. He works for the bank, the Pruitt bank. Adaeze's blood went cold. Whose attorney? Wendell's voice dropped. Someone on the board, someone who has been waiting for the right moment. Adaeze looked at the ledger. Cormack's warning echoed. The people in that ledger do not forgive embarrassment. 9 o'clock, she said. Yes. She hung up. Lazarev was already moving. Who? Wendell does not know, but the attorney works for the bank. Lazarev's face went hard. The board. Someone who does not want us to win. He looked at the ledger. Then we do not give them a choice. Adaeze reached for her coat. The hearing was 12 hours away, and someone inside the Pruitt bank had just declared war. Chapter 35. The clock on the stove read 1:17 a.m. Adaeze stood at the kitchen counter with the ledger open, her finger tracing Cormack's neat columns. Names, dates, amounts, shell companies that dissolved years ago but still held deeds, easements, and promissory notes that had never been called. Lazarev came up behind her. You should sleep. So should you. She did not turn. His hand landed on her shoulder, light, asking permission. She leaned back half an inch. That was answer enough. I have been thinking about tomorrow, he said. You think it is Drummond? I think Drummond does not have the spine, but someone on that board has been waiting for Delphine to die. They have been planning this longer than we have been married. Then we find out who tomorrow? Yes. She reached for his hand. If I had signed Gunner's offer, but you did not. You do not know that. Lazarev looked at their hands. I know you came home, he said. I know you told me about it. That is enough. Adaeze's throat tightened. The hearing is 9 o'clock, she said. We should try to sleep. Together? The question hung. She answered by pulling him toward the bedroom. They did not undress. did not speak. She lay on her side facing the window, and he lay behind her, his arm across her waist, his breath warm at the back of her neck. She felt the tension in his body, the same wire she carried in her own. "I used to think," she said, her voice low, "that if I could just hold the ranch alone, I would never have to depend on anyone." That dependence was the same as being conquered. His arm tightened. "And now? Now, I do not know if I can do this without you." She felt his exhale against her hair. "That is the bravest thing you have ever said to me." She closed her eyes. The room settled into the dark rhythm of their breathing. She woke at 5:48 a.m. to an empty bed and the smell of coffee. She found him at the kitchen table, the ledger closed, the diary stacked, the morning paper open in front of him. His face was stone. "Look at this." She crossed the floor. The paper lay on the table, front page above the fold. "Pruitt, heir says he is Pruitt no more." She read the first paragraph, standing. Lazarev Pruitt, the Chicago-raised grandson of the late Delphine Pruitt, has privately admitted to those close to him that he has no legal claim to the Pruitt name or the inheritance tied to it. According to sources familiar with the probate proceedings, Pruitt has told associates he is not a real Pruitt, casting doubt on the legitimacy of the marriage that now controls the family's water rights and bank holdings. Adaeze went cold. "This was published at midnight," he said. "Online first. Print edition this morning. Someone in Wendell's office leaked what they know." She kept reading. The marriage between Pruitt and Balogun rancher Adaeze Balogun was already viewed as unstable by county observers. If the heir cannot prove his status, the entire estate transfer could be invalidated, leaving one of the valley's largest was holdings in limbo. "Heir," she said. "They are calling you the heir." "Until they stop." She looked at him. "Who is the source?" "The paper will not say, but the phrasing." He tapped the second paragraph. "Those close to him. That is not Celia. Celia would have said the name. This is someone who wants the story out without being seen pulling the trigger. Someone on the board. Or someone in the bank. Someone who needs the public to believe I am a fraud before the hearing starts." Adaeze read the final paragraph. Sources indicate the hearings scheduled for this morning could determine not only the fate of the Pruitt estate, but whether the Red Mercy's water rights remain in local hands or fall to the developers already circling. "Gunner," she said. "Maybe. Or Cormack, hedging. Or someone who wants us to look weak before we walk in." Adaeze set the paper down. "Does it change what we bring?" "No." "Does it change what we say?" "No." She met his eyes. "Then it is noise. We walk in, we tell the truth, we let Wendell fight the procedural war. The story does not matter." Lazarev studied her. "You really believe that?" "I have to." He stood. His hand found hers. "Then let us go." She held his grip. The phone rang. She picked it up. Wendell's voice, sharper than last night. "You have seen the paper?" "Yes." Celia's attorney already filed a motion to exclude any evidence not properly authenticated before today. They are trying to black the diaries and the letter. "Can they?" "They can try. I have the original seals. I have the notary stamps. But if the judge is feeling generous to Celia's side, she could delay admission until a later hearing." Adaeze looked at Lazarev. He was watching her. "What do we do?" she said. Wendell paused. "You walk in with everything. If the judge blocks the evidence, you make her explain to the room why a sealed codicil executed by a competent attorney and witnessed by 2 staff members is suddenly not enough to honor a dead woman's wishes. That is a gamble. That is all we have left." Adaeze hung up. The house was quiet. The sun was not yet over the ridge. Lazarev picked up the ledger. "Walk in with everything." "Yes." He held the door. She took the diary, the letter, the bracelet, the photograph. They stepped into the cold morning together. The truck pulled away from the ranch house as the first light touched the Red Mercy, and Adaeze watched the river glint through the cottonwoods and wondered if she would ever see it the same way after today. Chapter 36. The truck tires hummed over the county road gravel as the first light touched Mercy Crossing roofline. Adaeze watched the buildings take shape through the windshield. The feed store, the post office, The church where this had all begun 90 days ago, when Wendell Tasker had opened a sealed envelope and changed every life in the valley. Lazarev drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the ledger beside him. "You want to stop?" he said. It was not a question. She looked at the feed store. Ruth Ann Tolliver's truck was already parked out front, engine ticking as it cooled. "Yes." He pulled in beside it. The bell above the door announced them. Ruth Ann looked up from the counter, and her face did something complicated. Surprise, folding into recognition, folding into something that might have been hope. "You two are up early?" she said. "Early hearing?" Adaeze said. "I know." Ruth Ann set down her coffee. "I read the paper." The silence stretched. Then Ruth Ann said, "The betting pool moved to over 40 days this morning." Adaeze blinked. "What?" "Folks are starting to think you might make it." Ruth Ann picked her coffee back up, her eyes moving between them. "The over-under was 33 after the bank business. Now it is 41. That is movement." Lazarev said nothing. But his hand came to rest on the small of Adaeze's back, light and warm, and she felt something loosen in her chest. "We are not betting on our marriage," she said. "Does not matter." Ruth Ann shrugged. "The county is." The bell rang again. A man in a John Deere cap walked in, stopped when he saw them, then nodded once at Lazarev. "Mr. Pruitt." Lazarev nodded back. "Mr. Dawson." The man moved past them to the counter, and Adaeze realized he had acknowledged Lazarev as if he belonged. Not a Pruitt heir from Chicago, not a fraud, a man worthy of a nod in a feed store at dawn. She did not know what to do with that. They drove through the rest of Mercy Crossing in a careful circuit. The post office, the bank lobby, where a teller named Ellis looked up from his window and said, "Heard you are fighting today." "We are," Lazarev said. Ellis nodded. "My mother worked for Delphine Pruitt for 30 years. She said Delphine never gave anyone anything for free. But she also said Delphine did not make mistakes." Adaeze watched the man's face. "I do not know what I am saying," Ellis continued. "Only that if Delphine chose you, maybe there was a reason, even if she was a hard woman." Lazarev's jaw tightened, but he held the man's eye. "Thank you." They walked out into the cold morning. Adaeze stopped on the sidewalk. "The nurse," she said, "the one who witnessed the entrustment." Lazarev turned. "She signed an NDA, but if we find her, she can confirm the blackmail." "You want to find her before the hearing?" "I want to know her name before we walk in." Lazarev pulled out his phone. "I will call Wendell." She watched him dial, his profile sharp against the gray sky, and she thought about what Ellis had said. Delphine did not make mistakes, but Delphine had made one. She had left a living witness. They were back in the truck, pulling onto the county road toward the courthouse, when Lazarev's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. "Wendell, the nurse's name was Edna Marsh. She is still alive, lives in Billings. Is she willing to testify?" "She is 83 years old and does not leave her house." Lazarev paused. "But she confirmed the entrustment to Wendell over the phone 20 minutes ago." Adaeze felt the weight of that. A woman who had carried the truth for 35 years, waiting for someone to ask. "She will testify if we need her," Lazarev said. "But she cannot be here today." "Then we carry her truth with us." He looked at her. "Yes." The courthouse came into view. It was not yet 8, but the parking lot was already half full. Pickup trucks, sedans, a news van from Denver that Adaeze had not expected. She counted the vehicles. 11 families whose paychecks depended on her. 87 head of cattle that needed the Red Mercy to keep running through summer. The bank, the ranch, the water rights, the legacy of a feud that had been built on theft and maintained by lies. And beside her, a man who had been stolen from the ground she had been raised to hate. "Do you feel it?" she asked. "What?" "The weight of everything that depends on this." Lazarev pulled into a spot and killed the engine. "I have felt it my whole life," he said. "The difference is now I know whose weight I am carrying." He looked at her. Yours. The Balogans spread. The hands. The land. That is what I am carrying now. She did not know what to say. She did not have time to find the words. A figure stepped out of a sedan 3 rows away. Gunnar Veitch. He walked toward them, hands in his coat pockets, shoulders relaxed, the practiced smile suddenly in place. Adaeze Lazarev. Gunnar held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once and walked toward the courthouse. Adaeze watched him go. Beside her, Lazarev was still. We need to talk about the offer, he said. We will. After the hearing. After everything. He turned to her. His gray eyes were steady, lighter than hers, but holding the same weight. I am not going anywhere, he said. She believed him. They walked toward the courthouse together, the ledger under his arm, the diary and the letter and the bracelet in her bag, and the door was already opening. Chapter 37. The courthouse hallway swallowed them whole. Voices bounced off tile floors, a low hum of conversation that cut off in patches as people turned to watch them pass. Adaeze counted faces she knew. Ruth Ann Tolliver by the water fountain, Mr. Dawson leaning against the far wall, a cluster of Pruitt cousins she had seen at the funeral, their expressions unreadable. The courtroom doors stood open. Inside, the room was already packed, every bench filled. Standing room along the back wall, a news photographer near the rail, camera hanging from a strap, waiting. Adaeze felt the weight of the ledger in Lazarev's grip, the diary in her bag, the letter, the bracelet, all of it about to become public. Wendell Tasker was already inside, positioned at the council table, his glasses reflecting the fluorescent light. He looked up as they entered, and she saw something rare in his face. Fear. Not theatrical. Real. She slid into the seat beside him. Lazarev took the chair on her other side, the folder flat on the table in front of him. Wendell leaned in. Celia filed a supplemental brief this morning. She is arguing the Codicil is void because Delphine was under duress from an unnamed party at the time of signing. What unnamed party? She does not name them yet. She is laying groundwork to introduce a witness. The same witness she has been holding. Yes. Wendell paused. But there is something else. He slid a printed document across the table. Lazarev filed a statement with the court at 7 this morning. Adaeze looked down. The heading read, Declaration of Lazarev Pruitt in the estate of Delphine Pruitt. She started reading. I, Lazarev Pruitt, do hereby declare under penalty of perjury that I have no blood claim to the Pruitt name or the Pruitt estate. I was born, I, Balogun, son of Imani and Maria Balogun, and was removed from that family through coercion and concealment by Delphine Pruitt in 1989. She stopped reading, turned to look at him. You filed this without telling me? I filed it this morning. This is not strategy. This is surrender. It is the truth. She wanted to shake him, wanted to grab his shoulders and force him to see what he had done. The judge will read this and rule you have no standing. I have standing through the adoption amendment Delphine added to the trust in 1990. That is legal. My blood is not. But you've just handed them the argument that your claim is fraudulent. No. His voice was quiet. I handed them the argument that the system Delphine built is fraudulent. If they rule against me now, they are ruling against the truth, and the newspaper will print that. She shitted it in him. You are using your own disinheritance as a weapon. I am using the truth as a weapon. The ledger, the diary, the letter, the bracelet, all of it means nothing if I stand up there and pretend I am a Pruitt. They will say I am lying to protect my claim, so I am not lying. The courtroom door opened again. Celia Pruitt walked in. She was dressed in cream silk, her hair swept back, understated jewelry at her throat and wrist. She looked composed, polished, ready. Behind her walked a man in a gray suit. Adaeze did not recognize him. Gunnar Veitch slipped in through a side door and took a seat in the third row, arms crossed, watching. The bailiff called the court to order. Judge Miriam Harlow entered, her black robe settling around her as she took the bench. She was 58 years old, with silver-threaded hair and eyes that had been watching rugged county cases for 2 decades. Adaeze remembered she had been appointed to the bench by a commission that included 2 Delphine-funded county commissioners. She looked at the ledger. The people in that ledger do not forgive embarrassment. "We are here this morning on the matter of the estate of Delphine Pruitt," the judge said. "The court has received motion for temporary restraining order, motion to exclude evidence, and a declaration from the respondent." Her eyes moved to Lazarev. "Mr. Pruitt, I have read your filing." "Yes, Your Honor. Do you understand that this declaration may be used to challenge your stand-in as heir in this proceeding?" "I understand." "And you filed it voluntarily, without coercion?" "I filed it because it is the truth." The judge studied him for a long moment. Then she turned to Celia's attorney. "Mr. Vane, you may present your motion." The man in the gray suit rose. He was tall, thin, with rimless glasses, and the kind of voice that had been trained to sound reasonable. "Thank you, Your Honor." He walked to the podium, a folder in his hand. "The petitioner argues that the Codicil of March 15th of last year was executed under circumstances that raise substantial questions of undue influence, concealment, and possible coercion by parties unknown." He opened the folder. "We have a witness who will testify that Delphine Pruitt was not in her right mind when she signed the codicil. We have documentation showing the respondent was not a blood heir at the time of the amendment. And we have the respondent's own sworn statement, filed this morning, admitting he has no blood claim to the Pruitt estate." He paused. "Your Honor, the petitioner asks that the temporary restraining order be made permanent and that the estate be placed under court-supervised administration until a full evidentiary hearing can determine the valid heirs." The judge turned to Wendell. "Mr. Tasker." Walking. Wendell rose. He was slower than usual. His hands rested on the table for a moment before he spoke. "Your Honor, the respondent has filed a declaration that is truthful but incomplete. He was taken from his biological parents through deliberate fraud and coercion. Delphine Pruitt did not adopt a stranger. She stole a Balogun child and raised him as her own to consolidate power over this valley." The room shifted. To argue that Mr. Pruitt has no standing because he is not a blood Pruitt is to argue that Delphine's crime should be the basis for her own estate's disposition. "I have documentation. Diaries, a letter of blackmail, a hospital bracelet, a ledger of political payments that runs 20 years deep." He looked at the judge. "If the court grants this TOO, it is not protecting the estate. It is protecting the system Delphine Pruitt built to hide what she did." The judge was very still. "Mr. Tasker, are you alleging that members of this court's bench or the county administration were involved in concealing the respondent's origin?" "I am alleging that Delphine Pruitt kept records of every official she bought." The silence in the room was absolute. Adaeze watched the judge's face, watched the calculation motion behind her eyes. The ledger sat on the table between them, and somewhere in the back of the room a door opened. Chapter 38. The door at the back opened, and a woman stepped through. She was older, 70 maybe, with white hair pulled into a tight bun and a wool coat buttoned to the throat. She moved slowly, using the wall for balance, her eyes fixed on the front of the room. Adaeze did not recognize her, but Wendell did. His hands went still on the table, his mouth opened, closed. "Edna," he said. The name rippled through the room like a stone dropped into still water. Edna Marsh, the nurse, the witness who could not travel. She had traveled. Judge Harlow's chin lifted. "Mr. Tasker, who is this woman?" Wendell turned. His voice came out rougher than Adaeze had ever heard it. "Edna Marsh, Your Honor. She was the attending nurse at Billings Memorial Hospital on July 12, 1989. She witnessed the entrustment of the Balogun infant to Delphine Pruitt's agent." The room went very still. Mr. Vane turned. His rimless glasses caught the fluorescent light as he studied the old woman making her way down the aisle. "Your Honor," he said, "this witness was not disclosed in discovery." "She was disclosed," Wendell said. "I named her in my response to the supplemental motion. The court has that filing." Judge Harlow's eyes moved to her clerk, who nodded once. The judge turned back to the old woman. "Mrs. Marsh, are you able to testify today?" Edna Marsh stopped at the railing. Her hand trembled on the wood. "I came from Billings on the 6 a.m. bus," she said. Her voice was thin but steady. "I will say what I saw." Mr. Vane stepped forward. "Your Honor, the petitioner objects. This witness was not produced for deposition. We have had no opportunity to examine her testimony before this hearing." "The court notes the objection," Judge Harlow said. She looked at Edna Marsh. "Mrs. Marsh, you understand you are under oath?" "I understand." "Then you may take the stand." The bailiff helped her up the step. She settled into the witness chair, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes on the judge. Wendell approached slowly. "Mrs. Marsh, can you tell the court what you witnessed on July 12th, 1989? "I was the night nurse on the maternity ward." Her voice carried through the room. "I remember because the woman came in after visiting hours. She was not family." "Who was the woman?" "Delphine Pruitt." The name landed like a blow. "She brought papers," Edna Marsh said. "She had a lawyer with her. They went into the mother's room and closed the door. When they came out, the mother was crying. The lawyer had a signed document." "Did you see the document?" "I saw it when I was asked to witness it." "What did it say?" "It said the mother was surrendering her child to Delphine Pruitt for placement in a suitable home. It said she waived all claims to the infant and agreed never to contact him." "And did you sign as a witness?" "I refused." The room shifted. "Delphine Pruitt told me I would lose my job if I did not sign. She said she had friends on the hospital board." Edna Marsh's voice did not waver. "I was a single mother with 2 children. I signed. But you remember what happened." "I remember the mother's face when she handed the baby over. I remember the name on the bassinet card. Balogun. Infant boy, Balogun. And what happened to that child?" "Delphine Pruitt took him. She had a car waiting. A man in a suit carried the baby out." Wendell paused. He walked to the table and picked up the hospital bracelet. "Mrs. Marsh, do you recognize this?" He held it up. The yellowed plastic caught the light. "That is the bracelet from the baby's bassinet," she said. "I would recognize it anywhere. I watched them cut it off and put a new one on before they took him." "Your Honor," Wendell said, "I move to enter this as Exhibit C." The judge studied him. "That is a significant volume of material, Mr. Tasker." "It is a significant crime, Your Honor." Adaeze watched the judge's face, saw the calculation moving behind her eyes. The ledger, the diaries, the bracelet, the old woman on the stand. The people in that ledger do not forgive embarrassment, but Edna Marsh had come anyway. Judge Harlow turned to Mr. Vane. "Does the petitioner wish to cross-examine the witness?" Mr. Vane rose. His face was unreadable. "Mrs. Marsh, you said you signed the entrustment document under duress. Is that correct?" "Yes. And yet you never reported this to authorities. In 35 years, not once." "I was afraid." "Of what?" "Of what Delphine Pruitt could do." The old woman's voice cracked. "She had power in this county. She had friends everywhere. I thought if I spoke, I would lose everything." "But you are speaking now." "Because she is dead," Edna Marsh looked at Lazarev, "and because the boy she took deserves to know the truth." Mr. Vane was quiet for a moment. No further questions. Judge Harlow looked at the evidence on the table. The bracelet, the letter, the diary. Then the door at the back of the room opened again. The man who walked in was not in a suit. He was in a work jacket and boots, his face weathered, his hands scarred. He walked to the front of the room and stopped beside Wendell's table. "I have something to say," he said. The judge's eyes narrowed. "State your name for the record." "My name is Imani Balogun." The room went silent. Adaeze's breath caught. Imani, her uncle, dead 5 years, but standing in the courtroom. "I faked my death," Imani said. His voice was low and rough. "Because Delphine Pruitt told me if I ever tried to find my son, she would destroy everyone I loved." He looked at Lazarev. "I have been waiting 35 years to say this." His voice broke. "I am your father." The room was absolute silence. And then Adaeze heard the judge's gavel fall. Chapter 39. The silence after the gavel was the kind that had weight, that pressed against eardrums and held. Adaeze could not breathe. Imani Balogun stood beside Wendell's table with his hands at his sides. weathered and alive, and his eyes had not left Lazarev's face since he walked through the door. "I am your father." The words hung in the air like smoke. Lazarev had not moved, not a muscle. He sat at the defense table with his hands flat on the wood, his profile sharp against the fluorescent light, and Adaeze watched his chest rise and fall as if he were learning to breathe for the first time. "Mr. Balogun," Judge Harlow said slowly, "you are claiming to be the father of Lazarev Pruitt, formerly known as Balogun, infant son of Imani and Maria Balogun." "Yes, Your Honor. And you faked your death. 5 years ago, I left a truck at the river bend and let them find my jacket." "Why?" Imani turned, faced the judge with a look that had no fear in it. "Because Delphine Pruitt told me she would take everything. The spread, the family name, every Balogun who still drew breath in this county." His voice roughened. "She had already taken my son. I believed her." Adaeze heard her own heartbeat in her ears. 5 years. She had wept at his funeral, had stood in the rain at the graveside, and watched them lower an empty coffin into Balogun ground. Her uncle had been alive the whole time. Gunnar Vaich shifted in the third row. She caught the movement from the corner of her eye. His arms were still crossed, his face unreadable, but he was watching Imani the way a man watches a fence he thought was secure begin to lean. Mr. Vane rose. "Your Honor, this is an extraordinary development. The court cannot simply accept the word of a man who admits to faking his death." "The court can accept testimony," Judge Harlow said. "This is moving testimony, but it does not change the legal question before the court. The codicil requires a valid marriage. The petitioner argues the codicil was executed under undue influence. Nothing we have heard today proves otherwise." Adaeze felt something shift in her chest. 20 years of silence. A lifetime of watching other people speak for her. She stood. "Your Honor, may I address the court?" Judge Harlow studied her. "Go ahead." Adaeze walked to the center of the room. She did not look at Gunnar, did not look at Celia. She looked at Lazarev standing 2 feet from the father he had never known, holding a photograph of a woman who had been blackmailed into giving him away. "I do not know if Delphine Pruitt was in her right mind when she signed the codicil," Adaeze said. "I do not know if she was capable of being in her right mind given what she did to my family, to his family, to everyone in this room who thought they knew the story." She turned to face the judge. "But I know what happened after she signed it. I know that I stood in this courthouse and married a man I had been raised to hate. I know that we spent 60 days pretending to be strangers under the same roof. And I know that somewhere in those 60 days, the performance stopped being a performance." Her voice did not waver. "I chose Lazarev Pruitt, not because Delphine wrote it into a contract, not because the county expected me to fail. I chose him in the dark during a flood, when the river was eating the ground beneath our feet and he did not let go of my hand. I chose him on a night check when I was bleeding into my glove, and he carried me home without asking permission. I chose him when I learned the whole foundation of my life was a lie, and he was the only true thing I had left." She looked at Lazarev. "I am choosing him now." The silence that followed was different from before. It was not shock. It was not calculation. It was the sound of a room realizing it had been wrong. Judge Harlow looked at the evidence on the table. The bracelet, the letter, the diary. She looked at Edna Marsh, still sitting on the witness stand. She looked at Imani Balogun, alive after 5 years. "Mr. Tasker," she said, "does your client wish to withdraw the sworn declaration?" Wendell looked at Lazarev. "No," Lazarev said. "Then let it stand." The judge closed the file. "This court finds that the petitioner, Celia Pruitt, has not provided sufficient evidence of undue influence to invalidate the codicil. The temporary restraining order is dissolved effective immediately. The Pruitt estate shall be transferred to Lazarev Pruitt and Adaeze Balogun Pruitt as joint inheritors, as outlined in Delphine Pruitt's final testament." She looked at Celia. "If the petitioner wishes to pursue a wider challenge, she may file a separate civil action. But this court will not overturn a valid will on the basis of uncorroborated testimony and a witness who did not appear." Mr. Vane's face tightened. "Your Honor, we have additional evidence to present in support of our motion." "Then file it," the judge said, "and I will see you in 60 days with a properly briefed argument. Until then, the estate stands." She struck the gavel. Adaeze heard the sound as if from a great distance. The hearing was over. They had won. And then she heard someone whisper behind her, low and quick, in a voice she did not recognize. "Celia is already filing the wider suit. She filed the papers this morning before the hearing even started." Chapter 40. The courtroom emptied in waves. First, the spectators, reluctant, twisting for last looks at Adaeze Balogun standing alive in his work clothes. Then the press, phones raised, voices overlapping. Then Mr. Vane gathering papers with deliberate calm, Celia already gone through the side door before the gavel stopped vibrating. Adaeze stood at the plaintiff's table and did not move. Her hands were flat on the wood. Her breath came shallow. She had won. They had won. And she felt nothing but a strange, hollowed stillness, as if the speech had taken something out of her she did not know how to replace. Lazarev touched her elbow. "That was brave," he said, low, for her only. She turned. He was still holding the photograph. Imani stood 3 feet away, watching them both with the desperate carefulness of a man who had spent 5 years learning not to hope. "Lazarev," Imani's voice cracked on the name. "I do not expect. I know this is not now." Lazarev held up a hand. "Not cruel, just finished. I cannot do now, not in this room." Imani nodded. He looked at Adaeze, and something passed between them, grief and relief and the strange weight of a dead man breathing. "Uncle," she said. The word hit him like a blow. His eyes filled. "I know," he said. "I know I have no right to be anything to you. But I am glad you are alive. Both of you." He turned and walked toward the door. Adaeze watched him go. She felt Lazarev's hand find hers under the table, and she held on. They drove home in silence. The truck cab smelled like courthouse dust and the faint diesel of the parking lot. The red Mercy ran high and brown beside the county road, still carrying flood debris, still eating at the banks. But the sun was out, and the sky was that particular Montana blue that made everything look possible. Adaeze kept her eyes on the water. "I meant what I said." Lazarev glanced at her. "Which part?" "All of it." She turned to face him. "The flood, the night check, the choice. I did not say it for the courtroom. I said it because it is true." He drove another quarter-mile before answering. "I know. And you?" His hands tightened on the wheel. "I do not know who I am," he said. "I do not know what name I will carry tomorrow or next year. I do not know if anything I felt before the hearing was mine or hers." He pulled the truck onto the ranch road. "But I know I choose you. Not because the contract says so, not because Delphine planned it, because you stood in front of a room full of people who wanted us to fail and told them I was worth choosing." He stopped the truck in front of the house. "That is the only thing I am sure of." The house was quiet. Marta had left a note on the counter. "Herd moved to upper pasture. Feed order placed. You two rest for once." Zuri had written underneath, "The county betting pool just closed. Someone took the over at 90 days and walked with $400. I think it was Ruth Ann." Adaeze laughed. It came out rough and surprised, and Lazarev looked at her like he had never heard the sound before. "What?" "Nothing." She folded the note. "Just, we won, and someone in Mercy Crossing just made $400 betting on us." He almost smiled. "Should we be offended?" "Not sure yet." She set the kettle on the stove. "Ask me in the morning." They moved around each other in the kitchen with the ease of 60 days of practice. Coffee, cups, the same rhythm that had started as performance and become reflex. But something was different now. The weight had shifted. Adaeze sat at the table. Lazarev sat across from her. "So," she said, "what happens now?" "The estate transfers, the bank signs off, the water rights stay with the combined spread." He listed it like a brief. "Celia has 60 days to file a wider suit. Gunner's offer expires tonight." He will find another angle. Of course he will, but not today. She wrapped her hands around her coffee cup. "And us?" He was quiet for a long moment. I want to tear up the contract. Her pulse jumped. Explain. The terms we signed at the bank. Separate bedrooms, asset division, expiration date. He said each word carefully, as if testing its weight. I want to replace it with something real. Real how? Real means I stop pretending I do not want you in my bed. Real means you stop pretending you married me for strategy. He held her gaze. Real means we choose this every morning instead of waiting for the 90 days to run out. Adaeze set down her cup. That is a risk. I know. Everything we built is on that contract. If we tear it up and this fails, there is no safety net. I know. She stood, walked to the window. The red Mercy caught the late light, running fast and cold between the banks she had spent her whole life defending. I have never chosen anything without a backup plan, she said. Not once in my life. I know that too. She turned. And you are asking me to do it anyway. I am asking you to choose me. His voice was steady. Not a contract, not a safety net. Me. The silence stretched. She crossed the room, stopped in front of him, reached out and took his face in her calloused hands. I already did, she said. In front of the whole county. Did you not hear me? He pulled her down into a kiss that tasted like coffee and relief and the beginning of something neither of them had a name for yet. Later, much later, they lay in his bed with the window cracked and the river sound drifting in. Adaeze traced the line of his collarbone with her fingertip. I have a condition. Name it. Honesty. She propped herself on one elbow. No more declarations filed without telling me. No more meetings with Gunnar Vaich I hear about from the parking lot. If we are doing this for real, we do it together. All of it. He caught a hand and pressed it to his chest. Agreed. And I am not changing my name. I would never ask you to. And I am not moving into this house permanently. The Balogun house is mine. We figure out the rest. We will. She studied his face in the dim light. You really mean this? I really mean this. She lowered herself onto his chest, feeling his heartbeat under her ear. Okay, she said. Then we have a new agreement. The phone rang at 7:12 p.m. Adaeze reached for it blindly, still half asleep, and heard Wendell's voice on the other end. Sorry to disturb, but I wanted you to hear it from me before the papers do. She sat up. What happened? Celia's wider suit. It was filed at 8:03 this morning, before the hearing even began. A pause. She is not just challenging the Codicil this time. She is challenging the validity of the marriage itself. And she has named Imani Balogun as a material witness. Chapter 41. The courthouse doors swung open and Mercy Crossing spilled out like water through a broken gate. Adaeze blinked in the late light, the cold air hitting her face after hours of fluorescent heat and legal wait. The steps crowded with bodies, attorneys in pressed suits, county clerks with tablets, the press from Denver and Billings, and every local who had squeezed into the gallery to watch Delphine Pruitt's legacy come apart. Ruth Ann Tolliver pushed past a reporter and grabbed Adaze's arm. I am on the neighbor. You did it. We did it. Adaeze pulled her hand free, gently. Lazarev stood 2 steps below her, half turned toward the parking lot, his jaw set against the cameras. His gray eyes swept the crowd like he was counting threats. Gunnar Vaich emerged from the side door. He did not look at them. He walked straight to his truck, pulled out his phone, and stood with his back to the courthouse speaking in low, fast bursts. His offer expired tonight. The deadline pulsed somewhere beneath the chatter. Adaeze watched him for a beat too long. Lazarev caught it. He is already regrouping. I know. Wendell said she is challenging the marriage. He held the paper so she could see. Fraudulent concealment. Material non-disclosure of blood relation. She is arguing that the marriage was void ab initio because we were cousins under the law at the time of signing. Adaeze read the first paragraph. The language was precise and venomous. The respondent, Lazarev Pruitt, and the petitioner, Adaeze Balogun, entered into a marriage contract while both parties were unaware of a disqualifying blood relation. The marriage was void from its inception under Montana code. That is not how it works, she said. We did not know. The law, she is not trying to win on law. Lazarev's voice was flat. She is trying to force discovery. She wants the diaries, the ledger, every document that names Delphine's network. She wants to depose Imani. She wants to put Cormack on a stand and ask him what he knew and when. The cameras pressed closer. A reporter from the Billings Gazette called out, "Mr. Pruitt, is it true your marriage is being challenged on grounds of incest?" Lazarev folded the summons, slid it into his coat pocket, turned and faced the reporter with a calm that looked carved from stone. "The marriage is valid under Montana law. My wife and I entered it in good faith without knowledge of any blood relation. The court has already ruled on the Codicil. This is a separate action, and we would defend it." "Mr. Pruitt, do you consider Adaeze Balogun your cousin?" "Adaeze Balogun is my wife," the reporter pressed. "But biologically, we choose our family," Lazarev said. "Every day, that is what marriage means." Adaeze felt the words hit her chest like a stone dropped into still water. He had said it without hesitation, without a glance at the paper in his pocket. He had said it to a camera, in front of the county, with Celia's lawsuit fresh in his hand. She stepped up beside him. "The marriage is valid," she said. "We have the court order, we have the public record, and we have each other. Celia Pruitt can file whatever she wants. It does not change what happened in that courtroom today." Ruth Ann clapped. Someone else joined. The sound rippled through the crowd, uneven but present, a murmur of support that surprised Adaeze more than the lawsuit had. Gunnar put his truck in gear and pulled out of the lot without looking back. The reporter lowered her phone. Adaeze took Lazarev's hand. His fingers were cold, but he held on. "Let us go home," she said. He nodded. They walked down the courthouse steps, through the parting crowd, past the cameras, past the whispers and the curious stares. The red Mercy ran high and fast beyond the county road, catching the last light like a vein of silver through dry ground. At the truck, Lazarev stopped. He pulled the summons from his pocket and looked at it again. "She named Imani as a material witness. I know. She will try to paint him as a fugitive, a man who faked his death to avoid accountability. She will use his disappearance to suggest the whole family is built on deception." Adaeze opened the passenger door. "Let her try." "She deposed him," Lazarev said. "The petition includes a deposition request. She wants him on record within 10 days. The sky above Mercy Crossing was turning orange and purple, the same colors that had stained the river the night of the flood. Everything had changed since then, and nothing had changed at all. Adaeze looked at her husband, the man who had stood in front of cameras and called her his wife, the man who still did not know his own name but had chosen hers. "Then we get him a lawyer," she said, "and we fight." Lazarev's mouth moved, not a smile, something smaller and more private. He folded the summons one last time and put it away. "Get in the truck," she said. He got in. She drove them home through the dying light, past fields that belonged to both of them now, past the river that had tried to drown them and the county that had watched them bleed. Behind them, Mercy Crossing buzzed with the day's drama. Ahead of them, the ranch house waited, warm and quiet and still standing. The phone would ring again tonight. Wendell would have more bad news. Celia would find new angles. Gunnar would recalculate. But the road home was theirs. For now, that was enough. Chapter 42. The paper hit the porch at 5:47 a.m. Adaeze heard the thud through the kitchen window, the sound of newsprint meeting wood in the gray dawn light. She had been standing at the counter with a cold cup of coffee for 20 minutes, watching the red Mercy catch the first pale streaks of morning, waiting for the world to find them. She opened the door. The Mercy Crossing record lay face down on the boards folded to the front page. She picked it up. The headline rang across the full width in bold 72-point, "Pruitt heir stolen as infant. Codicil ruling stuns county" below it. A photograph of Lazarev and Adaeze on the courthouse steps. His hand in hers. The cameras behind them. The river silver in the background. She read the first paragraph standing barefoot on the porch, the cold seeping through the wood into her heels. The record had the full story. Edna Marsh's testimony. The hospital bracelet. Imani's appearance. The judge's ruling. and Celia's challenge framed as a question mark in the final line. But can a marriage built on stolen blood survive the truth? By the time she finished, her coffee was cold and her fingers were numb. She carried the paper inside. Lazarev stood at the stove, pouring himself a cup. He had not slept either. She could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way he moved slower than usual, as if the weight of the day had already settled into his bones. "There is more," she said. She laid the paper on the table, opened it to the second page. The Billings Gazette had run a longer piece, with a sidebar titled, "The Woman Who Raised a Ghost, Delphine Pruitt's Hidden Legacy." It quoted a former county commissioner who called Delphine a genius and a monster in the same sentence. It mentioned the ledger by implication, without naming it, as a document of undisclosed political relationships that has not yet been made public. And on page 3, tucked beside a photograph of the Pruitt Bank, a smaller headline: "Front Range Infrastructure. No comment on future plans." Adaeze read the line 3 times. "Front Range is watching," Lazarev said. "Front Range is waiting." He set his coffee down beside hers and leaned over the paper, scanning the article. His jaw tightened at the mention of Celia's suit. "She is giving them cover," he said. "She files a challenge to the marriage and suddenly the estate is uncertain again. Front Range cannot act while the ownership is disputed. They can wait until it is not." "Exactly." Adaeze pulled out a chair and sat. The kitchen was warm. The coffee was bitter. The headlines were still burning in her hands. "How long?" he shrugged. "A week? A month? Until Celia loses or wins. They will study the judge's ruling, the depositions, the public reaction. They will calculate whether the marriage is stable enough to fight through a long challenge. And if it is not," he looked at her. His eyes were the same color as the river in winter, pale and cold and full of moving water beneath the surface. "Then they step in and buy everything before the estate can settle." The phone rang. Adaeze looked at it. The kitchen phone, the one that sat on the counter beside the coffee maker, the one that had carried Wendell's warnings and Zuri's gossip and Marta's weather reports for as long as she could remember. She picked it up. "Balogun. Miss Balogun." A voice she did not recognize. Male, professional, with the flat cadence of someone who read scripts for a living. "This is Jorge Morales with the Denver Post. I am calling for comment on the allegations regarding your marriage and the Pruitt estate." She hung up. The phone rang again immediately. She let it. Lazarev watched her. The second ring carried through the kitchen, sharp and insistent, filling the space between them. "Denver called," she said. "I heard. They will keep calling, all of them. The Gazette, the Post, the county gossip blogs. By noon, every feed in Regag County will be talking about stolen babies and incest marriages." "That is Celia's strategy," Lazarev said. "She does not need to win in court. She only needs to make the marriage so toxic that the bank board pulls support, the county commissioners distance themselves, and the estate becomes unmanageable. And Front Range watches." "Front Range watches." The phone rang a third time. Adaeze reached over and pulled the cord from the wall. The silence that followed was louder than the ringing. She sat back down, topped up her cold coffee, drank it anyway. "I am not letting her win this way," she said. "You may not have a choice." "I always have a choice." She set the cup down and looked at him. The man who had stood on the courthouse steps and called her his wife. The man who did not know his own name but had chosen hers anyway. Her voice was steady. "Celia wants to turn this into a scandal. She wants the county to see us as a lie, a mistake, a thing that should never have happened. She wants the whispers to do the work that the law cannot." "Yes. So we do not let her control the story." Lazarev head tilted. A question foreman. "What do you mean?" Adaeze stood, walked to the window, looked out at the river, moving fast and cold through the morning light, carrying the melt from the mountains down toward the plains. "The hearing is over. The ruling is filed. The marriage is legal under Montana law. Celia can challenge it all she wants, but we have the court order. We have the public record. And we have the truth. The truth that I am a stolen child raised by the woman who destroyed your family. The truth that we chose each other anyway." She turned from the window. The light caught her face, her chipped tooth, her calloused hands, the scar along her collarbone that she never hid. "Imani is your father," she said. "He is also my uncle. That makes us cousins by blood, but blood is not what made this marriage. What made it? You, me, the flood, the night check, the coffee at 5 in the morning, the way you held me when I thought I was going to lose everything." He looked at her a long time. The wind pushed against the window. The river kept running. "They put me in a room with him," she said. "At the courthouse. Wendo asked if I wanted a private space with my uncle. And? I said no because you were not there." She saw the crack in his composure, the way his throat moved when he swallowed, the hand that lifted and then dropped, as if he had forgotten she could not feel his touch from across the room. "Adaeze Balogun is my father," he said. "He is. That does not make me a Balogun. It makes you whatever you choose to be." The phone rang again somewhere in the house, the one in the study maybe, or the one beside the bed. They both ignored it. "Front Range will not wait forever," Adaeze said. "They will not wait at all. They will watch Celia's suit and decide whether to intervene. Then we give them nothing to watch." Lazarev frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means we stop reacting. We stop answering phones. We stop reading headlines. We run the ranch. We pay the hands. We file the bank statements. We live our lives loud enough that no one can pretend this marriage is a scandal. That is not a legal strategy. It is a public one." She walked back to the table, picked up the paper, looked at the photograph of herself and her husband standing on the steps, hand in hand, with the county watching. "We are not the ones who should be afraid," she said. "Celia filed a suit she cannot win. Gunnar lost his offer. Cormack knows we have the ledger. They are the ones scrambling. Except Front Range still holds the cards. Then we find out what cards." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, found the number she had saved and never called. Lazarev watched her. "Who are you calling?" "The one person who knows exactly what Front Range will do next." She pressed dial. The line rang 4 times before a voice answered. "Miss Balogun." Gunnar Vach's voice, flat and unsurprised. "I wondered when you would call." And the phone kept ringing in the other rooms of the house, unanswered. That tells the shout lice, Eric and Lazarev, sitting from Fundeling or Priast back, 8:47 a.m., the old lawyer already installed in the conference room with spreadsheets, legal pads, and a coffee cup that had gone cold hours ago. The door was open, the lights were on. The building smelled like floor wax and stale air. Wendell looked up when Lazarev entered. His glasses were pushed up on his forehead, and the liver spots on his hands seemed darker in the fluorescent glow. "You came alone." "I did. Where is she?" Calling the one person who might tell us the truth about Front Range. Wendell's eyebrows lifted. "Gunnar Vach. Yes, that is either the smartest move she has made or the most dangerous one." Lazarev pulled out the chair across from Wendell and sat. The leather creaked. The window behind Wendell looked out on Main Street, where a single pickup rolled past and a woman in a coat walked a dog along the wet sidewalk. "Show me what Celia filed." Wendell slid a stack of papers across the table. The top sheet bore the seal of the 4th Judicial District, and the text beneath it was dense, precise, and devastating. Lazarev read the first page, then the second. By the third, his jaw had tightened into something that felt like iron. "She is not challenging the marriage on blood alone." "No," Wendell said. "She is challenging your authority to act for the bank, the water holdings, or the estate while your parentage is disputed. She argues that until the court determines whether you are a Pruitt or a Balogun, you have no standing to sign a check, approve a loan, or file a water diversion claim." Lazarev looked up. "That would paralyze everything." "That is the point." He read the 4th page. The language was careful, clipped, professional. It did not accuse him of fraud. It accused the court of failing to establish legal identity before transferring control. It asked for an injunction freezing all estate transactions until a full evidentiary hearing on bloodline could be conducted. "She wants to stop the money." "She wants to stop you," Wendell said. "The money is just the mechanism." Lazarev set the papers down. His hands were steady, but the muscle in his jaw was dropping the way it did when he was holding something back. Who wrote this? Mr. Vane filed it. I know who filed it. Who wrote it? Wendell hesitated. It was a small hesitation, a fraction of a second, but Lazarev caught it. Wendell. The old lawyer set his coffee cup down, picked up a pen, rolled it between his fingers. The language is too clean for Celia's usual counsel. Vane is competent, but this reads like someone with federal practice experience, someone who knows how to frame a standing argument so the judge has no choice but to take it seriously. Who? I made some calls this morning, before dawn. There's a name floating around the Helena Bars Association that I do not like. Say it. Markham Sutter. Lazarev did not recognize the name, but the way Wendell said it, flat and careful, told him everything. Who is Markham Sutter? Former deputy solicitor for the Montana Department of Natural Resources. He spent 12 years writing water law opinions that favored consolidated corporate holdings over family operations. He left state service 3 years ago and joined a private firm that represents Front Range in their Helena lobbying efforts. Lazarev went very still. Cormack. I do not have proof, but Sutter's farm has done work for Cormack's donor network before, and if Celia is getting free legal advice from someone with Sutter's background, she is not just fighting for the estate. She is fighting for the pipeline. She is fighting for whoever promised to fund her suit, Wendell said, and they are not doing it out of family loyalty. Lazarev stood, walked to the window, looked out at the street where nothing moved except the dog and the woman and the wind pushing a newspaper across the asphalt. Front Range could not move on the estate while the marriage was stable. They needed an opening. And Celia is the opening. She thinks she is using them. Is she? Lazarev turned. Wendell was watching him with those old eyes, the ones that had seen Delphine Pruitt outlast every enemy who underestimated her. Celia wants the estate, Lazarev said. Front Range wants the water. Cormack wants the network protected. They all want different things. But they all want you gone. Yes. He walked back to the table, sat down, picked up the papers again, and read the injunction request a second time, slower, looking for the seams. Page 6, he said. What about it? She asks the court to freeze only the water holdings and bank authority. She does not ask to freeze the ranch. Wendell leaned forward, pulled the stack toward him arm. I am going to sign a document that establishes my authority to act for the bank and water holdings. You cannot do that while your parentage is under dispute. I can if I have the bank board approve it. The board will not approve it. Then I will make them. Wendell stared at him. How? Lazarev walked to the door, stopped, turned. I am going to remind them that Delphine Pruitt made them. Every single one. She appointed them. She funded their campaigns. She paid their mortgages. And if they try to abandon her chosen heir now, I will make sure the county knows exactly who sat on that board while Delphine's network burned. Wendell's face went still. That is blackmail. No, it is leverage. He opened the door. The hallway stretched empty in both directions, the bank not yet open for business. I need a board meeting by noon. You will not get it. Then I will call each member individually, one by one, and I will tell them what Delphine knew about their lives. Wendell stood. His chair scraped against the floor. You do not know what Delphine knew. No, Lazarev said, but they do not know that. He walked out. The door swung shut behind him, and in the conference room, alone with his cold coffee in his trembling hands, Wendell Tasker picked up the phone and dialed a number he had not called in 5 years. Chapter 44. The late afternoon light slanted through the kitchen windows, catching dust motes suspended above the table where 5 coffee cups had gone cold, and Marta had drawn a spiral of figures on a legal pad that none of them had looked at in 20 minutes. Adaeze leaned back in her chair. The wood creaked. She had not changed out of the clothes she had worn to the bank meeting, and her shoulders ached from holding tension since dawn. Payroll, she said. Next Friday, 9 people. Marta, how short are we if the freeze holds? Marta did not look up from her spiral of numbers. 4,600, give or take. Less if we push the feed order. We cannot push the feed order. Then we are short. Zuri sat cross-legged on the counter, phone in her lap, watching the conversation like a tennis match. She had not spoken since Wendell arrived. Her silence was louder than any comment she could have made. Lazarev stood at the stove. He had not sat down since he walked in. His coat was off, sleeves rolled, but he still looked like a man ready to leave the room at any moment. "The bank board meeting is tomorrow at 9, he said. "I will have approval by noon." "You do not know that," Wendell said. He had not touched his coffee. His hands were folded on the table like he was waiting for a verdict. "I know that Delphine did not leave a single board member without leverage, and I know none of them want that leverage exposed. That is a gamble. Every option we have left is a gamble." Adaeze watched him, the set of his shoulders, the way his jaw moved when he spoke. He was holding something back, some calculation he had not shared, and she could feel the shape of it in the air between them. "Say it," she said. He turned, looked at her. "I'm going to tell them the truth. The truth about the bloodline, about Delphine's design, about the ledger. I'm going to walk into that boardroom and put every card on the table and let them decide if they want to be the ones who helped Celia Prairie break the estate open for Front Range to pick clean." The room went quiet. Marta finally looked up from her spiral of numbers. "They will not vote for you if they think you are damaged." "I am damaged. That is the point. I am damaged because Delphine damaged me, and if they vote against me, they are voting for the woman who is trying to finish what Delphine started." Adaeze sat forward. The chair creaked again. "What about the paralegal?" Wendell cleared his throat. "I have her on document review for the next 3 days. She will not see anything sensitive. But I cannot fire her without cause, and I cannot investigate her without tipping off whoever placed her." "Then we let her sit," Lazarev said. "We feed her harmless information and watch what leaves the office. You want to use her as a dead drop. I want to know who she is reporting to. Cormack, Celia, Front Range. Someone is paying for her loyalty, and I want to know which account." Adaeze watched the calculation behind his eyes. He was not the same man who had walked into the courthouse that morning. Something had shifted. The hesitation that had dogged him since the flood, the uncertainty about who he was supposed to be, had been replaced by a colder version of control. She was not sure if she admired it or feared it. "The ranch," she said. "Celia's filing left the ranch untouched." "Yes." "Which means she expects us to drain the bank and water to keep it running." "Yes." "So we do not drain anything." Lazarev turned fully to face her. "What are you saying?" "I am saying the Balogun spread has survived drought, debt, and Delphine's network for 30 years. It can survive a freeze. We run lean. We push the feed order by 2 weeks. We cut the temporary hires and handle the cabin with the core crew. That is not enough. It is enough to buy time, and time is what we need until the court rules on Celia's suit." Marta set her pen down. Her flat gray eyes moved between them. "If we cut the temporary hires, I lose 2 families who have been with us since your father's time." "I know. One of them has a daughter in chemotherapy." Adaeze's stomach tightened, but she did not look away. "Then we find another way. Fundraisers, church collections, something. But I will not let Celia's freeze bleed the bank white so she can claim the water rights." Zuri shifted on the counter. Her voice came low and steady. "Ruth Ann Tolliver won $400 on the betting pool. She offered to donate it to the temporary hire families. She said Delphine would have hated it, which means she wants to do it." Adaeze blinked. "When did she offer?" "When you were at the bank. She called the house line." Marta made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Ruth Ann Tolliver, the woman who has been running Mercy Crossing gossip since before I was born. The same woman who clapped for Lazarev on the courthouse steps," Zuri said. "People are watching, and some of them are picking sides." Adaeze looked at Lazarev. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. "That is one family fed," she said. "What about the other?" "Payroll will be tight," Marta said. "But we can make it work if nothing breaks." "Something always breaks. Then we fix it." The kitchen settled into a rhythm after that. Numbers on paper, schedules drawn in tight columns. Wendell calling the courthouse to confirm the hearing date for Celia's injunction. Marta pulling feed costs from memory. Zuri scrolling through county forum posts, reading the temperature of the gossip. Adaeze felt the shape of the plan forming. It was fragile. It depended on Lazarev winning the board vote, on the freeze not collapsing the bank, on Celia not producing a witness or document that none of them had anticipated. But it was a plan. She traced the rim of her coffee cup with her thumb. "If the vote goes against you," she said, "I can separate the Balogun spread from the estate. Legally, we file a motion to exempt the ranch from the freeze on the grounds that it was never part of Delphine's direct holdings." Lazarev went still. The room felt the change before she registered it fully. The air thickened. Marta's pen stopped moving. "If the vote goes against me," he said slowly, "the bank and the water rights are frozen, but the ranch stays operational. Yes. Under your name. Yes. And I have no legal authority over either." She met his eyes. Temporarily. He did not move. The muscle in his jaw jumped once. "You are planning for a future where I lose." "I am planning for a future where we do not lose everything." "That is not the same question." The kitchen held its breath. Marta's eyes were flat. Zuri had stopped scrolling. Adaeze felt the weight of his gaze, the accusation buried in the stillness. "I am not leaving you," she said. "Then why are you building a door?" "Because I have 11 families who depend on this ranch. Because if the freeze takes the bank and the water, the Balogun spread is all we have left. And I will not let Celia's litigation take that too." "But you will let it take me." "No, that is what you are describing. A separate track, a separate future, a version of this marriage that survives only if I win." She opened her mouth to answer, closed it. The silence stretched. Lazarev looked at her for a long moment. Then he turned and walked out of the kitchen. The screen door banged shut behind him. Marta picked up her pen. Zuri looked at her phone. And Adaeze sat alone at the table, the shape of the plan crumbling in her hands, wondering whether she had just protected her ranch or betrayed the one person she had sworn not to lose. Chapter 45. The Pruitt Bank lobby was louder than Adaeze had ever heard it. Not shouting, not panic. The sound of anxious voices trying not to sound anxious, layered over the rustle of withdrawal slips and the low grind of the ceiling fan. 6 people stood at the teller window. 2 more sat in the vinyl chairs with deposit slips folded in their hands. A man in a seed cap leaned against the counter reading something on his phone, jaw tight. Adaeze paused in the doorway. She had driven here without deciding to. The kitchen still held the shape of Lazarev's exit, the screen door still rattling in its frame. Marta's silence, Zuri's stillness. She had sat alone for 10 minutes, then 15, then pulled on her jacket and walked out. Now she stood in the doorway of the Pruitt Bank, watching the man she had pushed away handle a room full of people who expected him to fail. Lazarev stood at the service counter with a ledger opened in front of him. His voice was low and even, carrying just enough to reach the line. "Your accounts are insured. The freeze does not touch personal deposits. It targets estate-level authorization. If you have questions about a specific balance, bring me the account number and I will read you the figure myself." The woman at the front of the line hesitated. She was maybe 60, with silver hair and a cardigan buttoned to the throat. "I have been banking here since Delphine's time." "I know." She would not have let this happen. Lazarev did not flinch. "She caused it." The woman's mouth tightened. She looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. "She caused a lot of things," she said finally. "That does not mean I want to lose my savings." "You will not through this bank." Adaeze stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind her. Lazarev's eyes found her immediately. A flicker. Something that was not surprise and not relief, but recognition. Then his gaze jumped back to the ledger. She crossed to the far wall and leaned against the paneling, arms folded, watching. The line moved. Lazarev answered questions with the same flat precision. Yes, the freeze was being challenged. No, personal accounts were not affected. Yes, the bank would remain open. No, he was not planning to liquidate. A younger man in a work jacket stepped up. "I heard your marriage is being challenged because you are Balogun blood. That true?" The lobby went quiet. Lazarev closed the ledger. He looked at the man for a long moment. "The legal challenge argues fraudulent concealment. The facts of my parentage are part of the public record as of yesterday." So you are not a Pruitt. I am not a Pruitt by blood. The man's eyes narrowed. Then what are you doing running a Pruitt bank? I am running it because the court confirmed my legal authority yesterday, and because the alternative is letting a front-range lawyer use Celia's lawsuit to take apart the estate and sell the water rights to a Denver developer. The man held his gaze. Then he nodded once and stepped away from the counter. The line resumed. Adaeze watched Lazarev work. His voice did not waver. His hands did not shake. He answered the same questions 6 different ways for 6 different people, patient and exact, never once looking at the door. She remembered the first time she had seen him in this lobby, the day of the contract. The way he had stood behind Wendell's desk, polished and closed off, a stranger in a suit playing a role he had not chosen. He was not playing now. The door opened behind her. An older man entered, slow and deliberate, wearing a stained canvas coat and boots that had seen 30 Wyoming winters. He did not get in line. He walked past the teller window, past the vinyl chairs, and stopped directly in front of the counter where Lazarev stood. "Delphine Pruitt stole your mother," he said. The room went still. Adaeze's hands tightened against her arms. Lazarev did not look away from the old man. "Yes, she stole you." "Yes. And now you are telling me this bank belongs to the same family that paid for the theft?" "No." The old man's eyes narrowed. "No," Lazarev repeated. "The bank belongs to a 34-year-old man who found out 4 days ago that everything he thought he knew about himself was a lie. The bank belongs to someone who spent his life serving a woman who stole him from his parents. And I am standing here because I am the only person willing to tell the truth about what she did." The old man's jaw worked. "That is a pretty speech." "It is not a speech, it is a fact. You can withdraw your money. You can tell everyone in the county that the Pruitt Bank is run by a man with no Pruitt blood. But if you do, the water rights go to Front Range before the end of the year, and your grandkids will pay Denver prices for Red Mercy access." The old man stared at him. When he laughed, it was a dry, cracked sound, the laugh of a man who had heard worse than this and buried most of it in the ground. "You talk like someone who has nothing left to lose." "I am not sure I do." "Good, that means you will fight." The old man turned and walked out. The door swung shut behind him. The lobby exhaled. Lazarev looked at the ledger. His hands were flat on the counter, fingers spread, holding himself still. The muscle in his jaw jumped once. Adaeze crossed the room. She did not touch him. She stood beside him, close enough that her shoulder was a handspan from his, and spoke to the next person in line. "Bring your account number. He will read you the figure." The woman stepped forward. Lazarev's hand moved, not toward the ledger, toward her wrist. A brush of his fingers there and gone, before he reached for the woman's deposit slip. Adaeze did not pull away. The line moved, and she stayed, moozing up here, steadling. Lugs, Merkinist, Blums, avatars. Adaeze learned the rhythm of it, the way Lazarev entered the same question without showing fatigue, the way he looked each person in the eye and told the truth in plain language that left no room for rumor to grow. She matched his cadence, pulling deposit slips, reading balances, steering the anxious toward the teller window where Ellis processed withdrawals with steady hands. By the time the last customer left, the lobby felt hollow. Lazarev closed the ledger. His hands stayed on the cover a moment too long. Adaeze's did not move away from him. "You did not have to stay," he said. "You did not have to tell them the truth." He looked at her then. Something moved behind his eyes, not relief, not gratitude. Something roar that he shut down before she could name it. The door opened. Adaeze looked up from the teller window. Her face went still. Senator Reese Cormack stood in the doorway, polished cane in hand, wool coat buttoned against the cold. He did not look at the lobby. He looked at Lazarev. "Both of you, my car's outside." Adaeze's spine tightened. Lazarev did not move. "We are not finished here. You are finished for today." Cormack's voice was mild, the tone of a man used to being obeyed. "The bank will survive another hour without you. The question is whether your marriage will survive the next committee meeting without me." The threat hung in the air, clean and precise. Adaeze stepped forward. If you have something to say, say it here. Cormac's gaze shifted to her. He studied her the way he had studied her in the kitchen of the Balogun house, measuring, cataloging, filing the information for later use. Here is a feed store, a church, and a bank lobby where half the cash just starred Lazarev admit he was stolen. By tonight, every regulator in Helena will have a copy of the Mercy Crossing record. By tomorrow, the State Water Board will be asking whether the Pruitt estate has standing to hold its senior allocation while the heir's identity is under litigation. Adaeze's chest went tight. That is not a legal question, she said. It is not a legal question. It is a political one. And I am the only person in this state who still has the relationships to answer it before it becomes a legal question. Cormack turned for the door. My car, 5 minutes. Or you can explain to the bank board tomorrow why your water rights are suddenly the subject of a contested review. He walked out. The door swung shut. Lazarev stood motionless, his hands still on the ledger. The muscle in his jaw jumped once. Adaeze watched him. She wanted to tell him they could walk away, that they did not need Cormac's games, that she had already called Gunner, already opened a door to a different kind of deal, and the memory of that conversation burned in her throat. But she had not told Lazarev about the call yet, and Cormack had just confirmed what she had feared since the ledger hit the table. Delphine's reach did not end at the county line. We go, she said. Lazarev looked at her. We go, she repeated. We listen. We do not agree to anything. Agreeing to nothing will not stop what he is threatening. No, but walking away without hearing it will not stop it either. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he rounded the counter and walked toward the door. She followed. Cormac's sedan was idling at the curb, a black town car with government plates and tinted windows. The driver stood holding the rear door. Cormack was already inside, settled in the back seat like a man who owned the road beneath him. Adaeze slid in beside Lazarev. The door closed with soft, expensive click. The car pulled away from the curb before either of them spoke. Cormack did not look at them. He looked out the window as Mercy Crossing slipped past, the feed store, the church, the courthouse where they had won and lost in the same morning. You have made my position difficult, he said. Your position. Lazarev's voice was flat. Delphine understood that power required continuity. She built relationships across 2 decades, appointments, easements, regulatory goodwill. She did it so that Pruitt interests and county interests would never be in conflict. Cormack turned his head. You have made them adversarial. They were adversarial the moment she stole a child to secure her succession. Cormac's expression did not change. That is a moral argument. It will not protect your water rights. Adaeze's hands curled in her lap. What are you offering? She asked. Cormac's gaze was steady. I told him I would know more after I spoke with you. The silence in the car stretched. Adaeze stared at the leather seat in front of her. The seniority classification. The thing that made the Pruitt water rights worth more than the land itself. The thing Gunner had been trying to break for years. Delphine had bought that too. She had bought the legal foundation of the river. And now, Cormack sat across from them, polished and patient, holding the phone number of the man who could either protect it or let it collapse. You are not offering to help us, Adaeze said. You are offering to keep the theft alive. I am offering you a choice. Cormac's voice did not change. You can keep the water rights intact and let Delphine's network dissolve quietly over the next 5 years. Or you can expose the network, lose the water rights, and watch Front Range by the valley piece by piece while the lawsuits grind on. Lazarev reached for the door handle. Do not answer tonight, Cormack said. Think about it, both of you. And remember that the deputy administrator will not wait forever. The door opened. Cold air rushed in. Adaeze stepped out onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under her boots. Lazarev was already standing, his back to the car, his hands in his pockets. The sedan pulled away without another word. They stood on the Tonti road in the fading light, the Pruitt fence line on one side, the Balogun pasture on the other, the red Mercy running somewhere beyond both. Adaeze thought about the deputy administrator, the phone call that could save their water or sink it. She thought about the call she had already made to Gunnar, and she wondered how many other arrangements Delphine had buried in the state capital, waiting to surface at exactly the wrong moment. "We should go home," Lazarev said. She looked at him. His face was unreadable, but his hands were trembling. "Home," she repeated. He did not correct her. Chapter 47. The Pruitt house sat dark when they reached it, the porch light off, the kitchen window black. Adaeze climbed the steps first, her boots loud on the wood. She had not been inside since the morning, since before the bank run, before Cormack's sedan, before the deputy administrator's name entered her head like a splinter she could not locate, but could feel with every breath. Lazarev followed. He shut the door behind them and stood in the entry, not removing his coat, as if he was waiting for permission to stay. She pulled off her jacket and hung it on the hook beside the kitchen door. "I am going to make coffee," she said. "Sit down." He sat. She moved through the kitchen on muscle memory, filling the pot, measuring grounds, lighting the burner. The hiss of the flame filled the silence. She watched the blue ring catch, then turned. Lazarev sat at the table with his hands flat on the surface, his wrists bare, his shirt still smudged with dust from the bank line. "You are thinking about the deputy administrator?" he said. "I am thinking about how many of them there are. One, for now. One we know about." She leaned against the counter. "Cormack said Delphine had a contact, not a network, a contact. One person in one office who approved one classification 22 years ago." "And you believe him?" "I believe he told us the truth about that part." She watched the coffee pot begin to bubble. "The part he wanted us to know. The part that makes his offer look reasonable." Lazarev did not answer. The coffee finished. She poured 2 cups, carried them to the table, and sat across from him. The kitchen was warm. The windows were dark. The county road might as well have been 100 miles away. "I used to think about leaving," she said. He looked up. "After my father died, before I took over full-time, I had a scholarship offer. Montana State, business program." She wrapped her hands around the mug. "I thought about it for 3 weeks, packed a bag twice, unpacked it twice." "What stopped you?" "Marta," she almost smiled. "She told me that running a ranch was not about loving the land. It was about refusing to let the land win, and if I left, the land would win." "She sounds like she was preparing you." "She was preparing me to stay." Adaeze drank. "She did not tell me it would feel like this." "Like what?" "Like every decision I make for the spread is also a decision against someone else." She set the cup down. "If I keep the water rights, I starve the families who sold to Front Range. If I sell, I betray everyone who stayed. There is no clean answer. There is only choosing who to disappoint." Lazarev was watching her with an expression she could not name. Not pity, not calculation, something softer and more dangerous. "What did you think about when you imagined leaving?" he asked. She hesitated. "I thought about a kitchen that did not smell like hay and diesel. A door that did not have 20 people expecting me to answer it. A bed that was mine. Just mine." She paused. "I thought about not being the person everyone needed me to be. And now I think about what it would mean to be that person on purpose. Not because I inherited it, because I chose it." She looked at him. "What did you think about when you were in Chicago?" He was quiet for a long moment. The coffee steamed between them. "I thought about the river," he said. "I did not remember it the way I remembered it. I remembered the sound, a low sound, like something breathing under the ground. And I thought about the name, Red Mercy. I used to say it to myself at night, before bed. Red Mercy. As if saying it would keep it from disappearing. Did it work?" "No." He turned the mug at his hands, but I kept saying it anyway. She thought about the boy Lazarev must have been, the boy who went to Chicago and carried a river in his mouth because it was the only piece of home Delphine had not been able to take. "The house is quiet," she said. "It is. without Delphine's things, without the photograph face down, without the diaries stacked beside the stove. I know. It feels like it could be hours. He looked up. The worst hung between them. Hours. She had not planned to say it. It had slipped out. A seam she had not known was loose. I have been thinking about children, he said. Her breath stopped. I know it is too soon. I know we are not ready. He set the lug down. But I have been thinking about it. About what it would mean to raise a child in this county, in this house, with the weight of Delphine's name still settling into the foundation. What did you decide? That it would depend on the mother. The answer hit her low in the chest. She thought about her own mother, Audioe Balogun, who had surrendered a son under threat and spent the rest of her life pretending the grief was not eating her alive. She thought about what it meant to choose motherhood when you knew exactly how much it could cost. What would you tell them? She asked. The child, about Delphine, built this entire trap around me. If I am the poison, I can be removed. Removed. She heard her own voice turn flat. You are talking about disappearing. I am talking about making sure you survive. I am not asking you to sacrifice yourself. Her hands had gone cold around the mug. I am asking you to stay. I am trying. That is not trust. She stood. That is the same thing Cormack offered. A clean solution, a transaction, a door you can walk through so you do not have to watch me fight. I am trying to protect you. Then fight beside me. She heard her voice crack. Do not draft your exit and hand it to me like a gift I should be grateful for. He stood too. The space between them was a foot, a handspan, a wound neither of them knew how to close. I am not going anywhere, he said, then burn the papers. She held his gaze. Burn them tonight, and do not build another door without telling me first. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a folded envelope. The paper was creased, the edges worn from being carried against his chest. He held it out to her. She took it. The envelope was warm from his body. She unfolded the flap and pulled out the letter inside. 3 pages, typed, signed at the bottom in his own hand. To the Board of Directors, Pruitt Bank and Trust. She did not read it. She held it over the stove burner. The blue flame caught the edge of the first page. The paper curled. The ink browned. The fire climbed. She let it burn until the flame reached her fingers, then dropped the remains into the sink. The charred flakes settled against the porcelain. Lazarev stood watching her, his hands loose at his sides, his face unreadable. That was the only copy, he said. Good. The kitchen was quiet again, but the tenderness from before lay in ashes beside the burned paper, and she did not know if they could rebuild it before morning found them. Chapter 48. The food co-op had been a feed store until Gunnar Veitch bought the lot 3 years ago. Now it was a community hall with folding chairs, a borrowed microphone, and the smell of old grain rising through fresh paint. Adaeze stood at the back beside Lazarev and watched the room fill. Ranchers in clean shirts, bank tellers in their lunch hour, the Billings Gazette reporter who had covered the hearing, 2 county commissioners she recognized from Delphine's funeral. Men who had worked Pruitt water for 30 years, and women who remembered when the Balogun spread ran 3 times its current herd. Gunnar stood at the front with his hands loose and his sleeves rolled, the posture of a man who had nothing to hide. Thank you for coming, he said. I know the last week has been hard on every family in this valley. The microphone hummed. Someone coughed. I am not here to talk about the marriage, Gunnar said. I am not here to talk about Delphine's estate. I am here to talk about what happens next if the courts decide to fracture control again. Adaeze felt Lazarev shift beside her. Front Range infrastructure has made its interest clear, Gunnar continued. They want access to the Red Mercy. They are willing to pay for it. And I have spent the last 2 years trying to negotiate terms that protect this county instead of selling it out. A man near the front called out. Protect it how? Gunnar smiled. By making sure the people who live here get paid before the developers figure out they do not need us at all. Adaeze kept her face still. She had heard this speech before. The reasonable man, the pragmatic solution, the gentle suggestion that anyone who refused was a sentimental fool. Gunnar, Ruth Ann Tolliver stood near the middle row, her purse clutched to her chest. "Are you saying you have a deal ready?" "I am saying I have a framework." Gunnar pulled a folded document from his shirt pocket. "Front Range will pay market rate for water rights from any landowner who wants to sell. They will fund transition programs for families who cannot sustain current operations. They will invest in county infrastructure without requiring annexation." "At what cost?" Adaeze said. The room turned. She walked forward before she had decided to move. The chairs parted, the faces blurred. She stopped at the front row and faced Gunnar directly. "Market rate sounds fair until you realize Front Range sets the market," she said. "Transition programs sound generous until you realize they mean leaving the valley. Infrastructure investments sound civic until you read the fine print that gives them permanent easement rights." Gunnar's smile did not waver. "Adaeze, I know you have reason to distrust outside interests, but the marriage you are defending was written by a woman who stole your family's child and called it succession planning. Delphine's crimes are not your argument to use." "I am not using them as an argument. I am using them as context." He spread his hands. "You are fighting to preserve a system that was built on theft. I am offering a clean alternative." The room was silent. Adaeze felt the weight of every eye. "The system we are fighting to preserve," she said slowly, "is the one that keeps the Red Mercy in local hands. The one where my neighbors can water their cattle without begging permission from a Denver boardroom. The one where a bad year means borrowing from the co-op instead of selling the land." She turned to face the room. "Gunnar is not wrong that Delphine built this system on crimes, but tearing it down does not mean handing the valley to a corporation that will drain it faster than she ever could." A murmur rippled through the chairs. "I am asking you to wait," Adaeze said. "Give us time to settle the estate. Give us time to prove the marriage can hold. Do not sign anything tonight." "And if the marriage fails?" Gunnar's voice was quiet now. "If Celia's challenge succeeds and the estate fractures again, what guarantee do these families have that your fight protects them?" Adaeze met his eyes. "I will find another way." "That is not a guarantee. It is the truth." She held his gaze. "And the truth is worth more than a contract written by a company that will be gone the moment the water runs dry." The room held. A woman in the second row, older, with a Pruitt brand on her jacket, nodded slowly. The man beside her uncrossed his arms. Gunnar saw it too. For a moment the room tilted toward her. Then Gunnar reached into his jacket and pulled out a second document. "Adaeze is right that I have contingency letters from Front Range," he said. "I was going to wait before sharing them, but given the urgency of the moment," he held up the paper. "Front Range is offering direct buyouts to any landowner in the Red Mercy watershed. 60 days to accept, full payment within 30 days of signing. No requirement to sell the land, only the water rights." The silence cracked. A man near the window stood. 60 days? 60 days from tonight. "How much?" Gunnar named a number. The room erupted. Adaeze stood at the front as the noise rose, ranchers turning to each other, calculators pulled from pockets, the Billings Gazette reporter scribbling. She watched Gunnar's face and saw nothing but calm satisfaction. He had not needed to win the argument tonight. He had only needed to show them the number. She turned to find Lazarev. He was still at the back, his arms crossed, his gray eyes fixed on the crowd, shifting like water released from a dam. She walked toward him through the noise. "People are going to start calling that number before morning." "I know. Can we stop them?" He looked at her. Not with words. The room buzzed around them, families dividing, neighbors calculating, the valley choosing between hope and cash. Adaeze reached for his hand without thinking. He took it, and in the middle of the chaos, surrounded by the sound of a county deciding its future, she felt the burned papers between them still. The tenderness in ashes, the question neither of them had answered. But his fingers stayed laced through hers, and the night was not over yet. Chapter 49. The crowd had not scattered so much as dissolved, small groups peeling off into the dark, pickup engines coughing to life, the co-op lights flickering off one by one. Adaeze stood beside Lazarev in the empty parking lot, their fingers still laced, the warmth of the contact already strange and necessary. We should get home, she said. He did not release her hand. Home. He tested the word like a bruise. Which one? She had no answer. They drove back to the Balogun house in silence, the headlights picking out fence posts and the pale stripes of gravel tracks. The kitchen light was on. Marta sat at the table with a stack of ledgers and a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. She looked up when the door opened. Good, you are both here. Adaeze stopped inside the door. What happened? Nothing new. Marta pushed one of the ledgers across the table. I wanted you to see the numbers while they are still fresh. Adaeze walked to the table and sat. Lazarev stayed standing, his arms crossed, watching Marta's face. The hearing victory does not change the operating margin, Marta said. I ran the projection 3 ways. Best case, with the freeze lifted and the bank cooperative, we have enough cash to cover payroll and feed through August. Worst case, with the freeze holding another 30 days, we run out in June. Adaeze opened the ledger. The columns were precise. Marta's handwriting small and even, every line item accounted for. The numbers did not lie. That is without the buyout pressure, Marta continued. If even 3 families in the watershed accept Gunner's offer, the Water Authority reallocates based on reduced collective demand. Our allocation gets cut proportionally. We lose headroom we cannot afford to lose. Lazarev moved to the table. How many families are likely to accept? I do not know. Marta's flat gray eyes stayed on Adaeze. But I know which ones are already calling their bankers. The kitchen clock ticked. There is something else, Marta said. She reached into the pocket of her canvas vest and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I found this tucked behind the feed-order clipboard in the tack room. She unfolded it and slid it across the table. Adaeze picked it up. A list. Dates, times, route numbers. The feed delivery schedule for the next 3 weeks. The payroll run for the temporary hire families. The gate rotation for the east pasture. Her blood went cold. This is our operation schedule. Copied, Marta said. Someone traced it, matched the handwriting on 2 different sheets to be sure. This is not a record I keep. This is someone else's notes. Lazarev leaned over Adaeze's shoulder, reading. Who has access to the tack room? Everyone, Marta said. That is the problem. The hands, the temporary hires, the county inspector who came through last week. Zuri, you, me. Adaeze set the paper down carefully, as though it might burn. When was it copied? Impossible to say. Marta's voice was flat. But the feed order on this list matches the one we placed Tuesday. That means whoever wrote it has been inside the tack room sometime in the last 3 days. 3 days. The same 3 days Gunner's buyout letters were being prepared. The same 3 days Celia's filing was drafted. The same 3 days the newspaper leak went to print. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. The paralegal plant is in Wendell's office, she said slowly. But Wendell's office does not have our feed orders. Wendell's office does not know our payroll routes. No, Lazarev said. His voice was quiet. This is closer. Marta stood. I will lock the tack room and keep the only key. But that does not matter if the information is already out there. She walked to the door, paused. Adaeze, the numbers are what they are, but the copied schedule means someone is watching us. Not from a boardroom in Denver, from inside the valley. She left. The door clicked shut. Adaeze sat at the table, the copied list in front of her, the ledger open to columns of red ink. The arithmetic was unsparing. The hope she had carried through the community meeting felt like a candle in a windstorm. Lazarev sat down beside her. We need to know who. I know. And we need a plan that does not depend on hoping the freeze lifts in time. She looked at him. His gray eyes were steady, lighter than hers, but holding the same weight. I burned your resignation papers, she said. You do not get to sacrifice yourself again. I am not offering. Then what are you offering? He reached across the table and turned the ledger toward him. Arithmetic. He began reading, page by page, his finger tracing the columns, his face unreadable. Adaeze watched him, and for the first time since the community meeting, she felt something that was not fear. It was not hope either. It was the possibility that they might find a way through the numbers together, even if the numbers did not want to be found. Chapter 50. The handwriting on the copied schedule belonged to someone who knew the tack room, knew the feed order cycle, knew which Tuesday Marta placed the call. Adaeze stared at the looping cursive on the page. The letters were uneven, tilted left, the hand of someone who wrote slowly, carefully, as though copying a language they did not speak. She had seen this handwriting before. The feed order confirmation from January. The note about a sick ewe left on the kitchen counter in February. The signature on the temporary hire timesheet Marta kept in the locked drawer. Lazarev watched her face. You know who. I know whose hand it is. She did not say the name, not yet, not until she was sure. They drove in silence through the dark valley, the truck headlights cutting through the cold air, the red Mercy, a black thread in the distance. Adaeze took the county road past the church, past the co-op where Gunner's price still rang in the air like a bell nobody could unring, past the turnoff to the Pruitt bank, and onto the gravel lane that led to a double-wide trailer with a rusted propane tank in the yard and a child's pink bicycle upside down in the mud. She killed the engine. Lazarev did not ask. He just stepped out, the copied schedule folded in his jacket pocket, and followed her up the sagging porch steps. Adaeze knocked. The door opened on a chain. A woman's face appeared in the gap, eyes red-rimmed, hair pulled back so tight it pulled at the corners of her forehead. Adaeze worried like me? The voice cracked. You cannot be here. I need to talk to Dale. He is not. I know his handwriting, Beth. I know he has been in the tack room. I know he copied our operation schedule. I am not here to fire him. I am here to find out who paid him before somebody else gets hurt. Beth's hand trembled on the chain. He was trying to help us. Let me decide that. The chain slid. The door opened. Dale Withers sat at the kitchen table, a stack of medical bills spread in front of him like a hand of cards he had already lost. He was 53 years old, with a face that had been shaped by 40 years of ranch work, hard sun, and the kind of pride that kept a man from asking for help until it was too late. He did not look up. Figured you would be here by morning. Adaeze sat across from him. Lazarev stayed standing by the door, arms crossed, watching. Tell me. Dale slid a single sheet across the table. A bank statement. The account balance read $47. My wife's cancer came back in January. His voice was flat, the voice of a man who had stopped feeling the blows because there were too many to count. The insurance covered the first round. Second round, they said it was pre-existing. I tried everything. Loans, payment plans, selling the stock I had left. Nothing stretched far enough. Adaeze did not look away. A man came to me 3 weeks ago, said he worked for a firm that brokered agricultural intelligence for investors, wanted to know about delivery patterns, gate rotations, payroll timing, said it was anonymous, said no harm would come of it, said I could name my price. How much? 18,000. The number hung in the air like a wound. I told myself it was just information, not sabotage, not violence, just schedules, feed orders, who was where, when, nothing that would hurt anybody directly. Lazarev spoke for the first time. You gave him the gate rotation schedule. Yes. The night the head gate was sabotaged, you told him when Adaeze would be on the lower pasture alone. Dale's face went gray. I did not know they would. I did not know anybody would touch the gate. The broker said leverage, not violence. He said Gunner needed to show the marriage was unstable, that was all. Pressure, optics, not blood. Adaze's voice was quiet. Who was the broker? Dale. Beth's voice broke from the doorway. Do not. He deserves to know. Dale looked at Adaeze and his eyes were wet. The broker called himself Sutter. Markham Sutter. Adaeze went still. The name was familiar. Wendell had said it, the former deputy solicitor for the Montana Department of Natural Resources, the man at the private firm representing Front Range and Helena, the man Celia's filing had been written in the style of Sutter. Not Gunner, not directly. A layer removed. A man who knew the legal architecture, who knew how to build pressure without leaving fingerprints. He told me it was leverage, Dale said again, as though saying it twice would make it true. He told me Gunner needed to know when the marriage would crack. He told me nobody would get hurt. Adaeze stood. I believe you. Dale blinked. I believe you did not know about the gate. I believe you thought it was just information. She paused. But I need you to tell me everything. Every call, every instruction, every name he gave you. Dale nodded. There is one more. He said the name. Adaeze heard it. Her hand went cold. She turned to Lazarev. His face had gone unreadable, but she saw the muscle jump in his jaw. The name was not Gunner. It was not Sutter. It was someone she had never heard before. A name that did not belong to the valley, to the bank, to the water board, to any corner of the fight she thought she understood. Who is that? She asked. Bale shook his head. I do not know. Sutter mentioned him once, said he was the real buyer, said the schedule information was going to him, not to Front Range. Then why did you think it was Gunner? Because Sutter works for Front Range. I assumed stopped. I assumed wrong. Is liquidation Lazarev. The name sat between them like a door that had just opened onto a room neither of them knew existed. And the weight of it pressed down harder than any buyout, any freeze, any courtroom challenge had managed to do. Chapter 51. The church basement smelled like baked ham, canned green beans, and the particular anxiety of county charity. Folding tables lined every wall, covered in checkered cloths and casserole dishes carried by women who had spent the morning pretending today was normal. The Mercy Crossing Community Fundraiser, potluck and silent auction, proceeds for the volunteer fire department's new oxygen tanks. Adaeze stood at the coat rack with Lazarev beside her, the heat of 30 bodies pressing against the November chill that bled through the basement windows. She had worn her good denim jacket. He had changed into a dark sweater she recognized as belonging to the Pruitt house, but had never seen him wear. Table 8, he said. Ruth Ann Tolliver had saved them seats. 2 plates, 2 napkins, 2 cups of punch already sweating on the paper tablecloth. Adaeze looked at the room. The Withers family sat near the kitchen door, Dale's wife, Beth, staring at her plate as though the food might answer questions nobody had asked. At the far table, old Roy Calder kept his eyes on his coffee cup, refusing to look her way. The women from the church auxiliary moved between tables with practiced smiles, carrying serving spoons and avoiding eye contact. The room was divided. One half watched Adaeze with the soft, wounded sympathy reserved for victims of long theft. The other half watched with the cold, very calculation of people who had just learned the county's richest family had been running a lie for 35 years, and wondered what else the ground might swallow. Marta says the green bean casserole is safe. Zuri appeared at Adaze's elbow, braids half undone, carrying a paper plate stacked so high the top item was sliding. She also says the potato salad is 4 days old, and to avoid it unless you want to test whether the marriage can survive simultaneous food poisoning. Lazarev's mouth twitched. Thank Marta for the intelligence. I cannot. Zuri took a bite of something she would not identify. She is watching the Withers table and does not want to break cover. Adaeze sat. The chair was metal, cold through her jeans. She pulled it closer to the table and felt Lazarev settle beside her, not quite touching, close enough that the heat of his arm reached her through the fabric of both jackets. Ruth Ann leaned forward. I do not know how you do it. Do what? Walk in here tonight. Ruth Ann's purse sat in her lap, clutched like she was holding something precious. After everything that came out, the hearing, the newspapers, the 100 people in this room who spent the last week deciding which version of the truth they want to believe. Adaeze picked up her fork. I decided it does not matter which version they believe. It matters to some of them. It matters to Celia. Adaeze speared a bean. It matters to Gunner. It matters to everyone who stands to make money off the valley being too confused to hold together. But the people I care about already know. Ruth Ann studied her. Then why are you here? Adaeze looked at the room again. The silent auction table covered in quilted blankets and hand-turned bowls. The fire chief shaking hands with men who might or might not sign Gunner's buyout letters tomorrow. The children running between tables, too young to understand why the adults were not laughing tonight. Because if I stop coming to Mercy Crossing, they win. Zuri swallowed whatever she was eating and pointed her fork at the door. Heads up. Adaeze turned. Celia Pruitt stood at the top of the basement stairs, framed against the November light, wearing a cream wool coat and a smile that had been calibrated to wound without drawing blood. Delphine's plan did not work, Adaeze said. No. No. Adaeze stood, and the chair scraped the linoleum. Because whatever she intended, I chose this, not as a Balogun, not because of blood. I chose it because he is the man who carried me out of the Red Mercy after you tried to drain it through a lawyer's filing. The room heard that. Celia's smile flickered. Lovely sentiment. But the county will remember the Balogun name, and in 5 years, when the lawsuits are exhausted and the water rights are settled, they will ask whether you stood by your marriage or your blood. She turned, coat sweeping, and walked back toward the stairs. The room exhaled. Adaeze sat down. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the table. Zuri leaned in. That was the bravest thing I have ever seen. Adaeze did not answer, because Celia was right about one thing. The blood, the name, the question of who she was when the county stopped watching and the courtroom emptied and the marriage became something she had to live, not just defend. She did not know the answer yet. And across the table, old Roy Calder finally looked up from his coffee cup, met her eyes, and held them for 3 full seconds before looking away. Chapter 52. Wendell Tasker appeared at the bottom of the basement stairs before the room had finished exhaling from Celia's exit. He was still wearing his courthouse suit. His glasses were slightly askew, and he carried a leather satchel that looked heavy enough to drag his shoulder down. He scanned the room, found Adaeze at table 8, and crossed the linoleum with a gait that was not quite a hurry, but close. Wendell, Adaeze pushed her chair back. You missed the main event. I heard about it on the way in. He set the satchel on the table and unsnapped the brass buckle. Ruth Ann filled me in at the door, said Celia brought store-bought casserole and surgical precision in equal measure. She did. I came for a different reason. Wendell pulled out a sheaf of papers stapled at the corner. The top sheet bore the county court seal. Filed this 40 minutes ago. Counterclaim. Lazarev leaned forward. Against Celia? Against Celia's entire theory of the case. Wendell spread the papers across the table. She argues the marriage is void ab initio because of a disqualifying blood relation. I argue the marriage is legally sound under Montana Code 40-1-402 because neither party had knowledge of the alleged disqualifying relation at the time of consent, and that Delphine's Codicil explicitly anticipated and mitigated against any future challenge to the bloodline. Anticipated? Adaeze repeated. Delphine left something for this? Wendell's mouth tightened. She left a contingency. An affidavit executed 3 years ago, naming the circumstances under which Lazarev's biological origins might be contested and affirming that any such contest would be a deliberate attempt to destabilize the estate she designed. Lazarev said nothing. His hand was still on Adaze's knee, and she felt his fingers press harder. That affidavit is in the state archive in Helena, Wendell said, filed with the original trust documents under seal. If it stays sealed, it supports our argument that Delphine acted with full knowledge and lawful intent. If it disappears, Adaeze said. Then our counterclaim wobbles, because the affidavit is the only document that explicitly connects Delphine's intent to the bloodline question. Without it, Celia's lawyer can argue that Delphine never considered the blood relation issue, that she was deceived or confused when she wrote the codicil, and that the marriage was entered into under a mutual mistake of material fact. Lazarev's jaw worked. He pulled his hand from Adaze's knee and reached for the papers. How do we check it? We drive to Helena. Wendell slid a folded map from the satchel. The archive opens at 8 tomorrow morning. I have assigned authorization from Judge Harlow to inspect and copy the sealed records, but we have to move before Celia's team finds the same thread. Adaeze looked at the map, then at Lazarev, then at the silent auction table where Celia had left her folded check. She knows. Probably not yet, Wendell's voice dropped. But her lawyer will start pulling the trust documents tomorrow morning. If he finds the seal notation in the public record index, he will ask the right questions within 6 hours. The room was still. The fundraiser murmured on around them, untouched by the legal ground shifting beneath their feet. Adaeze looked at Zuri, who had not moved since Wendell's entrance. "Can you tell Marta we will be gone tonight and tomorrow?" Zuri nodded. "I can. And tell her to lock everything tighter than she already has." Zuri stood. She looked at Lazarev, then back at Adaeze. "You are going?" "We are going," Adaeze pushed back from the table. "Both of us." Lazarev rose beside her without hesitation. Wendell closed the satchel. "Then we leave now. I have a truck outside." Adaeze looked at the casserole dish Celia had left on table 8. Store-bought, perfectly centered, surgical. She took a breath. Then she followed Wendell toward the stairs, with Lazarev close behind, and the church basement door swung shut behind them. Chapter 53. The truck ate the miles between Mercy Crossing and Helena in a gullet of dark highway and sparse oncoming light. Wendell drove with both hands on the wheel, the speedometer needle steady at 7 over, his glasses catching the occasional flare of a passing semi. The Stachel sat on the passenger seat between his thigh and the center console, and the folded map lay on the dashboard like a witness. Adaeze sat on the back. The vinyl seat crackled under her every time she shifted. She had her arms crossed and her gaze fixed on the red taillights of the truck ahead of them, a string of ruby beads pulling them toward the state capitol. Lazarev sat beside her. He had not spoken since they left the church. His hand lay on the seat between them, palm up, open, and she kept looking at it without touching. The heater rattled, the tires hummed. Wendell cleared his throat once and did not speak again. She watched the exit signs blur past. East Helena, Clancy. The last of the ranchette lights thinned out until there was only sagebrush and the long dark of the interstate median and the faint smell of Wendell's coffee from the thermos he had not touched. "You should rest," Lazarev said. "Not tired. You have not slept more than 4 hours in 3 days." She turned her head. His profile was cut against the window glass, the highway lights sliding over his jaw, his brow, the set of his mouth. "That makes 2 of us." He said nothing, but his hand stayed where it was, palm up, and she watched the tendons in his wrist shift as the truck took a curve. The clock on the dashboard read 11:47 p.m. when Wendell finally spoke. "I called ahead. The night archivist knows we are coming. She will let us in at 6:45, 15 minutes before public opening." Adaeze leaned forward. "You have that kind of pull at the state archive?" "I have the authorization." Wendell's voice was flat. "And I have a name the archivist remembers." Delphine made sure of that. The way he said it made the cab colder. They pulled into Helena at 1:13 a.m. Wendell found a motel off the main drag, a 2-story brick building with a blue vacancy sign that buzzed faintly in the dark. He booked 2 rooms. Adaeze and Lazarev took the one at the far end of the second-floor walkway, and the door closed behind them with a lock that felt thin and temporary. The room was small, 2 beds, a brown carpet, a window facing the parking lot and the interstate beyond. The ceiling light buzzed. Adaeze sat on the edge of the nearest bed and did not lie down. Lazarev stood by the window. His hand rested on the curtain pole. "We have 5 hours," he said. "I know. You should try." She looked at the bed. The sheets were white and institutional, and the pillow had a dent in it from the last guest. She thought about the last time she had slept beside him, the flood night, his arm across her ribs, the sound of the river receding in the dark. "Come here," she said. He turned from the window. The parking lot light caught his face, and she saw the question in his eyes before he masked it. "Lie down," she said. "That is all." He crossed the room and sat on the edge of the other bed. Then he stood again, pulled off his jacket, draped it over the chair, and lay back on the mattress, his boots still on, his hands crossed over his chest. She lay down on her own bed, facing him. The distance between them was 3 feet of motel carpet and the thin air of a room that did not belong to either of them. "Adaeze, if the affidavit is gone when we get there, what do we do?" She watched his chest rise and fall. the steady rhythm of a man who was still learning to ask for help instead of assuming the weight alone. Then we find out who took it before we did. He turned his head on the pillow. His eyes met hers across the gap. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then his hand moved off his chest, extended toward the space between the beds, and hung there, waiting. She looked at his open palm. She reached out and took it. His fingers closed around hers, and they lay there in the buzzing motel light, holding hands across the gap, not speaking, while the interstate hummed through the window glass and the clock inched toward the hour. The archive building was limestone and concrete, set back from the street behind a row of bare elms. The sky was that pale Montana gray that came before true dawn, and the air smelled of cold pavement and old paper. Wendell was already at the entrance when Adaeze and Lazarev arrived. He held a manila envelope with the court seal. The archivist will meet us at the reading room. They went through the metal detector, signed the visitor log. Wendell chewed his bars card and the authorization. A woman in a gray blouse appeared through a door marked Staff Only, her eyes moving from Wendell to Adaeze to Lazarev, with the flat assessment of someone who had seen 1,000 inheritance wars cross her threshold. Mr. Tasker, the authorization is in order. Follow me. She led them through a hallway lined with steel cabinets, then into a reading room with long oak tables and green-shaded lamps. The air was cool and dry, and the silence had weight. I need the box for the Pruitt Trust Archive, Wendell said. Accession number 87 to 142. Sealed documents under the estate of Delphine Pruitt, filed under seal with the original trust instruments. The archivist nodded. She walked to a counter, typed something into a terminal, and frowned. One moment. She typed again. Her frown deepened. Wendell stepped closer. Is there a problem? The archivist looked up. Her face had gone careful, the expression of someone who had just found a crack in the floor. The box was requested yesterday at 4:17 p.m. under Emergency Review Authority. Adaeze felt her chest tighten. By whom? The archivist turned the screen so they could see it. The signature field read, Markham Sutter, designate, Montana Department of Natural Resources. The box was gone. Chapter 54. The archivist's face did not change. She had delivered worse news across this counter before, and the flatness in her eyes said she knew it. Adaeze stood very still. The box was gone. Markham Sutter had it. The affidavit that could seal their case had been lifted out of the system under public authority by a man who is supposed to be their enemy's lawyer, and nobody had stopped him. How? Wendell said. His voice had gone thin and precise, the tone of a man holding fury behind a wall. The archivist turned the screen back. Emergency Review Authority. He produced a DNR letterhead request signed by the deputy director. Once the document is checked out under that authority, the system does not flag it for return until 72 hours have passed. 72 hours, Lazarev repeated. By which time it could be in a shredder in Billings or a SEF in Denver, Wendell said. The archivist said nothing. She had no answer for that. Adaeze looked at the oak tables, the green lamps, the silent rows of cabinets that held other people's history, other people's secrets, other families' wars that had been fought and lost and forgotten in this same dry air. The request form, she said. Does it list a forwarding address for the materials? The archivist hesitated. Then she reached for a drawer beneath the counter and pulled a paper file. She laid it flat and turned it so Adaeze could see. Markham Sutter, Deputy Designate, a Helena P.O. box for the DNR field office, a phone number with a 406 prefix, and at the bottom of the request form, in the field marked Purpose of Review, a single typed line. Succession verification, Lazarev said. His voice was quiet. That is what he called it. That is what he called it, the archivist agreed. Wendell took a photograph of the form with his phone. His hands were steady, but the pulse in his temple beat hard. Can you tell us anything else about the request? How Sutter handled himself? Whether he had help? The archivist looked at Wendell for a long moment. Then she looked at Adaeze. He was not alone. A woman came with him. Older, dark coat. She waited by the door while he signed the forms and carried the box out. She did not touch anything. A woman, Adaeze said. Silver hair. She wore glasses with dark frames. She did not speak. Adaeze felt the cold start in her chest and spread outward. Celia, she said. Wendell's jaw tightened. That tracks. She would have found the seal notation in the public index by late yesterday afternoon. If she had Sutter on retainer or a pull with the DNR, she could have made the call and had him in Helena before we cleared the county line. She was already here, Lazarev said. She did not wait. They stood in the reading room for another minute, doing nothing useful because there was nothing useful to do. The box was gone. The affidavit was compromised. Celia Pruitt had played the faster hand and won the first round. Wendell exhaled through his nose. I need to make calls. I need to find out whether Sutter works directly for the DNR or whether that designation is a cover for private work. I need to know whether the affidavit has been copied, destroyed, or transferred to someone else's custody. That will take hours. Then take hours, Adaeze said. Wendell looked at her. And you? She looked at Lazarev. His face was unreadable, but his hand hung at his side, half open, and she remembered how it had felt reaching for hers across the motel room gap. Will we find somewhere to wet? She said. The hotel was 3 blocks from the archive. Different hotel, same carpet, same buzzing light, same thin walls, and the same feeling of being suspended in a place that would not hold them. Adaeze sat on the edge of the bed. She did not take off her jacket. Lazarev stood by the window again, his hand resting on the curtain pole. The same posture as the night before. The same weight in his shoulders. He was faster, Lazarev said. Yes. We drove through the night. We woke before dawn. We did everything right, and he was still faster. He had a state agency behind him, a title, an official stamp. We had a court authorization in the name of a dead woman who built this entire mess. Lazarev turned from the window. Adaeze. She looked at him. What do we do if the affidavit is gone permanently? She had asked herself that question on the drive. She had asked it in the motel at 3:00 a.m. She had asked it standing in the archive while the archivist showed them the request form. I do not know, she said. He crossed the room and sat on the edge of the other bed, facing her. The distance between them was 2 feet of brown carpet and the tired air of a room that smelled faintly of bleach. Then let us sit in that for a moment, because I am tired of pretending I have an answer. She watched his face. The fatigue was there, deep lines she had not noticed before. He looked older than he had at the funeral. He looked like a man who had been carrying something too heavy for too long and only now realized he was allowed to set it down. I do not know who I am, he said. I thought I was a Pruitt. Then I learned I was stolen. Then I learned I was a Balogun. Then I learned I was a weapon Delphine built to keep the land together. None of those are me, and I do not know what is left. Adaeze did not speak. She let the silence hold him. And this, he said, gesturing at the room, the window, the city outside. This is the first time in my life I have not had an answer. And I hate it. But I also do not want to lie to you anymore. I do not want to perform confidence I do not feel. If the affidavit is gone, we lose a legal shield, and I do not know how to protect us without it. He said it plainly, without self-pity, and the honesty of it hurt more than any performance of strength would have. Adaeze looked at her hands, the calluses, the rope burns, the small scar along her thumb from a fence wire that had snapped wrong 2 years ago. You asked me last night what we would do if the affidavit was gone, she said. I told you we would find out who took it. That was not a real answer. It was reflex. It was the thing I say when I do not want to admit I am afraid. Lazarev did not move. I am afraid, she said. I am afraid that we do not know how deep this goes. I am afraid that Sutter is only the visible edge of something larger. I am afraid that Celia has already won this round, and we are just standing here pretending we have time to recover. She looked up. But I am also afraid of losing you. Not the marriage, not the codicil, not the water rights. You. The man who sat beside me in a flooded truck and did not let go. The man who carried me out of a river and did not ask for thanks. The man who told the truth to a room full of strangers because I asked him to. His jaw tightened. His eyes were bright and unreadable. "I do not know what happens next," she said. "I do not know if we can stop Celia or find the affidavit or keep the water rights alive through June. But I know I want to figure it out beside you. That is the only thing I am sure of." He was quiet for a long moment. Then he slid off to bed and knelt in front of her. He took her hands. His thumbs pressed against her palms, and she felt the warmth of him through all the cold of the archive, the drive, the hours of not knowing. Adaeze deadens. "Yes, I have been afraid to tell you something." Her chest tightened. "Tell me." He looked at her. His gray eyes the same color as the Mersey sky in winter. "I want children," he said. "I want a family. I want to build something that nobody can steal or weaponize, and I want to do it with you." The words landed hard. Not a question, not a test, a confession. "I do not know what that looks like," he said. "I do not know if we can have it. But if the marriage survives and the estate holds and the water rights do not collapse, I want that. And I needed you to know." Adaeze could not speak. Her throat had closed. She pulled her hands free. Then she reached forward and cupped his face, her thumbs brushing his cheekbones, the stubble along his jaw. "You want a family," she said. "Yes. With me. With you." She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his. They sat there, breathing the same air, in a hotel room that was not home, in a city that was not theirs, with a war waiting outside the door. "I want that too," she whispered. His hands came up and held her waist. "I will try to deserve it," he said. "You already do." They stayed like that for a long moment. The silence was not empty. It was full of everything they had not said and everything they had just begun to believe. The knock came at the door at 9:47 p.m. Adaeze opened it. Wendell stood in the hallway, his tie loosened, his face drawn. "I found the name," he said. "The woman who helped Sutter, the one with silver hair." He held up his phone. It was not Celia. Adaeze took the phone. The screen showed a 505 photo. Gray hair, dot-framed glasses. A face she recognized. "Delphine's cousin," she said. "Helen Pruitt." Wendell lowered the phone. "She was the one who carried the box out of the archive. She has been working with Sutter since before the hearing, and she is still in Helena." Chapter 55. Wendell found the name in a Helena phone book that had been adopted the year before. The entry underlined in green ink so old the page had yellowed around the pressure mark. Cyrus Hale. Retired. Deputy Supervisor, Water Resource Division, Montana DNR, 1989 to 2007. The address led them to a house in North Helena where the porch light was burned out and the gutters sagged with dry leaves. Adaeze knocked. Lazarev stood behind her, close enough that she felt his heat through the cold. The door opened 6 inches. A chain rattled. An old face appeared in the gap, pale eyes squinting past the security of the chain. "Mr. Hale," Wendell said from the step below. "My name is Wendell Tasker. I am an attorney representing the Pruitt estate. We need to talk about Delphine Pruitt." The chain slid free. The door opened. Cyrus Hale was 73 years old, wearing a cardigan over a flannel shirt, his hands spotted and his voice a dry rasp. He did not invite them past the threshold, but he did not close the door either. "I figured someone would come," he said. "I just did not expect it to take this long." Hale led them to a kitchen where the fluorescent light buzzed and a coffee pot sat cold on the counter. He did not offer them seats. He leaned against the stove and crossed his arms. "Markham Sutter already came," he said. "Day before yesterday. He wanted to know if I still had my old files from the Oversight Committee." "And did you?" Wendell asked. "I told him I retired clean. Everything went to the archive. That is the official answer." Hale's eyes shifted to Adaeze. "The unofficial answer is that I keep a copy of anything I think might be used against me. And I have been retired 16 years. Nobody has ever come looking for those copies until this week." Adaeze stepped forward. "Delphine Pruitt executed a sealed affidavit 3 years ago. It was filed under your committee's oversight authority. Sutter took the original from the archive yesterday with a DNR emergency review form. We need to know what was in it." Hale turned to the window. The glass was dark. His reflection hung in it like a ghost. "I knew Delphine for 30 years, he said. "She called me in 1990, 6 months after that baby was taken. She told me that the Pruitt water rights needed a private amendment to protect the succession. She did not say why. She did not have to. You did not ask Delphine why. You asked how and when." He turned back. "I processed the amendment. It allowed the trust to transfer water seniority outside direct bloodline inheritance, provided the beneficiary held the Pruitt surname at time of transfer. That was her insurance. If the truth ever came out, she wanted Lazarev to keep the allocation anyway." Lazarev's voice came from behind Adaeze, low and controlled. "She planned for the truth to surface." "She planned for everything," Hale said. "That affidavit she filed 3 years ago was her last piece of insurance. It documented what she had done in 1990 and why. She sealed it so that if anyone ever challenged the estate on bloodline grounds, the record would show she acted with lawful intent." "And Sutter took it," Adaeze said. "Sutter took it," Hale agreed. "But I have a copy." The room went still. "Where?" Wendell asked. Hale did not answer. He crossed to a pantry door, pulled it open, and reached behind a stack of canned goods. His hand came back with a manila folder, thick with age, the edges soft from handling. He laid it on the counter. "I have kept this for 3 years, he said. "I told myself I was holding it for the right person to ask. I told myself I was protecting the truth, but the truth is I was afraid. Delphine built a machine and I helped maintain it. And when you help maintain a machine like that, you never know which bolt they are going to pull first." He pushed the folder across the counter. "Take it. I do not want to die holding this." Adaeze reached for it. Headlights swept the kitchen window. Hale went rigid. A truck engine growled in the driveway, too fast, too close. The headlights cut hard and the engine did not slow. "Get down!" Lazarev grabbed Adaeze's arm and pulled her sideways. The truck hit the porch. The impact shook the house. Wood splintered. Glass shattered somewhere in the front room. The folders slid off the counter and papers scattered across the linoleum. Hale was already moving toward the front of the house, his voice a raw shout. Adaeze scrambled after him. Lazarev was right behind her. The front door was gone. The porch was a wreck of snapped boards and twisted railing. A dock pickup sat in the yard, its bed still rocking from the impact. The driver's door was open. Hale stood in the gap where the door had been, staring at the truck. Then he looked down. The manila folder lay open on the wet pavement. Hale took a step toward it. The truck reversed, fast. The tires spat gravel. Hale did not see it coming. The bumper caught him at the knees. His body folded and hit the hood. The truck kept reversing, and Hale slid off onto the asphalt, his head striking the edge of the driveway with a sound like a dropped rock. The truck swung around, straightened, and tore down the street without headlights. Adaeze was already running toward Hale. She dropped to her knees beside him. His eyes were open, but they were not seeing. Blood ran from his temple and spread across the wet pavement in a dark, patient bloom. The folder lay 3 feet away, its contents scattered like a white fan across the street. Lazarev knelt on the other side of Hale's body and pressed his jacket against the wound. "Call an ambulance," he said. Wendell was already on the phone. Adaeze crawled to the scattered pages and began gathering them. Her hands shook. The paper was slick with rain and blood. She found the first page, affidavit of lawful intent. Executed November 12, 2021. Pruitt Family Trust. Accession 87 to 142. She turned it over. The first sentence stopped her cold. "I, Delphine Mary Pruitt, being of sound mind and lawful purpose, do hereby affirm that the child known as Lazarev Pruitt was placed into my custody on July 12, 1989, with full knowledge of his biological origins, and that this affidavit is executed in contemplation of a future challenge to his inheritance rights." Adaeze read it again. Then she looked up. Lazarev was still pressing his jacket against Hale's head. The old man's breath was shallow but steady. Sirens cut through the Helena night, coming closer. Adaeze held up the page. "He kept his copy," she said. Lazarev looked at her across the boss of the man who had tried to give them the truth. His gray eyes were unreadable. His hands were red. What does it say? Adaeze turned the page toward the light. It says Delphine knew exactly what she was doing, and she left a paper trail to prove it. Chapter 56. The sirens grew louder, then cut to a low wail as the ambulance turned onto the street. Adaeze knelt on the wet pavement, the affidavit pages spread around her like wounded birds, the ink bleeding where rain had touched them. She gathered them carefully, separating the wet pages from the dry, placing them in a stack on her thigh. Her hands were not steady. The paper was slick and fragile, and every time she touched one, she feared it would tear. Hale was still breathing. Lazarev held pressure on his head wound, his face tight and controlled, the muscle in his jaw jumping. The ambulance lights swept the house and the truck stopped, and 2 paramedics were out before the wheels finished rolling. One of them knelt beside Lazarev. "I have it," the paramedic said, sliding gloved hands under Lazarev's. Lazarev let go. He sat back on his heels, his shirt dark with blood, his hands painted red to the wrist. He looked at them like he did not recognize them. Adaeze stood and crossed to him. She held the pages against her chest, the paper damp against her ribs. "Come," she said. He stood. They moved to the curb as the paramedics worked over Hale, cutting his shirt, starting any one, talking in clipped, efficient bursts. Wendell stood by the porch wreckage, his phone pressed to his ear, his voice low and fast. Adaeze looked down at the pages in her hands. The first page was dry. She had grabbed it first, before the rain could take it. The second was wet at the edges, but legible. The third was smeared in one corner, the ink running like a bruise. She found a stretch of curb under a street lamp and sat down. Lazarev sat beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat of his arm through her wet sleeve. She spread the pages across her knees. The first page she had already read. Delphine's affirmation, the date, the child's name, the full knowledge of biological origins. She turned to the second page. I, Delphine Mary Pruitt, acting as sole trustee of the Pruitt Family Trust, do hereby amend the succession provisions to permit transfer of water rights and real property to any beneficiary holding the Pruitt surname, regardless of direct bloodline descent, effective January 15, 1990. Adaeze read it twice. She amended the trust, she said. In 1990. She made it so the water rights could go to anyone with the Pruitt name, not just blood. Lazarev's voice was flat. So if I had been anyone, any child she picked, as long as she gave me the name. Yes. He did not say anything else. She turned to the third page. The ink was smeared at the top, a dark bloom where water had pooled. She angled it toward the street lamp and read what she could. Foresaw that a claim from the Balogun line would eventually be made, either through legal action or personal reckoning, and determined that securing the succession through a named heir was the only means of preserving. The next line was illegible. The ink had run in a brown wash across the page. She could make out fragments. The mother's family had already begun inquiries, the threat of exposure from within. I acted to protect the estate from a challenge that would have destroyed. She stopped reading. The mother's family, she said, Maria's family, the Baloguns. Lazarev turned to look at her. She feared the Baloguns before I was born. Before she even took you. Adaeze stared at the page, the words swimming in the weak light. This was not a crime of opportunity. She planned it. She knew the Balogans would come for what was theirs, and she stole you to prevent it. He was quiet for a long moment. Then I was never a person to her, he said. I was a legal strategy. Adaeze reached for his hand without thinking. He took it. His fingers were cold and still wet, but he held on. She turned to the fourth page. It was torn. A jagged diagonal cut from the top corner to the middle, as if it had caught on something when Hale pulled it from the folder. The remaining fragment was barely a paragraph. The affidavit is lodged with the State Archive under seal, accessible only by court order or emergency review by the Montana Department of Natural Resources. A duplicate copy is held by Cyrus Hale, retired deputy supervisor, for distribution at my discretion or upon my death. I have also prepared a second document, lodged with the same archive under separate accession number, detailing the full identity of the child's biological father and the circumstances of his surrender. That document is to remain sealed unless the lawful succession of the Pruitt water rights is challenged at a court of competent jurisdiction. Adaeze's breath caught. There is a second document. Lazarev leaned closer, reading over her shoulder. What does it say? It says there is another sealed document, with the identity of your biological father, and the circumstances of his surrender. Surrender. He said the word like it tasted of metal. Not theft. Surrender. Sutter took the first box, but if there is a second accession number, with a second document, then Sutter may not have it, Lazarev finished. Or he does not know it exists. Wendell walked up, his phone still in his hand, his face pale under the street lamp. Hale is stable, he said. They are taking him to St. Peter's. He was conscious for a moment in the ambulance. He said the word Sutter, and then he said, the second. Adaeze held up the torn page. There is a second document, she said, sealed under a separate accession number. Delphine left it in the archive. It names Lazarev's biological father and the circumstances of the surrender. Wendell took the page, his eyes scanning the fragment. His lips moved as he read. If Sutter does not know about this, he said slowly, we have a window. How long? Lazarev asked. Wendell looked at the sky. The rain had stopped, but the clouds were low and heavy, pressing down on the Helena night. The archive opens at 8, he said. We have 4 hours to find that accession number before anyone else does. Adaeze stood, the pages pressed against her chest. Then we go now. She looked at Lazarev. He was still sitting on the curb, his hands hanging between his knees, his shirt dark with blood that was not his. He looked smaller than she had ever seen him, the polished surface stripped away, the man beneath it raw and exposed. He met her eyes. Go where? He asked. We do not even know the number. Adaeze looked down at the torn page in her hand. The fragment ended mid-sentence, the paper jagged and incomplete. The missing part where the accession number would have been. A number that might not exist anymore. A document that could have been destroyed. A truth that Sutter was already 3 steps ahead of them on. She had nothing but a piece of wet paper and a dead woman's promise. But she had Lazarev beside her, and she had not come this far to stop now because the trail went cold. Then we find it, she said. We find the number, and we find the document, and we get there before Sutter does. Lazarev looked at her for a long moment. Then he stood, and she saw something settle in his face. Not hope exactly, but the thing that comes before it. The choice to keep moving, even when the ground gives way. 4 hours, he said. 4 hours. Wendell was already dialing. I will call the archivist, the one from last night. She gave me her personal number. Adaeze did not let go of the pages. She looked at the torn edge again, tracing the line where the paper had ripped. The missing piece held everything. Chapter 57. The sun was already high by the time they crossed the county line, the light hard and white against the thawing fields. Adaeze had not slept in the passenger seat. She had tried, closing her eyes against the glare, but every time she drifted, the image of Hale's blood on the asphalt pulled her back. Lazarev drove with both hands on the wheel, his knuckles white even when the road ran straight. He had not spoken since they left Helena. Wendell followed in his own car, a black sedan that hung a quarter-mile behind them like a conscience she could not shake. Mercy Crossing looked the same grain elevator against the sky, the same feed store with its faded sign. But the truck stop was fuller than it should have been on a weekday, and the men standing outside the co-op did not look away when she met their eyes. Something happened while we were gone, she said. Lazarev did not ask what. He just watched the road. They passed the Pruitt Bank. A cluster of people stood on the sidewalk, not quite a crowd, but too many for a casual morning. One of them held a newspaper. Another was talking into a phone held sideways against the wind. Adaeze's phone buzzed. She looked down. The screen showed Marta's name. She answered. Where are you? Marta's voice was flat, the kind of flat she used when something had already gone wrong and she was past the point of warning. When it comes police in these, varies, Spreckens. The bank board called an emergency meeting this morning. They are voting on interim management, without Lazarev. Adae's stomach turned cold. When? 2 hours ago. Marta paused. They recessed until 1, said they wanted to hear from both of you before they decided. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. He had not taken his eyes off the road, but his jaw was tight enough that she knew he had heard. Who called the meeting? She asked. Guess. Gunna. He sent a letter to every board member yesterday, said the ongoing uncertainty was a liability to depositors in the county's agricultural credit line, cited the newspaper articles, cited the freeze, cited the bloodline question as a matter of fiduciary responsibility. Adaeze pressed her palm against the dashboard as if she could push the truck faster. We will be there by 1. Make it 12:30 if you can. Marta's voice dropped. And Adaeze, he is not wrong about the numbers. I ran them again this morning. If the freeze holds another 30 days, we start missing payroll. Adaeze closed her eyes. I know. She hung up. The truck rolled through Mercy Crossing's Main Street, past the church where Delphine's funeral had started everything, past the courthouse where the hearing had nearly broken them, past the diner where the old men still sat at the window with their coffee and their judgment. Lazarev pulled into the bank lot and killed the engine. The building looked the same. Red brick, brass handles, a flag that hung limp in the still air. But the door was propped open, and the lobby was fuller than it had been during the bank run. Adaeze stepped out of the truck. The wind hit her face, cold and dry. She smelled dust and asphalt and the first faint green of grass breaking through the thaw. Lazarev came around the hood and stood beside her. We do not have to do this, he said. Not today, not while we are still carrying Helena. She looked at him. His eyes were gray and tired, but there was something steady underneath the exhaustion, a line she had not seen him cross before. If we do not do this today, she said, there will be no us to come back to. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. They walked inside together. The lobby had been rearranged. Chairs lined the walls. A table at the front held black depths of printed pages, the bank's quarterly report, a balance sheet summary, a letter from Gunnar Vaich that someone had already read and folded and left open on the corner. Gunnar stood near the teller counter, talking to Drummond in a low voice. He looked up when they entered, and his expression did not change. Adaeze. He said her name like he was testing it. I wondered if you would make it back in time. I said I would be here. You said a lot of things. He stepped away from Drummond, moving toward her with that unhurried stride that made everything he did look reasonable. The question is whether any of them still hold. The room had gone quiet. She could feel the weight of it, the eyes of bank staff, board members, the man from the co-op who had been standing on the sidewalk, a woman she did not recognize who held a notebook open on her knee. What do you want, Gunnar? I want what I have always wanted. He stopped a few feet from her, his hands in his coat pockets, his shoulders relaxed. A valley that survives the winter without bleeding out every spring. You and Lazarev have spent the last month proving the estate cannot hold under the current management. The bank board knows it. The county knows it. The only question left is whether you will admit it before the damage becomes irreversible. Adaeze felt Lazarev shift beside her, a subtle movement, not toward Gunnar but into position at her shoulder. The damage was not caused by us, she said. It was caused by a dead woman's secrets and a man who saw a crisis and decided to profit from it. Gunnar smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Delphine is dead. I am not. And in 60 days, when those buyout letters start coming due, you will have to explain to every family in the watershed why you chose pride over survival. He looked at Lazarev, then back at her. I am asking you one last time, Adaeze. Will you choose managed survival over romantic ruin? Or will you let the marriage sink everything you have spent your life protecting? The room held its breath. Adaeze opened her mouth. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. Marta's name again. She answered. They are coming from the east, Marta said, her voice thin and sharp. Riders, a dozen at least, driving cattle straight toward the lower fence line at speed. If they hit it, the whole herd will scatter into the wash. Adaeze's hands tightened on the phone. How far out? 3 minutes, maybe 4. She licked at Gunnar. He was watching her, his face unreadable. Then she looked at Lazarev, and she saw him already reaching for the keys. "I have to go." Gunnar's smile flickered. "There is always another crisis, Adaeze. That is the point. You cannot chase every fire and expect to keep the house." She did not answer. She was already moving. Chapter 58. The truck tore out of the bank lot before the door finished swinging shut. Adaeze braced one hand against the dash as Lazarev took the corner onto the county road, gravel hammering the undercarriage. The wind through the open window carried nothing yet, no dust, no sound of hooves, but she could feel it in the set of his shoulders, the same readiness she had seen during the flood. "How far?" 3 miles to the lower fence line." She pulled out her phone, dialed Marta. "Where are they now?" "Still pushing east," Marta said. "They are not trying to stop. They want the herd through the wire." "How many riders?" 10, maybe 12. They have lights, but they're not using them evenly, moving in a spread, driving from the back and the flanks." Adaeze calculated the math in her head. 3 miles, a dozen riders, a herd of Balogun cattle that had been rotated onto the lower pasture 3 days ago. Prime stock, 70 head at least, worth $250,000 on any auction floor. "Can you see the fence from where you are?" "No, I lost visual when they dropped into the draw, but I can hear them. They're close." Lazarev took the next turn without braking, and the truck slid sideways for a half-second before the tires found purchase. He did not flinch. His hands were steady on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the dark road ahead. "Gunnar knew," Adaeze said. "He knew something." Lazarev's voice was flat. "The meeting, the board letter, the timing. He pulled us into the bank so we would be late. Or he wanted us watching him while someone else did the work." The headlights caught a break in the fence line up ahead, a section of wire that had been cut and folded back like a curtain. Beyond it, the pasture was dark and empty. They were too late. Adaeze was out of the truck before it stopped, the cold air hitting her face as she ran toward the gap. The cut wire was clean, clipped with bolt cutters, each strand curled back with deliberate care. Whoever had done this knew fence work. "Heard tracks," Lazarev said. He was already kneeling at the edge of the road, his hand touching the churned earth where the cattle had been driven through. "They went east, toward the county road." Adaeze's stomach dropped. If the herd hit the county road in the dark, cars would not see them until it was too late. The damage would be catastrophic. Dead stock, wrecked vehicles, lawsuits that would drain the estate for years. "We have to turn them before they reach the asphalt." She ran back to the truck and pulled the gate open, climbing into the bed before Lazarev could stop her. The rack held 4 floodlights, a coil of rope, and a shotgun she had not known was there. "What are you doing?" "Creating a wall." She lifted the first floodlight, swung it toward the road behind them, and set it on the ground facing east. "If we make enough light, they will hesitate. Cattle do not charge into brightness." Lazarev understood immediately. He pulled the truck forward, angled the headlights across the pasture, and then began dragging the second floodlight into position. The ground shook. Adaeze felt it through her boots first, a low vibration that built into a rumble, and then a roar. The herd was coming. She could see them now, a dark wave moving across the pasture, driven by the riders who flanked them on either side. "Get behind the lights," she shouted. She grabbed the shotgun from the rack and fired into the air. The sound cracked across the valley, sharp and final. The lead cattle faltered, their momentum breaking as the floodlights caught their eyes. They slowed, confused, the ones behind them piling into the ones in front. Lazarev was already running toward the flank, waving his arms, shouting in a voice she had never heard from him, raw and commanding, a sound that belonged to the land and not the boardroom. The riders saw him. One of them pulled a rifle from a saddle scabbard and fired a shot over Lazarev's head. Adaeze was moving before she thought. She brought the shotgun up and fired again, not at the rider, at the ground in front of his horse. The animal reared, and the rider lost his grip, tumbling backward into the dark. The other riders pulled up. For a long moment, no one moved. The cattle milled in the floodlights, their breath steaming in the cold air. The riders sat their horses in a loose line, watching. Then someone gave a signal. A hand raised and dropped, and the riders turned as one and rode east, disappearing into the draw as fast as they had come. Adaeze lowered the shotgun. Her hands were shaking. Lazarev walked toward her through the scattered herd, his chest heaving, his face slick with sweat. "Are you hit?" "No." No shook her head. "But I will be if you do not stop asking me that." He almost smiled. Almost. Then he bent down and picked something up from the ground near where the riders had turned, a small black radio, the kind used by private security contractors, with a label on the back that read, "Front Range Infrastructure, Field Operations, Channel 4. Adaeze took it from him. "I need Marta to tell me if that channel number matches the subcontractor's gunner uses." Lazarev's eyes were dark and cold. "It will." She looked at the radio in her hand, then at the gap in the fence, then at the cattle slowly settling in the floodlights. The pattern was deliberate. The timing was precise. Someone had coordinated this to happen while they were trapped in the bank. And Gunnar had been the one who called the meeting. "Call Wendell," she said. "Tell him we need a deposition list for every subcontractor Front Range has used in the last 18 months. Lazarev pulled out his phone. As he dialed, the radio in Adaeze's hand crackled. A voice, low and distorted by static, said, "East Group is clear. Repeat, East Group is clear. No engagement. Pull back to the county line." Then silence. I held the radio so tightly her knuckles went white. Someone was watching. Someone was waiting. And the night was not over yet. Chapter 59. They pulled into the Balogun yard at midnight, midnight, the headlights sweeping across a house gone dark except for the kitchen window. Adaeze killed the engine and sat for a moment, the Front Range radio still cold in her hand, the crack of the shotgun still ringing in her ears. Lazarev touched her wrist. "Come inside." She nodded, walked. The porch steps felt higher than she remembered. The front door swung open before she reached it, and Zuri stood there in sweatpants and a hoodie, her braids half undone, her eyes sharp with worry. "Marta called. She said there were riders. We stopped them." Adaeze stepped past her into the warmth. "Everyone's alive. The herd is settling." Zuri let out a breath. "Good, because I have another problem." Adaeze's stomach tightened. "What?" "Smoke." Zuri pointed toward the back of the house. "About 20 minutes ago, I smelled it from my window. It's coming from the tack room." Adaeze was already moving, her boots loud on the floorboards, Lazarev behind her. They crossed the kitchen and pulled open the back door. The tack room was a separate structure, 30 feet from the house, built of old pine and corrugated metal. A thin curl of gray smoke rose from the gap beneath the door, pale against the dark. She grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall mount and ran. The lock was warm. She twisted it, shoved the door open, and the smoke hit her face, acrid and chemical. Not wood smoke, something electrical. The interior was dim, lit only by the yard light, but she could see the source. A small fire burning in the corner where the feed order clipboard hung, flames licking at a stack of paper on the shelf below. She aimed the extinguisher and pulled the trigger. The foam smothered the fire in seconds, leaving a white crust over the charred remains. The smoke thinned, drifting toward the open door. Lazarev stepped in behind her, pulling a flashlight from his pocket, sweeping the beam across the walls. "Small," he said. "Contained. Whoever said it wanted damage, not destruction." Adaeze knelt beside the shelf. The paper stack was mostly ruined, edges blackened, wet with foam, but the middle layers had survived, only smoke-stained. She lifted them carefully, separating the salvageable from the ruined. Behind her, Zuri appeared in the doorway. "I called Marta. She's doing a perimeter check." "Good." "What was that?" Zuri pointed at the radio still in Adaeze's hand. "Evidence." Adaeze set it on the workbench. "Front Range Field Ops channel. The riders used it." Zuri's eyes went flat. "So Gunnar is dumb enough to leave his gear behind, or smart enough to use subcontractor who do not know whose name is on the radio." Lazarev's voice was dry. "Either way, we have it." Adaeze spread that salvaged papers on the workbench. Freight receipts, a vaccination schedule, a handwritten note from Marta about fence repairs. Nothing critical, but the smoke damage meant the originals would need to be recreated for insurance if the fire had been intended to destroy financial records. Then Zuri made a sound. "What is this?" She was holding a manila envelope, pulled from a lower shelf that had escaped the worst of the smoke. The envelope was waxed, old, the flap sealed with red wax that had cracked with age. Zuri turned it over. On the back, in Delphine Pruitt's handwriting, was a single word: Balogun. Adaeze's blood went cold. Where was that? Behind the feed ledgers. Zuri held it out. It was wedged in the crack between the shelf and the wall. Someone hid it here, recently. Adaeze took the envelope. The wax seal was intact. She slid her thumb beneath the flap and broke it, pulling out a single photograph. The image was faded, colors shifted toward sepia, but the faces were clear. Imani Balogun, younger than she had ever seen him, maybe 25, with his arm around a woman in a nurse's uniform. Dark hair, sharp jaw, a smile that did not reach her eyes. In the background, a hospital corridor. A sign on the wall read, "Rilling's Mercy, Maternity Wing." And in the corner, handwritten in white ink, a date, June 11th, 1989. Adaeze stared at it. 1 minute before Delphine took Lazarev, 1 minute before the infant theft. Lazarev came up beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. She felt him go still when he saw the date. "That's your uncle," he said. "Yes." "And the nurse." He looked at Wendell, who had appeared in the doorway, still in his coat, his face gray with exhaustion and something else. Wendell took the photograph. His liver-spotted hands held it steady, and his eyes moved across the image with a lawyer's precision, cataloging every detail. When he reached the date, he stopped. His face changed. "What?" Adaeze said. Wendell did not answer immediately. He turned the photograph over. On the back, in the same white ink, another line: Alina Voss, RN, witness. Adaeze remembered the name. The archivist in Helena had mentioned it. The nurse who had been on duty the night Delphine took the infant. The one who had signed the original surrender document. "She was young," Adaeze said. "Younger than I thought." Wendell's jaw tightened. "The date," he said slowly, "is June 11th, not July 12th. Lazarev's voice was quiet. So. Wendell looked up, and his eyes were old and tired and sharp all at once. "That means Delphine had Alina Voss in place a full month before the birth. She was not reacting to an opportunity. She was planning it." The silence stretched. Adaeze looked at the photograph again, at Imani's arm around the nurse's shoulders, at the hospital corridor behind them, at the date that rewrote everything she thought she knew about how far Delphine had gone to steal a child. "You told me Delphine had a pediatrician in Billings," she said. "A networked." "Yes. Add a nurse to the list." Wendell nodded slowly. "Already done." He put the photograph in his pocket with a care that suggested it would not leave his possession until he had examined every inch of it. Then he looked at the radio on the workbench, at the smoke stains on the wall, at the char remains on the floor. "Someone wants us distracted," he said. "They hit the fence, then the tack room. 2 attacks in one night." Adaeze met his eyes. "They are testing every weak scene we have. And finding them." Wendell's voice was flat. "The question is, what happens when they find the last one?" No one answered. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the corrugated metal roof. The yard light flickered once, held, flickered again, and in the darkness beyond the tack room door, something moved. Adaeze saw it. A shape, low and fast, crossing from the barn to the fence line. Gone before she could call out. She grabbed the shotgun from where she had propped it against the wall and stepped into the yard. Nothing. Just the wind and the dark and the sense that whoever had set the fire was still close enough to walk. Chapter 60. The yard was empty. Wind moved through the barn shadows, rattling a loose sheet of tin against the roofline. Adaeze stood with the shotgun low, her breath clouding in the cold, her eyes scanning the fence line where the shape had disappeared. Nothing moved. She waited 30 seconds, a minute. Then she lowered the barrel and walked the perimeter, boots crunching on frozen gravel, the gun ready. Past the barn, past the empty stalls, past the corral where the horses had gone still, watching her with dark, patient eyes. Whoever had been there was gone. She circled back to the tack room. Zuri stood in the doorway, arms crossed, her braids half undone. Wendell was inside, still holding the photograph, his face unreadable in the low light. "Clear," Adaeze said. Lazarev was watching her from beside the workbench, his hands loose at his sides. He did not ask what she had seen. He only waited, and she realized he trusted her judgment enough not to question it. The thought unsettled her more than the shape in the dark. "Alina Voss," she said, turning to Wendell. "What do you know?" Wendell set the photograph on the workbench, face up. The overhead light caught the faded white ink of the date. "She was the head maternity nurse at Billings Mercy from 1977 to 1995, he said. "Retired to a house outside Red Lodge. Died 3 years ago. Pancreatic cancer." Adaze's stomach tightened. 3 years ago. May, the same month Delphine executed the sealed affidavit. The timing was not coincidence. Nothing about this story was coincidence. "She signed the surrender document," Adaeze said. "Yes. Then she was the last person who gave Lazarev up." Wendell nodded slowly. She was also the only person, besides Delphine and the pediatrician, who knew the truth of what happened that night, and she took it to her grave. Lazarev moved, not much, just a shift of weight that brought him closer to the photograph, his gray eyes fixed on the image of Alina Voss's face. "She knew my father," he said. It was not a question. "Your biological father," Wendell said carefully. "Yes. The photograph suggests that she knew Imani Balogun before the birth, possibly before Delphine approached her." The room went quiet. Adaeze looked at the photograph again, at Imani's arm around the nurse's shoulders, at the ease between them that had nothing to do with professional obligation. She had known a stranger's version of her uncle, the one who had died in exile and faked his own grave. This photograph showed a man she did not recognize, young and alive, and standing beside a woman who had helped steal his son. "What did she leave behind?" Adaeze said. Wendell's jaw tightened. "Her son kept her papers, boxes of them. Hospital records, correspondence, photographs. He has not allowed anyone to touch them since she died." "Where is he?" "Lives in a house off the county road, south of the pass, about an hour from here." Wendell paused. "He refused to speak to me when I called yesterday. Would not even come to the door." Adaeze stared at him. "You already tried." "Of course I tried." Wendell's voice was flat. "I have been looking for Alina Voss since the archivist mentioned her name in Helena. She was the key witness to the surrender. If she left evidence of what happened that night, her son is the only living person who can access it. And he refused. Until 30 minutes ago." The silence changed. Lazarev's head came up. Zuri stopped breathing. Adaeze felt the cold edge of the shotgun stock against her palm. "What changed?" she said. Wendell reached into his coat and pulled out his phone, the screen lit with a text message. "His name is Corbin Moss. He called me while you were checking the perimeter. Said he saw the headline about the Codicil ruling. Said he has been waiting for someone to ask the right question about his mother's work." He turned the phone toward her. The message was short, 5 words. "She can come. A Lagun woman." Adaeze read it twice. "Alone," Wendell said. "He will only meet with Adaeze, no lawyers, no Pruitts." Lazarev's voice was quiet and dangerous. "No. She is his condition. Then the condition changes." Wendell looked at him, and something old and tired passed between them. Adaeze understood before either of them spoke. Corbin Moss had spent his mother's dying years watching her hold secrets. He had watched the county, the Pruitts, the lawyers, and the power brokers circle her grave waiting for something to surface. He did not trust anyone connected to the machinery that had consumed his mother's life. But he trusted a woman whose uncle had been photographed with his mother in a maternity ward 34 years ago. "Why now?" Adaeze said. Wendell shook his head. "I do not know. But he said he would be at the diner south of the pass in 2 hours. He will wait until dawn." "And if I bring anyone?" "He told me his mother sealed her papers with a locking mechanism that requires 2 keys. He has one. He will give the other to you if you come alone. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. His face was still, the muscle along his jaw working. She had seen that tell before, when he was holding back something he did not want to name. He might know who my father is, he said. He might. And you would go alone. It was not an accusation. It was a question wrapped in fear, the first time she had heard real fear in his voice since the flood. She set the shotgun on the bench. If I bring you, he walks. We lose the keys. We lose whatever Alina Voss took to her grave. She stepped closer, close enough that she could see the vein pulsing at his temple. I am not going to lose this, Lazarev, not when we are this close. His hand came up, not quite reaching for her. And if it is a trap, then you come find me. She said it without thinking, the words falling out of her mouth like a promise she had not known she was ready to make. Something shifted in his face. The fear did not leave, but it changed shape, settling into something harder and steadier. I will. The certainty in his voice made her chest ache. Wendell cleared his throat. The diner, 2 hours. Adaeze goes alone. The rest of us wait at the quarter-mile marker on the county road. Adaeze noted. She grabbed her keys from the hook by the door, the metal cold against her palm, and stepped into the yard. The wind had died. The sky was starting to gray at the edges, the first hint of dawn bleeding through the dark. She did not look back. She did not need to. She could feel Lazarev watching her from the doorway, standing still as the barn light caught his shop profile, a man who had learned to fight for the truth by losing everything else first. She got in the truck. The engine turned over. She pulled out of the yard, gravel crunching under the tires, and pointed the hood south. Behind her, the yacht light went out. Ahead, the road curved into darkness, and somewhere past the pass, a dead woman's son was waiting to decide whether to hand over the last piece of a stolen life. Chapter 61. The diner sat at the bottom of the pass where the road flattened into a stretch of gravel and dead grass, a single neon sign buzzing in the gray pre-dawn light. The letters had burned out years ago, leaving only a ghost of the name across the metal frame. The building was two-tone, white paint peeling to show the wood beneath, a gravel lot with 3 pickup trucks parked at odd angles. Adaeze killed the engine and sat for a long moment, her hands still on the wheel. The cold had followed her down from the pass, settling into the cab like a passenger. She could feel it in her shoulders, in the ache behind her eyes, in the tremor she had not let herself name since she left the yard. She checked the quarter-mile marker in her side mirror. No headlights. Lazarev and the others would be waiting there, invisible in the dark, close enough to reach her in 5 minutes if she needed them. She got out of the truck. The diner door was unlocked. A bell jingled above her head as she stepped inside, and the sound was so loud in the empty room that she felt it in her teeth. The place was small, 7 booths along the windows, a counter with 4 stools, a pie case that held nothing but a handwritten sign that said, "Cash only." The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a flat, tired glow. A man sat in the back booth, third from the wall, a coffee cup in front of him that had long gone cold. He was maybe 40, with a face shaped by hard years and harder silences, brown eyes that had been watching the door since she pulled into the lot, hands wrapped around the mug like he was trying to warm them. She walked toward him, her boots loud on the linoleum. He did not stand. He did not offer his hand. He just looked at her, and she saw something in his face that she recognized, the wariness of a man who had spent his whole life waiting for the other shoe to drop. "You are her," he said, not a question. "I am Adaeze Balogun. I know who you are." He nodded at the seat across from him. "Sit down." She sat. The vinyl was cracked beneath her. The table between them was sticky with old syrup. The whole place smelled like grease and bleach and neglect. Corbin Moss watched her for a long moment, then reached into his coat and pulled out a thick manila envelope, the same size as the one from the tack room. This one was not wax-sealed. It was bound with rubber bands, 3 of them, wound tight and double-knotted. He set it on the table between them. "That is what remains of my mother's conscience." Adaeze looked at the envelope but did not touch it. "What is inside?" Everything she did not have the courage to say out loud while she was alive. He pushed the cup aside, folded his hands on the table. She kept a journal. Starting the year, she started working at Billings Mercy, ending the week before she died. 34 years of entries? Not all of them are relevant. The relevant ones are in there. He tapped the envelope with one finger. Letters to Delphine Pruitt that she never sent. A copy of the surrender document she signed under pressure. A photograph of a man she said was the only kind person she met in that hospital. Who? I do not know his name. She never said. But she told me he was Balogun, that he came to the maternity wing looking for his child, and she was the one who had to lie to him. Adaeze's throat closed. Imani. If that is the name she meant, then yes. She looked at the envelope, at the rubber bands holding it shut, and she thought about her uncle walking through a hospital corridor 34 years ago, asking for his child, and being turned away by a woman who had already sold the truth to Delphine Pruitt. "Why now?" she said. "You had 34 years to burn these papers. You had 3 years since she died. Why give them to me?" Corbin Moss looked at her, and for the first time, something cracked in his face. Not anger, grief. Old and deep and worn smooth by years of carrying it alone. "Because my mother died believing she was damned." The words hung in the fluorescent light. "She told me before she went. Said Delphine Pruitt paid her more money than she had ever seen in her life. Said she told herself it was just a signature, just one night, just one lie. She kept telling herself that for 30 years. And then she got sick, and she realized she had spent her whole life being the woman who helped a rich family steal a child, and there was not enough time left to unmake it." He leaned back in the booth. "She asked me to find the Balogun woman who would come asking the right question." "What is the right question?" "You already asked it. When you called Wendell Tasker from your ranch house at midnight, asking for the nurse's name instead of the lawyer's number." He shook his head. "My mother was surrounded by lawyers her whole life. Men who came with papers and threats and sealed envelopes. She told me the Balogun woman who asks the right question will not want a lawyer. She will want the truth, even if it burns." Adaeze reached for the envelope. The rubber bands were tight, brittle with age. She worked them loose, slowly, careful not to tear the paper. Inside there was a leather-bound journal with water stains on the cover. A stack of letters bound with string. A photograph in a plastic sleeve. She did not open the journal. She did not read the letters. She looked at the photograph. It was the same image as the one from the Tack room. Imani Balogun and Alina Vows in the hospital corridor, dated June 11th, 1989. But this copy was sharper, clearer, taken from a different angle. In this one, she could see Imani's face fully, open and trusting, his hand resting on Alina's arm like she was the only person in the world he could rely on. She looked young, younger than Adaeze was now. "He did not know," Adaeze said. "He trusted her." Corbin Moss nodded. "She told me, in her last letter, she said the hardest part was watching him believe her, watching him thank her for being kind." Adaeze slid the photograph back into the envelope. "Someone offered me cash for this yesterday." Her head came up. "Who?" "I do not know his name. He called the house, left a message on the machine, said he would pay $10,000 for any papers my mother left from the summer of 1989. Cash. No questions." "Did you call him back?" "No." "When?" "Yesterday afternoon, before the headline hit the papers." Adaeze's mind was already moving, running the timeline. The Codicil ruling had made the front page by morning. The photograph had been hidden in the Tack room while she and Lazarev were in Helena. Alina Voss's papers had been sought before the story broke. Someone had known what was coming. "You need to leave," Corbin Moss said. "I do not know who that man was, but he knew my mother's name, my phone number, and exactly what she did for Delphine Pruitt. That level of knowledge does not come from a courthouse filing." He stood. "I gave you what my mother owed your family. That is all I can do." Adaeze stood too, the envelope pressed against her ribs. "Come with me." "No, you are a witness. I am a man with a dead mother and a locked house and a life I want to keep." He looked at her, and the grief was back in his eyes, raw and fresh. "I gave you everything. Do not ask for more." She wanted to argue. She could feel the words building in her throat, the need to pull him into the fight, to make him see that his mother's confession was only the beginning. But she saw his face, and she stopped. He had spent 34 years watching his mother carry a lie. He had spent 3 years watching her die with it on her tongue. He had handed over the evidence of her crime because she asked him to, and that was all he had left to give. She nodded once. "Thank you. Go." She walked to the door, the envelope heavy under her arm. The bell jingled as she pushed through, and the cold air hit her face like a wall. She was halfway to the truck when she heard him call out from the doorway, "Miss Balogun." She turned. Corbin Moss stood in the diner door, the fluorescent light spilling around him, his face hard and hollow. "He found my mother's address in the hospital records," he said. "He knew her maiden name. He knew my name. He offered cash, no questions." He paused. Men who know that much do not stop asking. Adaeze held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she got in the truck, started the engine, and pulled out of the gravel lot with the envelope on the passenger seat beside her, the corner of a leathered journal pressing against her hip. Behind her, the diner lights went out. Ahead, the road curved toward the pass, and somewhere in the dark between, someone else was already asking questions about what Alina Voss had left behind. Chapter 62. The road curved through the dark, the envelope heavy against her ribs, and Adaeze drove with one hand on the wheel and the other pressed flat on the passenger seat, as if the papers might slide away. She found them at the quarter-mile marker. Lazarev stood outside the truck, arms crossed, watching her headlights approach like a man who had been counting seconds. Wendell leaned against his sedan, phone in hand. Zuri sat on the tailgate, legs swinging. Adaeze stopped the truck and killed the engine. Lazarev was at her door before she could open it. "You are bleeding." She looked down. A thin line of red ran along her palm where the rubber band had cut through the envelope's paper edge. She had not felt it. "It is not mine." He took her hand anyway, turned it over, studied the cut, and released her. The relief in his face was something he hid immediately, folding it behind the controlled mask she had seen him use on bankers and board members. But she had seen it. "What did he give you?" She held up the envelope. "The truth." Wendell crossed the gravel in 3 quick strides. "The journal?" "Journal, letters, a copy of the surrender document Alina signed under pressure, and the photograph of my uncle with her, shot from a different angle." She opened the flap and pulled out the leather journal, the string-bound letters, the sleeved photograph. She handed the stack to Wendell like a woman passing a loaded weapon. He took it with both hands. The dome light of Adaeze's truck cast pale yellow over the first page as Wendell opened the journal. His glasses caught the glow, and for a long moment there was only the sound of paper and wind and the distant hum of the county road. "She kept a record," he said finally. "Every conversation, every instruction, every lie Delphine told her to tell." He flipped pages. June 11th, 1989. Met Imani Balogun in the maternity wing waiting room. He was there for a prenatal consultation with his wife. "I was told to be kind, to make him trust me." Wendell looked up. Delphine had already identified him. She knew Maria was pregnant. She knew the Balogun line would produce an heir who could claim the Pruitt water rights if the bloodline clause ever became relevant. Lazarev made a sound. Not a word. Something between a breath and a wound. "She was planning this before I was born." "Yes." Adaeze watched his face in the pale light. The muscle in his jaw jumped once, twice, then stilled. "What else?" Wendell turned more pages, scanning, his liver-spotted hands trembling slightly. She describes the surrender in detail. July 12th, 1989. Delphine arrived with a lawyer and a pediatrician. Maria Balogun was sedated. Imani was not present. The child was signed over under duress. He stopped on a page near the back. "There is a letter here. The last one she wrote, dated May 2021, 3 weeks before she died." He pulled it from the binding, unfolded it, and read aloud. "To whoever finds this, I am writing because I cannot die with this on my tongue. Delphine Pruitt ordered a newborn's records altered after Imani Balogun's death left that branch of the family vulnerable. The child was placed into the Pruitt succession to prevent an outside claim on the land and water. I signed the papers. I lied to Imani when he came looking. I told him the child was stillborn. I watched his face fall apart, and I did nothing. Delphine told me it was for the valley. It was not for the valley. It was for her. She wanted the Balogun bloodline bound to the Pruitt estate so that no court could ever separate the land from the name. She wanted the feud to be a lie that served her. I helped her bury the truth. I am sorry. I am so sorry. The silence that followed was absolute. Zuri slid off the tailgate and stood with her arms wrapped around herself. That would destroy Celia's case, Wendell said, his voice rough. If this letter is authenticated and entered into evidence, it proves Delphine acted with intent. It proves the Codicil was not a manipulation of the bloodline. It was a correction of it. Adaeze stared at the letter in his hands. And it proves Lazarev was placed deliberately, that his entire identity as a Pruitt was a legal construction Delphine built to lock the Balogun claim into her estate. Wendell nodded. Celia's argument collapses. She cannot claim Delphine defrauded the rightful heirs when Delphine was trying to prevent exactly that outcome. Lazarev stood motionless, his hands at sides, his face unreadable. The letter says I was placed to prevent an outside claim. What outside claim? Wendell turned back to the journal, scanning the final pages. She does not name anyone specifically, but the implication is clear. There was another party who could have claimed the water rights if the Balogun line failed to produce a direct heir. Someone outside the family, someone Delphine considered a threat. Front Range, Adaeze said. Possibly, or a precursor to what Front Range became. Lazarev reached for the letter. Wendell hesitated, then handed it over. Lazarev read it standing under the dome light, his gray eyes moving across the page. When he finished, he folded it carefully, precisely, and held it out to Wendell. Certify it. Get it into evidence before Celia can argue we fabricated it. Wendell took the letter. I will drive to Helena tonight. The archivist's loyalty is still uncertain, but I have a contact at the State Forensics Lab who can authenticate the paper and ink within 48 hours. He paused. There is one problem. Adaeze felt the words land like a stone. What? This letter is dated 3 weeks before Alina died. She addressed it to Corbin Moss and sealed it with wax. If we enter it as evidence, we need to show an unbroken chain of custody from her hand to his to ours. He looked at the envelope. The original seal is intact. That is our proof. Adaeze exhaled. Then we keep it safe until you can certify it. Wendell nodded once, slid the letter back into the envelope, and tucked the entire stack into his leather satchel. They drove back to Mercy Crossing in a convoy of 3 vehicles. Wendell in front, Adaeze and Lazarev in the middle, Zuri in the rear, with the headlights cutting through the dark. The town was quiet when they rolled through. Empty streets, dark windows. The co-op lot was deserted. Wendell pulled into his office parking lot and killed his engine. I will secure the satchel in the office safe and drive to Helena at first light. Adaeze watched him walk to the door. His key turned in the lock. The door swung open. He stopped. Wendell? He did not answer. Adaeze was out of the truck before she knew she had moved, Lazarev behind her, boots hitting the gravel in unison. Wendell stood in the doorway, his satchel still in his hand. The office was destroyed. File drawers pulled open, papers scattered across the floor, the desk lamp shattered on the carpet, and the wall safe behind his desk hung open, its door decked back on the hinges like a tin can, split with a knife. Chapter 63. Wendell stood in the doorway of his ruined office, his satchel still pressed against his chest like a shield. Adaeze pushed past him. Her boots crunched on scattered paper, glass, the splintered frame of a photograph that had hung on the wall for 30 years. The desk drawers hung open, their contents dumped and kicked into drifts. She crossed to the wall safe. Its door was bent back, the locking mechanism sheared clean where someone had used a pry bars or a hydraulic spreader. The interior was empty. Wendell did not move from the threshold. I kept the journal and letter in the satchel. His voice was thin, mechanical. I had the original photograph and the surrender copy in the safe. Adaeze turned slowly. Who knew you put them in there? Anyone who has seen me lock a document in the past 20 years. It is not a secret where I keep things. He looked at the bent door. But this is not a casual burglary. That safe required force and knowledge. They knew exactly where to hit and what to look for. Zuri appeared behind Wendell, her phone already out, thumb hovering over the keypad. "I am calling the sheriff." "No." Lazarev's voice cut through the dark. He was still on the gravel path, his gray eyes scanning the lot, the street, the windows of the building across. "Not yet." Wendell turned. "We have been burglarized. Evidence has been stolen. We must report." "And when the sheriff arrives, what will he find? A broken safe and a story about a letter no one else has seen." Lazarev stepped into the light. "Celia will say we fabricated the burglary to explain missing documents. Gunnar will say it proves the marriage is too unstable to manage the estate. The judge will call that emergency conference she has been threatening." Adaeze saw the logic land in Wendell's face like a blow. He is right. We report there, and we lose control of the narrative. Wendell pressed his palm against the doorframe. His hand was shaking. "Then what do we do with the evidence we still have?" "We secure it." Lazarev crossed to the desk and picked up a shattered picture frame, turned it over, set it down. "Then we find out who did this before the sun comes up." Adaeze watched him. He was not angry. He was cold, precise, moving through the wreckage like he was reading a report. "You have an idea?" "The bank has security cameras covering the alley behind this building, the parking lot, the side entrance." He looked at Wendell. "You are on the bank's corporate lease. That means the exterior feeds are part of the bank's surveillance network." Wendell nodded slowly. "I can access the footage through the bank's security office, but I will need authorization." "You have it." Lazarev was already moving. "I am still chairman of the board until the emergency meeting votes me out." They left Zuri at the office with a baseball bat from Wendell's closet and strict instructions to call if anyone returned. Adaeze walked beside Lazarev through the empty street, their breaths clouding in the cold, the satchel locked in the trunk of Wendell's car with a new combination lock from the glove box. The bank's side door opened onto a fluorescent hallway that smelled like coffee and toner. Lazarev keyed a code into a panel, then another into the security office door. A desk, 3 monitors, a DVR rack humming against the far wall. Wendell sat down at the keyboard. "Give me a time window." Adaeze checked her phone. "We left the quarter-mile marker at approximately 2:10 a.m. Wendell's office is 10 minutes from there." So the break-in happened between 1 o'clock a.m. and 2:30 a.m., with a higher likelihood after midnight when the town got quiet. Wendell pulled up the camera feeds. The alley camera showed a wide-angle view of the back of his building, the parking lot. A figure crossed the lot from the street side, hooded, walking with purpose. The face was obscured, the build difficult to read under a loose jacket. The figure stopped at Wendell's back door, pulled something from a pocket, and worked the lock. "Shorter than me," Lazarev said. "Leaner, moves like someone who knows exactly where the lock is." Wendell advanced the footage. The figure entered the building at 12:49 a.m., exited at 1:03 a.m., carrying a canvas bag that had been empty when they went in. 14 minutes, Adaeze said. They knew the layout. Wendell pulled the second feed, the side entrance camera, a third, the street-facing camera mounted above the bank's ATM alcove. The figure appeared on frame at 12:44 a.m., approaching from the direction of the county building, then vanished after the burglary, heading east toward the residential blocks. "The county building," Adaeze said. "That is where they came from." Lazarev leaned closer to the monitor. "Or where they wanted us to think they came from." Wendell rewound the footage and studied the approach again. "There is a gap. Between the county building and the bank lot, there is a blind spot behind the post office. They could have crossed from any direction and only appeared to come from the county side." Adaeze felt the shape of the trap. "Someone wants us looking at the clerk's office." Lazarev straightened. "Which means the clerk's office is either the source or the next target." Wendell pulled up a fourth camera, the one covering the front of the county building. He scrolled back to 12:30 a.m. A light was on in a second-floor window. "That is the probate intake office." Adaeze stared at the screen. "Someone is working late. Or someone left the light on to make it look that way." Wendell zoomed in, but the resolution was too low to see movement inside. He tabbed through the remaining feeds, searching the angles, the corners, the alley behind the probate office. Nothing. "We'll lose the camera coverage," Lazarev said. They walked through every blind spot between the county building and Wendell's office. This was not a burglary of opportunity. It was a professional operation. Adaeze looked at the timestamp on the corner of the feed, 2:47 a.m. The emergency conference call had come in at 2:15 a.m., while they were still at the quarter-mile marker. Whoever took the evidence had been inside the county building before the burglary, and the judge's order arriving so quickly meant someone inside the administration had already prepared the ground. Wendell sat back in his chair, his face gray under the monitor glow. If the evidence is gone, and Celia's people have already filed a motion questioning chain of custody, we walk into that status conference with nothing but a story. Lazarev did not answer. He was staring at the frozen frame of the figure exiting Wendell's office with the canvas bag. Adaeze watched his jaw tighten. "Say it." Lazarev did not turn. The bag was empty when they went in. It was full when they came out. That means they knew exactly what they were looking for and where to find it. That means someone on the inside told them the satchel existed and that you had put the originals in the safe. He turned to face them. "There is a leak in your office, Wendell. Not the paralegal. Someone closer." Wendell's hands went still on the keyboard. "Impossible. The footage says otherwise." Adaeze watched Wendell's face cycle through denial, calculation, and then a slow, awful recognition he did not want to name. "Who?" she asked. Wendell was silent for a long moment. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed a number she did not recognize. The call went to voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message. "My clerk, the one who handles document intake. She has been with me for 12 years. He looked at the phone in his hand as if it had betrayed him. She did not answer. Lazarev moved to the door. "Then we need a new plan before that conference." Chapter 64. Dawn came cold and still over the Balogun spread, frost on the pasture grass, and a sky the color of old iron. Adaeze had not slept. Neither had Lazarev. He drumming back from the bank security office in silence, sat at the kitchen table while Zuri dozed on the couch and watched the dark bleed into gray without saying the one thing that wanted saying. Now she pulled on her gloves and walked to the barn. He followed. She did not ask why. She handed him a second pair of gloves and pointed at the mare in the third stall. "Ride fence with me." It was not a question. They saddled in the dark, working around each other in the rhythm that had become natural without her noticing when it started. He held the mare's head while she cinched the girth. She handed him a leg up when his boot slipped on the frozen stirrup. No words. They rode out through the lower gate as the first light caught the tops of the cottonwoods along the Red Mercy. The river was running low and clear after the flood. Bank mud dried to cracked gray plates where the water had receded. The fence line ahead showed where the riders had cut through 2 nights ago, the repair still fresh. New wire gleaming against the rusted old. Adaeze stopped at the break and dismounted. Lazarev did the same. She ran her hand along the splice, checking the tension, the crimp, the care Marta had put into the fix. It would hold. "We are going to lose that conference," she said. Lazarev did not argue. "We might." She turned to face him. His breath clouded in the cold air, and his eyes were gray as the sky, lighter than hers, rimmed with the same exhaustion she felt in her own bones. "Unless we walk in with something that cannot be argued with." "You mean the letter?" "I mean the truth." He held her gaze. "The truth is not enough in that room. It never has been. Celia will clean the burglary proves we are fabricating evidence. The judge will order a forensic review that takes weeks, and by the time it clears us, the bank board will have replaced me and Gunnar will have 3 more signatures on his buyout letters." She knew he was right. She had known it since she watched the hooded figure carry the canvas bag out of Wendell's office. "So we give them something else to look at." "What?" She stepped closer, close enough to see the pulse beating in his throat. "Us." His face shifted, a crack in the control. "Adaeze, I am not saying it for the court." She pulled off her glove and reached for his hand, bare skin against bare skin, the cold biting her fingers. "I am saying it for you. Here, before we go back into that room and let them pick at everything we have built." His hand closed around hers. "Say it." She felt the word in her chest, heavy and raw. "I love you." He did not move, did not speak. His thumb traced a slow arc across the back of her hand, and she watched the tension leave his shoulders in a single long exhale. "I have loved you since the flood," he said. "Since before the flood. Since the night you bled into my grandmother's towels and hummed hymns through the pain. Since you burned my resignation papers and told me to stay and fight." Her throat closed. "You never said. Neither did you." She laughed, a broken sound that fogged in the cold air. "I was afraid it was the contract." "It was never the contract. I know." They stayed in the frozen pasture with the river running beside them and the new wire singing in the wind, and she felt something settle in her chest that had been loose and rattling for months. "I am staying," she said. "Not because of the Codicil, not because of the bank or the water or the fight, because of you. Because I want to wake up in that house with you every morning and fight beside you every night and see what we can build when no one is watching." He pulled her close, and she let him. At the man she had hated, married, fought beside, and finally chosen. It might not be enough. His grip tightened. "Then we make it enough." Chapter 65. The courthouse hallway smelled of floor wax and old paper. Adaeze walked beside Lazarev, their shoulders brushing with every step, and she felt the weight of every eye tracking them past the water fountain, past the bulletin board, past the door where Wendell stood waiting with his satchel strapped across his chest like a lifeline. "You called him back?" Lazarev asked. "Twice." Wendell fell into step beside them. "He tried to have the courtroom sealed. Judge denied it. Too much public interest," she said, "which means every rancher, every reporter, and every front-range scout within 50 miles is already inside." Adaeze pushed through the double doors. The room was packed. Folding chairs had been brought in to supplement the fixed pews. Ruth Ann Tolliver sat in the third row with her purse clutched to her chest. Old Roy Calder leaned against the back wall, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the bench. At the far right, Gunavach occupied a seat near the aisle, a leather portfolio open on his knee, his face unreadable. Celia Pruitt sat at the petitioner's table with Mr. Vane, her cream silk dress immaculate, her hair swept back, her expression composed and sorrowful. She did not look at them as they entered. Adaeze took her seat at the respondent's table. Lazarev sat beside her. Wendell placed the satchel on the table and kept his hand on it. Judge Harlow entered. The room rose and sat. "This court is convened on an emergency motion filed by the petitioner, Celia Pruitt, alleging concealment of evidence by the respondent, Adaeze Balogun Pruitt." The judge's voice carried through the silent room. "I have laid the filings. I have also read the response. I will hear argument, and then I will rule." Mr. Vane rose first, adjusting his rimless glasses. "Your Honor, the petitioner has credible information that a burglary occurred last night at the office of Wendell Tasker, counsel for the respondents. Documents relevant to this proceeding were stolen. The respondents did not report this burglary to law enforcement. They did not inform the court. They elected to conceal the event and proceed as if nothing had happened." Adaeze kept her hands flat on the table. She could feel Lazarev's breathing beside her, steady and controlled. "Petitioner submits that this concealment is part of a pattern," Vane continued. "The respondents have presented a series of documents, diaries, letters, with no verifiable chain of custody. They have relied on a witness who died 3 years ago. Now the very office where those documents were supposedly secured has been breached, and the respondents choose silence over transparency." He turned to face the gallery. "The county deserves to know whether this marriage is built on evidence or fabrication." Murmurs rippled through the room. Judge Harlow tapped her gavel once. Wendell rose. "Your Honor, the burglary occurred at approximately 12:47 this morning. I discovered it at approximately 1:35. I did not report it to law enforcement because the stolen items had already been removed from the safe by the burglar, and I had the critical documents on my person at the time of the break-in." He touched the satchel. "They were never in the safe. They were never at risk. I did not conceal the burglary from the court. I simply did not have time to file a report before being summoned here." Mr. Vane turned. "You had time to file nothing? Not a phone call to the sheriff? Not a note to Chambers?" "I chose to spend my time securing the evidence that survived." The judge's eyes moved between them. Mr. Tasker, you are telling me the documents you intend to introduce today were not in the safe. They were in my satchel, Your Honor. I had been carrying them since the retrieval. And the items in the safe? Copies of existing documents. The original photograph of Imani Balogun with Alina Vows. A copy of the surrender document. Both were originals, but their evidentiary value is corroborated by the journal and the confession letter, which are intact. Adaeze watched the judge's face. She saw calculation, not sympathy. Petitioner, do you have any evidence that the documents in Mr. Tasker's possession were fabricated or tampered with? Vane hesitated. Not at this time, Your Honor, but the burglary itself, combined with the respondent's failure to report it, raises a reasonable inference of bad faith. An inference is not evidence. The judge turned to Wendell. Mr. Tasker, you will surrender the satchel and its contents to the court clerk for forensic review. The court will appoint an independent examiner from the State Forensics Lab. The review will be completed within 14 days. During that period, the contested evidence will not be admitted, and no party may rely on it in any filing. Adaeze felt the floor drop. Wendell's hand tightened on the satchel strap. Your Honor, these documents are essential to establishing the validity of the codicil and the bloodline question. Delaying their admission for 14 days could what? Judge Harlow's voice sharpened. Cause hardship? The hardship is already here. The petitioner has raised legitimate concerns about chain of custody. The respondents have had a burglary in their lawyer's office that they did not report. I am not ruling on the authenticity of the documents. I am ordering a review so that everyone in this room can trust what is presented. She leaned forward. And let me be clear. If any further tampering occurs, if so much as a single page is lost, damaged, or delayed, if any party attempts to suppress evidence or obstruct this review, I will appoint a receiver to manage the entire Pruitt estate, including the bank and all water holdings, until a full accounting is complete. The estate will be taken out of all hands until the court is satisfied. The room went silent. Gunnar Veitch rose. Your Honor, if I may. The judge's eyes narrowed. Mr. Veitch, you are not a party to this proceeding. I am a creditor, a neighbor, and an interested stakeholder in the stability of the valley. He stepped into the aisle. The court's warning about receivership is reasonable. The uncertainty caused by this litigation has already frozen 2 bank loans, delayed a spring planting loan for 7 families, and triggered a 30% drop in the Pruitt Bank's local deposit base in the last 3 weeks. He turned to face the gallery. I have numbers. I can present them. But the point is simple. Every day this marriage is fought in court, the county loses. The longer the estate is contested, the more families will accept my buyout offers because they cannot wait for the truth. Adaeze's hands curled into fists. Are you threatening the court, Mr. Veitch? I am stating reality. The county is bleeding. If the court wants to prevent further damage, it will not wait 14 days. It will resolve the court question now. Judge Harlow's face hardened. This court does not respond to ultimatums, Mr. Veitch. You will sit down, or I will hold you in contempt. Gunnar sat. His eyes met Adaeze's across the room, and she saw no satisfaction in them, only patience. The judge turned back to Wendell. Surrender the satchel, Mr. Tasker. Bailiff will take custody. Wendell looked at Adaeze. She nodded once. He unbuckled the strap and handed the satchel to the bailiff, who carried it to the clerk's table and sealed it in a clear evidence bag. Adaeze watched Delphine's journal disappear behind the glass. Interim authority, Judge Harlow said, will remain with the current trustees, subject to the following conditions. No asset transfers exceeding $5,000 without court approval. No changes to water allocations. No property sales. And every filing must be submitted to opposing counsel within 24 hours. She looked at Celia. Your motion is denied in part and granted in part. The burglary will be investigated separately. If evidence of misconduct by the respondents emerges, you may renew your motion. But for now, the marriage stands, and the estate remains in its current hands. Celia's face showed nothing. The judge stood. The room rose. I expect the forensic review to begin immediately. We will reconvene the day the report is filed. Until then, this court will not tolerate any further games. She stepped down. The gallery erupted into whispers. Adaeze sat motionless, her eyes fixed on the sealed evidence bag. Lazarev's hand found hers under the table. "We still have each other," he said. She turned to look at him. His gray eyes held hers, steady and certain. "For now," she said. But she was looking past him, at the door where Adaeze was already walking out, his portfolio tucked under his arm, his phone already at his ear. Chapter 66. The courthouse emptied in waves, the gallery spilling into the late afternoon light like water finding its level through cracks in a dam. Ruth Ann Tolliver clutched her purse to her chest and moved past Adaeze without speaking, her eyes fixed on the distant door. Roy Calder still leaned against the back wall, arms crossed, watching the bench where Judge Harlow had vanished. Adaeze stood. The seal on her lungs would not break. Lazarev's hand was still under hers on the table, his palm warm and steady. But she could not feel it. She could only feel the absence of the satchel, the weight of Delphine's journal gone from the room, the glass of the evidence bag between her and every word that proved their story was truer than Celia's lies. Wendell gathered his papers with the slow precision of a man pressing stillness into his hands. "I will start calling the lab. They owe me a favor from the Morrison probate. 20 years old, but debt does not age in this county." 14 days, Lazarev said. 14 days of nothing. Wendell's glasses caught the light. No filings, no new evidence, no movement on anything that matters. "We still have the ranch," Adaeze said. "We still have the bank." Frozen, restricted, watched. Wendell tucked his folder under his arm. "And every family in the valley just heard a judge say a receiver could take control of all of it. You think that will slow the buyout wave?" He walked toward the door, stopped and looked back. "I will call you when I have news." He left. The door swung shut. Adaeze turned toward the gallery and saw Adaeze still seated in the third row, his portfolio balanced on his knee, his phone dark in his hand. He had not moved, had not followed the crowd. He sat like a man who understood that the people who left were the ones who did not know what to watch next. His pale blue eyes found hers. He rose slowly, checked his watch, and walked up the aisle until he stood at the edge of her table. "Ms. Balogun." "Mr. Veitch." He did not smile. That was the most disquieting part. He always smiled, always had a hand extended, always played the reasonable neighbor who just wanted the valley to survive. But his face was still now, and his voice carried none of the practiced warmth from the community meeting. "You heard the judge." "I heard her. 14 days of freeze. No asset moves, no water changes, no property sales. 14 days where the bank cannot lend, the ranch cannot restructure, and the people who need money cannot get it from you." He turned his portfolio at his hands. "Do you know what happens in 14 days when a community has no liquidity and no answers?" Adaeze said nothing. "Fear calcifies into action. The people who were waiting to see if you would win will start calling me. Not because they want to sell, because they cannot afford to keep waiting for a ruling that may never come in their favor." Lazarev stood. "You are not a party to this proceeding, Gunner. The judge reminded you once." "I am not here as a party." Gunner's gaze did not leave Adaeze. "I am here as the person who will still be in this valley when the receivership takes the Pruitt Bank. I am here as the person who can offer the families you are meant to protect a way out before the freeze bankrupts them." "Get out," Lazarev said. "Or what?" Adaeze held up her hand. "Say what you came to say." Gunner looked at her for a long moment. The silence between them was not hostile, not exactly. It was the silence of two people who understood each other well enough to know when the other was lying. "Sentiment cannot govern scarcity," he said. "The judge proved that today. She drew a line around this estate and said no one touches anything until she decides who deserves it. But scarcity does not wait for judges. The spring planting window closes in 3 weeks. The calves are dropping in frost. The river is still running at 60% of last year's volume." He took a step closer. "You cannot feed a family on a court order, Adaeze. You cannot pay a vet bill with a favorable ruling. And in 14 days, when the forensic review comes back and Celia appeals and the freeze becomes permanent, the families who stayed loyal to you will have no one left to blame but themselves." He turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped. "I will not be the one who breaks you. but I will be the one who picks up the pieces when someone else does. Call me when you are ready to talk about what comes after." He pushed the door open and stepped into the light. The door swung shut. Adaeze stood motionless, her hands flat on the table, her eyes fixed on the empty doorway. Lazarev did not speak. The building hummed with the quiet machinery of a courthouse returning to its ordinary rhythm. Footsteps in the hallway. A phone ringing in an office. The click of a door latch somewhere above them. "He is right," Adaeze said. "No. About the timing, about the families, about what happens when the freeze holds." She turned to face him. "We have 14 days to prove the documents are real. But even if we win the forensic review, Celia will appeal. Gunnar will pressure. The bank will keep bleeding. We have each other." She looked at him. The words hung between them, true and not enough. "I have to call Marta," she said. She walked toward the door. Her boots echoed on the old linoleum, steady and deliberate, the rhythm of a woman who accused long ago not to let anyone see her running. Outside, the parking lot was almost empty. Gunnar's truck was gone. Adaeze stood on the courthouse steps and watched the light drain from the sky. The Red Mercy was running somewhere below the road, invisible from here, but she could feel it in the cold that rose through the gravel, the water moving under the ground, waiting for the thaw that would decide everything. Her phone buzzed, a text from Zuri. Celia left the courthouse with a man in a gray suit, not her lawyer, different, old, silver hair and a cane. Adaeze stared at the screen. Senator Cormack. She lifted her head and looked toward the ridge where the county road curved east toward Helena. The light was still in the windows of the Pruitt house, 2 miles distant, visible as a single yellow square against the darkening hillside. The satchel was gone. The freeze was in place. And Celia Pruitt was already building her next move with the man who had known Delphine's secrets longest of all. Adaeze started walking toward the truck. She did not look back. Chapter 67. The truck door was still warm when Zuri appeared out of the courthouse shadow. Adaeze stopped with her hand on the handle. "I know," Zuri's voice cracked on the word. "I saw your face when I texted. You are going to tell me I should have stayed at the office, that I am 15 and this is not my fight. You should have stayed at the office." "I did." Adaeze turned. Zuri stood with her arms wrapped across her chest, braids half undone, the cold pulling color into her cheeks. She looked small and furious, and something else. Guilty. "There is something I did not tell you. Now is not the time. Now is exactly the time." Zuri reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a phone. Not hers. An older model with a cracked screen. "This belongs to one of the church auxiliary women. Ruth Ann Tolliver's niece left it under a napkin at the potluck. I found it after everyone cleared out." Adaeze waited. "I did not return it." "Why?" "Because I was tired of being the kid who gets left behind while adults decide what I can handle." Zuri held the phone out. "I kept it because I thought maybe it had something useful. Pictures of the spread, conversations about the buyout. Something I could bring you so you would finally treat me like a partner instead of a liability." Adaeze took the phone. "How much did you get?" 73 minutes, Zuri swallowed. "Most of it is table noise and clatter. But at 52 minutes, Celia stepped into the hallway to take a call. The phone was in the closet. The closet door was open. She did not see it. The wind pulled at Adaeze's braid. Who was she talking to? A man. I did not recognize the voice at first, but he said something about chain of custody paperwork and the archive clerk in Helena. He asked her if Sutter had confirmed the second document. Air stopped in Adaeze's chest. "Play it." Zuri took the phone back. Her fingers moved over the cracked screen. She pressed play. The first few seconds were static and chair legs scraping tile. Then a woman's voice, sharp and clipped. "Cannot move until the chain is broken. If Wendell Tasker files a counterclaim with the sealed affidavit, we lose the fraud argument entirely. He has the judge's signature. He can access the archive." A pause. "That is why Sutter checked it out first. He has it. Delphine's original affidavit is in his possession, not in the archive. When Tasker arrives, the box will be empty. The seal will be intact on a different box. He will look like a fool who wasted a court order on the wrong records." A man's voice, low and older. "And the second document?" Does not exist on paper yet. Sutter will file a retrieval request tomorrow morning. If the accession number is missing from the public index, the document cannot be located. Simple. The clerk knows. The clerk works for Cormack. She will confirm the number was never recorded. The recording cut. Adaeze stood motionless. They knew. Her voice was flat. Before we even left Mercy Crossing, they knew we were coming. They had already moved the affidavit, prepared the cover story, and seeded the false trail. The chain of custody was broken before we started driving, Lazarev said. She had not heard him approach. He stood 3 feet behind her, hands in his coat pockets, his gray eyes fixed on the phone. Zuri looked at him. There is more. Show us. She scrolled, pressed play again. This time the audio was different. Lower. A man's voice, intimate and careful. Cannot afford a direct confrontation. Not yet. The marriage is fragile. If we push too hard, we force them into a defensive posture that consolidates local sympathy. We need erosion, not explosion. A pause. The families will sell when they see no other option. But I will not approve any tactic that puts people in the hospital. Understood. Adaeze recognized the voice. Gunnar Vach. The response was too quiet to make out. But Gunnar's voice came through again, harder now. I said no. We are not Front Range's enforcement arm. We are investors. If you want to play cowboy, find another coalition. The recording ended. Adaeze stood in the cold, the phone weightless in her hand. He did not know about the Kata drive, Lazarus said. Sounds like he did not authorize it. But someone in his operation did. Lazarev's jaw tightened. Which means Gunnar is either lying about his control or telling the truth and running a coalition he cannot fully manage. Both are dangerous. One is useful. Adaeze looked at him. If Gunnar did not authorize the violence, then there is a fracture in his coalition. Someone under him is operating independently. That someone is the one who tried to kill Cyrus Hale. That someone is the one who burned the tack room and cut the fence. And Gunnar is a liability to them now. Because he has limits. Lazarev's voice was quiet. The people who ran over a retired DNR deputy do not work for a man who draws lines. Adaeze looked down at the phone. The evidence was incomplete. The recordings were inadmissible in court without authentication. The chain of custody was compromised by Zuri's theft. Using them would open Wendell to sanctions and Celia to a mistrial argument. But the recordings were proof. Proof that someone inside Celia's circle knew about the second document before Wendell did. Proof that the archive clerk was Cormack's asset. Proof that Gunnar Vach, for all his cold pragmatism, had not signed off on the violence that was closing in around them. Adaeze looked up. Zuri. Yeah. You did good. Zuri's face flickered, relief and shame and something harder underneath. I should have told you sooner. You should have. But you brought it now, and that matters. Adaeze held the phone out. Can you get the files onto a computer without damaging the evidence? My friend Keisha at the high school can pull audio files off anything. She recovered data from a phone that went through the washing machine. Do it tonight. Zuri took the phone. What are you going to do with the recordings? Adaeze looked toward the ridge where the Pruitt house sat dark against the hillside. The light was still on in the kitchen window. Wendell was inside calling the lab, trying to salvage a case that had been leaking from the start. I am going to find out who gave the order on that cattle drive, she said, and I am going to use the recordings to make Gunnar Vach choose between his coalition and his conscience. Lazarev stepped closer. That is a gamble. Everything is a gamble now. She turned to face him. But at least this time we know the board is fixed. She walked around the truck and opened the door. Behind her, Zuri's phone buzzed once in the cold silence. Adaeze stopped. Zuri looked down at the screen. Her face went pale. It is Keisha, she said. She says someone broke into the high school computer lab 10 minutes ago. They pulled the hard drives from the media bay. Adaeze stared at her. The recordings. Gone. Zuri's voice was hollow. I sent her a backup copy an hour ago. It is gone. Chapter 68. The phone felt heavier than a phone should. Adaeze stood in the cold beside the truck. Zuri's words still hanging in the air. Gone. It is gone. The backup at the high school. The hard drives pulled. The files erased before Keisha could copy them. But the original was still here. She looked down at the phone in her hand. The recordings. Celia's hallway call. Gunnar's voice drawing lines his coalition had already crossed. "What are you going to do?" Zuri asked. Adaeze did not answer. She looked past the dark hills toward the ridge where Gunnar Vache's ranch sat, 4 miles east of Mercy Crossing on the county road. The same road he had driven to every meeting, every hearing, every public performance of reasonableness while someone under his authority burned tack rooms and ran over retired deputies. "I'm going to find out if he means what he says on that recording," Adaeze said, "or if it is all performance." Lazarev stepped closer. "Alone? He will not talk if you are there. You are Pruitt. He sees you as the threat." She turned to face him. "I am the one he tried to recruit. That does not make you safe. It makes me the one he will answer." Lazarev's jaw worked. She watched him weigh the objection, feel it, and set it aside. "Keep the phone on," he said. "If I do not hear movement every 10 minutes, I come." Every 10 minutes. She walked around the truck and climbed in. The drive took 12 minutes. Gunnar Vache's ranch sat at the end of a gravel lane lined with old cottonwoods, a 2-story house with a wide porch and lights on in the kitchen and the office. No dogs announced her. No truck in the drive but his, a silver Ford with front-range plates. She parked beside it and killed the engine. The cold hit her as she stepped out. The porch boards creaked under her boots. She knocked twice and waited. The door opened. Gunnar stood in the frame, sleeves rolled to the elbow, barefoot, a coffee cup in his hand. His pale blue eyes took her in without surprise. "Adaeze, may I come in?" He studied her for a long beat. Then he stepped aside. The kitchen was warm, clean, ordinary, a kettle on the stove, a newspaper folded to the county page. She sat at the table without being asked because standing would have made her look like a supplicant. He did not sit. He leaned against the counter and waited. "You know about the high school," she said. "I do." "Did you order it?" "No." She pulled the phone from her coat pocket, laid it on the table between them, pressed play. Gunnar's own voice filled the kitchen. "I will not approve any tactic that puts people in the hospital. Understood?" "We are not Front Range's enforcement arm. We are investors. If you want to play cowboy, find another coalition." The recording ended. Gunnar stared at the phone. His face had gone still in a way she had never seen. Not the practiced warmth, not the cold directness, something beneath both. "Where did you get that?" "Does it matter?" He set his coffee down, both hands flat on the counter. She watched him decide whether to lie, deflect, or tell the truth. "I meant every word," he said. "I believe you. Then why are you here?" "Because someone under you does not share your limits." She held his gaze. The cattle drive, the tack room fire, Cyrus Hale, the high school. Your coalition is running an operation you do not control, and you are either lying about it or weak enough to let it happen under your name. He flinched. Not much. A tightening around his eyes that she would have missed if she had not been looking for it. "I did not build the coalition to hurt people," he said. "I built it to save the valley from slow bankruptcy. The buyouts are voluntary. The water sale is legal. Every number I have run for the last 3 years shows that consolidation is the only way to keep this county from dying by inches." "And the men who ran over Cyrus Hale?" Silence. "I hired subcontractors through Front Range," he said slowly. "Men who came recommended by the Denver office. I did not vet them the way I should have. By the time I understood what they were capable of, they already had their own relationships with people in the coalition." "Who are they?" "Front Range sends security contractors for sensitive acquisitions, men who have worked in harder places than Montana. They operate with a budget and a mandate I do not fully control." "And you let them?" "I am trying to pull them back." His voice dropped. "That recording was made 2 days ago. I had just learned about the cattle drive. I was furious. I told them to stand down." "Did they?" "You already know the answer to that." Adaeze sat back. The chair creaked under her weight. "You are afraid of them," she said. Gunnar's eyes met hers. No bluster, no charm. "I am afraid of what they will do if the coalition collapses," he said. "Right now, I am a check on them. I can slow their timeline, restrict their access, keep them from burning the whole valley to clear the deal. If you expose that recording and fracture the coalition, I lose that leverage. They operate without me, and they will not be gentler. Then dismantle them! I cannot, not alone. They have connections to Denver, to Cormack's network, to people who do not care about Reg County's survival. He took a breath. I built a machine I thought I could steer. I was wrong. The kitchen was silent. Adaeze looked at the phone on the table. The recording was a weapon. She could use it to destroy Gunner's credibility, expose Front Range's tactics, and win the public fight. But if Gunner was telling the truth, destroying him would not stop the security contractors. It would set them loose. "What do you want?" she asked. Gunner looked at her. "I want to finish the buyout legally, without violence, without the men I cannot control burning the ground I am trying to buy." He paused. "And I want you to keep that recording quiet until I can find a way to cut them out." "And if I refuse?" "Then you win the public fight and lose the valley." She studied his face, the crooked nose from the old rodeo injury, the white scar along his jaw. The man who had spent years positioning himself as the county's reasonable savior, only to discover the machine he built had teeth he could not command. "I will keep it quiet," she said, "for now. But I will not protect you from the consequences of what you built. And if one of your subcontractors touches Cyrus Hale or anyone on my land again, I will release the recording and let the pieces fall where they are owed." He nodded slowly. "That is fair." She stood, picked up the phone, walked toward the door. "Adaeze," she stopped. "Your grandmother would have done the same thing." She looked back at him. His face was unreadable. "I am not my grandmother." She walked out into the cold and drove home with the phone burning a hole in her pocket. Lazarev met her on the porch before she reached the door. "Well?" He told the truth. She stepped past him into the kitchen. "He did not order the attacks, but he cannot stop them either. Then the recording does not help us. It buys us time." She set the phone on the counter. "And it gives us a name. Front Range subcontractors, men from Denver who answer to someone in Cormack's network." Lazarev's eyes went sharp. "You have a name?" "Not yet." She looked at him. "But I know who to ask." She picked up her own phone and dialed. Marta Yelich answered on the second ring. "I need you to find out everything you can about Front Range Infrastructure's security contractors," Adaeze said. "Who they are, where they are based, who they report to in Denver." Quietly. A pause on the line. "You are asking me to dig into a corporation with state contracts. I am asking you to save the valley from men who run over retired deputies." Another pause. Then Marta's voice, flat and steady. "I will call you back." The line went dead. Adaeze set the phone down and looked at Lazarev. The kitchen light flickered once, a surge, a tremor in the wiring she had not noticed before. "I told Gunner I would keep the recording quiet," she said, "but I did not promise not to find them myself." Lazarev stepped closer. His hand found hers on the counter. "Then we find them." She looked at their hands, laced together, and thought of Delphine's diaries, of Alina's letters, of every secret that had been buried and dug up and buried again. Somewhere in the cold between Mercy Crossing and Denver, men who answered to no one in this valley were deciding the shape of their future. She would find them before they found her. Chapter 69. The forensic team arrived at 9 in a white county van with government plates, 3 people in plain clothes carrying cases of equipment that looked surgical. Adaeze watched from the porch as they unloaded. A woman in her 50s, with close-cropped gray hair and rimless glasses, a younger man with a tablet and a portable scanner, a third who stayed by the van, speaking into a phone, eyes scanning the property line. "State Lab," the woman said, climbing the steps. "Dr. Ala Vance, I have the court order." She held out a tablet with Judge Harlow's signature. Adaeze stepped aside. Lazarev met them at the door. "The surviving materials are in Wendell's office at the bank. The seized items are already bagged and sealed at the courthouse." "We start there," Vance said. "Then we need access to the original banking records for the Pruitt account from 1989 through 1995. "I can get those." "Good." She moved past him without another word. The younger man followed, scanner in hand. The third stayed outside, still on the phone. Adaeze watched them cross the yard toward the truck. "They move fast," she said. That is the problem with independent examiners. Lazarev's voice was flat. They find what they find. The bank closed at noon. By 1, Wendell's office had been transformed. Gloves, blue mats, evidence markers. The safe stood open and empty, its door gaping like a wound. The younger man had already scanned every shelf and drawer for latent prints, dusting surfaces with a fine gray powder that caught the fluorescent light. Adaeze stood in the doorway and watched. Vance was at Wendell's desk, reading Alina's confession letter through a magnifying loupe. She had not spoken in 20 minutes. Wendell hovered near the filing cabinet, his hands clasped behind his back. "The wax seal is intact," Vance said without looking up. "That is good, but the envelope fold pattern suggests the letter was opened and resealed at least once before the wax was applied." "Corbin Moss read it," Adaeze said. "He told me, before or after his mother died." "After." Vance set the loupe down. "That matches. The secondary fold is recent, within the last 2 years." She looked at Adaeze. "The original fold, the one beneath the wax, is older, consistent with the date on the letter." "May 2021, Wendell said. "I know what the date says, Mr. Tasker. I am telling you the paper agrees." She turned back to the letter. "The ink will tell us more, but the preliminary read is consistent with the claimed timeline." Adaeze felt something loosen in her chest. "Consistent enough?" "Consistent enough that I am willing to say the letter is not a forgery." Vance looked up. "I am not willing to say it proves everything it claims. That is for the judge to decide." "What about the affidavit fragment?" Lazarev asked. Vance gestured to the younger man, who had finished dusting the safe and was now photographing the evidence markers. "The 4th page is genuine," she said. "Paper stock matches the DNR filing from November 2021. The signature matches Delphine Pruitt's known exemplars from that period. But a torn page with an accession number is not a complete document. Without the first 3 pages, the fragment alone tells us she filed something. It does not tell us what." "It tells us she filed an affidavit documenting her knowledge of my origins," Lazarev said. "It tells me you believe that?" Vance said. "The court will want the original." The original was moved by Markham Sutter, Celia Pruitt's ally. Vance's eyes flickered to Wendell, then back to Lazarev. "That is a matter for the sheriff's investigation, not my lab." She stood. "I need to see the banking records now." Lazarev let her out. Adaeze stayed in the doorway, watching the younger man work. He was methodical, careful. He photographed each evidence marker from 3 angles before touching anything. His hands were steady. He did not look at her. "Find anything useful?" she asked. He paused, looked up. "The safe was opened with a hydraulic spreader," he said. "Professional job. The pry marks match no tool in the county inventory. The operator knew what they were doing." "Any prints?" "Partial prints on the safe door, smudged, gloved." He returned to his work. Whoever did this knew the camera blind spots and the lock timing. They had inside knowledge of the building. Wendell's clerk of 12 years just retired. The man did not look up this time. "I heard." Adaeze found Lazarev in the bank vault with Dr. Vance. She was standing in front of an open safe deposit box, a stack of ledgers in her hands. "These are photocopies," she said. "The original ledgers from 1989 through 1995 are missing." Lazarev's jaw tightened. "Missing how?" "The vault log shows they were checked out by Delphine Pruitt in March 2023, 3 months before she died." Vance held up the photocopies. "She left these in their place. Bank policy requires a copy of anything removed, so the photocopies are official records. But the originals are gone." "Where?" "If I know that, Mr. Pruitt, I would not be telling you they are missing." She set the photocopies on the counter. "The copies are admissible, but originals carry more weight, especially for signature analysis." Adaeze stepped into the vault. "Delphine destroyed them," she said. Lazarev turned. She knew someone would come looking. Adaeze continued. "She removed the originals and left copies. The copies tell the same story, but they cannot be tested for ink dating, paper age, or handwriting pressure. She controlled the evidence even after her death." Vance nodded slowly. That is consistent with someone who planned for litigation. Consistent with Delphine, Lazarev said. Adaeze studied his face, the set of his jaw, the affidavit, the surrender document, the infant theft. She had left a trail that looked clean but was full of hidden seams, designed to hold under pressure or break in ways that hurt the right people. Wendell's wall safe had held copies, not originals. The bank ledgers were copies, not originals. The surrender document had been stolen, not destroyed. Adaeze thought she could see it now, a structure built like a maze, with multiple exits and dead ends, and Delphine standing in the center, watching. "Find the originals," Vance said, pulling on fresh gloves, "and bring them to me. The copies will tell me enough for a preliminary report, but the originals will tell me the truth." Chapter 70. She stood in the tack room with the photograph in her hand, the old image catching the low morning light through the grimy window. Imani Balogun, Alina Vows, June 11th, 1989. She had looked at it a dozen times since Zuri found it behind the feed ledgers, studying faces, uniforms, the institutional corridor behind them. She had been looking for evidence of a conspiracy, proof of the meeting, something that tied the nurse to the theft. She had not been looking at hands, but now she saw it. The edge of the frame caught something pale against Alina Voss's white uniform, a hand resting on Imani's shoulder, and on that hand, a ring she recognized. Heavy gold, oval-cut stone. A setting that caught the fluorescent light in a specific way because she had seen that ring on Delphine Pruitt's finger in every photograph from the 1989. "They should not," Adaeze said. She set the photograph in front of him. Delphine broke her wrist in October 1988. Vance said Delphine fractured her right wrist. The tendon damage changed her signature. She tapped the glass over the bandaged hand. "This is June 1989, 8 months after the injury. The bandage is smaller than it would have been fresh, but she is still wearing it." Lazarev studied the image. Alina Voss put her arm around Imani for the photograph, Adaeze continued. "But Delphine is in this frame too. Her hand is on Imani's shoulder. The ring is unmistakable." "You think Delphine was present for the photograph?" "I think she orchestrated it. I think she wanted documentation that Imani and Alina met, that there was a relationship, that the surrender was arranged, not coerced." She lowered the photograph. "And I think her bandaged wrist proves the signature on the surrender document from July 1989 should match the post-injury hand, not the pre-injury one." Lazarev's jaw tightened. "Wendell needs to see this. Wendell needs to file a clarification before Celia's people file their forgery." They found him at the kitchen table, surrounded by paper, his glasses pushed up on his forehead and his phone pressed to his ear. He listened for a moment, then hung up. "That was the lab," he said. "Vance has a preliminary handwriting comparison. The exemplars on file for Delphine's pre-injury signature do not match the surrender document from July 1989. "They should not," Adaeze said. She set the photograph in front of him. Delphine broke her wrist in October 1988. She was still wearing a bandage in June 1989. The surrender document was signed in July 1989, which means it was signed with her post-injury hand. Wendell tucked up the photograph. "Where did you find this?" "Zuri found it behind the feed ledgers. Someone hid it there recently, probably the same person who planted the evidence trail." Wendell studied the image, then set it down and pulled a legal pad toward him. "This changes the signature analysis timeline. If I file a clarification with the court noting the riding injury and the bandage in this photograph, the court must consider whether any signature on a Delphine Pruitt document from mid-1989 was written by a hand still in recovery." "It is not just a clarification," Lazarev said. "It is an explanation for the variation. Celia's people cannot introduce a forged surrender document without accounting for the injury. If they try, Vance will catch it." Wendell was already writing. "I will draft the clarification now and file it electronically. The court accepts digital submissions until midnight." He typed for a moment, then stopped. "The county server is down." Adaeze felt the words land like a physical blow. "What?" The electronic filing system is not responding. Wendell refreshed the page, then again. I have a connection to the internet, but the county portal returns an error. Timeout on the server side. Lazarev pulled out his phone. I am getting the same error on the mobile portal. Wendell picked up his desk phone and dialed, listened, hung up. The county IT line is also down. No answer, no automated message. Adaeze looked at the clock on the wall. 9:47 a.m. Who else knows about the clarification? No one. I only just finished the draft. Wendell's hand trembled slightly as he set the phone down. But the county server going down on the same morning I discover the signature evidence is not coincidence. Someone is blocking the filing, Lazarev said. Someone is buying time. Adaeze's mind was already moving. If the server is down, we cannot file. If we cannot file, the deadline passes without the clarification. Celia's people introduce their forged surrender document at whatever hearing comes next, and the court sees a clean record with no mention of the injury. Wendell stood abruptly. I will drive to Helena. It is 3 hours. Then I will drive faster. He was already gathering his coat. The state capitol filing office accepts paper submissions in person until 5:00 p.m. If I leave now, I will arrive by 1:00 p.m. That gives me 4 hours to file and return before the courthouse closes. The roads are bad past the pass. I drove them in worse. He stuffed the clarification draft, the photograph, and a copy of Vance's preliminary report into his satchel. You two stay here. Keep the phone lines open. If the server comes back up, file immediately and call me. Adaeze caught his arm. Wendell, who do you think sabotaged the server? He met her eyes. I do not know yet, but I intend to find out. He was out the door before she could respond. The kitchen fell silent. Lazarev stood by the window, watching Wendell's car pull out onto the county road. The server going down is not the only problem, he said. It is a signal. Someone knew we were close to filing the clarification. Someone inside the county building, inside the IT system, or inside Wendell's network. The leak, or the surveillance. He turned to face her. They are watching us, Adaeze. Not just the ranch, the filings, the timing, the evidence we possess. Every move we make is being monitored. She felt the weight of it settle on her shoulders. Then we make a move they cannot predict. What? She looked at the photograph still lying on the table, Delphine's bandaged wrist catching the light. We find the originals, the ledgers Delphine removed from the bank vault, the surrender document Celia's people plan to forge, the second sealed document with Lazarev's biological father's identity. Wendell is driving to Helena to file the clarification. And while he does that, we search. She pucked up her coat. Delphine hid the originals somewhere she could control them, somewhere that felt safe, somewhere connected to the injury that changed her signature. Lazarev's eyes sharpened. Her study, or her bedroom, or the bank's private safe deposit box, or a lawyer's office in Billings. She pulled on her coat. We start at the Pruitt house. We tear it apart if we have to. He did not argue. They route out together into the cold wind, the photograph tucked into Adaeze's pocket, the county server still down, and the clock ticking toward whatever deadline their enemies had set. Chapter 71. The wind had picked up by the time Adaeze reached the truck. The photograph folded into her inside pocket where she could feel the paper against her ribs, as if it were trying to tell her something she already knew. Lazarev's was already in the driver's seat, engine running. Wendell has a 40-minute head start. Then we make up the time. She climbed in and slammed the door. The clerk who works for Cormack is in Helena. If Wendell walks into that office alone, she will see him coming before he sees her. You think she will block the filing? I think she already knows about the server. Adaeze braced her hand against the dashboard as Lazarev pulled onto the county road. Someone took it down this morning. Someone who knew we were about to file the clarification. The same someone who has been one step ahead of us since the burglary. Lazarev's jaw tightened. Then we do not let Wendell walk in alone. They drove through Mercy Crossing at speed, past the darkened feed store and the post office with its flag snapping horizontal in the wind. The sky had gone the color of old iron, the kind of light that meant snow before midnight, or a hard freeze before dawn. Adaeze watched the road eat the miles, and tried not to think about what happened to people who ran out of time in Regrag County. Her phone buzzed. "Wendell, passing the pass. Roads are clear. ETA 1240. She typed back. "We are behind you. Don't file alone." A long pause. "Wendell, why?" "Adaeze, because the clerk works for Cormack." She watched the 3 dots appear and disappear twice before the reply came. "Wendell, understood. Waiting at the diner on Grand. Come fast." Adaeze put the phone down and stared through the windshield at the road unwinding toward the mountains. He knows about the clerk? Now he does. She pressed her palm flat against her thigh, feeling the photograph shift beneath her coat. "He will wait for us at a diner near the Capitol building. We file together, or we do not file at all." Lazarev said nothing. His hands were steady on the wheel, but she had learned to read the tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself when he was running calculations he did not want to share. "What are you not telling me?" He was quiet for a long moment. "If the clerk is already burning documents, she will not stop because we arrive together. She will stop because someone with authority tells her to stop. We do not have authority. Wendell has the court order. A court order filed through a dead server." He glanced at her. "The paper in his satchel is not filed until a clerk stamps it. If the clerk refuses to stamp it, the paper means nothing." Adaeze felt the cold settle deeper into her chest. "Then what do you suggest?" "I suggest we make sure the clerk has a reason to stamp it." He pulled the truck around a slower car, accelerating into the oncoming lane for 5 seconds before cutting back. "A reason that outweighs whatever Cormack is paying her." "Like what?" "Like the photograph in your pocket, like Vance's preliminary report, like the certainty that if she refuses, we will name her in every filing, every hearing, and every press inquiry until she is the story instead of us." Adaeze considered that. Threats work on people who have something to lose. Everyone has something to lose. His voice was flat. The clerk has a pension, a reputation, a job she has held for 15 years. She will weigh the cost of Cormack's displeasure against the cost of being dragged into public as an accessory to evidence destruction. We make sure the scale tips. She watched the road bend south, the snow flurries beginning to strike the windshield in thin white streaks. "You have been thinking about this since we left the kitchen." "I have been thinking about it since the server went down." He did not look at her. "I should have anticipated it." "You could not have known." "I could have prepared for the possibility." His hands tightened on the wheel. "That is what Delphine would have done. Anticipated every move and had a counter-move ready before the first move was made." Adaeze felt the mention of Delphine land between them like stone dropped into still water. "You are not Delphine. I know. And you are not responsible for every failure of the system that is trying to crush us." He did not answer. The snow was coming harder now, small, dry flakes that skittered across the asphalt and dissolved on contact with the warm hood of the truck. They drove the next hour in a rhythm that had become familiar. Adaeze watching the road, Lazarev watching the mirrors, both of them scanning for headlights that followed too long or hung back at the wrong distance. Twice she thought she saw a dark sedan matching their speed a quarter-mile behind, but it turned off before the pass, and she told herself the surveillance was in her head. They found Wendell at a diner on Grand Avenue, sitting in a booth by the window, with a cup of coffee gone gold and his satchel clamped between his feet. He stood as they walked in, and Adaeze saw the relief move through his shoulders like a released breath. "The Capitol building is 8 blocks east." He dropped a 5 on the table and grabbed his coat. "I called the filing office 40 minutes ago. The clerk confirmed she would be there until 5. "Did you mention what you were filing?" "I told her I needed to submit a corrective document to a probate matter. Nothing more." He led them out into the wind. "But she asked which probate case. That means she knows. Then she has already called Cormack. Or she is waiting for instructions." Wendell walked faster. "Either way, we do not give her time to act." They reached the Capitol building at 1:17 p.m., a sandstone structure with barred windows and a flag that cracked like a whip in the wind. The filing office was on the 3rd floor, accessible through a side entrance that Wendell had used 100 times in his career. The door was locked. Wendell pulled the handle twice, then stepped back and looked up at the darkened windows. "It should not be locked. The office is open until 5. Adaeze pressed her face to the glass, cupping her hands around her eyes to block the glare. The lobby was empty. The reception desk was clear. But at the far end of the corridor, through a half-open door, she saw a figure moving. A woman in a gray cardigan, standing beside a metal bin, smoke rising from it. She's burning something. Lazarev was already reaching for his phone. The security guard, there is a panel by the entrance. I can see the call button from here. Wait. Adaeze pressed closer to the glass. The woman in the gray cardigan was the same clerk who had helped Celia and Sutter empty the archive. She was the same woman who had denied the second accession number existed. The clerk looked up. Their eyes met through the glass. For one frozen second, neither of them moved. The smoke continued to rise from the metal bin, thin and gray, and carrying the smell of burning paper. The clerk's face was pale, her hand still holding whatever document she had been feeding to the fire. Then she dropped the remaining papers into the bin and walked away. Adaeze slammed a palm against the glass. Open the door. The clerk did not turn. Lazarev was already pressing the security call button, his jaw tight, his other hand bracing against the doorframe. Wendell stood at the window, his face gone bloodless. The filing, the clarification. If she burned the evidence we came to submit, then we find another way. Adaeze stared through the glass at the empty corridor, the metal bin, the drifting smoke. But she was not thinking about the filing anymore. She was thinking about what else the clerk might have burned before they arrived. It really deck. We accursed smize with and chowie. My bells washed down by the corridor's silence. No footsteps, no voice through the intercom. Adaeze pressed her palm flat against the glass again, watching the gray cardigan clerk vanish through a door at the far end of the hall. The metal bin still smoked. The smell of burned paper reached them through the ventilation grate beneath the locked door. She's running. She is already gone. Wendell's voice had gone flat, the theatrical edge stripped clean off. He was staring at the bin as if he could will the ashes back into documents. That was the filing, the clarification, everything I drafted. You do not know that. I saw her drop papers into the fire, Adaeze. What else would she be burning in a filing office on a Thursday afternoon? Lazarev hit the call button again, held it longer this time. A different voice crackled through the speaker, older, male, irritated. Security desk. This is Lazarev Pruitt. I am standing outside the third-floor filing office with my attorney. The door is locked. The clerk is inside burning documents. I need someone up here now. A pause. The office closes at 5, sir. It is not. The door is locked and the clerk is burning court documents. I am calling Judge Miriam Harlow's chambers next if no one arrives in 2 minutes. The silence that followed was longer than the first. Stay where you are. The speaker went dead. Adaeze did not step back from the glass. She kept her eyes on the corridor, on the door the clerk had disappeared through, on the smoke that was thinning now, the fire dying for lack of fuel. Wendell, when you called the office at 12:30, what exactly did the clerk say? That she would be here, that the office was open until 5. And she asked which probate case. Yes. Which means she knew you were coming. Adaeze turned from the glass. She had time to prepare. Lazarev's jaw tightened. She also had time to call whoever told her to burn the filing. Wendell's face was bloodless. Then we have nothing. We have the smoke. Adaeze pointed at the ventilation grate. We have a locked door. We have a county employee who fled her post, and we have a judge who threatened receivership for any further obstruction. You think Harlow will? I think Harlow will be very interested to learn that the same clerk who helped Celia and Sutter empty the archive is now burning papers in a locked office 40 minutes before the filing deadline. The elevator at the end of the hall chimed. A security guard stepped out, broad-shouldered, mid-50s, his hand resting on the radio clipped to his belt. He looked at the locked door, then at Adaeze, then at the smoke still visible through the glass. Step back from the door. Lazarev moved first, pulling Adaeze with him. The guard approached, keycard ready, and swiped it across the reader beside the frame. The light flashed red. He tried again. Red. The lock was overridden from inside. He pulled his radio. Need maintenance to the third-floor filing office. Electronic lock is disabled from the interior. A crackle of static. Copy. ETA 10 minutes. We do not have 10 minutes. The guard looked at Wendell. Sir, Unless you have a fire axe and permission to use it, you do. Adaeze was already dialing. The call connected on the first ring. Judge Harlow's chambers. This is Adaeze Balogun. I need to speak to the judge regarding an obstruction at the Helena Capitol Building filing office. A pause. The clerk's voice came back cooler. The judge is in conference. The judge will want to know that the clarification filing we were ordered to submit within 48 hours is currently being burned by a county employee who locked herself inside the office 40 minutes before the deadline. Another pause, longer this time. One moment. The hold music was a tinny recording of State Pride. Adaeze counted 11 seconds before the line clicked open again. Judge Harlow. Your Honor, we are at the Capitol Building. The filing office door is locked from the inside. The clerk is burning documents. We have a state security guard on site who cannot open the door without maintenance. My Tommen, he was like a modem, level. Then I am discovering simplies. It's menet certainly clausen. Risding from enners, leveling all the pan. Her halves, clasped on the surface, pale and silent. She had not tried to run. She had not tried to explain. She looked up when Adaeze entered. I did not have a choice. You always have a choice. The clerk's eyes lickled the bien. They said if I did not burn it, they would burn my son's truck with him inside it. Adaeze stopped. Who said? The clerk shook her head. Who said? Men from Billings. They came to my house. They knew my son's schedule. They knew where he parked his truck at night. Her voice cracked. I did not want to do it. I did not want any of it. Lazarev stepped forward. The men from Billings, were they connected to Senator Cormack? The clerk's chin trembled. Were they? She nodded. One word, the whole network exposed, fragile and human, held together by fear and money and the threat of violence. Wendell lowered his phone. The clarification filing. Did you burn it? The clerk nodded again. Every copy? She hesitated. There was another packet. It left Mercy Crossing this afternoon. Courier service, addressed to the State Water Board. Adaeze felt the temperature in the room drop. What was in the packet? I do not know. I only processed the label. Addressed to whom? The clerk's eyes met hers. The Deputy Administrator of Water Resources, signed with Delphine Pruitt's authorization code. The code died with Delphine, except someone was still using it. Adaeze straightened, the ash still warm against her fingers, the scraps of Delphine's signature carbon black in her palm. She looked at Lazarev. His face had gone still. The same stillness she had seen in the flood, when the water was moving too fast to fight and the only choice was to find solid ground and wait. We need to find that packet. The clerk shook her head. It left at 3:30. By the time you reach Billings? I'm not going to Billings. Adaeze turned to Wendell. You have the judge on speed dial. Tell her we need the State Water Board's incoming mail logged and held. Every piece processed after 3:30 this afternoon. Tell her it is evidence in an act of conspiracy. Wendell was already dialing. Lazarev was watching her with an expression she could not read. You think the packet contains the second sealed document? I think Delphine spent 30 years building a maze, and I think someone is still inside it, moving pieces she laid down before she died. She looked at the bin, the ash, the scraps, the proof that they had been too slow. Whoever sent that packet is the same person who hired the Front Range contractors, the same person who ordered the attack on Cyrus Hale, the same person who burned the high school hard drives. You do not know that. No, she met his eyes. But I know they are ahead of us, and I know they are still moving. The smoke from the bin curled upward, thin and gray, and Adaeze watched it dissolve into the ceiling vent. Somewhere on the road between Mercy Crossing and Helena, a packet was carrying evidence toward a destination she could not reach in time, and the person who had sent it was still watching. Chapter 73. Adaeze took the wheel first. Lazarev did not argue. He settled into the passenger seat, one hand braced against the dash as she pulled away from the Capitol building, the ash still warm against her palm where she had pressed it into her coat pocket. The headlights cut through Helena traffic, thin at this hour. Streetlights blurred past. Adaeze drove the way she worked, efficient and unsentimental, taking the turn onto the interstate with a hard pull that pressed Lazarev into his seat. Wendell is sending the courier route. She glanced at the phone in his hand. How does he have it? Label scanner at the dispatch office. The clerk logged it before the men from Billings got to her. Lazarev's voice was flat, focused. The packet is on a truck headed for Great Falls. They routed it through the state records intake at the Billings satellite office. Adaeze calculated the distance. 3 hours if the roads hold. 2:45 if you drive the way you drive. She almost smiled. Almost. The miles unspooled. Highway 15 ran north through the dark, the mountains a deeper black against the sky. The cab smelled like coffee from the thermos Wendell had pressed into her hand before they left, and the heat fighting the October cold. They traded the wheel at a rest stop south of Cascade. Adaeze did not sleep. She sat in the passenger seat with her boots on the dash and watched the road eat the distance, her mind turning through what the packet could contain. Tell me something. Lazarev glanced at her. What kind of something? Something that has nothing to do with the case. The estate, the fight. She did not look at him. Something you want. After. The silence stretched. The tires hummed against the asphalt. I want to wake up in a house that is ours, he said. Not Delphine's, not the bank's, ours, with morning light coming in the wrong window because we chose the room and no one else's furniture. Adaeze turned her head. I want to know what it feels like to make coffee without wondering who is watching me pour it. She watched the road reflect in his eyes. That is specific. I have had time to think. She let the words settle. They sat in the dark cab like something fragile, something the highway could shatter if she reached for it too fast. I want to see the calves through a full spring, she said, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. I want to stand in the lower pasture in June and know the water is ours because we fought for it, not because a dead woman wrote it into a contract. Lazarev's hands tightened on the wheel. That is the same thing. The house, the pasture, the morning. His voice dropped. A life that belongs to us. She did not answer. She did not need to. The Billings satellite office was a low, concrete building off the interstate, fluorescent lights burning in the parking lot. A single courier truck was parked at the loading dock, its rear doors open, a man in a brown uniform standing with a clipboard. Adaeze was out of the truck before Lazarev killed the engine. Where's the packet from Helena? The courier looked up. He was young, early 20s, with a face that had not yet learned to harden against people who showed up in the dark demanding things. I cannot release packages to unauthorized personnel. Adaeze pulled the phone from her pocket. Judge Harlow's number was still the last call she had made. I have a county judge on speed dial and a state investigator already documenting burned evidence in the Capitol building. You can give me the packet now, or I can have an emergency injunction issued against this facility within the hour. Your choice. The courier looked past her at Lazarev, who had come up behind her, still and silent. The packet. The man's hand shook as he reached into the truck. They opened it in the cab of their truck, the dome light dim, the engine running for heat. The envelope was standard courier stock, thick, sealed with a red wax stamp that bore Delphine Pruitt's initials. The same bold ring from the photograph. Adaeze broke the seal. Inside were not the original ledgers, not the second sealed document. Donor ledgers. 23 pages of names, dates, amounts, and notations in Delphine's hand. Each entry cross-referenced to a state water board decision, a county commissioner vote, a legislative override that had benefited Pruitt Holdings or punished a competitor. The notations were in code, initials, date stamps, a column marked R with single-digit numbers. Lazarev read over her shoulder, his breath warm against her neck. The water board's deputy administrator eases the payments. Adaeze turned the pages slowly, each one a new name, a new date, a new decision recorded in Delphine's precise hand. Page 12 stopped her cold. R. Cormack. $12,000. Feb 15, 2007. R. Cormack. $18,000. Sep 3, 2009. R. Cormack, $40,000. June 22, 2011. The entries went on. 8 years, 12 payments, over $200,000. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. His face had gone to stone. Delphine was paying him? Not paying. She held up the next page, where a single notation appeared in the margin. Water Seniority Reclassification, Red Mercy, approved Oct. 14, 2011. The deputy administrator approved Delphine's water seniority in exchange for Cormack's influence. Lazarev took the paper from her hands. She watched him read it, watched the calculation move behind his eyes. This packet was not going to Celia. Adaeze shook her head. It was going to the deputy administrator, to warn him, or to bury the evidence in a government file where no one would find it. Or to deliver the proof. She looked at him. Delphine was not protecting herself. She was protecting the system she built, and someone inside that system is still running it. Lazarev held the pages up to the dome light, his thumb tracing the margin where Delphine's hand had marked the water seniority reclassification. If these ledgers go to the Scot Ethics Board, Cormack's entire network collapses. If, he turned to her, we cannot file them, not yet. Wendell cannot touch them, not while the 14-day freeze is in effect and every filing goes through opposing counsel. Adaeze understood. The evidence that could break the case was the same evidence they could not legally introduce. She looked at the packet in her hands. 23 pages of Delphine's careful accounting. Names, dates, payments, decisions. The system was still moving, but now she had the map. Hairs applied from this arm. They drove back through the dark with the packet on the seat between them. Adaeze kept one hand on the wheel and the other on the envelope, as if the pages might vanish if she let go. The dome light was off. The only sound was the engine and the wind and Lazarev's breathing, steadying now, measured, the way he got when he was building something in his head that he was not ready to name. She pulled into the gas station outside Helena at 2:47 a.m. Wendell's sedan was already there, parked under the single working light, his silhouette motionless behind the wheel. She killed the engine. Lazarev got out first, and she watched him cross the cracked asphalt, watched the way he moved. Not tired, not angry, coiled and precise. He had been that way since they opened the packet. Since he saw Cormack's name on page 12 in Delphine's hand, Wendell rolled down his window. There's a state ethics investigator who owe me a favor from the Morrison probate. She works out of Great Falls. She can have a preliminary review drafted by noon. Adaeze handed him the packet. He will see the 23 pages, then he will call Cormack. They met the investigator at a truck stop outside Great Falls at 5:15 a.m. She was a woman in her late 40s with silver-streaked hair and eyes that had seen enough public corruption to stop being surprised by it. Her name was Diane Arnis. Wendell spread the pages across the booth. Arnis read them in silence. Her coffee went cold. These cover 8 years. 12 payments to Cormack alone, Adaeze said. Over $200,000. Cross-referenced to water board decisions, county commissioner votes, and legislative overrides. Cross-referenced by whom? Delphine Pruitt. Arnis looked up. The deceased. The same. She kept a paper trail on her own bribes. She kept a paper trail on everything, Lazarev said. The question is whether you can use it during a court-imposed freeze. Arnis turned a page. I am not bound by probate freeze orders. I answer to the State Ethics Commission. I can open a preliminary inquiry, issue subpoenas, and freeze the accounts of any public official named in these pages before your lunch order arrives. Adaeze watched her. What do you need from us? Nothing. I need you to stay out of it. If your name appears in my filing, Cormack's lawyers will argue the evidence was tainted by your ongoing probate dispute. I need clean chain of custody and no appearance of collusion. Lazarev's jaw tightened. You want us to do nothing. I want you to let the system work. You have your map. Let me follow it. They left the truck stop at 6:30 a.m. Adaeze drove. Lazarev side her with his hands flat on his thighs, staring at the road. She will file by noon, he said. And then? And then Cormac's phone will start ringing, his donors will start calling, his staff will start looking for exits. And Celia? Celia's funding line runs through Cormac's network. If the network collapses, she has no war chest. Adaeze thought about that. Thought about Celia's cream silk dress and perfect posture, standing in the courthouse hallway with Cormac's hand on her elbow. Delphine set all of this up, she said. The ledgers, the sealed affidavit, the codicil. She built a machine that would either protect Lazarev or destroy everyone who tried to take what she built. She built a maze. She built a guarantee. They drove back to Mercy Crossing. The sky was the color of a bruise, the clouds low and fast, carrying the smell of rain that would not come. The highway stretched stilly ahead of them. Adaze's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. Gunnar Vaich, 7:12 a.m. We need to talk. She showed Lazarev. He read it and said nothing. They met him at the Balogun kitchen. He was standing at the window when they walked in, hands in his coat pockets, shoulders relaxed, his face carrying that practiced warmth that had become a weapon over years of county meetings and boardroom negotiations. But his eyes were different, flat, tired. You intercepted the packet. Adaeze did not answer. Cormack's office called me at 6. The Ethics Commission is preparing an inquiry. The Deputy Administrator of Water Resources has already retained counsel. How do you know about the packet? Because I have sources inside Cormack's operation. Same as you have sources inside mine. He turned from the window. You are holding 23 pages of payments that tie the senator to water board decisions going back years. You are holding the map. Then you know what is coming. I know what is coming for Cormack. I need to know what is coming for the rest of us. Lazarev moved past Adaeze, his body angled between her and Gunnar. Define the rest of us. Local lenders, county commissioners, the ranchers who backed Front Range because I told them it was the only way to keep the valley alive. Gunnar's voice dropped. There are names in those ledgers who are not Cormack. People who voted for water allocations because Delphine asked them to. People who took campaign contributions from the Pruitt family and thought they were doing business as usual. Your coalition? My neighbors. Adaeze heard the weight in that word. You want us to protect them. I want you to let the Ethics Commission do its job without burning the whole county to ash. Cormack backed the machine. He should answer for it. But the people who voted the way he told them to vote, who took his calls and signed his paperwork, they are not the architects. They are the gears. And if the gears helped him steal water, then they answer for that too. Gunnar looked at her. But there is a difference between stealing and being used. If you destroy everyone who was used, you will be punishing the valley Delphine Pruitt left behind, not saving it. Adaeze studied him. He was not performing. She had seen him perform. This was something else. You are asking for a temporary public standstill on the water campaign, she said. I am offering one. I will pull my buyout offers for 30 days. I will instruct my coalition to halt all acquisition activity. You keep the ethics probe focused on Cormack and the deputy administrator, and I will make sure no local lender or commissioner is dragged through a public spectacle unless they are proven guilty of deliberate corruption. And after 30 days? After 30 days, you and I sit down and negotiate a future for this valley that does not involve Front Range infrastructure. I will sell my interest in the pipeline deal to a conservation trust. I will use my capital to fund drought resilience projects instead of water extraction. Lazarev laughed. It was not a kind sound. You expect us to believe that? I expect you to verify it. I will put it in writing. Signed, notarized, with penalty clauses. Gunnar held his gaze. I built this coalition because I believed the valley was dying and needed a hard transition to survive. I was not wrong about the numbers. But I was wrong about the people running the deal. I was wrong about Cormack. I was wrong about what I was willing to accept from allies. Adaeze watched him. Say it. Say what? Say what you are admitting. Gunnar's jaw worked. His pale blue eyes stayed on hers. I mistook ruthlessness for pragmatism. He said it like it cost him something. I thought being willing to break things meant being willing to fix the valley, but I broke things I did not understand. and I did not see the real enemy because I was looking at the wrong horizon. The kitchen was quiet. Adaeze looked at Lazarev. He was watching Gunnar with an expression she could not read. 30 days, she said, and you put every single term in writing, including the penalty clauses. You will have it by end of day, and you tell us who your source inside Cormack's operation is. Gunnar's eyes flickered. Not yet. Then we do not have a deal. You will, because you are not ruthless, Adaeze. You are hard. There is a difference. He walked out. Adaeze stood at the window and watched his truck pull away. Lazarev came up behind her. His hand found hers. He is right about one thing, he said. Which part? If the FX probe swallows the whole townie, there will be nothing left to save. She turned to face him. Then we make sure it does not. Her phone fuzzed again. A text from Wendell. Arnis files at 11 a.m. Cormack's team already calling for her resignation. Battle lines drawn. She showed Lazarev. He read it and handed the phone back. 30 days, he said. That buys us time to find the person who is still inside Delphine's maze. Adaeze looked out at the pasture, where the first light of morning was touching the fence line. I know who it is. She felt his eyes on her, waiting. I just do not know her name yet. The kitchen door swung open. Zuri stood in the frame, her face pale, her hands shaking. Someone left a box on the front porch, addressed to you. Adaeze moved past her, down the steps, onto the wet grass. The box was cardboard, plain, no return address. She lifted the flap. Inside, wrapped in newspaper, was a hospital bracelet. Same style as the one from Billings Mercy. This one was not marked Balogun, it was marked Pruitt. The name on the label was Celia Alina Pruitt, and the date was July 12, 1989. Chapter 75. The bailiff opened the side door and Judge Harlow stepped into the hallway. Miss Pruitt has requested a closed conference, counsel only. Wendell straightened his jacket. Your Honor, your clients are entitled to whatever I decide after I hear arguments. Harlow's voice was flat. The conference is with counsel and the petitioner. You will wait. The door closed. Adaeze stood in the corridor with Lazarev, the courthouse fluorescent light buzzing overhead, the bench outside the courtroom empty, except for a young woman with a nursing infant who glanced at them and looked away. What is she doing? Adaeze kept her voice low. Testing. Lazarev's jaw was tight. She knows the ledgers are about to land on someone else's desk. She wants to see if the judge will blink first. The judge does not blink. Then Celia is measuring how far she has to push before something breaks. Wendell was pacing near the water fountain, his liver-spotted hands clasped behind his back. He looked older than he had this morning, the theatrical energy drained out of him by the drive, the burned filing, the courier chase, the sleepless miles. Wendell. Adaeze said his name quietly. What is she arguing in there? He stopped pacing. If I knew, I would tell you, but I can guess. Guess? She will argue that Delphine's crimes make the entire estate structure tainted, that the Codicil was designed to perpetuate a fraud, not correct one, that the only clean solution is neutral receivership. He looked at her. If she convinces Harlow the marriage itself is a product of coercion, the freeze becomes permanent, and the court appoints someone to liquidate everything. Lazarev's hand found Adaeze. She let him hold it. That will not happen, Adaeze said. It does not need to happen. It only needs to look possible enough that we offer her something to make it stop. The door opened. Celia emerged first, her cream silk dress immaculate, her hair swept back, her face a mask of controlled calm. She did not look at them. She walked to the far end of the corridor and stood with her back to the window, her hands clasped in front of her. Judge Harlow appeared in the doorway. Her expression was unreadable. Mr. Tasker, a word. Wendell crossed to her. They spoke in low voices for 30 seconds. Harlow nodded once and retreated inside. Wendell stood at the threshold, his shoulders set. She wants a recess until 1. She's considering Celia's argument. Considering means she has not ruled. It means she wants to see what we offer before she decides what the record shows. Wendell's voice was tired. I can hold her off until 1, but I need something concrete to put on the record. Proof of the ledgers. A filing date for the ethics inquiry, something that shows we are not bluffing. Adaeze pulled out her phone. She texted Diane Arness. Need confirmation of filing time for record, before 1 p.m. MT. She showed the screen to Wendell. He read it and nodded. That buys us the recess. It does not buy us the ruling. The corridor emptied. The young woman with the nursing infant gathered her things and left. The bailiff retreated to his post by the courtroom door. Adaeze and Lazarev stood alone at one end of the hall, Celia Pruitt at the other. Lazarev released Adaeze's hand. I need to talk to her. Why? Because she is the only person in this building who knows exactly what she is doing. And I want to understand why. Adaeze studied his face. His gray eyes were lighter than hers, the color of river ice under a winter sky, and she saw something in them she had not seen before. Not anger, not strategy, something closer to grief. Be careful, she said. I will. He walked the length of the corridor. His boots were quiet on the worn linoleum. When he reached Celia, she did not turn from the window. Celia. She turned. Her face was composed, her mouth a thin line. Lazarev, come to offer me terms? Come to ask you something. Ask then. Why are you doing this? She laughed. It was a brittle sound, dry as dead grass. You cannot be serious. I am serious. The Codicil erased me. Delphine spent 35 years building a lie, and then she wrote a will that made me a footnote in her own scheme. Celia's voice was controlled, but something flickered behind her eyes. You inherited everything. The bank, the land, the name. I got a mention in a diary entry and a bracelet that proves I was born in the same hospital where she stole you from your real mother. She stole from both of us. Did she? Celia stepped closer. Her perfume was sharp, expensive, a blade of jasmine in the stale courthouse air. You have Adaeze Balogun. You have the ranch. You have the bank board watching you like you might actually know what you were doing. I have a dead grandmother who used me as a decoy and a cousin who looks at me like I am the villain of a story he has already decided to win. Lazarev was quiet for a long moment. I remember the race. Celia's eyes narrowed. What race? The one in the pasture. When we were 12. The one where I fell and broke my wrist and Adaeze cut her chin on the fence post. He held her gaze. You were there. You watched from the porch. You did not call for help. Celia's jaw tightened. That was 22 years ago. Yes. His voice was soft. I have been asking myself all week why you did not call for help, and I think I finally know the answer. Enlighten me. You were waiting to see which one of us would get up first, because you had already learned from Delphine that watching and waiting was safer than acting. The silence stretched. Celia looked away. Her hands were still clasped in front of her, but the knuckles were white. You do not know what I learned from Delphine. I know she made us both weapons. Lazarev took a step closer. She made you sharp and patient. She made me polished and controlled. She set us in different rooms and waited to see which one would break first. And you think you won? I think I got lucky. He shook his head. I think if the Codicil had gone the other way, if you had been the one standing in the church with Adaeze Balogun, you would have figured out how to survive it too. Because that is what Delphine trained us to do. Survive, not live, not choose. Survive. Celia's mask cracked, just a hair, a tremor at the corner of her mouth. Is there a point to this, Samson? Lazarev held her eyes. The point is that I pity you. Her face went still. Do not. I pity the family system that made us both weapons instead of people. I pity the grandmother who looked at a child and saw a legal move. I pity the girl who watched a race from the porch and learned that silence was power. He let the words settle. But I will not let you burn down everything I have built with Adaeze, because you are still trying to prove you are the one Delphine should have chosen. Celia did not speak. I am not your enemy, Lazarev said. But I will stand in your way until you stop trying to destroy what you cannot control. He turned. Behind him, Celia's voice came cold and clear. She manipulated you. He stopped. From the beginning, the flood, the injury, the confessions, she knew exactly what she was doing. She needed a Pruitt to save her land, and she picked you because you were the one she could break open. Lazarev turned back. What are you saying? I am saying I still have a witness. Celia's smile was small and thin and utterly without warmth. Someone who will swear under oath that Adaeze Balogun planned every step of this. The marriage, the performance, the bedroom, the declarations of love, all of it. A strategy to bind you to her before you realized you were being bound. Lazarev's heart was a cold stone in his chest. Who? Someone who watched her do it. Celia smoothed her skirt. Someone who has known Adaeze Balogun longer than you have. She walked past him. The corridor was silent. Adaeze was watching from the far end, her face unreadable, her hand already reaching for his before he had taken 3 steps toward her. Chapter 76. The courtroom smelled of old wood and stale tension. Adaeze sat with her hands flat on the table, watching the double doors at the back as if she could pull the witness through by will alone. Wendell had bought them 43 minutes. 43 minutes of recess, while Judge Harlow reviewed the ethics filing confirmation from Diane Arness. 43 minutes of Adaeze staring at the empty witness chair and wondering whose face would fill it. The doors opened. A man in his 60s walked in, silver hair, heavy jaw, a suit that cost more than most ranches in the county made in a month. He did not look at Adaeze. He walked straight to the witness box, raised his right hand, and swore to tell the truth. Adaeze did not know his face, but she knew the cut of his contempt. Mr. Vane rose from Celia's table, smoothing the front of his gray suit with the practiced ease of a man who had been waiting for this moment. State your name and occupation for the record. Dale Carver, retired, former member of the Pruitt Bank Board of Directors, 1999 to 2022. And do you know the respondent, Adaeze Balogun? Carver's eyes slid to her, cold, measuring. I know her well enough to know what she is. Objection. Wendell's voice came from beside her, sharp and immediate. Move to strike for lack of foundation and prejudicial characterization. Sustained. Judge Harlow's gaze pinned Carver. Answer the question as asked, Mr. Carver. I have met her twice. That is sufficient. Describe the first meeting. Carver settled back in the chair, the leather creaking under his weight. The morning after the funeral, at the Pruitt Bank, Ms. Balogun arrived with her lawyer to negotiate the terms of the marriage contract. I was present as an observer for the board. And what did you observe? I observed a woman who had already made up her mind. She walked in with a list of demands: separate bedrooms, management authority, control over property transfers, no public displays of affection beyond what was required for appearances. He paused, letting the words land. She had a document prepared, typed, with numbered clauses and signature lines. The courtroom was silent. It read like a business acquisition, because that is what it was. Adaeze's hands were still on the table. She did not move. But beneath the table, Lazarev's hand found hers. Vane nodded, pleased. And in your professional opinion, as a former bank board member with 23 years of experience evaluating business arrangements, did Ms. Balogun's behavior suggest she was entering this marriage as a genuine partner or as a strategic actor executing a plan? Strategic. Entirely strategic. She was not marrying Lazarev Pruitt. She was acquiring the Pruitt estate through him. The gallery murmured. Judge Harlow tapped the bench once. Continue. Wendell rose slowly. He adjusted his glasses, then walked toward the witness stand with the unhurried pace of a man who had already found the flaw and was simply deciding how to expose it. Mr. Carver, you said Ms. Balogun arrived with a prepared document. Is that correct? It is. And did she also arrive with a lawyer? She did, Mr. Tasker. You. Ah, Wendell nodded. So I was present during this negotiation. You were? And did I, as the attorney representing the Pruitt estate, bring any prepared documents of my own to that meeting? Carver's jaw tightened. You did. Would it surprise you to learn that I had drafted the initial marriage contract myself, at the instruction of Delphine Pruitt, before Ms. Balogun ever walked through the door? Carver said nothing. The document Ms. Balogun brought was a counteroffer, a negotiation, not a unilateral demand. Would you agree that a counteroffer is standard procedure in any contract negotiation? It was aggressive. Was it outside the bounds of rousable negotiation for a woman being asked to bind her life and her ranch to a man she had not spoken to in 15 years? Carver's eyes flickered. I thought it was calculated. You thought? Wendell let the word hang. You thought? Based on what, Mr. Carver? Based on the fact that a woman you had never met walked into a room where she was outnumbered 8-1 by men and had the audacity to have prepared terms? She was too prepared. She was prepared. Those are different things. Wendell walked back to his table, picked up a piece of paper, and held it up. I have here the minutes from that meeting, recorded by the bank secretary. Would you like me to read your exact words, Mr. Carver? Your comment to the board during the break about that Balogun girl thinking she could out-negotiate Pruitt men in their own building. Carver's face reddened. That is a paraphrase. The minutes are verbatim, Mr. Carver. Shall we ask the court to admit them? Judge Harlow's eyes moved to Vane. Does counsel object? Vane was already standing. Your Honor, this line of questioning is speculative and prejudicial to the witness's character, overruled. The witness's credibility is directly relevant. Continue, Mr. Tasker. Wendell set the paper down. Let me ask you directly, Mr. Carver. Did you believe, before Ms. Balogun ever entered that room, that Delphine Pruitt's codicil was a mistake? Carver's silence stretched. I had concerns. What were those concerns? That she would use the marriage to strip the Pruitt estate of its assets and leave it hollow. And what evidence did you have for that concern before meeting her? Carver's jaw worked. It was a concern. It was a prejudice. Wendell's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. You looked at a Balogun woman walking into a Pruitt bank and you already knew what she was, because you had been told what she was, by Delphine, by the county, by 30 years of family feud that taught you Baloguns were the enemy. I was protecting the bank. You were protecting an idea of who deserves to win. Wendell paused. No further questions. Vane rose for redirect, but the damage was done. Carver sat in the chair with his hands clasped, his face a mask of controlled fury, his testimony reduced to what it had always been, class contempt dressed as concern. Judge Harlow looked at Carver. You may step down. Carver rose. He walked past Adaeze's table without looking at her. The courtroom door closed behind him. Vane stood again. Your Honor, the petitioner calls Lazarev Pruitt to the stand. Adaeze's hand tightened. Lazarev rose. He did not look at her. He walked to the witness stand, raised his right hand, and swore the oath in a voice that did not waver. Vane approached. Mr. Pruitt, you heard Mr. Carver's testimony. You were present at that negotiation. Would you describe Ms. Balogun's behavior as cold and calculating? Lazarev's eyes found hers across the room. I would describe her as terrified. The word landed. She walked into a room full of men who had spent 30 years calling her family worthless. She had not slept. She had been handed a marriage she did not ask for, to a man she had been raised to hate, and she had 24 hours to decide whether to accept or watch her ranch die. He paused. If that looked like calculation to Mr. Carver, it was because calculation was the only armor she had left. But you signed the contract. Yes. Did she manipulate you into signing? No. Did she trick you, coerce you, or deceive you into believing the marriage was something it was not? No. Did she ever, at any point during the 90 days, suggest that her feelings for you were not genuine? Lazarev was quiet. Vane's eyes narrowed. Answer the question, Mr. Pruitt. She never suggested it. His voice dropped. She fought it. She fought loving me harder than she ever fought the contract, because she was afraid that if she let herself want the marriage, it would be taken from her. The same way everything else she ever loved had been taken. The courtroom was silent. May I ask you a question? Vane blinked. That is not how direct examination works, Mr. Pruitt. Then I will make a statement instead. Lazarev turned to face the bench. Your Honor, I have heard Celia's witness describe my wife as a strategist. I have heard her called calculating, cold, manipulative. He paused. I was there. I watched her bleed into her own hand rather than ask for help. I watched her wade into a river that should have drowned her to save cattle that were not even hers. I watched her hold the hand of a dying man she had never met because no one else was in the room. His voice broke. I watched her love me when it cost her everything she had ever believed about herself. And I will not sit here and let a man who has never worked a day on her land tell this court that she planned that love like a business deal. Judge Harlow was watching him. "Is there a question, Mr. Pruitt?" Lazarev shook his head. "No, I just wanted the record to show that." Silence. Then Judge Harlow nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Pruitt. You may step down." Lazarev rose. He walked back to the table, lowered himself into the seat beside her, and reached for her hand beneath the wood. The courtroom door opened. A clerk walked in, crossed to the bench, and handed Judge Harlow a folded piece of paper. The judge read it. Her face did not change, but when she looked up, something in her eyes had shifted. "Mr. Vane, Ms. Pruitt." Her voice was flat. "The State Ethics Commission has just opened a preliminary inquiry into Senator Reese Cormack and the Deputy Administrator of Water Resources. The inquiry is based on evidence that has been independently submitted and is not subject to this court's probate freeze." Celia went rigid. "The court will recess until 1 p.m. Judge Harlow rose. "When we reconvene, I expect both parties to be prepared to address how this development affects the petitioner's motion for receivership." She left the bench. The gallery erupted. Adaeze did not move. She sat with Lazarev's hand in hers, the confirmation text from Diane Arnis still warm in her pocket, and watched Celia's face go pale. The witness was a lie. The strategy was a lie. But the evidence in Arnis's hands was real. The war had just changed shape. Chapter 77. The bailiff's voice cut through the murmur. "All rise. This court is again in session." Judge Harlow settled behind the bench, the folded ethics notice visible at her elbow. She did not look at Celia. She did not look at the gallery. Her eyes found Adaeze and held there for a fraction of a second longer than protocol allowed. "Before we proceed," the judge said, "I have been informed that the State Ethics Commission's preliminary inquiry has been formally docketed. The court will take judicial notice of this development." She paused. "Mr. Vane, does the petitioner wish to revise her motion in light of the new information?" Vane stood. "Your Honor, the petitioner maintains that the Codicil was executed under circumstances of fraud and concealment. The ethics inquiry does not alter the central question of whether Delphine Pruitt's estate should be administered by parties she manipulated into a coerced marriage." "Noted." Judge Harlow's voice was dry. "Ms. Balogun, the court would hear from you." Adaeze rose. She did not look at Wendell. She did not look at the gallery. She walked to the witness stand, raised her right hand, and swore the oath in a voice that carried to the back row. Wendell approached. "Ms. Balogun, you have heard Mr. Carver's testimony that you entered this marriage as a calculated strategy. You have heard Mr. Pruitt's testimony that you fought the marriage because you feared losing it." He paused. "Which version is true?" "Both." The word landed. Wendell waited. Adaeze's hands were flat on the rail. She did not grip it. She did not brace. "I walked into that negotiation with a counteroffer I had drafted at 3 in the morning because I knew that if I did not protect myself, no one else would. I was calculating. I was strategic. I was doing what I have done my entire adult life, which is survive a system that was never designed to keep women like me in control of land like mine." She paused. "I also married a man I had been taught to hate since I was 12 years old. I married him in a courthouse with no flowers and no witnesses who loved us. I spent the first week waiting for him to show me the cruelty I had been told was in every Pruitt bone. And when that cruelty did not appear, it scared me worse than the sabotage, worse than the flood, worse than the men who came for our fence line with bolt cutters and radios." Her voice dropped. "Because if he was not what I had been told, then everything I had built my life on, the feud, the pride, the refusal to need anyone, was built on a lie. So you stayed out of duty or desire." "I stayed because the contract required it." She met Wendell's eyes. "I stayed after the contract because I started to see a man who carried my weight without being asked, who stood between me and a boardroom full of men who thought I was hired help. who handed me coffee exactly how I liked it before I ever told him. She turned to face the bench. Your Honor, I have spent 31 years being told that wanting something makes me weak, that needing someone makes me conquerable, that love is a debt you pay later with interest. She paused. I married Lazarev Pruitt because a dead woman's will forced me to. I stayed married to him because he made me want a future I had stopped believing I deserved. The courtroom was silent. Ruthless calculation and genuine love are not opposites, she said. They are both things I am capable of. I chose the land, I chose my people, I chose the marriage, and I am done apologizing for choosing all of it. Judge Harlow's face was unreadable. Thank you, Ms. Balogun. You may step down. Adaeze walked back to the table. Lazarev's hand found Holmes beneath the wood. Wendell rose. Your Honor, the respondents move for denial of the petitioner's motion for receivership on the grounds that the marriage has been demonstrated to be genuine. The estate is being actively managed in good faith, and the ethics inquiry into the primary political figure opposing this marriage raises substantial questions about the motives behind this litigation. Vane was on his feet. Your Honor, the petitioner's motion is based on Delphine Pruitt's fraud, not on the marriage's validity. The ethics inquiry is irrelevant to whether the codicil was tainted by the testator's own criminal conduct. Judge Harlow raised a hand. Enough. She looked at the papers before her, at the ethics notice, at the witness list, at the motion that had brought them here. I am prepared to rule. The courtroom held its breath, and then the door at the back of the courtroom opened. A man in a gray suit stepped in. He crossed to the bailiff, whispered something, and handed him a folded paper. The bailiff's face tightened. He walked to the bench and placed the paper before Judge Harlow. She read it. Her expression did not change, but when she looked up, her voice had gone flat. Front Range infrastructure representatives have arrived in Mercy Crossing. They are currently meeting with property owners on the south end of the valley, offering cash buyouts before this court has issued a ruling on the stability of the estate. The gallery erupted. Adaeze's blood went cold. Judge Harlow raised her hand again. The court will recess for 15 minutes. When we reconvene, I will issue my ruling. She stood. I suggest both parties use that time to consider what the presence of Front Range representatives in this county means for the stability argument. She left the bench. Celia was already on her feet, her phone at her ear. Adaeze did not move. She sat with Lazarev's hand in hers, the confirmation from Diane Arnis still warm in her pocket, and watched the gallery churn with the news that the war had not waited for the verdict. Front Range was already in Mercy Crossing, and the clock was still ticking. Chapter 78. Judge Harlow walked back into the courtroom at 10 minutes past the recess. The gallery had not settled. The Front Range news had cracked something open, and the murmur ran in waves. Ranchers leaning across pews, phones glowing in half the hands, the Billings Gazette reporter already typing in the back row. Adaeze kept her hand locked around Lazarev's beneath the table. Celia sat at the petitioner's table with her spine perfect and her phone face down. She had not looked at Adaeze once since the recess. Judge Harlow took the bench. The room went quiet. I have considered the petitioner's motion for receivership. I have considered the respondent's evidence of genuine marriage, active estate management, and the parallel ethics inquiry now docketed with the State Commission. She paused. I have also considered the news that Front Range Infrastructure has chosen this morning to begin buyout negotiations in my county while my court was still deliberating. Her voice hardened. That timing is not a coincidence, and this court will not reward it. Adaeze's chest tightened. Petitioner's motion for receivership is denied. Celia made a sound, small and sharp, that she swallowed before it finished. The marriage between Lazarev Pruitt and Adaeze Balogun is found to be genuine and legally binding. The codicil is valid. The interim management structure remains in place. The 14-day asset freeze is lifted as of this ruling with the following conditions. She read the terms. No asset transfers over $50,000 without court notice. All water allocation decisions to be filed with the county within 72 hours of execution. Monthly financial reporting to the court until the 90-day deadline passed. Reasonable. Survivable. The court further refers the evidence of coordinated obstruction of legal filings, intimidation of county employees, and tampering with sealed documents to the State Attorney General's Office for independent investigation. The gallery stirred. Adaeze felt the words land like a gate swinging open. The ethics inquiry into Senator Cormack and the Deputy Administrator of Water Resources will proceed independently of this court. This court retains jurisdiction over the Pruitt estate until the 90-day marriage condition is satisfied, at which point the matter is closed, unless appealed. She looked at Celia. Petitioner has 30 days to file an appeal. The court recommends the petitioner consider whether the resources required for further litigation would be better directed at resolving the very real questions this proceeding has raised about the 1989 events and their ongoing consequences. Celia's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Judge Harlow closed the file. This court is adjourned. The gallery erupted again, but different this time. Relief, not panic. Ruth Ann Tolliver was already on her feet, her purse clutched to her chest, her face wet. Roy Calder stood against the back wall, arms crossed, and gave Adaeze a single nod. Adaeze did not move. She sat with Lazarev's hand in hers, the ruling still echoing in her chest, and let herself feel the full weight of what had just happened. They had won. Not the war, not the appeal, not the ethics inquiry or the front-ranged buyout, or the questions that still circled like buzzards over the valley. But this fight, this ruling, this moment. Lazarev turned to her. His face was stripped bare, no mask, no control, nothing but the raw relief of a man who had just watched the ground hold beneath his feet. "We did it," he said. She did not answer. She pulled him forward and kissed him in front of the whole courtroom, in front of Celia, in front of the gallery, in front of the Billings Gazette reporter who was already raising her phone. The kiss was not strategic. It was not for optics. It was because she needed his mouth against hers to believe the ground was still there. He held her face in both hands when they broke apart, his forehead resting against hers. "Okay," he breathed. "Okay." Wendell found him in the hallway 10 minutes later, his face the color of someone who had not slept in days and did not plan to start now. "Do not get comfortable," he said. "Celia will appeal. She has 30 days. She will use every one of them, and she will coordinate with Cormack's people to tie the inquiry up in procedural knots." Adaeze leaned against the wall. What else is new? What else is new is that Front Range is already on the ground. They did not wait for the ruling because they did not the ruling. They are buying property on the South End through shell companies. By the time the Attorney General's office looks at the obstruction evidence, the South Valley could already be locked up. Lazarev's jaw tightened. "Then we move faster." "Faster how?" Wendell asked. "You have 30 days to satisfy the Codicil. You cannot fight a corporate acquisition campaign and a legal appeal at the same time without resources you do not have." Adaeze pushed off the wall. "Then we find resources we do not have." Wendell stared at her. "That is not a plan. It is the start of one." She turned. Gunnar Veitch was standing at the far end of the hallway, hands in his coat pockets, shoulders relaxed, watching her with those pale blue eyes that had stopped pretending to be friendly weeks ago. He raised his chin. "Ms. Balogun." She walked toward him. Lazarev followed half a step behind. Gunnar did not move. "Congratulations on the ruling," he said. "I mean that." "Front Range started buyouts before the recess," Adaeze said. "You knew they would." "I did. You could have stopped it." "No." His voice was flat. "I could not. I told you the contractors were beyond my control. I told you the pipeline coalition had its own momentum. I told you the truth, and you did not want to hear it because you needed me to be the enemy you could see." Adaeze's hands curled at her sides. "Why are you here, Gunnar?" He held her eyes for a long moment. "Because the truce I offered still stands, and because I think you and I need to have a conversation without cameras, without witnesses, and without the court reporter taking notes." Lazarev stepped forward. "No. She can speak for herself," Gunnar said. Adaeze looked at Gunnar, at the pale blue eyes that had spent years watching the valley and learning where every pressure point lived, at the man who had admitted he was wrong about Cormack and who had offered to sell his pipeline interest to a conservation trust. She did not trust him, but she believed he was telling the truth about wanting to talk. "When?" she said. "Tonight. The Red Mercy Bridge, South Fork, 9 o'clock, alone." Lazarev made a sound low in his throat. Adaeze did not look away from Gunnar. "I will think about it." Gunnar nodded once, turned, and walked down the hallway without looking back. The courthouse doors opened onto a Mercy Crossing afternoon that looked no different than it had that morning. Same sky, same wind, same pickup trucks in the lot. But Adaeze felt the difference in her bones. She had won the ruling. She had held the ground. And now, with the sun dropping toward the Red Mercy and Gunnar Veitch waiting for an answer, she had to decide what kind of victory she was willing to fight for. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Appeal filed. See you in 30 days. C. Pruitt. Adaeze read it twice. Then she turned to Lazarev, who was standing beside her with the same phone in his hand and the same message on his screen, and she felt the ground shout beneath her feet again. The war was not over. It had just changed shape. Chapter 79. The cold settled early along the Red Mercy, the kind of wind that cut through denim and settled in bone. Adaeze stood at the South Fork Bridge with her hands shoved in her coat pockets, watching the river run dark and fast beneath the rusted railings. She had not told Lazarev everything Gunnar might want. She had told him enough. 9 o'clock, he had said, standing in the kitchen with his coat half on and his jaw set. If you are not back by 10, I am coming. I know. If he tries anything. He will not. She had touched his wrist, the same gesture she had used at the dinner table weeks ago, when it was still performance. He wants to talk, that is all. Lazarev had not argued, but his hand had caught hers before she pulled away, and for a moment he had held on. Adaeze held that memory now, the warmth of his fingers, and tried not to think about what Gunnar Veitch might be carrying in the notebook under his arm when she saw him coming down the bank. He walked slowly, not cautious, deliberate. The pale blue of his eyes caught the last light off the water as he stopped 10 feet away and did not try to close the distance. Thank you for coming. Say what you came to say. He nodded once, then turned and looked at the river instead of her. I am pulling the buyout offers, all of them. The South End parcels, the Conservation Trust transition, the whole campaign. Adaeze said nothing. I already called the lenders. Told them the valley chose local stewardship. Told them I was wrong about what modernization looked like. Convenient timing. No, Gunnar's voice was flat. It is not convenient. It is humiliating. I spent 3 years building that coalition. I shook hands with every commissioner, every rancher with debt, every water broker who promised he could deliver votes. I believed I was saving something. I believed you and Lazarev were children playing at ranch while the numbers bled out beneath you. Adaeze watched his profile in the fading light, the crooked nose, the white scar along his jaw, the lines around his mouth that made him look older than she had first thought. What changed your mind? You did. He turned to face her. Not the marriage, not the flood, the way you took Dale Withers back after he sold your operation schedule. The way you stood in that courtroom and said you chose everything, the land, the man, the fight, without apologizing for any of it. He shook his head. I do not respect losing, but I respect someone who loses better than I fight. Adaeze let the wind pull at her braid. And the pipeline? I am selling my interest to the Conservation Trust. Already signed the letter of intent this afternoon. It will not survive if Front Range decides to litigate, but it will buy time. How much time? Depends on how fast they retool. Gunnar's pale eyes held hers. Because they will. They are not a local operation with a single champion. They are a machine with interchangeable parts. I was the public face, the one who made consolidation sound like common sense. But the contractors, the lawyers, the shell companies, the men who threatened the filing clerk's son, they do not report to me. They never did. Adaeze felt the cold creep deeper. Then who do they report to? I do not know. Not Cormack. He is a customer, not a commander. Someone with deeper pockets and a longer timeline. Someone who was waiting for Delphine to die before moving pieces she had kept frozen for 30 years. The words hung in the air between them. Gunnar reached into his coat and pulled out a thin leather folder. He held it out. She did not take it. It is not a weapon, he said. It is drought modeling, county-by-county projections through 2040. The data I used to convince myself I was right. Why give it to me? Because if you are going to fight what is coming, you need to know what you are actually defending. He set the folder on the bridge railing between them. The valley as it was is already gone. The question is whether what replaces it belongs to the people who live here, or to the machine that bought every water right from the outside. Adaeze looked at the folder, then at Gunnar. You want a seat at the table? No. His voice was quiet. I am offering you a seat at mine. Not because I trust you, because I finally understand you are the only person in this county who will still be fighting when the drought hits and the numbers stop working. He stepped back. Think about it. Build something sturdier than nostalgia. Call me when you are ready to talk about what that looks like. He turned and walked up the bank without looking back. Adaeze stood alone on the bridge, the folder cold against her fingers, the river running dark beneath her. She did not know how long she stayed. Enough time for the last light to die and the stars to come out over the red mercy. Enough time to feel the weight of what Gunnar had offered and what it would cost to take it. She walked back through the dark with the folder under her arm, her boots finding the ruts of the track by memory, her breath fogging in the cold air. The kitchen light was on. Lazarev was at the table, his phone in his hand, his face unreadable. She set the folder on the counter. He pulled the buyouts, signed a conservation trust letter, gave me drought data and told me to call him when I am ready to build something serious. Lazarev looked at the folder, then at her. Can you trust it? No. She pulled off her coat. But I can use it. She crossed to the table. What is wrong? He held up his phone. Celia's appeal is already docketed, judge assigned, hearing date set. Adaeze went still. When? 30 days. Same as before. No. Lazarev's voice was flat. Cormack's team is on the brief, and the judge they drew is the one who chaired the water board confirmation panel for the current deputy administrator. He set the phone on the table. The machine Gunnar warned you about. It is already moving. Chapter 80. The folder sat on the counter where she had left it, the drought projections. The offer Gunnar had pressed into her hands like a weapon she did not yet know how to aim. Lazarev watched her from the table, his phone still face up beside him, the screen dark now, but the news already burned into the air between them. Cormack's team, she said, and a judge who owes the water board. Adaeze pulled out the chair across from him and sat. The kitchen ticked around them, the old house settling, the wind pushing against the window glass. 30 days. 29 now. Lazarev's voice was flat but not defeated. Wendell is already drafting the response. He thinks we can move for a change of venue if we prove the judge's conflict within 10 days. Can we prove it? Maybe. Cormack is careful. But the deputy administrator is not. He slid a notebook across the table. We need to file the water management plan by Wednesday. The 72-hour condition from Harlow's order starts tomorrow morning. Adaeze looked at his handwriting. Precise, unguarded in a way he never was out loud. You already started. I could not sit still. She pulled the notebook toward her. He had outlined 5 sections: filing timeline, water allocation projections, land use overlap between the spreads, a schedule for community meetings, and a blank page at the end labeled name with nothing beneath it. Adaeze touched the empty space. You did not write anything. No. His gray eyes met hers. Because I do not know what belongs there yet. Pruitt is not mine to carry. Balogun is not mine to claim. I will choose when I feel like I have earned the right to choose. She understood the shape of that silence, the weight of a name that fit no one. We have time, she said. Do we? The question hung between them, honest and unsparing. She reached across the table and turned his hand over, palm up, the way she had done 100 times without thinking. Calluses she had watched form over the months, the ridge of a healing cut across his index finger from the fence repair. We make time, she said. We file the plan. We meet with the families who are scared. We use Gunnar's data to show them what the real drought looks like, so no one mistakes Front Range for salvation. And when Cormack's judge throws out the appeal, then we fight the next fight. Lazarev closed his fingers around hers. That is not a plan. It is the start of one. He almost smiled. The corner of his mouth pulled, and she saw something in his face she had not seen since before the flood, before the diaries, before everything they had learned turned the ground beneath them to ash. Hope, maybe. Oh, the stubborn refusal to stop. "Come outside," she said. "Now? The river keeps better hours than we do." They left the notebook on the table, the folder unopened, the phone face down. Adaeze pulled her coat from the hook and Lazarev grabbed his from the back of the chair, and they stepped into the cold without talking about why they needed to move. The yard was silver under the moon. Frost had settled on the truck hood and the fence rails, and their breath hung in clouds as they crossed the gravel to the track that led down to the Red Mercy. The river was running high for this late in the season. Snowmelt still coming off the high country, the sound of it constant and low. A voice that had been speaking longer than any of them had been alive to hear it. Adaeze stopped at the bank where the water pooled beneath the cut bank, dark and moving. "I used to hate this river," she said. "I know, because it belonged to you, to the Pruitts, the water rights, the seniority, the ability to decide whether my cattle drank or died." Lazarev stood beside her, his shoulder almost touching hers. "It never belonged to us." "No." She watched the current catch a branch and drag it under. "It belonged to Delphine, and she used it like she used everything, a leash." The wind pulled at her braid. She did not shiver. "But it is still here, after her, after the Codicil, the freeze, the fire, the flood, after everything she built to control it." She turned to face him. "I want to stop fighting water as if it is the enemy. I want to stop treating you like a Pruitt I have to outlast. I want to build something that does not require anyone to lose for us to survive." Lazarev was quiet for a long moment. The river filled the space between them. "That is the first time you have said what you want without apologizing for it." "Maybe I am learning." He reached for her hand. His fingers were cold, but they held steady. "I want a house where morning light comes through the wrong window," he said. "I want to wake up knowing you chose to stay. I want to carry a name I gave myself, not one I inherited or stole." He looked at the river. "And I want to stand here in 10 years and not remember why we were ever enemies." Adaeze felt the words settle into her chest like something solid, a foundation where there had only been rubble. "Then we do it," she said. "Together. No more separate plans. No more contingency exits. I tell you everything Gunnar offers, and you tell me when Cormack's people reach out. We stop treating each other like assets to protect and start acting like partners who chose this." "Even when it is hard?" "Especially when it is hard." He pulled her closer, and she let him. His arms came around her, and she pressed her face into his coat and breathed the cold and the wool,